Chapter 1. Refuse to be mentally consumed and go crazy when necessary. In the summer of 1989, in the tutorial room of Stanley Prison, the iron windows cut sunlight into strips and nailed them diagonally to the concrete floor. Air is a stuffy jar made up of disinfectant, sweat, and old wood. Dozens of prisoners wearing brown prison uniforms sat on chairs, with reform heads, exposed tattoos, numb faces, and occasional flashes of fierce light, the only scenery here. In front of him, Father Leong, whose black robe had been washed white, stood behind the wooden podium with a soft voice like tea that had been steeped for a long time. The lost lamb, the Lord says, must endure, forgive, cleanse the soul, and be redeemed. The audience yawned uncontrollably, mostly in a stagnant silence. Hear God, not as loud as the whistle of the prison guard. Faith cannot be eaten as food, nor can it reduce one's sentence. Shen Lang sat in the crowd, his back straight and his eyes closed. Wearing this Chuanqing Society red stick, it's been a whole year. I did too much business in my past life and got fired. After understanding the 3 secrets in his body and mind, he became an outsider in this prison that no one dared to touch in just 1 year. Not causing trouble, but even the most domineering prison bully detours when he sees him. He always has a way to get cigarettes, medicine, and even rumors outside. Father Leong chattered for more than 10 minutes before finally stopping. He habitually scanned the audience, and his gaze finally fell on Shen Lang. This young man is too quiet, but in those occasionally opened eyes, there is no despair or violence, only a deep and bottomless calm, as if holding everything in his hand. Shen Lang, the priest spoke with a slightly encouraging tone, knowing that the person was going out tomorrow. 3 years have passed before leaving. Do you have any insights to share with your brothers? It can also be considered a farewell. All eyes widened in an instant. Curiosity, mockery, awe, and jealousy are all present. In the first 2 years here, Shen Lang kept a low profile like a shadow. Later, for some unknown reason, he suddenly became someone who even prison guards had to shout, Langut. Shen Lang opened his eyes and stood up. Not particularly burly in stature, but with wide shoulders and thick back, and tendon muscles stretched under the prisoner's uniform. His steps were steady like stepping on a solid ground, but beneath him, he looked like a beast crouched down and ready to pounce. He walked up to the stage and didn't look at the priest, only calmly scanning the faces below. Zhong Tianzheng in the front and the big circle dragon in the back who believes in convincing people with virtue, both have doubts in their hearts. A few months ago, Shen Lang planned an escape for the two of them in the middle of the night with a serious expression. He pointed to the cliff behind the mountain and said, "It's only about 20 feet long. If you jump down, you'll be at sea. With a splash, you'll be there." They really believed it. Run over and have a look. His mother 20 feet? More than 500 feet. The underwater is the sea, so deep that it is bottomless. Not jumping is not possible. My legs still feel weak when I think about it now. As a result, he was caught and his sentence was extended. Where is Shen Lang? I made a bet on how long they could escape and made a full profit. Hate it. No, I actually think this guy is crazy. Now that he can go out, it's sour, but there's a hint of hope. Shen Lang took everyone's reaction into his eyes. Insight. Redemption? He tugged at the corner of his mouth like a cold laugh. Cleared his throat. His voice was not high, but it pierced everyone's ears. The priest is quite right. Give me a candy first. Then the conversation suddenly changed. But those words are meant for people outside who still have choices and can pretend to be human. The audience suddenly fell silent. Father Liang's smile froze on his face. Here, are you talking about quality or morality with us? Wake up, brother. Let go of personal qualities. Enjoy a life full of ups and downs. Reject mental conflicts. Go crazy if you have something to do. 4 sentences, 4 sticks, swung at everyone's chest. Quiet for a second. Boom. The entire teaching room exploded. Whistling, laughing wildly, and slapping loudly. Those lifeless faces seem to have been lit, and those horizontal eyes are filled with the light of finding their own kind. This is just like human language. This is the his mother rule of the Dog Day world. Even the big circle dragon spat fiercely and slapped red. Zhong Tianzheng also tilted his mouth and smiled. Father Leong froze beside him, his face as white as paper, his mouth trembling, unable to squeeze out a single word. Shen Lang raised his hand and pressed lightly. The noise instantly made me gasp for breath. Speaking of quality, being ridden by others. Speaking of morality, being hungry. We come in, not because we are not good enough, not because we are not ruthless enough. Rules? That is the rope that binds the weak. What is new life? Shen Lang looked around and said, go out, make money, live in buildings, have brothers, keep your family straight, keep your enemies awake, and let yourself live like a man. This is his mother talent. Lang Gu is right. Follow Lang Gu. Roared softly, his eyes burning hot, as if Shen Lang was the talisman that led them to that new life. Shen Lang didn't say much anymore, turned around and stepped down, leaving the priest stranded behind. Sit back to your original position and close your eyes. The person who lit the fire just now doesn't seem to be him. In my mind, The chess game after being released from prison becomes clear step by step. Ventilation time, playground. The sun is glaring. Shen Lang leaned against the wall in the shade, watching people outside play ball, walk, and whisper in groups. A skinny monkey-like prisoner slipped over and whispered, "Lang Gu, the goods I want, he." Shen Lang glanced at him and his heart trembled. Abing, loyalty, 41. "Tonight, the old place," Shen Lang said calmly. Abing nodded abruptly and handed over a crumpled bag of Marlboro as a deposit, which slipped away like a mouse. Shen Lang flipped his wrist, and the smoke disappeared, entering the storage space. At this moment, Zhong Tianzhong was shaking over, and his prison uniform couldn't cover up the hooligan aura. He handed him a cigarette and said, "Lang Gu is going out tomorrow. What are your plans?" Shen Lang took it over. Zhong Tian was busy pulling out a match and lighting it for him. The small actions are all about status. Shen Lang exhaled his cigarette, and white mist rolled in the light. Without answering, he asked, Zhong, how much longer do you have? And, damn it, if it weren't for last time. Zhong Tianzhong swallowed back and sighed. This damn place is not for people to stay in. Shen Lang raised the corner of his mouth and patted his shoulder. Be smart. Business is everywhere. There's no way out. Come find me. Zhong Tianzhong was taken aback for a moment, then grinned and said, Okay, Lang Gu, remember to bring your brothers along. My Zhong is not good at anything else, but running errands and doing odd jobs is okay. Zhong Tianzhong, loyalty, 68. Shen Longxin said, enough is enough. In the distance, the great circle dragon was practicing on the horizontal bar, covered in copper and iron bones, with beads of sweat shining in the sun. Less talk, but that fierce aura can be overwhelming. Seeing Shen Lang looking over, he jumped off the horizontal bar, draped a towel over his shoulders, and strode closer. Chapter 2. The core team assembles. The first to arrive is the Bucktooth City. Along, once you're out, do find some time to visit my mother. You have the address. Tell her I'm doing well here, and she shouldn't be too frugal. She should eat and spend as needed. Rest assured, Lang Gu. Shen Lang responded decisively. I will regularly arrange for someone to deliver money and goods, ensuring that my grandmother lives without worries. Kuan Long said no more, merely placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. Some matters are understood without words. This person is a significant figure in Stanley, with connections outside that are even more valuable. Shen Lang had previously exchanged resources for his network, and both were aware of this. Kuan Long, loyalty, 73. At that moment, a prison guard, wielding a baton, sauntered over. The surrounding inmates discreetly averted their gazes or shifted aside. The guard approached Shen Lang, feigning a casual inspection of the area, his voice lowered. Brother Lang. You're leaving tomorrow? The brothers will truly miss you. Shen Lang smiled, using the handshake as a pretext to slip a roll of Hong Kong dollars into the guard's palm. Officer Zhang, I appreciate your care over the years. A small token of gratitude for the brothers to enjoy some tea. If anything arises in the future, just send word. Officer Zhang pinched the thickness of the roll, his face immediately breaking into a knowing smile, his voice warming as he exclaimed, Oh, Brother Lang, you're too kind. Go out and develop well. The future is limitless. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked away, satisfied. Zhong Tianzhong exchanged a knowing glance with Kuan Long. The ability to manage the guard so smoothly was not merely a matter of money. It also required skill. In the evening, inside the cell, the air was thick with the scent of sweat mingled with rust. Shen Lang lay on the hard bed, his consciousness sinking into the 20 cubic meter storage space. It was certainly not empty. Hundreds of cigarettes, Marlboro, 3.5 brand, hundreds of bottles of liquor, various canned meats, fruits, toothpaste, soap, and even celebrity posters. All were accumulated during his labor reform, taking advantage of the prison guard's requests to stockpile through his spatial ability. In this place, such items were hard currency. With them, he not only earned money but also woven a web of connections. Everyone knew to seek out Brother Lang if they needed a way in. Yet no one understood where the goods came from, only perceiving him as remarkably resourceful. He harbored another secret. His physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he could continuously enhance it through exercise. Brother Lang, you're leaving tomorrow. I'm truly a bit reluctant. The inmate below him, the nimble Si Gui, suddenly spoke. His tone sincere. Si Gui, imprisoned for theft, was quick and skilled, and was one of Shen Lang's underlings in the prison. Shen Lang opened his eyes and glanced at the clever, yet not overly malicious young man. Si Gui, loyalty, 86. Stay out of trouble. Keep your eyes sharp. I'll be waiting for you. Working with me will not leave you wanting. Thank you, Brother Lang. I promise to be obedient. Si Gui's voice brightened as if he could already envision a path forward. As night deepened, the sounds of snoring and murmurs filled the air. Shen Lang found himself wide awake, his mind racing. How can the trade routes be optimized? How much longer can that old man Wang Dong hold out within the all-prosperity society? That rebellious Chong must be getting restless by now. No matter. He has plenty of time and means to play along with them. Business is business. and the Underworld is the Underworld. He, however, aims to become the one who sets the new rules. Abandoning personal integrity, he embraces a life devoid of virtue. Shen Lang silently recited this rebellious mantra in his heart. This was not only for the ears of those in prison, but also his own guiding principle. Of course, his lack of virtue did not equate to indiscriminate killing, but rather the shedding of unnecessary compassion and moral shackles, pursuing his goals by any means necessary, swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly. That night, Minnie and Stanley lay awake. Zhong Tianjing tossed and turned, contemplating Shen Lang's invitation in the unknown world beyond. Kuan Long stared at the ceiling, worried for his mother back home. While weighing the value of Shen Lang's connections, Sigui dreamed of following Brother Lang after release, aiming to make a name for himself. For Shen Lang, however, this was merely an ordinary night, a night brimming with potential. Stanley was but a novice village marking his arrival in this era. Outside the window, the moonlight coldly spilled over the prison's high walls, casting a chilling glow. The following morning, the heavy iron gate of Stanley Prison clanged shut behind him, sealing off that oppressive world completely. Shen Lang stood outside, taking a deep breath of the sweet air mingled with the scent of the sea and exhaust fumes. A long-lost sweetness to him. The morning light broke through the clouds, illuminating the chiseled features of his face. In a slightly worn white tank top, a somewhat faded denim jacket, and light-washed jeans, still the same attire from 3 years prior, he could not conceal the sharpness and composure that had been honed through experience. Brother Lang. Several voices called out from ahead, filled with excitement and respect. Shen Lang looked up to see 3 vehicles parked in an open space by the roadside. Leading the pack was a gleaming, well-maintained Mercedes W126, commonly known as the Tiger Head Benz. In this era on Hong Kong Island, this symbolized status and power. Beside the car stood 5 individuals, his carefully orchestrated core team that had been released sequentially. The burly figure, clad in a suit straining against his muscles, grinned to reveal his trademark buck teeth. This was Lon Shaai. Beside him stood a tall man with calm, deep-set eyes, exuding reliability just by standing there. This was Jack. Further away, dressed in a denim jacket with a casually styled haircut and a hint of a cynical smile, was Achio. The 2 other vehicles appeared plain, but to those in the know, they were recognizable as Toyota Hiace vans. Beside them were the local bosses of Sai Kong, the brothers De Shaai and De Kojio. De Shaai was tall and imposing, his demeanor fierce yet currently adorned with a sincere smile, while De Kojio appeared more astute and slick. Behind them trailed 7 or 8 spirited young subordinates. Upon seeing Shen Lang emerge, Lon Shaai led the group, including the younger brothers, in a unified, energized shout, "Brother Lang." The scene unfolded like a grand spectacle, radiating an impressive aura. Vehicles passing by slowed down, drivers craning their necks to glimpse the scene. Shen Lang felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Clearly, this group had not been idle since their release. His gaze swept over the 5. The information regarding their loyalty vividly appearing before him. Lon Shaai, loyalty, 99. Jack, loyalty, 97. Achio, loyalty, 98. De Shaai, loyalty, 96. De Kojio, loyalty, 95. The loyalty of the core team was rock solid, and their abilities had already undergone his preliminary assessments and simulations. De Shaai and De Kojio were deeply loyal and adept at maritime operations. Jack excelled in close combat and marksmanship, also skilled in planning and command. As steady as a mountain, Achio possessed exceptional sniping skills and strong psychological resilience. Lon Shaai was proficient with firearms, notably accurate with rifle shots, possessed top-notch driving skills, and had previously been a wrestling champion, infused with a touch of neurosis in his character. All were underlings he had gathered during his time in prison, having been released over the past few months. This bolstered his confidence for the grand ambitions about to unfold. The 5 hastened forward. Lon Shaai promptly retrieved a cigar from his suit pocket, respectfully offering it. "Brother Lang, I promised, once you're out, I'd have you ride in the Benz and enjoy a cigar." Leaning in closer to Shen Lang, he whispered excitedly, "A month ago, we pulled off a big score using your methods. The entrepreneurial bank, over 20 million Hong Kong dollars, all in old notes." Chapter 3, My Cousin Leong Kuan. "Thank you." Shen Lang accepted the exquisite cigar, clearly of considerable value. Achio, with an unspoken understanding, stepped forward and produced a pure gold Dunhill lighter, igniting the cigar with a crisp snap. "Initially, we intended to target the gold shops. After discerning the patterns of a few establishments, we found ourselves preempted by another group of ruffians who raided 7 shops in a single day. Consequently, we had no choice but to relieve them of their spoils. The bank heist came later," Achio added in a hushed tone. Shen Lang inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, as if purging the accumulated impurities of 3 years in Stanley Prison. "So it was you," he remarked with a smile. "I found it rather peculiar in the newspapers, stating that 4 robbers wore black masks, while 1 donned a clown mask. Quite the unique taste. As his words settled, the gazes of Jack, Achio, Big Fool, and Big Mouth 9 fell squarely upon Mei Lantian's face. Mei Lantian sheepishly grinned, revealing his signature, somewhat neurotic smile. Have you brought your wife over from Vietnam, now that you've made such a fortune? Shen Lang inquired, addressing the matter at hand. A promise he had made to assist Mei Lantian earlier. Indeed, I have. Mei Lantian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I've rented a seaside villa in Repulse Bay. The housing prices here are just staggering. My funds barely cover the down payment. I've been waiting for you, Lango, to come out and help us pull off a few more big jobs. I plan to have a football team of children in the future. Think of all the education fees, milk powder expenses, and the costs of buying houses for them when they marry. It's all money. He counted off on his fingers, already envisioning a prosperous future. Shen Lang found his enthusiasm amusing and teased me. You all seem like wealthy landowners now, with the gold from 7 shops and over 20 million in cash. What can't you do? Do you still need to wait for me? What kind of villa is so precious that it takes millions just for the down payment? Have prices really skyrocketed like that? Big Tooth City. You wouldn't have mistaken Hong Kong dollars for Vietnamese dong, would you? Not at all, Lango. We didn't split much among ourselves. Mei Lantian quickly clarified. Lango, you can't say it like that. Big Fool interjected urgently, his blunt demeanor evident. Without the strategies you provided us, telling us when to act, how to evade the police, and how to clean up, we wouldn't have had such smooth sailing. Those notes you gave us. Agio and I have read them so much they're nearly falling apart. Big Mouth 9 nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, Lango. Apart from helping Big Tooth City settle some old scores, we each received $1 million. The rest of the money was mostly spent on boats and stockpiling goods. Following your earlier plan for the northern Saigon route, we still have 10 million in cash left, and we haven't touched the gold yet. The situation is too tense. Shen Lang was taken aback. He had spent his time in prison devising strategies and optimizing plans with various professionals. Big Fool and his brother listened intently, even taking notes that would give Shen Lang a headache, resembling a child's scribbles. Yet they successfully deceived the prison guards, who thought the brothers were summarizing life lessons from the magazine Dragon and Tiger. 10 million in cash. Even though Shen Lang had mentally prepared himself, his heart still raced. Fresh out of prison, his subordinates had gifted him such a substantial capital, far more than he had anticipated. Observing the sincere and expectant gazes of the 5 before him, he understood they were waiting for him to make a decision. This trust weighed heavily upon him. Shen Lang suppressed his emotions, adopting a serious demeanor. Since my brothers have faith in me, I shall consider this money as your investment capital. I, Shen Lang, assure you that I will lead you to earn 10-fold. 100-fold. We will follow Lango. The 5 echoed in unison, without a hint of hesitation. They had discussed beforehand that this windfall could only yield its greatest value in Shen Lang's hands. How many boats do we have now? Shen Lang turned to Big Fool, steering the conversation towards business. Over 20. Big Fool declared proudly. Most are second-hand modified speedboats, with a few medium-sized fishing vessels capable of venturing into deep waters. Good boats are not cheap these days. One costs around 100,000. None in pink, I presume? Of course not. We rented several discreet warehouses in Saigon, stockpiling a good amount of electronics, liquor, and watches, just as you instructed. Our supplies are plentiful. Shen Lang nodded. The framework for this trade route was already in place. He continued, how is the connection with the line provided by Kuan Long? Reliable. Big Fool affirmed confidently. He introduced us to Lin Yaodong from Haifeng, who specializes in this trade. I've met with him several times. He seems quite genuine. We'll deliver the goods to him, and he handle distribution, offering prices half a point above market rates, and he agreed to pay a 30% deposit, with the balance settled within a week at the latest, or a maximum of half a month. I've done my homework. His reputation in this industry is among the best. Half a month, Shen Lang pondered. In this day and age, especially in the gray areas of trade, obtaining cash for goods on the spot was nearly impossible. The terms offered by Lin Yaodong were indeed favorable. They were positioned upstream in the industrial chain. Lin Yaodong was akin to a primary wholesaler, with secondary and tertiary levels beneath him, ultimately leading to retail. Each layer required profit, and immediate cash settlements typically only occurred at the end of the chain. Good. We must maintain this line, Shen Lang instructed just as a more audacious and jarring roar of engines approached, shattering the morning tranquility. 3 garish, modified Mitsubishi Pajero SUVs barreled forward like wild dogs, coming to a screeching halt with an air of brazen authority. The doors swung open with a bang, and a dozen gangsters clad in flashy shirts and sunglasses, exuding an aura of menace, leapt out. At the forefront was Leong Kuan, Shen Lang's cousin from the Hongxing gang. Leong Kuan, notorious for having slashed Chen Chi from XING and having spent 3 years in Stanley, had been released 6 months prior to Shen Lang. Leong Kuan. Loyalty, 98. He still bore his signature rogue demeanor, dressed in a flamboyant purple shirt and brown sunglasses. Upon exiting the vehicle, he spread his arms wide and, with his raspy voice, exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Ah Lang, congratulations on your release." Ha! He strode over, enveloping Shen Lang in a hearty hug, delivering several firm pats on his back. Damn, 3 years. They didn't break your spirit in there, did they? You look even more vibrant than I did when I got out. Shen Lang remained steady under his embrace, offering a slight smile as he retorted, "When have I ever lacked spirit? Not everyone takes 3 minutes just to use the restroom like you do. Get lost. That's called being uniquely talented. You wouldn't understand." Kuan laughed. Not at all offended. He affectionately draped his arm over Shen Lang's shoulder and opened the car door, calling out, "Hey, why are you still dawdling? Get out. Come see the welcome gift I've arranged for you. How perfect is it?" A figure dressed in a simple white dress hesitantly emerged from the vehicle. Her name was Lon Shaai, her face devoid of makeup yet unable to conceal her innate beauty, skin as fair as snow, features as delicate as a porcelain doll. She exuded a cool demeanor, with a trace of lingering sorrow and unease shadowing her brow. She timidly raised her eyes to meet Shen Lang's deep, tranquil gaze, only to quickly lower her head, her slender hands nervously twisting together. Shen Lang's attention was instantly captivated by her. Just right. Chapter 4, The Supreme Blue Showdown. This quality of being both endearing and melancholic reminded him of a character from an old film in his past life. With a face like hers and a figure to match, it wouldn't be difficult to carry her. After enduring the bleak confines of prison for over a year, the fire within Shen Lang was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, causing his throat to involuntarily move. "Here she is. Lon Shaai. Isn't that right?" Kuan, proud as a peacock, leaned closer to Shen Lang, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I know you've been cooped up like a monk all these years. Don't worry. She's clean as a whistle. No issues. Truly, my dear cousin, you understand me well. Indeed, I shall graciously accept this gift." Shen Lang readily acquiesced. To turn away a beauty delivered to one's doorstep would be sheer folly. "Listen, beautiful," Kuan turned to Lon Shaai and instructed, "for the next month, stay close to my cousin and ensure his comfort. Your rewards will be plentiful." Lon Shaai murmured an almost inaudible then furtively glanced at Shen Lang. Although he exuded an imposing aura, his symmetrical features and bright eyes did not suggest a ruthless criminal, easing her heart somewhat. He was not unpleasant to behold. Kuan then produced a bulging envelope made of brown paper from his waist and pressed it into Shen Lang's hand. 200,000. Take this for now. Your cousin has had some good fortune. 6 months ago, I emerged from my troubles, reconnected with my former boss for collections, and now I have established my own finance company, reclaiming some of Hongxing's former territory. Should you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to ask. Very well, Shen Lang did not decline. The goodwill of a brother was also the capital for his new beginnings. He casually handed the envelope to Jack, who accepted it without a glance at its thickness. "I heard Wang Dong plans to assign you several venues to manage," Kuan remarked, glancing at the 5 individuals behind Shen Lang. He nodded. "If you're short-handed or encounter any trouble, feel free to call me, and I'll help you sort it out." "Much appreciated, cousin," Shen Lang nodded. "I was about to meet Uncle Dong at the company. I'll discuss matters later." "All right. Don't forget to bring your entourage," Kuan reminded, then leaned in closer. Lowering his voice, "Once we finish, give me a call. Tonight at the International City, I'll host a welcome for you. A complete affair. No problem. Prepare a full dozen for me. You know our family tradition, we relish such gatherings." Shen Lang smiled, stepping closer to wrap his arm naturally around Lon Shao's slender waist. The faint fragrance of her hair wafted into his nostrils. Lon Shao's body tensed slightly. Despite her preparation, she couldn't help but feel nervous. "Leave it to me. Tonight's supper is entirely my arrangement." Kuan thumped his chest. "Okay." Shen Lang, holding Lon Shaai, turned and strode towards the gleaming tiger headbands. Waving his hand without looking back, "Bunny Teeth City, you all can take the vehicle behind. I haven't touched the steering wheel in 3 years. I'll drive personally to reacquaint myself with the sensation." "Understood, Brother Lang." Mei Lantian and the others responded. The group exchanged cigarettes, lit them, and after greeting Kuan, turned to board the rear Toyota Hiace. Kuan watched Shen Lang embrace the beauty as they entered the luxurious tiger headbands, his brow furrowed. Comparing it to his own Mitsubishi Pajero, which, while decent, paled in comparison to the other. He smacked his forehead in frustration. Damn it. Out of prison. And he's already driving a tiger head Benz? Even I gave him 200,000? And a dozen at the International City? No way. Tonight that rascal Ba will be footing the bill. Let us go, let us go. Get in the car." He barked at his underlings as he climbed back into his off-road vehicle. Shen Lang did not fasten his seatbelt, twisting the key. The V8 engine of the tiger head Benz roared to life with a powerful growl. He lightly pressed the accelerator, smoothly gliding out as speed began to build. Initially, his movements felt somewhat unfamiliar, But after navigating a few intersections, the sensation of becoming one with the vehicle swiftly returned, and the handling became fluid. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady stop in the underground garage of a modern commercial building in Tsimsha-sui. The building was grand, with the golden emblem of the Jinxing International Group glinting in the sunlight, hinting at the society's aspirations for redemption. Shen Lang stepped out, invigorated. Taking a deep breath, the feeling of freedom was utterly delightful. He instructed the group, descending from the van. The rest of you wait here. Yes, Brother Lang. The younger men remained in the garage as Mei Lantian and the others followed Shen Lang into the elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a tastefully decorated reception area. A receptionist clad in a professional skirt suit, her makeup meticulously applied, momentarily froze upon seeing this group of individuals, whose commanding presence clearly suggested they were not typical business clientele. Good morning, gentlemen. May I inquire if you have an appointment? She maintained her politeness, her gaze swiftly scanning the group before settling on Shen Lang. He stepped forward, his tone calm. I'm here to see Chairman Wang Dong. I'm Shen Lang. The receptionist, evidently briefed, recognized his name immediately, her smile becoming more genuine, even tinged with a hint of unspoken reverence. Ah, so you are Brother Lang. The chairman has instructed that you may proceed directly to his office. Please, follow me. She stood and guided them past the reception area into the office zone. The scene before Chiu prompted him to raise an eyebrow and silently whistle. Mei Lantian, ever vigilant, quickly scanned the environment, assessing potential exits and risks. Jack, as always, remained silent, a shadow following closely behind Shen Lang. De Sha and De Kojio appeared somewhat out of place, feeling awkward amidst the polished surroundings. While the company's signage was evident and some employees were clad in shirts, seated at computers, many exhibited postures and gazes that suggested a lingering underworld influence. Especially with a few idling by the tea station, their expressions watchful. As they entered, various looks of inquiry, surprise, and understanding were cast upon Shen Lang and his entourage. The receptionist led them to a private resting area not far from the chairman's office. Please make yourselves comfortable here. Brother Lang, please follow me. Shen Lang nodded at Mei Lantian and the others. You all wait here for a moment. Sure, Brother Lang. You go ahead, Mei Lantian replied. And the group settled onto the sofa chairs. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, rolling a crumpled piece of paper to Mei Lantian's feet. He kicked it to De Sha, who in turn passed it to Chiu, who nudged Jack, and Jack sent it toward De Kojio. The men, in a display of juvenile playfulness, began to kick the paper ball around the resting area. If Shen Lang were present, he would likely join in. After all, men remain youthful at heart until the end. Chapter 5. The daughter of Chuanxing Society, Wongfengi. Shen Lang followed the receptionist towards the imposing door of the chairman's office. He raised his hand and knocked lightly. From within, a deep, slightly authoritative voice beckoned, "Enter." Pushing the door open, he stepped inside. The office was spacious to the point of feeling barren, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window framing the bustling Victoria Harbor. The sea and sky captured in a flowing tableau. The decor blended Eastern and Western styles. An opulent mahogany desk and bookshelf were paired with leather sofas and sleek modern equipment, striving to convey both depth and contemporary relevance. At the helm, the formidable Wang Dong, leader of the society, sat leisurely behind the grand desk, meticulously arranging a set of kung fu tea utensils. Approaching 50, he remained well-preserved, clad in a fitted dark shirt. His hair impeccably styled, exuding the authority typical of a power broker. Yet, there was a hint of fatigue in his brow, revealing the burdens of managing a troubled transition. Sitting on the client's sofa was He Shichong, Wang Dong's assistant, impeccably attired in a suit, his hair slicked back. Upon seeing Shen Lang enter, an overly enthusiastic smile instantly spread across his face as he rose to greet him. Ah Lang, finally made it out. Congratulations, congratulations. 3 years, what a struggle. He grasped Shen Lang's hand with considerable force, feigning warmth. However, Shen Lang's discerning eye clearly revealed a line of text. He Shichong, loyalty level, 40. Shen Lang stifled a laugh internally, maintaining an impassive facade as he deftly withdrew his hand and respectfully addressed Wang Dong behind the desk, Uncle Dong. Wang Dong lifted his gaze to him, his expression complex. He held a moderately favorable impression of this once daring and dedicated member of the society, tinged with a sense of regret for the 3 years lost. Yet the present was different, as the society sought to cleanse its image, employing someone like Shen Lang, with a criminal record just out of prison, posed a significant dilemma for him. "A Lang, it is sufficient for you to emerge." Wang Dong gestured towards the Zeton tea set before him, attempting to adopt a calm tone. "Please, sit down and savor this tea." Shen Lang took his seat with composure. He Shichong also returned to the sofa, crossing his legs, and intentionally let his gold watch glint under the light, presenting himself with an air of a partial host. "A Lang, Over these past 3 years, the society has duly noted your contributions, Wang Dong began, weighing his words carefully. Now that you are out, what are your plans? Should you require assistance from the society, do not hesitate to speak. He Shichong immediately took the cue, his tone dripping with concern. Indeed, Lang, rest assured. The society, oh no, the company, will never let down a brother. Uncle Dong and I have already conferred. He paused momentarily, a hint of difficulty flickering across his face. Although, well, the operations over there are still being integrated, and business may be a bit slow. But take your time. It is, after all, a legitimate endeavor and a place to settle down. Surely, it is preferable to the relentless struggle out there, right? The words were eloquently spoken. Yet Shen Lang could see through the facade of insincere enthusiasm and the underlying calculations in their eyes. He had not been idle during his time in prison and was aware of the situation. Those 2 gaming halls were equipped with outdated machines and poorly managed. On the brink of closure, the electronic street was a mixed bag, with the society's influence being negligible, yielding no profit whatsoever. Clearly, they viewed him as unwanted debris, casually kicked into a corner to fend for himself. Shen Lang did not immediately engage, his expression betraying no signs of anger or joy. He simply lifted the small purple clay cup that Wang Dong had pushed towards him, inhaled its aroma, and then took a slow sip. The tea was rich and smooth. He looked calmly at Wang Dong and said, "Thank you for your consideration, Uncle Dong." Wang Dong was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that after 3 years in Chidu, Shen Lang might exhibit some dissatisfaction or urgency upon receiving such a patronizing arrangement. Yet, there was none. This extraordinary composure and depth, far beyond his years, compelled Wang Dong to re-evaluate this young man. A flicker of surprise and shadow crossed He Shichang's eyes as he smiled and said, "Then it is settled. Lang, take your time to familiarize yourself with the environment. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me." While this sounded like support, it was, in reality, an attempt to keep Shen Lang under his watchful gaze. At that moment, the office door was gently pushed open. A young woman clad in a cream-colored business suit, exuding an elegant and refined demeanor, entered, holding a stack of documents. Upon seeing Shen Lang, she visibly paused, her steps faltering. "Feng, you arrived just in time," Wang Dong introduced, his tone softening. "This is Shen Lang, an old acquaintance of our society company, who has just been released. Lang, this is my daughter, Fengyi. She currently manages the finances at the company, assisting us with matters related to our transition to public listing." Wongfengi. Shen Lang turned his gaze towards her. She was indeed, as he remembered, beautiful, intelligent, possessing a purity and scholarly air that seemed at odds with the office atmosphere. Like a white peacock straying into a den of wolves. Her gaze towards Shen Lang held a mixture of polite curiosity and an instinctual scrutiny regarding the lingering issues of the society. Wongfengi loyalty, 0. Mr. Shen, hello? Wongfengi nodded, her voice clear, akin to a pebble dropped into a tranquil pond. "Miss Wang, hello." Shen Lang rose, nodding subtly. His demeanor was poised and composed, devoid of the typical bravado or hostility associated with the average underworld figure. This elicited a flicker of surprise in Wang Fengyi's eyes. Was this truly a man just released from prison? He bore little resemblance to the brutish, menacing figure she had imagined. Wang Fengyi handed the documents to Wang Dong. "Dad, this is last month's financial report. There are a few points, particularly regarding the previously mentioned related asset disposals, that need your confirmation." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently swept over Shen Lang, seemingly seeking to discern something from this man, who was rumored to be formidable yet appeared extraordinarily calm and reserved at this moment. He Shichang observed from the side, his expression growing colder. He instinctively sensed that Shen Lang's return could introduce an element of unpredictability into his future plans. Shen Lang absorbed the reactions of the three, and without lingering further, he stood and addressed Wang Dong. "Uncle Dong, if there is nothing else, I will head to Kuntong." "Very well, go ahead," Wang Dong nodded, leaving a measure of discretion in his words. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to mention them." Shen Lang nodded to He Shichang, and Wang Fengyi turned and departed the office with steady strides. His silhouette stood tall, curiously merging with the backdrop of the modern building, as if he were destined to occupy a higher place. The door closed behind him. He Shichang leaned closer to Wang Dong, lowering his voice. "Uncle Dong, judging by his demeanor, it seems he hasn't lost his edge during his time in Chidu. Rather, he appears even more composed, as if he has changed somehow." Wang Dong gazed towards the door, slowly sipping his tea, his expression profound. How many who have endured hardship remain unchanged? Whether he becomes a dragon or a worm, let him shape his own destiny. We shall observe further. Wang Fengyi watched the direction Shen Lang had departed, lost in thought. This Shen Lang was markedly different from the crude or sycophantic members of the society she had encountered before. He exuded an indescribable calm and confidence. as though he had everything under control. Such a quality was rarely seen among the so-called young talents she had met. Exiting the office, Shen Lang squinted, his pupils glinting with a sharper, more fervent light than the neon outside. Chidu had turned a new page. Yet, before the North Saikung line could be fully laid out, the banner of the Chuanqing Society would still need to be temporarily borrowed. After all, if anything were to go awry on the North Line, the first to be called upon would be Wang Dong. He intended to use the Chuanqing Society as a springboard to embark on a grand ascent. Off to Kuntong he went. Chapter 6, Kuntong Electronic Street. Leading the way, 2 Toyota Hiace vans followed closely behind, the convoy departing the bustling Tsim Shui, heading towards the eastern Kowloon district of Kuntong. Inside the vehicle, Shen Lang gripped the steering wheel with focus, his gaze scanning the rapidly passing streets. The late 1980s Hong Kong island was alive with vitality and chaotic energy. Skyscrapers stood alongside old tenement buildings. Neon signs boldly flickered even in daylight, heralding the night's revelry. Lon Shaai sat quietly in the passenger seat, her delicate fingers neatly folded in her lap. She discreetly glanced at Shen Lang's stern profile before quickly averting her gaze. She could sense something different about him. 3 years prior, he had made quite a name for himself in Yao Tsimong, and she had heard various rumors. Yet, the man before her, aside from his distinctive labor camp hairstyle, exuded an aura unlike those flamboyant figures of the underworld. He had been quite impatient upon returning from Chidu, but now he appeared excessively calm. Had the Chuanqing Society not provided him with any benefits? Do you have something to say? Shen Lang suddenly spoke, startling her, causing her shoulders to flinch. And no, not at all, she stammered, casting a timid glance at him before lowering her eyes. Shen Lang pulled out a cigarette with one hand and lit it, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Don't be nervous. He exhaled a puff of smoke, watching it swirl past her slightly flushed cheeks. I wouldn't bite. So, why did you agree to help my cousin? Lon Shao's body trembled slightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. I owe Brother Kuan money. How much? It was originally 50,000. But now it's turned into over 100,000, she replied, inadvertently biting her lower lip, leaving a faint imprint on her full lips. Loan sharking, with exorbitant interest. Shen Lang's gaze roamed over her anxious visage. If you can't repay it, it will amount to several 100,000. I know, she replied, her voice quivering. She was well aware of the dire consequences of failing to repay the debt, either ending up in a nightclub or being sold into a brothel. To her, several 100,000 was an astronomical figure. Even the thought of millions was simply unfathomable. I found myself in a predicament, as my mother required funds for her surgery. As a girl from a humble village, who could I turn to for help if not the predatory lenders? When she lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yet her resolve prevented them from falling. Come with me from now on. That debt will be forgotten, and I will provide you with a monthly allowance. Are you willing? Shen Lang, with one hand on the steering wheel, focused on her slightly parted lips. Lon Shao's suddenly turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She awkwardly tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, as a few wisps brushed against her delicate earlobe. Take your time to think, he said. The car fell silent for a moment. Lon Shaai lowered her gaze in contemplation, her slender fingers resting on her lap, her nails reflecting a healthy pink hue. After a mental struggle, she finally raised her head and looked earnestly at Shen Lang. Brother Lang, you're not deceiving me, are you? No, I am not. All right, I agree. She gently bit her lower lip, the crimson hue deepening against her teeth. Could you possibly give me some money first? My mother is still in the hospital. Shen Lang readily pulled out a stack of cash, approximately over 10,000, and handed it to her. Is this sufficient? It is. Lon Shaai accepted the money with surprise, clutching it tightly to her chest, as though protecting a precious treasure. She lifted her gaze, her eyes slightly reddened, and broke into a gentle smile. Thank you. From now on, I will do whatever you ask of me. Lon Shaai, loyalty 75. Shen Lang exhaled a puff of smoke, watching her exquisite face appear and disappear in the haze, a beauty that seemed almost unreal. To be honest, Shen Lang preferred not to exert force. It was akin to teaching a disciple. Cooperation was essential for imparting knowledge. This girl before him resembled an orchid that required meticulous nurturing, deserving of his patience until the most beautiful bloom unfurled. Guangdong, in stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of Tsim Shui. This place resembled a fusion of a vast industrial district and an aging community. The streets were narrow, the buildings old, and the air was tinged with the scent of industrial dust. The convoy first halted at what was referred to as Electric Street. It resembled more of a narrow alley filled with shops and stalls selling an array of second-hand electronics and spare parts, interspersed with repair shops. The signs were askew. Wires hung haphazardly, and the environment was cacophonous. Shen Lang exited the vehicle, and Mei Lantian, Jack, and others immediately followed suit, like stars orbiting a moon. Their presence instantly drew the attention of the entire street. The shop owners and staff, upon spotting the notorious local figures, Shaai and Co, quickly ceased their activities. Gazing with a mix of reverence and curiosity, Shen Lang paid no heed to their stares, strolling leisurely down the street. He entered a slightly larger shop, filled with various brands of televisions and video recorders, most of which were off-brand or refurbished, coated in a layer of dust. The shopkeeper, a thin old man wearing reading glasses, sprang up with a flattering smile upon seeing the group, particularly Shaai. Brother Gio, Brother Shaai. What brings you two here today? What can I assist you with? Shaai replied in a deep voice, Fu Bo, this is our boss, Brother Lang. From now on, Brother Lang calls the shots on this street. Fu Bo paused, evidently unfamiliar with the name Brother Lang, but sensing the gravity of the situation. He quickly bowed to Shen Lang, Brother Lang. Greetings. Shen Lang waved his hand dismissively, casually picking up a nameless radio to examine before placing it back down. His tone indifferent. Fu Bo, how is business? Fu Bo grimaced, alas, Brother Lang, it's tough. All second-hand goods and refurbished machines. Prices are low, competition is fierce, and there are management fees to pay. It's barely enough to get by. Shen Lang's gaze swept across the dusty electronics in the shop, and he understood the situation. He turned to Mei Lantian and whispered, Gao Yicheng, make a note of this. This shop has a good location, and the owner seems fairly honest. Understood, Brother Lang. Mei Lantian nodded, pulling out a notebook and pen from somewhere, diligently jotting down notes. Shen Lang continued to browse several more shops, discovering a similar dismal state. The inventory was subpar, the business was lackluster, and it felt like a disorganized mess. Upon reaching the end of the street, he halted and addressed the group behind him. Do you see? This isn't a failing enterprise, it's a gold mine. A gold mine. Deco scratched his head, gazing at the dilapidated street with a bewildered expression. Shen Lang smiled, offering no explanation, and turned to Mei Lantian, Gao Yicheng, relay the message. Tomorrow morning, I want all the proprietors who can make decisions on this street to gather at Rome GT restaurant. I'll treat them to tea. Yes, Brother Lang. Chapter 7. Securing the arcade. The convoy turned into a relatively bustling street, stopping in front of two adjacent arcades. The location was not bad, situated at the corner with a steady flow of pedestrians. Unfortunately, the signs were faded and the entrance was as desolate as if it had been put on pause. Brother Lang, can this rundown place really be revived? Mei Lantian grumbled under his breath, his teeth showing. Though Jack, Achio, and the others remained silent. Their skeptical glances were almost palpable. This place looked like a dying shell of its former self. Shen Lang pushed open the door of one arcade, named Joyful Paradise. A mixed odor of smoke, sweat, and overheated plastic assaulted his senses. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few students in uniforms playing on ancient machines. Their screens flashing outdated games like Pac-Man and B-Game, the machines occasionally emitting the crackling sounds of malfunction. Upon seeing Shen Lang and his entourage storm in, the few students huddled in the corners like frightened quails. Two lower-tier lackeys from the Qinqing Society, slumped against the wall dozing off, were startled awake and scrambled over. Brother Gio, Brother Shaai, this is Brother Lang. From now on, Brother Lang calls the shots here. Shaai bellowed. Brother Lang. The two lackeys hurriedly bowed deeply towards Shen Lang, their voices trembling. Shen Lang ignored them, his focus entirely on the machines. He approached a flickering screen marked Space Invaders, extended his finger, and tapped on the grime-covered casing, listening to the static noise of faulty components inside. Tools. Shen Lang called out without turning. One of the younger subordinates hesitated for a moment before quickly retrieving the toolbox and handing it over. Shen Lang accepted the tools, skillfully unscrewing the back cover to inspect the interior. Curiosity drew the others closer, and Mei Lantian craned his neck to ask, Brother Lang, what is going on? Didn't you say you're best at unblocking drains? You can fix this too? Shen Lang gave Mei Lantian a light tap on the head, slowly responding. The solder points on the base are cracked, the power supply is unstable, the socket is oxidized, and the high-voltage module is arcing. It can last another 2 weeks. As these words left his lips, not only did Mei Lantian and the others stare in astonishment, but even the two onlookers were taken aback. This new boss seemed genuinely knowledgeable. The situation here was worse than he had imagined. Damn it, transforming also requires making a profit. Merely talking without action amounts to nothing. Shen Lang mentally cursed. He replaced all the bulging capacitors, polished the gold fingers until they shone, and firmly reinserted them. Close the circuit, let us test it. A subordinate flipped the switch. The screen continued to flicker, but it was significantly more stable than before. The Space Invaders display was barely legible. It would have to suffice for now. Shen Lang stood up, dusting off his hands, realizing it was a temporary fix. He surveyed the lifeless arcade and said to Shaai, find someone to thoroughly clean this place inside and out. All the obviously broken machines that aren't worth repairing should be moved to the back warehouse. Understood, Brother Lang. Shaai responded promptly. The arcade will be closed for renovations. Shen Lang declared to the lackeys. Closed? Closed for business? The underling hesitated slightly. Brother Lang, although business is poor, we still broaden your horizons. Shen Lang interrupted. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. What I desire is for this place to generate a fortune daily, not merely to scrape by. He dismissed the underling's concerns and turned to Mei Lantian, Bony Teeth City. In a few days, accompany me to Little Ree's place. The arcade industry there is flourishing. We shall procure some authentic goods. Have you sorted out your passport? It's all set, Brother Lang. I got it from the foreign consulate in Hong Kong. My identity is clean. Mei Lantian replied promptly. Hand me the phone. Shen Lang extended his hand, needing to make a call for the next potent move. He took the mobile phone Mei Lantian offered, strolled to the street corner, and dialed Wang Dong's number. Uncle Dong, I need to discuss something with you. He got straight to the point. Wang Dong on the other end of the line did not seem surprised, responding with a gentle "oh." He had anticipated that Shen Lang would be dissatisfied with the 2 gaming halls and the mess of the electronic street. What is it, Lang? I want to take over those 2 gaming halls and run them myself. Shen Lang's tone was calm. Over the years, I have saved a bit of money. Wang Dong frowned slightly, tightening his grip on the phone. You mean you want to take over? Exactly. Shen Lang's voice carried a sense of certainty. I believe there is potential in this venture. The company seems disinterested in managing it here, with insufficient investment and inadequate management. It would be better to transfer it directly to me and let me give it a shot. A barely perceptible smile began to form on Wang Dong's face. Having someone take on this burden meant he might recoup some costs, which he welcomed. After a pause, his tone softened. Hee, Lang, you have guts. Of course. The company hopes all businesses can thrive, but our energy is currently limited. Here's the deal. Since you want to take it on, I will certainly support you. In a couple of days, I'll have a phone bring the contract for you to sign. If you're short on funds for now, it's fine. You can sign an agreement and pay the company back once you start making money. Though this sounded generous, it was laden with hidden traps. Operating without immediate payment meant Shen Lang would always owe the company, making him susceptible to future manipulation. Shen Lang smirked internally but maintained a polite facade. All right. Thank you for your support, Uncle Dong. I will resolve the financial matters promptly and one T put the company in a difficult position. After hanging up, Shen Lang gazed across the bustling street, his eyes deep with contemplation. He had no intention of revitalizing the business only to share the profits with the company, or to have it easily reclaimed in the future. At that moment, the astute Jack approached. Brother Lang, do you truly have high hopes for this place? Any specific ideas? Shen Lang's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Just a little play. First, we'll clean up the venue. Once I return from Little Ree with new machines, we will create the trendiest gaming center in all of Kowloon. From now on, this place shall not be called Happy Land, but rather the Lon Shaai Gaming Center. Jack nodded in understanding, clearly aware of the grand ambitions at play. After a thorough assessment, Shen Lang had a clear understanding of the assets in Kuntong. The electronic street would be one of his future sales channels, the gaming halls were a cash cow, while the fleet and warehouses in Saigon would serve as vital lifelines in his strategic planning. The 3 elements would complement one another, forming the first piece of his business empire. Chapter 8, Trade Business. As Shen Lang approached Tiger Head to speak, he turned to see Lon Shaai running back, holding a handful of vibrant pomelo leaves, slightly breathless. A sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, with a few strands of hair sticking to her fair cheeks. She raised the leaves, her eyes sparkling yet timid. Brother Lang, I just saw an old lady selling these. I heard that coming from such places, one should wash with pomelo leaves to ward off misfortune, so I bought some. Shen Lang looked at her, momentarily taken aback. Having experienced much in 2 lifetimes, he had long ceased to believe in such superstitions. Yet, the care with which this girl presented her gift softened a cold lump in his heart. Oh. His face was expressionless, and he did not take the leaves, instead turning to Big Silly. Have you sorted out the living arrangements? All set. A 3-story seaside villa. Big Silly grinned widely. The balcony overlooks Sai Kung Sea, and seafood is abundant. With only Ling Kuan and his mother remaining as family, Shen Lang had no desire to return to the crowded confines of his previous life, especially with such an enchanting companion by his side. A world for just the 2 of them felt just right. All right. The convoy arrived at the villa. As Lon Shaai was about to step out, she noticed that Big Silly had already arranged a fire pit and fresh pomelo leaf water. Brother Lang, all the rituals are prepared. Please step over the fire pit and wash with this water to dispel misfortune. May you prosper in the future. Big Silly had indeed been considerate. Lon Shaai froze on the spot, her plastic bag suddenly feeling overly burdensome. She instinctively tightened her grip on the bag, her knuckles whitening. After the ritual concluded, Shen Lang unexpectedly turned around and, in front of everyone, swept Lon Shaai up in his arms. Ah, she exclaimed softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson that spread to the tips of her ears. Tired, let us go upstairs to rest. Shen Lang's tone was flat, yet he offered no room for refusal. He carried her upstairs with steady strides. Lon Shaai buried her scorching face in his chest, her heart pounding loudly enough for her to hear. She knew that what was meant to come had finally arrived. Fear, nervousness, and a hint of indescribable anticipation all swirled together. Downstairs, Mei Lantian exchanged knowing glances with a few others, revealing smiles that spoke volumes as they casually slipped away, even kindly closing the door behind them. I'm heading back for soup. My wife has been waiting for me. Mei Lantian was the fastest to leave. Let us go check the warehouse. Big Silly and Dekogyo also exited. Shall we have a game? Jack and Achio pulled out a chess set, setting up their pieces at the stone table in the courtyard. In the evening, Shen Lang leisurely emerged from his room, resting a hand against the wall. He rubbed his brow and called Ling Kuan. Cousin, I thought about it. I want to be going to the international city tonight, so don't waste any money. I'm in Sai Kung. Just come over for a simple meal. Wow, so health conscious? Ling Kuan's tone was playful on the other end. All right. Next time we'll go to the international city for fun. I have a few things to take care of. I'll come find you later. After hanging up, Shen Lang lit a cigarette and strolled out to the balcony. The setting sun cast a golden hue around him. Below in the courtyard, Big Silly, Dekogyo, and Mei Lantian were gathered around the chessboard, while Jack and Achio were intensely engaged in their game. All 5 men sported varying lengths of paper notes stuck to their faces, with Big Silly and his brother bearing the most, nearly obscuring their features. Upon noticing Shen Lang in nothing but a pair of boxers on the balcony, Mei Lantian quickly called out, Brother Lang, are you done? I placed new clothes for you in the wardrobe. Dinner is ready. We're just waiting for you. Got it. Shen Lang exhaled a deep breath of smoke, as if trying to expel the ill fortune accumulated over 3 years. The 3 years of inventory has finally been cleared. He extinguished the cigarette and took a refreshing shower. Opening the wardrobe, he picked up a pair of boxers that were clearly one size too large, raising an eyebrow with a smile, thinking how torturous it would have been had they been too small. Changing into comfortable casual attire, Shen Lang made his way downstairs. The long dining table was already laden with a lavish seafood feast, a veritable paradise for lovers of indulgence. Steamed lobster, garlic vermicelli scallops, and mountains of salt and pepper mantis shrimp, along with steamed grouper, boiled shrimp, and ginger scallion crab, dazzled the senses. Brother Lang, we've been waiting for you. Big Silly grinned, his face quivering with excitement. Shen Lang took his seat at the head of the table, glanced at the sumptuous spread, and without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks. Indeed, his appetite had grown quite large. At the corner of the table lay a handwritten ledger brought by Big Silly, alongside a densely filled market report. Desha lightly tapped the market ledger with his chopsticks and said, Brother Lang, this is the avenue that Achio and I have recently explored. Cigarettes and foreign liquor have substantial turnover and are quite stable. The profit margins for small appliances are most lucrative, especially portable music players, which are both trendy and easy to carry. As he spoke, he cracked open a lobster claw with a decisive snap. Dekogyo, licking the garlic paste off his fingers, interjected, Absolutely, Brother Lang. Take Marlboro for instance. We make over 40 yuan in profit per pack, and a case nets us over 400 if our ship makes a single trip. Even with just 500 cases of cigarettes and a few portable music players, we could easily pocket over 200,000. We are well versed in the intricacies of this business, and our costs are perfectly clear. With our connections to the big circles now, making money feels almost effortless. Listening intently, Shen Lang picked up a piece of the most succulent fish belly from the steamed East Star grouper, dipped it in soy sauce, and savored the taste. At that moment, Jack was meticulously extracting crab meat with a crab claw, casually flipping through the market ledger. With his characteristic calm demeanor, Jack remarked, I've done the math. In the motorcycle sector, popular models like the Honda NSR 250R and Yamaha FZ 250 yield over 10,000 in profit upon resale. The automotive sector is even more staggering. Practical vehicles like the Toyota Hilux and Nissan Navara can earn 2,000 to 3,000 per vehicle. If we manage to acquire sought-after models like the Mercedes-Benz 190e, the profit could reach at least 70,000 to 80,000. This is merely our wholesale price. Lin Yaodong's crew sells at even higher markups. In the watch category, Seiko 5 and Citizen Quartz watches guarantee profits of 400 to 500 each. If we can obtain 18K gold Rolexes, each could net us over 10,000, though they are challenging to sell in bulk. Chapter 9. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Jack's eyes sparkled as he elaborated on the profits in the electronic sector. Pioneer DVD players can yield 2,000 to 3,000 each. Refrigerators, air conditioners, and VCRs can each bring in a minimum of 1,000 to 2,000. Small appliances are no exception. Rice cookers, electric shavers, and electronic dictionaries each provide steady profits of 200 to 300. The most lucrative are portable music players, with profits ranging from 500 to 700. At this juncture, Jack set aside the ledger and took a swig of beer, Summarizing, Brother Lang. The market trends that Shaai and Agio have identified are indeed accurate, with strong demand. However, the higher the profit margins, the greater the risk involved. I suggest we initially focus on cigarettes, liquor, electronics, and watches, as they have substantial turnover, manageable risks, and will help us establish a foothold. After listening, Shen Lang set down his chopsticks and regarded Jack with an approving glance. Truly, he was the most level-headed member of the team, adept at pinpointing the crux of any issue. Jack's analysis was thorough and well-considered. He acknowledged Jack's insights before shifting his gaze to Mei Lantian. Bogacitti, you will handle the new ledger. No more handwritten records. Switch to a proper triplicate system. Every transaction, especially freight, packaging, and handling costs, must be meticulously documented for clarity. We aim for a long-term business, not just a one-off deal. Mei Lantian promptly set down the mantis shrimp he was holding and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Brother Lang. I will ensure the accounts are impeccably organized. Shen Lang scanned the room, his gaze sharp. Jack's strategy is sound. We will adhere to it in the initial stages, steadily building our channels and establishing our credibility. However, we must expedite the development of our route along the northern coast of Saigon, and it must be substantial. Remember my words, the greater the storm, the pricier the fish. We will undertake what others dare not, and achieve what others cannot. From now on, whatever is profitable, cigarettes, electronics, automobiles, watches, we shall transport. Let this route become our golden artery. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. The crowd was ignited by his words, raising their glasses, their eyes sparkling with excitement and determination, echoing in unison. Next, 3 matters, Shen Lang declared, setting down his cup and issuing commands. First, the electronic street. Tomorrow morning, at Rongji Restaurant, I will personally negotiate with those owners. From now on, Lon Shaai Trading will be their sole and most reliable supplier. We must consolidate our resources into a single, powerful force. Shaai interjected with a hint of concern. Brother Lang, those owners are all slippery. They want to commit without guarantees. Shen Lang chuckled coldly, a hint of ice in his smile. For those who are willing to listen, there's money to be made together. I assure them they will earn several times more than before. For those who resist or attempt tricks, he trailed off, casting a glance at Mei Lantian. Mei Lantian responded with a menacing grin, his buck teeth glinting ominously. Second, the gaming hall. Shen Lang continued with purpose. When I return from my brief trip, we will introduce the latest and trendiest games, making Lon Shaai Gaming Center the most sought-after destination for all the youngsters in Kowloon. Third, and most importantly, the trade routes. Shen Lang traced an invisible line on the table with his finger. This line is our lifeline. We must not allow any deviations. Shaai, Agio, you two will oversee the shipping and warehouse operations. Ensure everything is tightly managed. Jack, you are responsible for overall security and risk assessment. Establish clear operational protocols to guarantee absolute safety. Remember, safety first at all times. Do not be reckless in pursuit of glory. Understood, Brother Lang. Shaai, Kogyo. And Jack replied in unison, their expressions solemn. Shen Lang gazed at his 5 earliest companions, his voice steady and powerful. Brothers, we now possess capital, manpower, connections, and the audacity and intelligence to succeed. What we lack is a stable platform and a reputable brand. Kuntong will be our platform. Lon Shaai will be our brand. His words carried a passionate fervor that ignited the blood of everyone present. Mei Lantian, loyalty, 99-100. Jack, loyalty, 97-98. Achio, loyalty, 98-99. Shaai, loyalty, 96-97. Kogyo, loyalty, 95-96. Loyalty, quietly and imperceptibly, surged upward. 2 hours later, Leong Kuan finally sauntered in. Upon entering, he was greeted by the raucous laughter and the clattering of dice as everyone reveled. He exclaimed dramatically, "Hey, are you kidding me? You started without me? A seafood feast. My true love. Isn't your true love Yipsen Mei?" Mei Lantian retorted with a loud belch, sinking deeper into the sofa. The coffee table was still adorned with 3 bottles of unopened brandy and 5 bottles of red wine. "Hey, Bogacitti, drinking alone?" Leong Kuan leaned in for a closer look. "With those buck teeth, can you even drink without spilling? Mind your own business." Mei Lantian shot him a bleary-eyed glare. "Once I finish these 7 bottles, I'll settle the score with you." Shaai, patting his round belly, could no longer drink and interjected. "Why don't we let Brother Baga come back to roll the dice? When he's not here, it's just the 2 of us losing." At that moment, the intoxicated Kogyo mistook the newly seated Leong Kuan for his dream lover, grabbing his hand to bring it to his lips. Leong Kuan, startled, quickly yanked his hand away, vigorously rubbing his palm. "Get away from me, you creep. You sick pervert. I'll help you over to a seat, Agio." Shaai seized the opportunity to guide Kogyo, seating him next to Mei Lantian. "Not too drunk, I hope?" Leong Kuan surveyed the room and noticed that Chiao and Jack were flushed while Shen Lang remained composed. He then pulled out a document from his bag and handed it over. This is intel I procured at a hefty price. If you plan to move goods, be extremely cautious. The Kwaicheng terminal is quite treacherous. How much are you planning to handle? How much? Shen Lang's lips curled slightly. With his ample storage space at the Kwaicheng terminal, a self-service hub, he could take as much as he wanted. However, for the sake of sustainability, discretion was key. For instance, when transferring goods. Upon reaching Hong Kong Island, they must first be unboxed, placed in the transfer area, and cleared through customs before they could be transported again. As long as he manages to stow the containers into the designated space, he can discreetly and effortlessly transfer the goods, returning everything to its original state without arousing suspicion. With the lowering of the crane arm and a snap of the lead seal, the containers continue their journey across the seas. By the time they are opened on the other side of the globe, the contents will have already been counted in his secret warehouse. This plan is flawless. Chapter 10. Now that I have spoken, who is in favor and who is against? Of course, such lucrative endeavors cannot be pursued too frequently. It is best to strike and then change locations. Today, we operate here. Tomorrow, we will focus elsewhere. He only needs to cover the cost of a plane ticket. He meticulously perused the documents, finally fixing his gaze on the cargo of a small electronics company. Over 70 containers, 130,000 assorted appliances. Valued at over $10 million. If they could be transported for retail in Europe and America, the price could nearly double. Shen Lang focused intently for a moment, completely unaware that Leong Kuan had already downed 3 glasses by himself, until the other party spoke up. Have you made up your mind? If you ask me, let's go after those little devils. Let's make a move on them. Mei Lantian suddenly waved his arms from the sofa, shouting with bleary eyes. He's right. Let's go after those little devils. Shen Lang closed the documents, decisively resolving to undertake this venture tomorrow night. Who should he bring along? Such matters must not be approached recklessly. Leong Kuan worried he might act impulsively under the influence of alcohol. We'll discuss it tomorrow, Shen Lang replied tersely. He intended to carry out the operation solo. The secret of the storage space must remain undisclosed, even to the mightiest of figures. 2 hours later, the living room was strewn with the fallen forms of drunken men. Shen Lang, cigarette in mouth, reheated the meal he had prepared for Lon Shaai and carried the tray upstairs. Upon opening the bedroom door, he found Lon Shaai sitting on the edge of the bed, clutching her stomach. Upon seeing him enter, she immediately pouted in a feigned act of grievance. You left just a bottle of water and 2 fruits in the room. How could I possibly go downstairs like this without being called for dinner? Her voice was soft and sweet, imbued with the unique languor of newfound womanhood. Did you not faint from exhaustion earlier? I didn't expect you to wake up so early. It was my oversight, Shen Lang said hastily as he arranged the meal, bringing her to the dining table. Lon Shaai, famished, devoured the food with relish, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster hoarding grain. Shen Lang leaned against the head of the bed, watching her, as the effects of the alcohol began to wash over him. When Lon Shaai finished eating and turned around, she discovered he had already fallen asleep. She quietly covered him with a light blanket, her fingertips brushing over his slightly furrowed brow, her eyes shimmering with warmth. The following morning, at the Rongjiti restaurant in Kun Tong, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, despite the usual bustling crowd of locals and workers. A few stern-looking men stood at the entrance, arranged by Jack, while inside, almost all the owners of the electronics street gathered, filling the already cramped restaurant to capacity. Whispers filled the air, laden with anxiety and speculation. Uncle Fu, do you know what's going on? Why such a commotion? How should I know? It was that new guy, Lang Go, who sent someone with the message yesterday. It can't be that they're raising the protection fee again. This business is impossible. Amidst the buzzing discussions, the door to the tea restaurant swung open. Shen Lang entered, clad in a simple black t-shirt and jeans, his demeanor calm. Behind him trailed Mei Lantian and Jack, while Big Fool and Big Mouth 9 remained outside to maintain order. The moment he stepped in, all chatter ceased, and every gaze fixated upon him, as if he were a spotlight. Shen Lang approached a small round table in the center of the restaurant and took a seat, with Mei Lantian and Jack standing protectively behind him. He scanned the room slowly. Every boss whose gaze met his instinctively lowered their heads or averted their eyes. Esteemed owners, Shen Lang began, his voice soft yet piercing. I am Shen Lang, and from now on, this electronic street in Kun Tong will be under my protection. There was no small talk. He laid his cards on the table directly. A palpable tension filled the room. I understand that times are tough for everyone. Selling refurbished machines and substandard goods has led to brutal price wars, and you struggle to make a meager profit, all while dealing with various nuisances. His words resonated with many, prompting some to nod instinctively. I did not summon you today to raise your management fees, Shen Lang continued, but rather to propose that we work together to make money. Make money? The crowd exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Uncle Fu, emboldened by his seniority, asked, Langgu, how do you propose we do that? Shen Lang regarded Uncle Fu with a placid expression. It's simple. From today onward, you will no longer need to worry about sourcing goods. Lon Shaai Trading will supply you with the latest and most authentic gray market appliances, televisions, VCRs, sound systems, whatever you need, we have it. The prices will be lower than what you currently pay. Lower. Can you really provide that? Is it true? The room erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The profits from gray market goods were considerable. However, Shen Lang raised his voice to quell the noise. I have 3 conditions. The restaurant fell silent once more. First, your stores must display the Lon Shaai electronic sign. Second, the selling prices must be standardized, no cutthroat competition, with specific pricing determined by Lon Shaai Trading. Third, this street must be kept clean, no more petty thefts or bullying. Anyone who violates these rules will have to contend with me, Shen Lang. His tone remained steady, yet the final sentence carried an unmistakable chill, sending shivers down the spines of many. At that moment, a burly owner named Sang Biao, who sold sound systems and had ties with a nearby gang, spoke up with an air of bravado. Langgu, who says your prices are definitive? How can we trust your goods? What if they don't sell? And we end up at a loss? Everyone turned to Sang Biao, stealing glances at Shen Lang, eager to see how this new leader would respond. Shen Lang barely acknowledged Sang Biao, simply tilting his head toward Mei Lantian. Without a word, Mei Lantian strode towards Sang Biao with purpose. Sang Biao's expression changed, and he stood up. What do you want? In a flash, Mei Lantian's hand, like a vice, clamped around Sang Biao's throat, lifting him off the ground. Sang Biao's face turned a deep shade of purple, his feet flailing helplessly, yet he could not produce a sound. The entire tea restaurant fell into a hushed silence, all present astonished by Mei Lantian's terrifying prowess and Shen Lang's ruthless tactics. Finally, Shen Lang turned his attention back to Sang Biao, whose eyes were nearly rolling back in his head, and spoke in a calm tone. My goods will always be the best and the cheapest. My rules will be upheld. If you are unwilling next, the priority is to swiftly secure the first batch of goods, ensuring these individuals are firmly anchored to this vessel. He rose and instructed Jack, have someone record the types and quantities of goods desired by our esteemed clients. The first shipment must reach their establishments within 2 weeks. Understood. Brother Lang. Shen Lang ceased further discussion, departing the tea restaurant with Mei Lantian and Jack, amidst a sea of awestruck gazes. Chapter 11. The valuable electrical appliances worth 10 million. Concurrently, the transformation of the arcade was underway with fervor. Hyo directed his subordinates to scrape away the decades-old grime, replacing the dim bulbs with glaring fluorescent lights, while broken machines were discarded as refuse. The entire space rejuvenated, radiant enough to cast shadows. He had also sketched a logo draft for the Lon Shaai Gaming Center based on Shen Lang's casual remarks about wanting it to be cool and trendy, a distorted letter L, resembling something that had been caught in a door and subsequently imbibed with 3 pounds of beer. Brother Lang, what do you think? Hyo glanced up to see Shen Lang entering, hastily presenting the sketch as if it were a prized treasure. Shen Lang took the sketch, stroked his chin, and revealed a playful expression. The artistic quality is quite high, is it? Hyo puffed out his non-existent chest, claiming it should be 3 or 4 stories tall. Ha ha. Indeed high. Absurdly so, to the point it makes my buck teeth ache, Mei Lantian remarked, clutching his stomach without mercy. I'd rather take a hit from a kindergarten kid who could draw better than you. Jack coldly interjected. You want to talk? Go ahead and draw something better. Hyo retorted, agitated. I can and I will. Mei Lantian confidently responded. I could chew on my prized buck teeth and still produce a more lifelike rendition. That is true. You might even snap the pencil in half. Hyo rolled his eyes. Shen Lang ignored the banter among the lively characters, chuckling as he surveyed the revitalized arcade content as he settled down and lit a cigarette. Brother Lang, are we all mobilizing tonight? Hyo rubbed his hands together, excitement evident on his face. What are you talking about? We haven't even stepped out yet. Are we racing to deliver results to the authorities? Shen Lang exhaled smoke, stating that in the afternoon, Jack and Hyo would accompany him for reconnaissance, while the others should carry on with their tasks. If action is required, I will summon you. I want to go too. Mei Lantian volunteered. Why don't you shorten those bottle opener teeth of yours by a couple of inches first? Hyo sincerely offered a brick as a retort. Humph. You lack appreciation. Mei Lantian picked up a small mirror seemingly pulled from nowhere, grinning as he admired his teeth. This is what I'm most satisfied with. Wildly beautiful. If only my forehead were a tad higher, my cheekbones a bit sharper, and my nostrils narrower, it would be perfect. I've tolerated you for long enough. Hyo suddenly rose, clenching his fist, the size of a sandbag. Before long, the makeshift office in a small room echoed with Mei Lantian's cheerful screams and the sounds of furniture colliding. Even a wrestling champion could not withstand the crowd's enthusiasm, along with the affection from teammates. In the afternoon, at the Kwaichung Pier, Shen Lang, accompanied by Jack and Hyo, donned a respectable outfit, transforming into an inspector for a certain leather goods trading company. Blending into the forest of containers infused with the scent of steel and diesel, the colossal crane arms swung slowly across the skyline like the skeletons of prehistoric beasts. Armed with the hastily pinned intelligence from Leong Kuan, riddled with typos, and Jack's keen eyesight sharper than radar, they swiftly identified their target within the maze-like stacks. In one area, over 70 containers adorned with Japanese trading company logos were neatly stacked. Inside were those electrical appliances valued at over $10 million. Shen Lang's sumptuous feast for the evening. Shen Lang, hands behind his back, strolled like a leader, scrutinizing the scene. His awareness had already sunk into the 20m x 20m storage space within him. 8,000 cubic meters, spacious as a small plaza. A standard 40-foot container holds about 67 cubic meters, meaning his space could effortlessly accommodate 120 of them. This shipment was merely a trifle. Brother Lang. These are the cabinets in this section, Jack whispered as they halted in front of a relatively isolated stack. Shen Lang nodded slightly, his gaze seemingly equipped with GPS, precisely targeting the southern shore of Tsing-E Island through layers of stacked containers. There lay a vast construction site enclosed by fencing, a temporary dumping ground for the airport's third runway project. There was a substantial amount of mud and sand. Shen Lang's heart skipped a beat as he grasped the crux of the matter. The dock-esque gantry cranes were outfitted with precise load sensors. Should a container be lifted and the weight be incorrect, the alarm would sound faster than the port governor clocking out for the day. Directly emptying it? That would be akin to sticking a sign on my forehead. Come see. I'm stealing. But what if we replace the weight with something else, maintaining the original load intact? As that emptied container, now filled with sand, leisurely drifted across the ocean, to be opened on the other side of the world, the surprise within would finally be revealed. By then, he would have already claimed the genuine goods, lounging in a pile of cash until his fingers cramped from counting. The time difference would serve as the best safeguard. Swapping that pile of worthless mud for this valuable collection of appliances. What a clever ruse. A barely perceptible smile curved Shen Lang's lips. This plan was brilliant. Wow, with so many containers, even if we wanted to empty them, it would take ages. Hyo gazed at the mountain of metal boxes, unable to suppress a headache. It's just the three of us, 6 hands. How many can we move in one night? Indeed. Brother Lang, both time and manpower are significant challenges. Jack frowned, realizing the daunting complexity of the task. I have a plan. Shen Lang retracted his gaze, a calm assurance radiating from his smile. Let us head back and prepare. Hyo and Jack exchanged glances, their minds brimming with questions. But seeing Shen Lang's composed demeanor, akin to someone merely heading downstairs to the convenience store for a pack of cigarettes, they swallowed their inquiries and hurriedly followed. If Brother Lang deemed it feasible, then surely he possessed his own magic. In the dead of night, Hong Kong succumbed to slumber. The sea breeze of Victoria Harbor intermittently teased the containers at Kwaichung Pier, producing a faint sound akin to iron sheets snoring. Ring, ring, ring. The jarring sound of a telephone reverberated through a room. Leong Kuan, agitated, seized the receiver, his tone ungracious. Hello? Jack. I've nearly blown up my cousin's phone. No one is answering. Are you all truly planning to move on that batch of goods at the pier tonight? On the other end, Jack's voice sounded as relaxed as if discussing breakfast for the next day. No worries, Brother Kuan. Brother Lang said he has a meeting scheduled with a smuggling bigwig from Japan to discuss business. The goods there are as cheap as free. So there's no need for us to lift a finger. He is currently at the nightclub, sealing the deal over drinks. That's a relief. Leong Kuan exhaled deeply, rubbing his throbbing temples. I felt a twinge in my eyelids all night, an unsettling feeling like something disastrous is looming. If we mess this up, the consequences could be dire. At the same time, while Leong Kuan was reassuring himself on the phone, the very cousin who was supposedly reveling at the nightclub and discussing business, Shen Lang, had quietly maneuvered a discreet black sedan into the thickest shadows surrounding the pier. Like a slippery eel, the engine fell silent, and the world returned to tranquility. The operation commenced. Shen Lang opened the door and stepped out, his deep gray work attire almost melding into the night. The terrain map he had meticulously memorized during the day was now clearer in his mind than his own living room. Which corner has a kiosk dozing off? And which passage is a blind spot for surveillance? At what time does the patrol team change shifts, and what route do they take? In that moment, he resembled a raccoon in the dark of night, deftly and swiftly maneuvering past a handful of drowsy guards, silently plunging deep into the heart of this steel forest. The target area lay tantalizingly close. Dozens of containers emblazoned with Japanese trading company logos loomed like silent behemoths beneath the sparse moonlight, their surfaces reflecting a cold, hard glimmer. Inside were appliances worth millions, the coveted spoils that Shen Lang sought to claim this night. He extended his hand, his palm firmly pressed against the cold, rough wall of the container. Collect. His intent surged like an invisible tendril, swiftly connecting with the vast storage space within him. A faint, nearly imperceptible vibration coursed through the air. In an instant, the colossal container vanished, as if it had never existed. Within his space, all rules were dictated by him. The pristine televisions, computers, video recorders, audio systems, and portable music players were, as if erased by an unseen divine hand, subsequently organized within the meticulously designated appliance section of his storage space. Almost simultaneously with the cargo's evacuation, Shen Lang's consciousness operated with the efficiency of a supercomputer, swiftly relocating the goods while, with a mere thought, a thick waterproof tarp unfurled from thin air, precisely covering the newly emptied floor of the container to prevent any subsequent operations from revealing the ruse. Meanwhile, his intent locked onto another corner of the space, where a mountain of engineering sand borrowed from the silted area of Qingyi Island lay in wait. Release. Without a sound, the meticulously calculated sand poured forth like a released deluge, filling the recently vacated container with uniform density. The weight of the sand, after meticulous calculations and sensory calibrations, matched the weight of the goods he had taken with painstaking precision. The extraction and refilling were executed seamlessly, like a masterful illusion, with absolute control over his storage space. He made subtle adjustments to the sand's infusion and distribution, ensuring that when this swapped container was lifted by the crane the next day, its weight reading would be identical to that of the original shipment. 1, 2, 3. Shen Lang, like the most efficient specter in the night, brushed his palm across the icy container walls in succession until the 73rd container had undergone the same treatment. The inventory list revealed that all goods belonging to that Japanese trading company, totaling over 130,000 various appliances, had become his rightful possessions. What remained were 73 seemingly intact containers, their seals unbroken, all weighing the same, filled with sand. The dock remained eerily silent. The steel boxes that had been visited stood quietly in place, casting the same cold light under the moon as their surroundings, as if merely having experienced an unacknowledged dream. The sea breeze lazily stirred, lifting a few inconsequential specks of dust, and Shen Lang's figure, just as quietly as it had appeared, blended back into the darkness, concealing his triumph and name. Chapter 12. Supplier of parts on the port island. Upon returning to the brightly lit living room, despite the late hour, the satisfaction and spirited exuberance evident in Shen Lang's demeanor were impossible to conceal. Lon Shaai, who had been dozing on the sofa, was startled awake by the sound of footsteps. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she caught sight of his beaming expression and timidly yet curiously inquired, "Lango, you're back? You seem especially happy today." Shen Lang gazed at her increasingly delicate face under the warm yellow light, feeling a stir in his heart as he sat beside her on the sofa, naturally pulling her into his embrace. Yes, everything went exceptionally well. Lon Shaai nestled against him, sensing his good mood, which in turn brought her comfort and joy. She softly replied, "That's great. I made some sweet soup for you. It's warming in the kitchen. Would you like a bit?" Shen Lang looked down at her cautious yet caring expression, feeling a warmth in his chest. He gently lifted her chin with his finger, his throat tightening. "The sweet soup can wait." His voice lowered, imbued with an undeniable authority as he leaned in to kiss her. Lon Shaai let out a soft sound, responding shyly yet obediently. As their breaths intertwined, Shen Lang swept her up in his arms and strode purposefully towards the bedroom. The door clicked shut, sealing them off from the outside world. Clothes were disheveled, breaths grew heavier. Meanwhile, at the Kwaichung dock, the containers that had undergone the swap were being steadily hoisted onto the cargo ship, the calm sea betraying no hint of anomaly. As everything returned to silence, Shen Lang leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette. Lon Shaai, like a sated cat, curled up beside him, her cheek resting against his solid arm, her breath still uneven. Shen Lang slowly exhaled a smoke ring, the white mist swirling in the charged atmosphere, yet failing to dissipate the trace of gravity in his eyes. The appliances were secured, over 132,500 units, piled in his storage space like a small mountain. But the true challenge lay in how to safely transform this mountain of stolen goods into a gold mine. He was not foolish enough to simply transport the goods to his electronics store. That would be akin to parading a sign reading "Come catch me" in the streets. The higher-end brands maintained stringent oversight of their product serial numbers, each item meticulously registered. With such a massive shipment, if even one item were to be exposed, the police could follow the trail and dismantle the very structure he had just begun to build. The only truly safe and easily marketable items were small appliances like rice cookers and fans. Should he pursue the northern channels? The thought flashed through his mind. Given the appetite on that side, swallowing this batch of goods would pose no problem. But what are the risks? If 130,000 units of illicit goods were to blow up, the repercussions would be immense. A more meticulous, long-term plan began to form in his mind. The core principle: break it down into smaller units, and change their appearance. All high-value electronics bearing serial numbers that could attract trouble would be dismantled. His storage space served as the perfect, most discreet assembly line for disassembly. With a mere thought, entire machines would enter, emerging as a pile of untraceable components. Although their value would diminish to about 60 or 70%, the safety gained in return was immeasurable. These identity-less screens, motherboards, and chips would silently flow into the vast underground market for electronic parts, vanishing without a trace like drops in the ocean. Simultaneously, he could transform into a supplier of parts in the underground of Port Island. By controlling the rhythm of his shipments, he could ensure that his electronic stores received the necessary repair components, creating a steady stream of income safely. As for his visible electronics store, it would follow a different path: premium gray market goods. He aimed to make Lon Shaai electronics synonymous with the latest products from Little Life, while others awaited shipments from their agents. His store would already showcase the latest cutting-edge products from Little Life. The ability to achieve zero-cost acquisitions and instant arrivals at the port through his spatial abilities would be his greatest trump card. Rarity breeds value. The profits would be enough to make all his competitors green with envy. He could even have Da Shaw pass off this portion of gray market goods to Lin Yaodong for distribution. Little Life, Port Island North. He could profit handsomely at each juncture. The key distinction here was that the gray market goods were purchased with his own hard-earned money from Little Life, at least on paper, with their serial numbers recorded as sold by the brand, at most constituting tax evasion or commercial disputes. The acquisition at zero cost, with the serial number potentially resting on the list of stolen goods, constitutes a grave criminal offense. A fine and a bullet are worlds apart in terms of severity. The strategy must be clear, and action must follow suit. On this very night, within the storage space, an unspoken industrial revolution unfolds with a resounding impact. Thousands of brand new appliances are meticulously dissected and categorized at his behest. He retains only a scant few complete units, intended as a smokescreen to mislead Interpol, diverting their investigative efforts to the farthest corners of the globe, perhaps South America or North America. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, a black sedan glided into a secluded warehouse in the outskirts. Shen Lang disembarked alone, pulling open the heavy rolling door and stepping inside. This was one of the warehouses rented by Da Shaw, which he had visited the day prior. The expansive warehouse still carried the chill of the night air. He concentrated, and in an instant, the mountainous pile of electrical components and small appliances within the storage space filled more than half the warehouse. After completing this task, a slight, well-placed weariness crossed his face as he leaned against the doorframe, awaiting the arrival of others. Before long, several vans and a car arrived. Da Shaw was the first to leap from the vehicle, followed closely by Jio, Mei Lantian, Jack, and Achio. Langu, you summoned us so early. What good fortune awaits? Da Shaw's booming voice echoed, his presence felt before he even arrived. Yet, as he stepped into the warehouse and beheld the towering heaps of goods, he froze in place, like a chicken caught by the neck, gasping, my heavens! What is happening here? Behind him, Jio exclaimed with expletives, damn. Langu, you can't be serious about having taken that batch from the docks, can you? So much. Jack, more composed, hurried to examine a pile of goods. These are authentic products from the Little Sun brand, Langu. This couldn't possibly be that batch, could it? Mei Lantian circled the heap, whistling in excitement, his buck teeth gleaming. Wow, we're in for a windfall. Where did you conjure this from? Achio remained silent, silently lifting an electric rice cooker and surveying the disassembled speaker circuit boards nearby. Shen Lang took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, his voice husky from a night of toil, laced with a hint of undisguised pride. Conjure? If I had that ability, it would be splendid. Last night, I entertained that fellow from Little Sun, from dusk till dawn, my tongue nearly parched, my lips worn thin, before finally striking this deal. This is their sincerity. At 3 or 4 in the morning, several trucks quietly arrived, unloaded their cargo, and departed without a trace. The group collectively regarded the well-placed fatigue on Shen Lang's face. Da Shaw clicked his tongue, admiration evident. Langu, you really didn't sleep a wink for this batch, did you? You truly went all out for it. You've worked hard to secure this deal with those Little Sun folks. Mei Lantian echoed his sentiments with genuine respect. Chapter 13. To the victor belong the spoils. Shen Lang inhaled deeply again. Could one not feel weary after such a night of battle? His spirit was utterly depleted. All for the future of my brothers, Shen Lang remarked, his tone solemn. Langu is tough, truly formidable. The faces of the 5 were etched with admiration. Jio grinned. Langu, how do you plan to handle this batch? Shen Lang stubbed out his cigarette on the ground. You all take a look and see which items are easy to sell. Upon hearing this, Da Shaw and Jio dove headfirst into the pile, rummaging eagerly. Da Shaw held up an electric rice cooker, These, and the tape recorders over there, will sell like hotcakes. Dakojio lifted a portable music player. This gadget is a favorite among the youth, and it sells well too. At this moment, Jack spoke up, pointing at the sorted components. Langu, these disassembled circuit boards, screens, and laser heads are the truly valuable and safe items. Without serial numbers, they can be sold as repair parts or substitutes, yielding high profits with no traceable origins. However, we must proceed cautiously. We need to find the right avenues and not rush. Melantion added, Jack is correct. These are clearly illicit goods. Those little devils have truly messed up. Desha rubbed his hands together with excitement, as if he could already envision the cash flowing in. We can't unload too many components at once, Shen Lang pondered. Desha, at least 1/3 must be funneled overseas. Check with Lin Yaodong to see if he can handle that portion. They surely have connections abroad. Let us see if we can establish a link. The remaining third we will distribute gradually. All right, Langu. Shen Lang then turned to Jack. Jack, inform the owners on Electric Street that we have a means to procure genuine parts, and they can contact us if needed. Remember, it's about having connections, not about having stock on hand. Understood, Jack nodded. Good. Desha, let's implement the plan. Tonight we will transport a batch of goods to Lin Yaodong, and once there, I will have a proper discussion with him. Understood, Shen Lang instructed. Also, this warehouse must remain a secret to anyone outside our group. Understood. The five chorused. Melantion and Jack, you will accompany me to Little Sunday. The rest of you stay on Hong Kong Island. The warehouse will be in your care, Shen Lang commanded. His trip to Little Sun was not merely for procurement. Arrangements for the zero-cost acquisition also needed to be made. There, he could truly unleash his ambitions. The targets were not limited to electrical goods, machine tools, luxury bags, watches, and valuable electronic chips. Whatever held worth, he would pursue. Yes, Langu. Desha. What's the word from the Underground Bank? A 25% fee to help us convert 10 million Hong Kong dollars into US dollars. We need to carry cash over. Once we reach Little Sun, someone will hand us the US dollars. Damn, we toil and sweat to rob. And they take such a hefty cut? Melantion expressed his frustration. 25% is exorbitant. Just get me $100,000 in cash. And the rest I'll figure out. Also, hand over that batch of gold you acquired. Is there a buyer? The black market will only offer a maximum of 30%. That batch of gold is worth over 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Even if converted to cash, it would still need to be exchanged for US dollars, right? You can't go to Little Sun with Hong Kong dollars. Only US dollars are hard currency. Desha expressed his doubts. You're right. However, last night, Ben Jin and Gio mentioned that if these gold items are taken to Little Sun, the price would be considerably better than in Hong Kong Island. I plan to sell them there, Shen Lang explained, his expression unyielding. Oh, I see. Desha finally understood. Langu. This Ben Jin and Gio has quite the connections, huh? Dakojio found the name peculiar, reminiscent of a nickname for their own elder brother. As night fell, Shen Lang, along with Jack and Melantion, boarded a flight to Neon. At this moment, Shen Lang had utilized the capacity of the storage space to refine that batch of gold, valued at over 20 million, into standard gold bars, 999, 9 purity, weighing a total of 262 kilograms. Based on the current international gold price of 381 per ounce, these gold bars were worth approximately 320,000 US dollars. This sum would be more than sufficient for procuring electrical goods and gaming consoles. Within the cabin, the three were preparing to close their eyes and rest when the conversation of two little devils in the front row faintly drifted over. Shen Lang, fluent in multiple languages, Jack having lived in Little Sun, and Melantion having specifically gone to Little Sun to learn wrestling, all understood Japanese. Taro, I'll tell you, if you fancy someone, just touch her. If you touch her once, pretend you're oblivious. Most likely, she won't make a fuss the first time. And if it's the second time, you must let the nearby passengers see, then you can notify the supervisor. Yoshi. And the third time, the opportunity has arisen. Seize it. Two young men leered at a flight attendant who was arranging the luggage rack not far away. The flight attendant possessed a graceful figure, her uniform perfectly accentuating her curves. And beneath her knee-length skirt, a pair of long, slender legs clad in stockings. As she tiptoed, the hem of her skirt fluttered slightly, causing both men to gulp audibly. When she approached, one of them could not restrain himself and reached out with a lascivious hand, aiming directly at her round, pert backside. Seated by the aisle, Shen Lang was quick-witted. Just as the hand was about to succeed, he firmly grasped the man's wrist. The perpetrator felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, attempting to break free but discovering that his wrist was gripped as if in a vice. The flight attendant spun around abruptly, letting out a soft gasp. The name tag on her chest swayed, clearly displaying the name Kusakari Kane. Upon closer inspection, she had an oval face with delicate features and large, watery almond eyes. Her lips, adorned with a light pink gloss, parted in surprise, and the first button of her uniform shirt had unknowingly come undone. revealing a glimpse of her alabaster neck and faint collarbone. The two young men glared at Shen Lang with resentment. Seeing this, Mei Lantian immediately stood up, pointing at them. It's him, and that accomplice beside him. They both intended to harass this flight attendant. Baka, you speak nonsense. The other retorted, angered and defensive. If you want to touch, do it at your own home. Mei Lantian shot back without hesitation. This commotion drew the attention of other passengers and crew members. Kane, are you all right? Another flight attendant hurried over. At the sound of her voice, Shen Lang looked up and scrutinized the flight attendant's features. Kusakari Kane, this name. Along with her demeanor, could she be the daughter of Kusakari Ikki, the Yamaguchi-gumi boss from The Strongest Prevails? I'm fine. Please inform the captain that a passenger has harassed a crew member, Kane stated calmly, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of defiance. Unmistakably influenced by her Japanese accent, the two young men stared at her in astonishment, clearly not anticipating that this flight attendant was one of their own. Yet their gazes remained improper. Soon, the crew members escorted the two away, and Shen Lang and Mei Lantian were also requested to provide brief statements. Afterward, Kane approached Shen Lang, expressing her gratitude sincerely. Thank you very much, sir. It was merely a small act, Shen Lang replied with a calm demeanor. As he and Mei Lantian returned to their seats, they could feel the malevolent glares from the two young men. Upon arriving in Tokyo, as the three exited the aircraft, Kane hurried after them. She had already removed her uniform jacket, now wearing only a white blouse and a short skirt, her alluring figure accentuated by the fitted shirt. Sir, may I invite you to a meal? I would like to express my thanks properly. She tilted her head slightly to look at Shen Lang, her eyes sparkling with a unique charm. That would be acceptable, but our schedule is quite tight this time. Perhaps we could discuss it when I return to Hong Kong next time, Shen Lang replied. He was not disinterested in beautiful women, but his current priority was making money. Noticing Shen Lang's intent to leave, Kane stepped forward a little anxiously. Then, could I have your contact information? I will reach out the next time I fly to Hong Kong. Sure, Shen Lang said, taking out a pen and naturally grasping Kane's soft, fair hand, writing a series of numbers in her palm. Kane's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not refuse. Her fingertips curled gently. Sir, I will contact you in a few days. I hope it won't trouble you. No problem, Shen Lang replied as he turned to leave with Jack and the others. Jack could not help but tease. Bro, that Japanese girl is quite stunning, and her figure is great. She practically came to you. Why not seize the opportunity? That is not like you. A temporary retreat is for the sake of a better advance in the future, Mei Lantian proclaimed with a serious expression. If we let the Japanese girl think we are too easy to pursue, wouldn't that make us seem cheap? We must maintain an air of mystery. Shen Lang and Jack simultaneously gave Mei Lantian a thumbs up. At 1 in the morning, after the three checked into their hotel, Shen Lang began assigning tasks. Jack, tomorrow, reach out to your old friends and see who has the capability to handle our batch of goods. For the electronics and game consoles, Mei Lantian and I will gauge the market. Bro, didn't you say that Jinkan Unju had connections? Jack asked, puzzled. I just received news before boarding. Jinkan was apprehended for attempting to exchange illicit money for intimate favors, Shen Lang stated without changing his expression. Now we can only rely on ourselves. Understood, Jack. Though harboring doubts, chose not to pry further, sensing that Jinkan had likely encountered an unfortunate incident. To speak of such matters with such eloquence. This must be quite the cultured individual, Mei Lantian quipped seriously, stroking his chin. Chapter 14, Akihabara Station. The next day, Shen Lang and Mei Lantian emerged from Akihabara Station, immediately enveloped by a wave of electronic heat and the clamor of the crowd. The morning in Akihabara had awakened. The roller shutters of various shops rose with a clatter, and the air was infused with the distinctive scent of newly manufactured electronic products, mingled with plastic and ozone. In 1989, Akihabara was rapidly transforming from a hub for radio components into a sanctuary for anime and gaming, becoming one of Asia's largest electronic product distribution centers, resembling a colossal beehive brimming with circuit boards and dreams. Mei Lantian, akin to a country bumpkin venturing into the city for the first time, turned his head in every direction, his eyes greedily scanning the flashing neon signs and the dazzling array of shop fronts, occasionally exclaiming in awe. In contrast, Shen Lang's gaze resembled that of a seasoned hunter, coolly scanning every commercial detail, his notebook filled with meticulous notes, resembling a martial arts manual. Bro, where shall we begin our heist today? I mean our sweep? Mei Lantian asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his tone brimming with anticipation. Shen Lang opened his notebook, revealing a well-organized procurement list. We need to establish connections for the goods from 23 stalls in Kuntong today. Remember, we are merely reconnaissance today. Let us familiarize ourselves with the Akihabara area, but do not spend a single yen. They first entered a large electrical appliance store named Ishimara Denki. The air conditioning was so intense it immediately dispelled the heat from outside. Shen Lang, with a clear objective, headed straight for the television section. His gaze locking onto the latest Sony Trinitron KV-20TS1, retailing for 198,000 yen. Shen Lang swiftly recorded this in his notebook, calculating that at the current exchange rate, it was approximately 10,890 Hong Kong dollars. Mei Lantian leaned closer, lowering his voice. Is there a profit to be made at this price? If we can secure it at an EXW price of 135,000 yen, about 7,000 Hong Kong dollars, and sell it for 145,000 in Hong Kong, the gross profit per unit would be over 7,000. As Shen Lang spoke, he marked a check in his notebook and drew a circle. EXW refers to the factory delivery price, meaning the buyer is responsible for all subsequent transportation and export procedures, which carries significant risk but also the lowest cost. In reality, a legitimate Sony television could sell for 18,000 Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong. Locally in Japan, it sells for around 10,000 yen, with the 8,000 yen difference being half consumed by tariffs and the other half enriching various levels of distributors. What Shen Lang aimed to do was to stealthily transfer this premium, typically consumed by legitimate channels, into his own pocket. This is the allure of smuggled goods. No, rather, the competitive edge of special trade routes. Moving to the game console section, Shen Lang appeared even more engaged. The place was teeming with people, with numerous young individuals gathered around display machines, exuberantly shouting and trying out the latest games. The air thick with the scent of adrenaline. Observing the bustling scene, Shen Lang whispered to Mei Lantian, the retail price for the Famicom is 14,800 yen, while the Sega MD commands 29,800 yen. The Game Boy, having just launched this April, is still a hot commodity, in high demand. It certainly seems to be thriving, Brother Lang, Mei Lantian remarked, his eyes sparkling as he watched the engrossed gamers. They entered a game store named GameStar, which was packed to the brim, resembling a can of sardines, with a long queue snaking in front of the cash register. Shen Lang approached the busy store manager without delay. I'm a buyer from Hong Kong Island, looking to understand the wholesale market situation, he stated directly. The manager scrutinized them with a discerning gaze. May I inquire as to the quantity you require? Shen Lang presented his procurement list, an initial order of 2,000 Famicoms, 1,000 MDs, and 500 Game Boys, along with 5,000 Sega controllers and 10,000 counterfeit Tetris cartridges. The manager's eyes widened in disbelief, taking a sharp breath. For such quantities, I must contact upstream suppliers. However, the Game Boy is in extremely high demand. The fastest we could assemble the stock would take 2 weeks. What about the prices? Shen Lang pressed on. The Famicom is 9,500 yen, the MD is 18,000 yen, the Game Boy is 12,000 yen. The controllers are 1,200 yen, and the counterfeit cartridges are 1,500 yen. The manager lowered his voice to a near whisper, adding that cash transactions were required. With no credit. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Shen Lang noted the prices. We will consider it. Upon exiting the store, Mei Lantian appeared puzzled. Brother Lang, those prices seem quite reasonable. Why not make a decision on the spot? Remember the first lesson in business. Comparing prices across multiple vendors is a safeguard against loss. Shen Lang replied, pointing to another store across the street with a larger sign. Identical items can differ in quotes by 5 percentage points based on the supplier. Our goal is to find the option that offers the greatest value, not merely the cheapest or the fastest, but the most suitable overall. 5 percentage points equate to 5. In bulk purchases, that is no trifling sum, enough to grant the team several bonuses. They continued their reconnaissance along the main thoroughfare of Akihabara, visiting 5 more large gaming retail outlets. Shen Lang operated like a precision instrument, meticulously recording each store's quotes, delivery times, and payment conditions, occasionally jotting down cryptic notes known only to him. One shop, Yamada Electric, quoted the Famicom at 9,300 yen, 2 points cheaper than the previous store. Yet the latter promised delivery within 3 days, while this one required a week. Mei Lantian stroked his chin, pondering, so, we must also account for time costs in addition to price? Precisely, Shen Lang affirmed. In the gray market, time equates to money. At times, it holds even greater value. A week's delay in arrival could mean missing the optimal price window. Market conditions can fluctuate unpredictably, turning into a quieter alley behind Akihabara. Shen Lang discovered several stores specializing in small electronics wholesale. The storefronts were modest, even somewhat inconspicuous, but upon entering, they were met with densely packed shelves filled with everything from portable music players to calculators, small lamps to electric shavers, a veritable treasure trove. Do not underestimate these small shops, Shen Lang advised Mei Lantian, as they often harbor the best value finds. They entered a store named Kobayashi Electric. Shen Lang meticulously assessed the high-margin small products, inquiring prices while swiftly recording notes. The Discman was priced at 22,000 yen, the Aiwa HSJ01 portable player at 8,500, the Sharp calculator at 1,800, and the Sony rechargeable battery at 1,000. Shen Lang pondered quietly, recognizing that these compact items offered significant profit margins, ideal for transportation. He decided on an order of 10,000 rechargeable batteries, 5,000 calculators, and initially 3,000 portable players to test the waters. Mei Lantian smacked his forehead. Enlightenment dawning upon him. I understand. These products sell well, occupy little space, and are easy to transport. More importantly, Shen Lang lowered his voice further. The profit margins on these small items often surpass those of bulky televisions. A single television yields a profit of 3,600. But 100 pairs of batteries can net 6,000, occupying less than 1/10 of the space. Sir, would you like to take a look at our newly arrived Sony rechargeable batteries? We guarantee quality, and the price is negotiable. The store owner eagerly approached to promote his wares. Shen Lang shook his head, indicating he would like to explore further. After carefully examining the battery samples and confirming their authenticity, he made a note in his notebook. This supplier is worth considering, adding them to the shortlist. In the afternoon, with the sun blazing, they arrived at Infinite Technology Research, located on the outskirts of Akihabara. This company specialized in arcade machines, boasting a warehouse of astonishing size. Crammed with an array of arcade cabinets, their vibrant colors resembling an eclectic electronic amusement park. Arcade machines had been the pinnacle of popularity in the late 1980s. Even before entering the warehouse, the deafening sounds of game effects, exaggerated character shouts, and the excited cheers of players coalesced into an overwhelming auditory wave. The company president, Kenichiro Yamada, awaited them at the entrance. A middle-aged man adorned with extensive tattoos on his arms, sharp eyes, and sporting a buzz cut, draped in a thick gold chain. He certainly did not resemble an ordinary businessman. I hear Mr. Shun has an interest in arcade machines? Yamada inquired straightforwardly, his tone direct and infused with a hint of bravado. Shen Lang nodded, succinctly stating, I would like to inspect the merchandise. Inside the warehouse, dozens of arcade machines stood neatly arranged, each surrounded by players intensely engaged in battle. The most popular machine, Battle Axe, even had a queue forming. With the coin slot beneath it already half full, coins piled high. Have you seen this? This batch just arrived in July. Battle Axe has only been on the market for 3 months. And now players are queuing daily to play. Kenichiro Yamada proudly pointed to the machines surrounded by eager gamers. Outrun is out of stock nationwide. And I have only 8 left in the warehouse. The world version of Street Fighter just upgraded to a 125 MHz board, and its popularity is expected to last at least until the end of the year. If Mr. Shun is interested in older models, I have a retirement price for those. The new machines, however, are at this current stock price. Miss this wave, and you'll have to wait until October for the next shipment. Shen Lang carefully observed the smooth operation of the machines and the near-ecstatic engagement of the players, rapidly calculating in his mind. He quickly listed his order: 20 Battle Axe machines, 8 Outrun units, 10 Street Fighter machines, 5 sets of double dragon boards with empty cabinets, plus 2 Thunder Fighter units. The quantity was no problem. Yamada readily accepted, but then shifted the conversation. However, transporting arcade machines is rather cumbersome. The cabinets are large and heavy. You will need to handle the logistics and customs clearance yourselves. That is not a concern, Shen Lang replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence, as if transporting the goods were as simple as retrieving a package from downstairs. As evening approached, the setting sun bathed the steel jungle of Akihabara in a golden hue. They arrived at their final destination for the day, Sato Trading Company, Limited. This was a sizable general trading company, boasting an impressive facade, claiming to provide a one-stop procurement service for everything from televisions to screws. Akin to a department store for electronic products. President Kenichi Sato welcomed them in a stylishly decorated conference room, adorned with a global business distribution map on the wall. The intricate lines on the chart highlighted the company's international perspective. Mr. Shun, I hear you have an astonishing order? Sato inquired directly, his gaze reflecting a blend of anticipation and caution. Shen Lang wasted no time, unfurling the procurement list he had meticulously crafted like a strategic battle map, and began to elaborate on each item. For major appliances, 500 units of Sony Trinitron, 1,000 units of Panasonic video recorders, 500 units of Sharp air purifiers, 300 units of Hitachi refrigerators, and 400 units of Mitsubishi air conditioners. He paused briefly to allow Sato a moment to digest the information, then continued. For small appliances, 5,000 units of Sharp calculators, 3,000 units of Aiwa portable cassette players, and 10,000 pairs of Sony rechargeable batteries. Finally, the piece de resistance, gaming products. For game consoles, 2,000 units of Nintendo FC, Famicom, 1,000 units of Sega MD, and 500 units of Game Boy. For accessories, 5,000 Sega controllers, along with 10,000 unofficially licensed Tetris game cartridges. Sato's fingers danced rapidly over the calculator, beads of sweat beginning to form at his temples. This quantity is nearly equivalent to our total shipment volume for 3 months through regular channels. Regarding pricing, Shen Lang raised his hand to interrupt. I require the best EXW price. Moreover, President Sato, this is merely the first trial order. If our collaboration proves successful, we will have a steady demand for replenishment each month, with quantities only increasing. As Sato immersed himself in calculating the staggering figures, Mei Lantian leaned closer to Shen Lang, whispering, Brother Lang, with such a large order, do we have enough funds? Shen Lang's lips curled into a confident smile. With a budget of 2.3 million. We are more than equipped to cover these purchases. Remember, Baoye City, our diverse procurement is our moat. While others can only sell game consoles, we offer batteries, calculators, and purifiers together. Once customers enter our store, there will always be something for them to spend their money on. Of course, the prerequisite is to successfully convert that batch of hot commodities into clean dollars. Sato, after a flurry of calculations, finally quoted Shen Lang. The price is 2.25 million. All right, we will consider it. Shen Lang nodded, satisfied with Sato's offer. After departing from Sato Trading Company, the two found a relatively quiet cafe near Akihabara to review the day's outcomes. Shen Lang spread his notebook across the table, filled with various data, prices, and supply cycles, resembling an indecipherable script. They had visited 12 suppliers in total today. While Sato Trading's prices for game consoles were not the lowest, their ability to provide a full range of products was crucial for them. Operating across multiple categories mitigates risk and can ensnare customers. Someone might come to buy a game console and end up purchasing a calculator, while another might come for batteries and find themselves drawn to a television. Mei Lantian stared at the convoluted notes, feeling a headache coming on. This assortment is far too diverse, it's overwhelming. Next time we tackle such a cerebral task, I should bring Jack along. I am far more suited for my old trade. Just give me a shout when funds are low, and I guarantee you a clear arrangement. No sooner had he spoken than a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Baoye City, keep your voice down. We are not the only ones who understand Chinese here. Jack had appeared behind them, removing his sunglasses with a hint of a teasing smile. Be cautious, walls have ears. If someone sets their sights on you, they could starve you for days, and that distinctive bucktooth of yours might end up looking like a little millet tooth. Bakayuru. Mei Lantian slammed his hand on the table, causing cups and saucers to clatter, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the cafe. He intentionally raised his voice, shouting in fluent yet oddly accented Japanese. I am Onotaro. My name remains unchanged. What is there to fear from the Yamaguchi-gumi? The Yamaguchi-gumi could certainly use a bold warrior like you. Jack patted his shoulder, then turned to Shen Lang, stating earnestly, Brother Lang, everything is arranged. We have a meeting tonight with the Scarecrow Club. The Scarecrow Club? Shen Lang mused, finding the name vaguely familiar. After a moment's thought, he recalled it was an organization from the 5 Lucky Stars. They wield considerable influence in Tokyo's underground. And while their reputation may not shine as brightly as that of the Yamaguchi-gumi, they could undoubtedly handle our shipment without issue, Jack added. Shen Lang nodded. Since they have a substantial appetite, let us dine first before meeting them. As night fell, the neon lights of Tokyo blurred into a hazy glow through the fine curtain of rain. Deep within a bustling casino, the sounds of clattering dice, spinning roulette wheels, and the shouts of gamblers formed a chaotic yet fitting backdrop. Guided by a black-clad attendant, Shen Lang and Jack entered a secluded VIP room. Inside, Kuroda, the head of the Scarecrow Club for this casino and special trades, awaited them. He was a lean, middle-aged man, his eyes sharp and calculating, honed from years of navigating the underground world. 2 impassive, burly bodyguards stood behind him, without unnecessary pleasantries. Shen Lang placed a somewhat heavy briefcase on the table and opened it with a click. 20 standard gold bars lay neatly arranged on the black velvet lining, emanating a weighty, alluring, yet perilous dark golden sheen in the dim light. Please inspect the goods. Kuroda remained silent, lifting 1 gold bar to weigh it in his hand, assessing its unique heft. With a small knife he carried, he lightly scraped the inconspicuous side of the gold, revealing its brilliant inner hue. A subordinate stepped forward with professional tools for examination. Moments later, he imperceptibly nodded to Kuroda. The purity is satisfactory. Kuroda finally spoke, his voice steady and devoid of any tremor. According to the current international gold price, 1 kilogram is worth approximately 12,000. Here, we have 20 kilograms, making the market value 240,000. He paused, his gaze slicing through Shen Lang's face like a scalpel. We will accept it, but we must bear the corresponding risks. Therefore, I offer you 80 of the market price, which totals 192,000. This price was significantly lower than the black market's usual 90 or even higher purchasing rates. Kuroda was not ignorant of the value. He was testing the waters, probing the limits of these unfamiliar faces, gauging whether they were eager to offload the goods or had no other options. Jack's brow furrowed instantly, his knuckles whitening from the tension. Prior to their arrival, Shen Lang had informed him that these gold bars were entrusted by the ever-reliable Kanjiku. Kanjiku's gold was of the highest caliber, with a purity of 999, nearly equivalent to hard currency in the black market. In the neon-lit underbelly, as long as the price was 5 to 10 lower than London spot prices, eager buyers would line up for it. Kuroda's cut was not merely aimed at the gold, it was a blow to their pride. He clearly saw them as newcomers, seeking to take a hefty bite out of their profits. Shen Lang, however, maintained a stoic expression, quietly observing Kuroda, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table twice. Chapter 16, Scarecrow Club. Shen Lang did not even raise an eyebrow, as if he had anticipated this maneuver. Mr. Kuroda, your price is sharper than a butcher's knife. He lightly tapped the box containing the gold bars. You have already verified the quality of my goods. It should be no less than 90 purity. Moreover, this is merely a sample. I have a total of 262 kilograms. If this collaboration goes smoothly, we can transact the entire amount. 262 kilograms. Kuroda's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks, his heart feeling as though it had been tightly grasped by an unseen force. By market standards, this was worth over $3 million. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing both shock and greed within him, and scrutinized the composed young man before him. This fellow was either boasting or a hidden dragon of considerable prowess. After a brief silence, Kuroda's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse. Fine. For these 20 bars, let us settle at 216,000. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Shen Lang, as if trying to discern the truth from his expression. Are you certain? 262 kilograms? Absolutely certain. The total value exceeds $3 million, Shen Lang asserted with solemnity. The prospect of immense profit made Kuroda's breaths grow heavier. Excellent. It's a deal. He almost instantly agreed, anxious that Shen Lang might retract his offer. Tomorrow, here, we will conduct a cash transaction, and I'll take it all. Agreed. However, the transaction site cannot be here. Shen Lang calmly closed the box, adding, this is your territory, and I cannot rest easy. Kuroda's countenance darkened. Baka. Do you not trust me? Apologies, but I deal only in currency, not in trust. If we can cooperate, splendid. If not, we shall find another venue, Shen Lang replied, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Very well. Kuroda gritted his teeth, gesturing for his men to bring the cash. Once his subordinates finished counting out thick stacks of bills, Kuroda, with a sullen expression, inquired, where do you intend to conduct the transaction tomorrow? I will notify you. Shen Lang replied, taking the heavy cash and turning to leave with Jack, moving decisively. Baka. Kuroda slammed his fist onto the table in frustration, the solid wood resounding with a dull thud. Just as the two men exited, a side door creaked open. The two lecherous men from the plane, Taro and Jiro, slithered in like eels. Kuroda-san, Taro exclaimed eagerly, what about those individuals? We struck a significant deal, Kuroda replied, still somewhat distracted, his mind preoccupied with visions of gold bars. No. Jiro rushed forward, embellishing the earlier confrontation on the plane. They were the Chinese we encountered. They completely disregarded us, acting quite arrogantly. Taro leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Kuroda-san, they have no foundation in Tokyo. Tomorrow, they are bringing gold bars worth $3 million. A total of 262 kilograms. This is like a windfall from the heavens. Jiro's eyes gleamed with avarice. Let us take care of them. Under the radar, without a trace. 262 kilograms. $3 million. These phrases whirled chaotically in Kuroda's mind, spinning faster and faster. He took a deep puff from his cigar, his features gradually contorting behind the haze of smoke. Yoshi. After a long pause, he squeezed out a cold, chilling directive through clenched teeth. Tomorrow, arrange for more personnel. Prepare to send our benefactor to the beyond. In the casino hall, Mei Lantian, feigning the demeanor of a gambler, licked his lollipop while absently tossing chips onto the table. His eyes scanning every exit, guard position, and shift change, silently committing them to memory. Compared to a civilized transaction of exchanging gold bars for dollars, he inherently favored the more direct and brutal approach of a zero-cost acquisition. He had not entered with Shen Lang, instead opting to stake out the area. Returning to the second-hand sedan driven by Jack, Shen Lang lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling. Damn it, I suspect those little devils will pull some tricks tomorrow. The price they offered lacked sincerity. Jack started the car, his gaze sharp. We need to procure some reliable weapons for self-defense. Go ahead. Without a few solid firearms to assert dominance, how can we keep these demons at bay? Jack reached out to an old acquaintance. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Beneath the warehouse lay a hidden armory. Under dim lighting, various firearms were neatly arranged, their cold metallic sheen glistening. Jack caressed each weapon with familiarity, as though selecting a lover. This Browning is powerful, a classic old friend, reliable and suitable for you. He handed the pistol to Shen Lang, while he picked up a Smith Wesson Model 59, a relic from the Vietnam War, skillfully checking the rifling. This will suffice. It's common and unobtrusive. His gaze swept across the weapon rack, selecting a Ithaca 37 pump-action shotgun. Weighing it in his hands, this old fellow delivers a soul-piercing shot in close combat. Next, he carefully selected an M14 automatic rifle equipped with an old 4-power scope, gently patting its walnut stock. This stalwart offers long-range precision, ideal for open terrain. Considering the possibility of close-quarters firefights and Mei Lontian's reckless style, he also took 2 classic Uzi submachine guns, along with ample magazines. Sustained firepower was crucial. They could not afford to go silent. Approaching the explosive section, Jack meticulously chose several classic M67 fragmentation grenades, a few bundles of TNT, and a simple remote detonation device. These would be sufficient to ensure that those little devils would be in for a surprise. He chuckled coldly, stuffing a few old smoke bombs into his gear bag. Being prepared for any eventuality, they donned bulletproof vests and organized the ammunition. As they departed, Jack specifically requested 2 specially made thick canvas guitar bags. These are perfect for concealing the gold bars and can be disguised as wandering musicians if necessary. Though our singing may be worse than our gunfire. The following morning, Shen Lang and Jack drove toward the western outskirts of Tokyo. They located an abandoned lumber mill, with dense woods behind the factory and a winding dirt road meandering through, providing both visibility and concealment for a retreat. This will do. Shen Lang surveyed the surroundings, noting how the woods offered cover while the ruins of the mill could serve as a stronghold, allowing them to establish crossfire positions in the forest sufficient for their needs. Jack nodded, pointing to a slanted, abandoned watchtower high above. The view is best from there. I'll take the M14 up. May would hide in the woods, using the Uzi for close-range clearance. They meticulously examined every corner, marking potential ambush points and escape routes. With everything in readiness, they awaited the arrival of their guests. At noon, Shen Lang dialed Kuroda's number, his voice calm and unwavering. Tonight at 8, at the abandoned lumber mill in the western outskirts. You are permitted to bring only 3 men. If there is even one extra, the deal is off. Be punctual. After hanging up, Kuroda slammed the receiver onto the phone base with such force that the sound was painful to hear. The veneer of the calm businessman he had been trying to maintain shattered instantly, revealing the raw greed and uncontainable ruthlessness beneath. 242 kilograms of gold. $3 million. These 2 figures seared through his mind like red-hot branding irons, sizzling and smoking, threatening to scorch away his meager rationality. This was not merely a transaction. It was akin to a fortune descending from the heavens, crashing into the barrel of a gun. Taro, Jiro. He abruptly spun around, bellowing towards the door, his voice laced with a hint of bloodlust. The door swung open, and the 2 young men darted in like hyenas catching a whiff of blood, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles, eyes gleaming with eagerness. Kuroda-san, you heard what I said, right? Kuroda's gaze was as cold and sharp as a poisoned nail, flitting between the 2 faces. Western outskirts, abandoned lumber mill, tonight at 8, for the complete 242 kilograms. The other party only allows me to bring 3 men. Bakayuru. Upon hearing this, Taro theatrically slammed his fist against the adjacent wall. Those Chinese are too cunning. It is abundantly clear that our Scarecrow Club's credibility is in doubt. Chapter 17. With a gun in hand, I am a deity. Credibility? In the presence of 242 kilograms of gold, such a concept is thinner than toilet paper. Kuroda let out a cold chuckle, leisurely retrieving a premium cigar from the box and meticulously snipping the tip. How cunning could they possibly be? In the face of absolute power, their little tricks are akin to children playing in the mud. He lit the cigar, inhaling deeply and allowing the smoke to swirl within his lungs. On the surface, I will only bring 3 individuals with me. However, you 2, take 10 capable hands in advance, all armed, and stealthily position yourselves in the woods surrounding the lumberyard. Remember, I want only the best. I seek certainty, not a march to death. Taro and Jiro exchanged glances, each able to discern the bloodthirsty excitement in the other's eyes. Listen for my signal. Kuroda lowered his voice, making a gesture as if removing his hat. Once the gold bars are confirmed genuine, when you see me remove my hat, spring into action. Leave not a single soul alive. I want the gold bars, and their lives as well. Hooray. The 2 men bowed eagerly, their eyes gleaming. Remember, Kuroda's voice suddenly dropped to an icy tone. If this operation fails, you know what awaits. Rest assured, Kuroda-san, They both assured in unison, swiftly retreating. The dilapidated lumberyard in the western suburbs appeared desolate under the twilight, as if forgotten by the world for a decade. Shen Lang stood at the center of the yard, surveying his surroundings. The skeletal remains of the decrepit factory loomed ominously in the dusk, piles of rotting wood exuding a foul odor. While a few crows cawed raucously from the rooftops, the distant, dark expanse of the fir forest rustled in the wind, making it an ideal spot for an ambush. A fine location indeed. Jack approached with his gun bag, instinctively scanning the environment. The view was sufficiently open, with ample cover, and retreat into the woods would be convenient. Most importantly, this forsaken place was remote. Even if chaos erupted, by the time the authorities arrived, it would all be over. Shen Lang retrieved his Browning high power from his jacket, deftly ejected the magazine, checked it, chambered a round, and with a satisfying click, closed it, his movements as practiced as eating and drinking. Brother Lang, are you so certain they will engage in a black market deal? Jack inquired. Shen Lang holstered his weapon, gazing at the swaying shadows of the trees in the distance. Over 200 kilograms of gold is enough to transform a saint into a beast. That old scoundrel Kuroda possesses nothing but greed in his eyes. If he doesn't entertain ulterior motives, it would be a miracle. We are merely helping them select a strategic location in advance. He moved to the unfolded hand-drawn map, with Jack and Mei Lantian, who had just finished tinkering with the weapons, gathering around. Jack, Shen Lang pointed to the dilapidated, yet sturdy brick watchtower. That structure stands about 3 stories high and is the high ground in this area. You are our eyes, and also our long-range blade. Your position is here. Take your M14 and maintain control of the area for me. Remember, your primary task is to suppress their fire. Do not allow them to show their heads. Creating opportunities for us. Jack nodded, patting his shoulder bag. Rest assured, with a gun in hand, I am a deity. In the city of Bucktooth. Shen Lang turned to Mei Lantian, who was finalizing adjustments on his Uzi submachine gun. Mei Lantian looked up, his buck teeth gleaming with excitement in the twilight. Today, he was dressed like a bandit ready to hunt tigers, clad in dark work attire, laden with magazines, a machete at his waist, and grenades, exuding an air of menace. You navigate the woods as if returning home. Shen Lang pointed to the densely marked area on the map. This forest is entrusted to you. Take your shotgun and Uzi. Be agile. Upon hearing gunfire from Jack's position or spotting any rats emerging from the woods, take them down without hesitation. He emphasized, not a single one is to escape. Mei Lantian licked his lips, a manic grin spreading across his face. Rest assured, Brother Lang, I'm a professional at bank heists. And I'm even more adept at black market dealings. I guarantee these little devils will know who their true ancestors are. He patted his Uzi. This weapon is fantastic for close combat. Paired with the shotgun, it'll provide them with a double dose of surprise. Jack clapped him on the shoulder. His expression serious. Take it steady. Don't rush and recklessly. Your teeth are for eating, not for chewing through armor. Oh dear, I'll try to control myself. Mei Lantian grinned widely. Jack then picked up his M14, securing his CAR-15 carbine as a backup for close combat. I'm heading up. Brother Lang, take care down here. Shen Lang nodded, inhaling the cool evening air, his gaze sharp as a blade. Proceed as planned. Once we commence, it must be like thunder. Leave no survivors. At 7 o'clock in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky. Kuroda stood in his office, conducting a final check. He had donned a black suit for the occasion, topped with a bowler hat and a Colt Python revolver at his side. Though his appearance was somewhat unfortunate, the ferocity in his eyes was undeniably genuine. Are we all prepared? He queried the 3 subordinates behind him. These 3 were the most capable fighters in the club, each one bulging with weaponry. One of them carried a heavy black leather case, the contents of which held the promise of this endeavor. We are ready, Kuroda-san. The trio replied brightly. Remember, Kuroda turned, his cold gaze sweeping over them. Once we arrive, watch for my signals. No one is to act without my cue. Hooray. At 7:20, 2 black Toyota Crowns sped from the club towards the western suburbs. Ahead of them, Taro and Jiro had already brought 10 gunmen, seated in 3 vans, stealthily making their way to the lumberyard. At 7:50 in the evening, within the lumberyard, Shen Lang concealed himself behind a pile of rotten wood, quietly observing the entrance. He was clad in a black jacket and tactical pants, with combat boots, looking sharp. The distant sound of engines approached. 2 beams of headlights slicing through the darkness along the uneven dirt road. 2 crowns halted at the center of the yard, and as the doors swung open, Kuroda emerged with 3 burly henchmen. Kuroda adjusted his suit collar, feigning calm as he cast wary glances around. The dilapidated factory stood hauntingly under the moonlight, while the distant fir trees rustled ominously in the wind, sending shivers down one's spine. He instinctively touched his hat, suppressing a wave of unease. Almost simultaneously, Shen Lang emerged from his hiding spot, walking leisurely. His steps were steady, his face devoid of expression, and his gaze tranquil as still water. It seemed as though he was not standing before a gangster poised to draw a weapon, but rather an old neighbor at the market engaged in casual conversation. Kuroda-san. You are quite punctual, Shen Lang initiated, his voice carrying across the empty expanse, startling the crows dozing atop the rooftops. Kuroda forced a smile. In our little lives, we value trust above all. Chapter 18, Black Market Deal. His gaze involuntarily darted towards Shen Lang's empty hands, then swept over the dark, seemingly bottomless woods and ruins behind him. Mr. Shen, where's the cargo? Shen Lang did not respond directly. His tone as indifferent as if inquiring about the weather. According to the agreement, we must first see the money. A flicker of displeasure crossed Kuroda's eyes, but he nonetheless signaled to his subordinate behind him. One henchman stepped forward, placing a heavy black briefcase down with a thud, opening it. Inside were neatly stacked bundles of $100 bills, exuding the unique scent of ink and greed under the dim moonlight. As per our agreed price, it is all here. Kuroda emphasized the word all, his eyes like hooks fixed on Shen Lang. Now, may we inspect the goods? Shen Lang did not rush to answer, leisurely stepping forward, squatting down to begin counting the cash. His movements were almost leisurely, fingers gliding over stacks of bills, his gaze intensely focused, as if he were truly counting the intricate patterns on each note. In that moment, the air around the dilapidated factory seemed to freeze. Above, Jack peered through the well-worn, yet still clear 4-power scope of his M14 rifle, observing everything below with acute clarity. The crosshairs steadied on Kuroda's ludicrous top hat, then slowly traversed, methodically aligning with the foreheads and chests of his 3 subordinates. His breathing was light and steady, fingers lightly resting on the trigger guard. His entire being as still as a stone, fused with the cold gun. He was waiting, anticipating the agreed signal. Or perhaps for the other party to reveal their fangs first. In the depths of the forest, Mei Lantian moved silently like an agile lynx, stealthily shifting behind a massive tree trunk. In his left hand, he held an Ithaca 37 shotgun, muzzle pointed down, while his right hand gripped a knife so polished it could serve as a mirror. His ears perked, attuned to any abnormal sound in the vicinity. Moments ago, he had caught a glimpse of several shadows flitting through the trees, yet he remained motionless, biding his time for the opportune moment. Kuroda continuously scanned the darkened forest with his peripheral vision. Shen Lang's unnerving calmness gnawed at his insides. Such extraordinary composure typically hinted that the adversary was concealing a weapon. Just as Shen Lang had counted nearly half of the money, Kuroda could no longer suppress the surging tide of malice and impatience within him. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he abruptly raised his hand to grasp his hat. However, the instant his fingers brushed the brim, Shen Lang, who had appeared wholly engrossed in counting money, seemingly possessed eyes on the back of his head. Without warning, he crouched sharply to the left. Simultaneously, his right hand, which had been resting at his waist, flashed like lightning, drawing the Browning high power. Bang! The crisp gunshot shattered the false tranquility of the night, tearing away the veneer of insincere smiles on both sides. Shen Lang did not even fully turn around. Relying solely on his anticipation of Kuroda's subtle movement and his peripheral vision, he fired directly through Kuroda's raised right arm, which had been poised to signal. Ah! Kuroda emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his hat tumbling to the ground as he staggered backward, clutching his blood-soaked arm. His face etched with disbelief and horror. He could never have imagined that Shen Lang would have the audacity to shoot first, and with such precision and ferocity. Engage. Having struck true, Shen Lang did not pause. His body rolled seamlessly, taking cover behind a partially collapsed concrete block, simultaneously shouting, "Baka! Eliminate them!" The 3 subordinates Kuroda had brought were not slow to react, immediately reaching for their concealed firearms. However, someone was infinitely quicker. Whoosh! A faint yet distinctive sound sliced through the air from above. It was the M14 equipped with a makeshift silencer. Almost simultaneously with the sound, the unfortunate soul at the front, who had just drawn a Nambu Type A pistol, found his head shattered like a watermelon struck by a hammer. A gruesome hole opening in his forehead, his body collapsing backward, his weapon slipping from his grasp before it could even be raised. Precise, lethal, without negotiation. It was Jack. The harbinger of death atop the tower had begun to mark his targets. The 2 remaining subordinates, paralyzed by the chilling precision of the sniper's shot, scrambled for cover, trembling as they fired wildly in the direction of Shen Lang's concealment. Whoosh! Another fatal sound echoed. The second thug, having just peeked out from behind a pile of rotten wood, received a bullet that seemed to have a will of its own, piercing straight through his temple. He did not even emit a sound, collapsing instantly. On the tower! On the tower! The last man shrieked in terror, firing wildly in the direction of the lookout tower. Bullets ricocheting off the stone, sending sparks flying, utterly ineffective. The crosshairs once again steadied on the figure, now trembling from fear, cowering behind a partially collapsed brick wall. revealing only a sliver of shoulder and a quivering shadow. Whoosh! The third bullet soared forth, penetrating the not-so-thick brick wall, or rather, Jack had anticipated his position. The bullet driving straight into his chest. The man crumpled as if struck by an invisible hammer, pitching forward, frothing blood from his mouth, convulsing twice before falling still. In a flash, Jack had dispatched all three of Kuroda's visible subordinates from 100 meters away, the entire process executed with a clean efficiency akin to a demonstration. Kuroda sat slumped on the ground, cradling his bleeding arm, gazing at the hellish scene before him, his face pale as parchment. It was only now that he grasped the magnitude of the calamity he had provoked. Yet, this was merely the prologue. Just as Shen Lang fired his weapon, Jack unleashed his shot. The ambushers lurking in the forest, Taro and Jiro's crew, immediately erupted in chaos upon hearing the commotion. Charge! Eliminate them! Taro shouted, brandishing an M1911 pistol as he sprang from behind a tree, his voice hoarse with urgency. Behind him, a shadowy group of 7 or 8 armed men surged forth, ready to encircle Shen Lang. However, the moment they stepped beyond the cover of the trees and into the open, boom! A deafening explosion erupted ahead of them. It was the wrath of the Ithaca 37. The foremost thug was instantly riddled with a barrage of lead, propelled backward as if struck by a vehicle, lifeless upon impact. Mei Lantian emerged from behind a large tree, baring his teeth in a savage grin, his eyes wild like a beast. Eat lead, you bastards! He shouted, punctuating his expletives with a thick Cantonese accent, swiftly pumping the friend, Kachuk. Another shot rang out, obliterating the face of another stunned thug. He's over there. Shoot! Taro, both startled and enraged, commanded his men to fire at Mei Lantian. Bang! Bang! The sporadic bullets struck the tree trunk behind which Mei Lantian concealed himself, sending splinters flying. Chapter 19, The Bandit Mei Lantian. Yet, Mei Lantian remained unfazed, maneuvering through the forest's convoluted terrain with the agility of an eel, rolling and darting with uncanny dexterity. He refused to engage in a direct firefight, instead utilizing the unreasonable power of his shotgun in close quarters, darting along the forest's edge like a specter of death, ensuring that with each shot, another adversary fell. Boom! Another thug attempting to flank him had his knee shattered, howling in agony as he crumpled to the ground. Mei Lantian emptied the 5-round chamber of his shotgun, nimbly retreating behind a large tree to reload. His reckless fervor and cunning tactics effectively kept the numerically superior ambushers at bay. Baka, everyone charge. It's just one of him. Jiro, his eyes ablaze, urged his team to push forward. At that moment, Jack atop the tower noticed the chaos unfolding at the forest's edge. He slightly adjusted his aim, the crosshairs settling steadily on Taro, who was frantically directing his men. Whoosh! The bullet soared nearly 100 meters, precisely striking Taro's wrist holding the pistol. Ah! Taro screamed in agony, the M1911 flying from his grasp, his wrist bone exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Mei Lantian dashed from behind the tree, his Uzi unleashing a torrent of fire. Da-da-da! Several bloodied holes erupted on Taro's body as he staggered before collapsing. Taro! Jiro's eyes bulged with disbelief. Yet he scarcely had time to react before Jack's second bullet arrived. Whoosh! The bullet penetrated his gaping mouth, exploding the back of his head in a shower of crimson and ivory, his skull snapping back violently, resulting in immediate death. In an instant, the two leaders met their demise, sending the remaining thugs into a frenzy of terror. This ragtag group, accustomed to bullying the meek in their numbers, had never encountered such precise marksmanship or the reckless audacity of Mei Lantian. Flee! They were monsters. With a cry, the remaining 3 or 4 men discarded their firearms and darted like headless flies into the depths of the forest. Escape? Mei Lantian, reveling in the carnage, reloaded with a fresh magazine and unleashed a barrage at the fleeing figures. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The bullets swept through, knocking the unfortunate souls down into the underbrush. Spitting disdainfully, Mei Lantian grinned. The thrill of gunplay was exhilarating, devoid of pressure. The gunfire gradually faded. The derelict factory area was enveloped in a pungent haze of gunpowder and a heavy stench of blood. Scattered across the ground lay a dozen corpses, the scene quite lively. Kuroda slumped in his own pool of blood, watching as Mei Lantian emerged from the trees like a specter of death, then glanced at Jack, who nimbly descended from the tower, before finally focusing on Shen Lang, who calmly rose from behind cover, brushing dust off his clothing as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Shen Lang approached Kuroda, towering over him with a gaze as frigid as ice. Kuroda, pale from blood loss and terror, stammered, "Where's the cargo?" "The cargo? I never intended to bring it," Shen Lang replied, bending to pick up a briefcase filled with cash, snapping it shut with a resounding clap before handing it to Jack, who had approached. Turning back to Kuroda, he continued, "I stated before, I follow the money, not the man. If you wish to play dirty, You must be prepared to be consumed by the darkness. In your next life, remember to bring a bit of wit. Desperation flickered in Kuroda's eyes, and he attempted to utter something more. Yet, Shen Lang was already disinterested. He raised his Browning, its muzzle steady against Kuroda's forehead. Kuroda's pleas morphed into desperate whimpers. Bang! The gunshot rang out again, short and decisive. Kuroda's head snapped back, a crimson hole appearing in his forehead. The light in his eyes extinguished in an instant, his body collapsing lifelessly. Shen Lang holstered his weapon, his demeanor unflinching, as if he had merely swatted a fly. He surveyed the surroundings and instructed Jack and Mei Lantian, conduct a thorough search, ensure there are no survivors. Clean our traces. Take the cash and move swiftly. We must retreat. Jack nodded, adeptly beginning to process the scene. Meanwhile, Mei Lantian excitedly rummaged through the pile of corpses, scavenging for anything of value, exclaiming, "This is a windfall. Those fools truly don't know the meaning of death." After a while, Mei Lantian approached with a bag of spoils, his face beaming with delight. "Langu, the haul is impressive. Besides the cash, there is a fair amount of gold and watches. These bastards were quite affluent." At that moment, Jack also emerged from behind the factory, accompanied by a young woman in tears. She appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed fashionably, though now disheveled. Her face streaked with tears. "Langu, we found her in the trunk of their car," he explained. "It seems she was kidnapped." Upon seeing Shen Lang, the girl rushed forward and embraced him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "They kidnapped me after spotting me on the street." Shen Lang was taken aback by her unexpected display of affection. "Miss, given your status as the daughter of the Yamaguchi-gumi, did those brazen thugs truly dare to abduct you?" He gently patted her back, signaling her to calm down. Indeed. She was Kazuki Kid, the daughter of Kazuki Ikaru, the fifth-generation leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. "Could you take me home?" Kazuki Kid stammered, her voice trembling with the aftershocks of her ordeal. "I am the daughter of Kazuki Ikaru, born and raised." As she spoke, her sobs intensified, as if to release the terror she had experienced that night. She hadn't even had the chance to reveal her identity to her captors before they had silenced her with duct tape. In that moment, she fully grasped the foolishness of trying to remain low-key and hidden. She would insist her father assign more bodyguards upon her return. Upon hearing the name Kazuki Ikaru, both Jack and Mei Lantian were momentarily taken aback. They had never expected, through a twist of fate, to have saved the daughter of the Yamaguchi-gumi. The Yamaguchi-gumi, the most powerful Yakuza organization in Japan, could easily crush a local gang like the Scarecrow Club with a mere word. The astute Jack immediately lowered his voice to ask, "Langu, shall we proceed with the plan?" Mei Lantian instantly grasped the implication and continued, "That casino usually has only 20 or so guards. Now, with over 10 taken out in one go, it's practically an unguarded treasure trove. I kept an eye on it all night, and the cash flow is indeed substantial." Shen Lang smirked, his eyebrows raised mischievously. With the protection of the Yamaguchi-gumi's daughter, any trouble that arose would surely be handled. It was as if a trump card had fallen into their hands. He turned to the still sniffling Kazuki Kid, his tone softening to a soothing cadence. "I can take you home, but first, you must accompany me to a certain place to collect a few small items. It won't take long. We'll be in and out." Kazuki Kid, absorbed in her tears, failed to notice the coded conversation between Mei Lantian and Jack, seemingly only able to hear Shen Lang's voice as she choked out, "What are we picking up? Just a few minor trinkets. It'll be quick, don't worry. Just wait for us outside." Shen Lang reassured her, signaling to Jack and Mei Lantian with an approving glance. Chapter 20, Kazuki Ikaru and his daughter. The four of them swiftly entered the car, the engine growling to life as they sped toward their next target, the Scarecrow Club's casino. The pale moonlight cast a ghostly glow on the vehicle, revealing the varied expressions of its occupants. Kazuki Kid, still in shock from her fears, Mei Lantian, brimming with excitement. Jack, his perennial poker face unchanged, and Shen Lang, wearing a smile that was both enigmatic and slightly infuriating. The car executed a perfect drift, screeching to a halt at the entrance of a dark alley near the casino they had visited the previous night. Before the engine had completely died, the air inside was thick with the heady mix of gunpowder and sweat, charged with an undercurrent of impending violence. Shen Lang turned, glancing at the still pale face of Kazuki Kid, marked by lingering dread. He chuckled softly, pulling a brightly colored lollipop from his pocket and deftly unwrapping it. "Here, open up." Kazuki Kid instinctively parted her lips, and the cheap, artificially sweetened candy was inserted into her mouth. The sweetness melted away, barely masking the metallic taste of blood in her throat. Shen Lang casually patted her chilled cheek, his demeanor incongruous with the tense atmosphere. "Stay here. Regardless of what sounds you hear, do not exit the vehicle. It'll only take a moment, just a quick trip to buy a pack of cigarettes." He spoke as nonchalantly as if he were merely visiting a convenience store. With that, Shen Lang, Jack, and Mei Lantian swiftly donned black masks, leaving only their eyes visible. glinting in the darkness. They conducted a final check of their weapons. Uzi, CR-15, and Mei Lantian had particularly taken hold of the shotgun. Exchanging nods, they uttered not a single superfluous word before bursting out of the car, charging toward the casino. With a lollipop in her mouth, Kai stared vacantly at the three dark figures that vanished at the alley's entrance, the sweetness in her mouth failing to suppress the chilling dread that surged from her core. Her hands clutched the edge of the seat tightly, her knuckles turning white. Suddenly, bang, bang, a series of muffled sounds echoed from the direction of the casino, followed by the shattering of glass and the faint, altered screams of alarm. Kai shuddered violently, nearly dropping her lollipop. She curled into a ball in fear, her eyes fixated on the casino entrance. She witnessed several men, resembling gamblers, scrambling out in terror, their faces as pale as if they had seen a ghost, plunging into the night without a backward glance. The commotion inside seemed to last only a few minutes before descending into an eerie silence, more unsettling than the earlier cacophony. Just as Kai felt her nerves might snap, the three shadowy figures reappeared. They moved with the same swiftness, but this time they carried several bulging canvas bags. With one bag slung over Mei Lantian's shoulder spilling cash like rain, the car door swung open, and the trio climbed inside, bringing with them a complex aroma of gunpowder, fresh banknotes, and a hint of rust. They tore off their masks, their faces flushed with the exertion of their recent escapade and adorned with unabashed, exhilarated grins. What a thrill! Easier than robbing a bank. Mei Lantian gasped, excitedly patting the bag filled with money. Those fools barely had a chance to see who we were before we took off with their cash. Jack expertly lit a cigarette, a rare smile curling at the corner of his lips as he glanced at the rearview mirror. All clear, no loose ends left behind. Shen Lang casually tossed his gun to the floor, adjusting his slightly disheveled collar as if he had merely returned from an invigorating workout. He turned to Kai, flashing her a radiant smile, a stark contrast to the cold-blooded bandit he had just been. All right, young lady, the job's done. Let us get you home. Kai nodded numbly. The lollipop reduced to a bare stick. She gazed at Shen Lang's face, which now appeared harmless and even somewhat handsome. Yet her mind flashed back to the moment they had burst from the casino with firearms drawn, the echoes of gunfire and screams still ringing in her ears. A profound sense of absurdity and deeper fear gripped her. The man on the plane, who had seemed to possess a modicum of justice, was nothing but a facade. He was a lawless fiend, 100 times more terrifying than a mere kidnapper. The car glided smoothly out of the alley, leaving the recently ravaged neighborhood behind. But I implore you not to forget our past ties. Inside the vehicle, Mei Lantian had already begun to hum an off-key tune while counting their spoils. Jack focused intently on driving, and Shen Lang leisurely admired the vibrant Tokyo nightscape outside the window. The car gradually entered a serene, upscale residential area in central Tokyo, finally halting before an impressive traditional Japanese mansion. Before the vehicle had fully come to a stop, a dozen burly men in black suits surged from the shadows, instantly surrounding the car, their weapons vaguely outlined in the gloom, the atmosphere plunging to an icy chill. Kai in the passenger seat quickly rolled down the window, revealing her face. Young miss. The head of the bodyguards, upon recognizing her, visibly relaxed, immediately gesturing for the surrounding men in black to sheath their weapons and step back. Their movements synchronized with a discipline unique to Yakuza organizations. Under Tsaitsai's lead, Shen Lang and his companions traversed the meticulously maintained, winding corridors and gardens, arriving at the brightly lit main hall of the inner residence. Inside, a middle-aged man dressed in traditional kimono, exuding an air of authority without anger, was hastily instructing several subordinates, his brow furrowed with anxiety and barely contained fury. He was Kazuki Kusakari, the fifth-generation leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Father, Kai called out with a quivering voice, rushing towards him. Kai? Kazuki Kusakari's stern visage softened instantly upon seeing his daughter return unharmed, revealing genuine joy and relief. He embraced her tightly, gently patting her back to comfort her. Kai, sniffling, recounted her abduction and rescue by Shen Lang and his companions, tactfully omitting the incident at the casino. After hearing her story, Kazuki's gaze shifted to the composed trio, who seemed to have merely come for a visit. His eyes scrutinizing yet filled with gratitude. He gently released his daughter, bowing slightly to Shen Lang. Thank you for saving my daughter. I, Kazuki Kusakari, shall remember this kindness. Shen Lang accepted the bow with calm composure, a faint smile on his face, yet his words struck with startling directness. Mr. Kusakari, you are too kind. We happened upon the situation by chance. We were originally there to conduct business with the Scarecrow Club, but when they attempted to double-cross us, we inadvertently rescued your precious daughter. Oh, a glimmer of insight flickered in Kazuki's eyes. Rather than being displeased by Shen Lang's unabashed honesty, he appeared somewhat appreciative. Just moments ago, he had received urgent reports from his subordinates that the Scarecrow Club's casino had been raided, and that Yamada had met his demise. Combining the rescue of his daughter with Shen Lang's words, he swiftly deduced that these three were indeed the main players in the affair. Currently, the police and remnants of the Scarecrow Club were frantically searching for them like headless flies. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Shen Lang pretended to depart, his performance seamless and without flaw. Please stay. Kazuki Kusakari, as expected, called out to halt them, a meaningful smile gracing his face. The situation outside is tense. The police and certain unsavory elements are looking for you. If I'm not mistaken, the casino incident was also your doing, correct? Kazuki's piercing gaze held a hint of understanding, yet carried an edge. Shen Lang remained noncommittal, calmly meeting his gaze as if to say, what do you think? Kazuki, with a grand gesture, exuded the demeanor of a dominant leader. Rest assured. To express my gratitude for your saving Kaikai, the Tokyo police will not trouble you. As night has fallen, why not honor me by staying here for the evening? Allow me to extend my hospitality, and you may leave at your convenience tomorrow. Shen Lang secretly chuckled. The bait had been taken. He had no intention of leaving just yet. Some collaborations required the other party to make the first move to appear valuable. He feigned contemplation before nodding. Then I shall impose upon you, Mr. Kusakari. Seeing Shen Lang acquiesce, Kazuki's smile widened, and he immediately turned to instruct his trusted aide. Return the young lady home to rest. Prepare a feast. I wish to share a few drinks with my esteemed guests. He paused, his tone suddenly chilling, imbued with a bone-chilling intensity. Also, contact the Scarecrow Club's current manager. And inform them that I, Kazuki Kusakari, will be hosting them for dinner tomorrow at noon. Yes, boss. The subordinate bowed and swiftly exited. In the exquisite tatami room, the flickering candlelight illuminated the elegantly arranged kaiseki cuisine on the table. The rich aroma of sake lingered in the air. But more potent than the scent of alcohol was the unspoken tension and probing between the two parties. Mr. Shun, Kazuki began, after 3 rounds of drinks. Setting down his delicate cup, his eyes sharp and unwavering, no longer beating around the bush. The Scarecrow Club has overstepped their bounds by daring to harm my daughter and attempting to undermine your operations. After tomorrow, that establishment shall no longer exist in Tokyo. Impressive methods, Leader Kusakuri, Shen Lang remarked, swirling the sake in his cup, undaunted by the other's imposing presence, deftly steering the conversation toward his own objectives. Speaking of which, that troublesome batch of pure gold still rests in my possession. The leader has extensive connections. I wonder if the Yamaguchi-gumi might have any interest in such formidable assets? A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Kakutani Kazuo's eyes. He relished this straightforward approach. No problem. I will procure it at the current London gold spot price. Mr. Shun, please do not decline. Consider it a token of my gratitude for rescuing Kaikai. Acquiring at spot price implies that the Yamaguchi-gumi will not skim off the black market, demonstrating genuine intent. Then I sincerely thank you for your kindness, leader. Shen Lang raised his glass in acknowledgement, accepting it with poise. After finishing his drink, he set the glass down and regarded Kakutani Kazuo with steady eyes. My brothers and I have traversed oceans from Hong Kong Island, naturally not for trifling gains. What kind of individuals do you perceive us to be? Kakutani Kazuo leaned slightly forward, wearing a knowing smile. Mr. Shun, you possess remarkable courage. And your 2 companions are equally competent. However, if I may be candid, your methods are ruthless and decisive, yet they bear an air of untamed audacity. Unlike those nurtured in a reputable clan, more akin to heroes who have emerged from the crucible of violence. Upon hearing this, a hint of bittersweet recognition crossed Shen Lang's face, and he sighed softly. You have keen insight, leader. I am a red stick of the Alhing Society in Hong Kong, bearing the burden of the gang and serving 3 years in prison. Upon my release, the society rewarded me with a rundown electronic street and 2 near-defunct arcades. To ensure my brothers have sustenance, I had no choice but to seek opportunities myself. I heard that electronics and gaming machines are hard currency in the local market, which is why I thought to take a gamble. I see, Kakutani Kazuo pondered, lightly tapping the table. He was well aware of the exorbitant profits in the smuggling trade, as the Yamaguchi-gumi was deeply entrenched in it. What he valued was the execution capability and reckless bravery displayed by Shen Lang's team. If you truly wish to secure this livelihood, Kakutani Kazuo began, casting the first bait, I can provide you with a stable supply. With the Yamaguchi-gumi's guarantee, the price will be lower than what you could negotiate on your own, never higher. Moreover, from shipping to customs clearance and transportation, we offer a comprehensive service, ensuring that goods reach Hong Kong Island safely. Upon hearing this, Melantion and Jack's eyes lit up immediately. This meant that their most troublesome supply chain and logistics issues might be resolved just like that. Shen Lang felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained unruffled. This was precisely the stable and cost-effective upstream channel he desired. Even if he didn't wish to venture into the local market himself, Kakutani Kazuo could directly deliver goods to the docks of Hong Kong Island. However, he understood that there are no free lunches in this world. Kakutani Kazuo observed the trio's reactions, knowing the moment had arrived, and extended a genuine olive branch. Under the Scarecrow Club, there is a strategically located small dock. I admire your capabilities. Would you be interested in joining the Yamaguchi-gumi? If you are willing, this dock will be under your management. This was a direct invitation, offering territory and real power, an enticing proposition indeed. Faced with such generous terms, Shen Lang slowly shook his head, his gaze resolute. The All-Hing Society owes me a debt. But everything I do is primarily for myself and my brothers, not for any gang. We appreciate your goodwill, leader, but being dependent on others is not my style. Detaching from the All-Hing Society was inevitable. He had no desire to linger there, let alone with the Yamaguchi-gumi. His outright refusal caused Kakutani Kazuo's expression to darken slightly, and the air in the room grew momentarily tense. Yet Shen Lang shifted the tone, his intensity rising sharply as he proposed a bolder idea. However, we can collaborate on another level. Your control of the dock is merely for profit. In the future, for all goods the Yamaguchi-gumi exports to Hong Kong Island and its surrounding areas, except for flour, whatever the quantity, I, Shen Lang, will purchase them all. All. Kakutani Kazuo's eyes widened with genuine surprise. This young man's appetite was far greater than he had anticipated. This was no simple collaboration. It aimed to monopolize the Yamaguchi-gumi's export channels to Hong Kong. Indeed, all, Shen Lang asserted with unwavering confidence. If the leader is concerned about our capabilities, I propose we test the waters with an initial shipment. I assure you, the payment will be timely and exact. Once the goods are in our hands, our absorption rate will undoubtedly exceed that of any other buyer. He fixed his piercing gaze on Kakutani Kazuo. The efficiency and payment guarantees that others cannot provide, I can. This, after all, is the foundation for long-term cooperation, is it not, leader? Kakutani Kazuo scrutinized Shen Lang, his surprise gradually transforming into deeper appreciation and contemplation. Shen Lang, through his exceptional courage and clear business acumen, had deftly elevated the dialogue to a level of equitable cooperation, rather than that of a subordinate awaiting subjugation. Ultimately, a meaningful smile slowly crept onto Kakutani Kazuo's lips, followed by a hearty laugh. He personally took the sake bottle and refilled glasses for Shen Lang and himself. Haha. Mr. Shen, young man, you possess great resolve. I truly admire that. In business, especially in our line of work, vision, strength, and trust are paramount. Trust cannot be established through mere words. It requires time and tangible proof. His remarks affirmed Shen Lang's bravery while clarifying his admiration, though not yet to the extent of complete trust. Drink, drink. Kakutani Kazuo raised his glass once more, his hearty laughter cleverly masking his underlying considerations and reservations. Chapter 22. Purchasing goods with zero cost. Shen Lang understood perfectly, raising his glass in kind, his face adorned with a calm smile, devoid of any displeasure at the questioning. He knew that a figure like Kakutani Kazuo would never easily relinquish vital financial pathways due to a single act of salvation or a few flattering words. What the other party sought were tangible abilities. Leader Kakutani is absolutely correct. Shen Lang took a sip of his drink, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Trust is the foundation of cooperation. Regarding that batch of gold, I would appreciate your assistance. As for the electronics and gaming machines, you may send a trial shipment in whatever quantity you deem appropriate. After all, we must take them for a test run. Kakutani Kazuo nodded in satisfaction. Shen Lang's pragmatism and wit further enhanced his admiration. Very well, let it be settled then. Regarding the gold, I will instruct the finance department to settle with you at market price tomorrow. For the first batch of electronics and gaming machines, I will ensure they are prepared, with prices absolutely competitive, marking a prosperous start to our collaboration. So, to this initial partnership, cheers. Cheers. The four raised their glasses, the atmosphere seemingly warm and harmonious. Yet all understood that this was merely the beginning, far from genuine trust. Upon returning to the guest room, pulling the paper door shut isolated them from the outside world. Mei Lan Tian eagerly emptied several canvas bags, turning them upside down, and with a clatter, various banknotes formed a small mountain on the tatami mat. Dollars and yen intertwined, shimmering enticingly in the dim light. Damn it, this time, we truly struck gold. Mei Lan Tian's eyes sparkled with greed, almost diving into the pile of cash. His characteristic bucktooth grin appeared particularly pronounced due to his excitement, his mouth stretching nearly to his ears. Clumsily, he grabbed a few stacks of U.S. bills, his fingers trembling with exhilaration as he stammered in Cantonese while counting. 1, 2, 3. Jack smirked, pulling out a 10,000 yen note, deftly rolling it into a thin strip and igniting it with a Zippo lighter. The flickering flames illuminated his sharply defined features as he lit a cigarette with a burning banknote, inhaling deeply. It would be perfect if we had a neon girl to accompany us, Jack jestingly remarked, glancing back at Shen Lang, who was reclining in a state of leisure. Brother Lang, why not pursue that daughter of Kusanagi Ichigo? If you become the son-in-law of the Yamaguchi-gumi, with Kusanagi's admiration for you, wouldn't you be able to walk with swagger in the future? Shen Lang, with his hands clasped behind his head, lay lazily, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Securing her is one thing, but I have no interest in wearing the hat of a Yamaguchi-gumi's son-in-law. I understand. One can enjoy the company of a girl, but being a traitor is not an option. Jack burst into hearty laughter, exhaling a series of smoke rings. At that moment, Mei Lantian had finished counting the money and, smacking his lips, remarked, the 290,000 from Kuroda, along with the cash collected from the casino, amounts to about $90,000 in total, which is rather insufficient. Be content. Jack flicked the ash from his cigarette. The Yamaguchi-gumi still owes us 290,000. That fellow, Ankyu, who got himself arrested for soliciting. All that money will eventually belong to us. Right, Brother Lang? Of course, Shen Lang scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. How clever can someone named Ankyu possibly be? Mei Lantian's eyes sparkled with delight, his buck teeth nearly causing him to burst into laughter. So, does that mean the goods he stored in our warehouse also belong to us now? If you ask me, why bother with those small-time thugs? Just shoot them on the spot. Yes, shoot them. The following morning, after receiving the settlement of $290,000 from Kusanagi Ichigo, Shen Lang and his companions departed from the Yamaguchi-gumi's villa without lingering further. The first order of business for Shen Lang was to rent a large warehouse in Tokyo's port area, situated in a secluded location yet conveniently accessible. Subsequently, he officially placed orders with several previously contacted distributors of electronics and arcade machines, presenting himself as a newly minted trader. Although Kusanagi Ichigo had promised to provide the goods, Shen Lang was well aware that those would have to go through the Yamaguchi-gumi's channels, whereas the batch he ordered would be entirely under his control, transported back to Hong Kong through special means. Kusanagi Ichigo owned a transportation company, and Shen Lang had already reserved empty container slots from him. These non-existent empty containers would be declared through standard customs processes, arriving at Hong Kong for unloading a few days later, with the Shaai handling the customs clearance. The empty containers would be declared as parts, or second-hand complete machines, or even partially complete machines, with the lowest tariff for parts, second-hand machines next, and brand new machines the most expensive. Why did Shen Lang do this? The reason was straightforward. The declared goods would be used in his own electronics store. In essence, these goods would have cleared customs, paid taxes, and even if sold, would be deemed legitimate trade. They differed from traditional smuggled goods, as they would not attract police scrutiny, cloaked in a veneer of legality. Of course, even with this facade, they could never be considered legitimate goods. Smuggled goods are just that. If passed off as legitimate and caught, it could lead to store closures, fines, and imprisonment. Shen Lang only declared a portion of the goods, intending to pass the undeclared batch to Lin Yaodong. Those goods, along with the portion provided by Kusanagi Ichigo, would be sold to Lin Yaodong. The goods for Lin Yaodong did not require such elaborate arrangements. Efficiency was the name of the game. In the following days, $3 million worth of brand new televisions, VCRs, sound systems, and popular arcade machines began to flow into the warehouse. While Shen Lang presented himself as a legitimate supplier, secretly, he and Jack meticulously scoured the major container terminals in Tokyo Bay, mapping out the layout, security shifts, and monitoring blind spots. Simultaneously, they visited several arcade machine manufacturing warehouses and logistics areas under the guise of potential customers. Naturally, these legitimate activities mostly took place during the day. When night fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Kusanagi Seiko, seemingly developing complex feelings for Shen Lang, frequently called to invite him out. Under the Tokyo night sky, the two strolled from the bustling Ginza to the tranquil alleys, ultimately finding themselves in a luxurious hotel suite. Neon girls are so obedient. For several consecutive days, Shen Lang enjoyed a fulfilling life of daytime reconnaissance and nighttime indulgence. On the seventh day, a call from Hong Kong shattered this rhythm. De Shaai excitedly reported over the phone, "Brother Lang, the batch of specialty products you had me keep an eye on has been received. The time has come." In the upscale hotel suite in Tokyo, Shen Lang reclined against the headboard, and after hanging up, extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray resting on Kusanagi Seiko's smooth back. "I must depart," he said, moving the ashtray to the bedside table and rising to dress. Kusanagi Seiko turned her face, her gaze dreamy as she bit her lip. "Will you return tonight? Don't wait for me. I'll be quite busy for a while," he replied. "Oh," she nodded submissively, her eyes fluttering closed in resignation. Kusanagi Seiko loyalty, 100. That very night, a grand $0 buffet unfolded at a dock area in Tokyo Bay and an arcade factory's warehouse. When the management arrived the following morning, they were met with empty warehouses and hundreds of shipping containers that had seemingly vanished into thin air. This astonishing heist overnight triggered the highest alerts at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. The docks were completely sealed off. All import and export activities came to a standstill. And the police scoured the area like rabid dogs, causing panic throughout Tokyo's logistics channels. The storm, orchestrated by Shen Lang, created a severe butterfly effect. With ports locked down and customs under strict scrutiny, nearly everyone involved in trade found their goods utterly trapped. However, for Shen Lang, the instigator of this tempest, it was monumental news. At that moment, he was aboard a flight out of Japan, carrying a batch of legitimately procured goods with a calm demeanor. Leaning back in his comfortable seat, a smile crept across his lips. The docks would remain closed for at least a day or two, and the stringent checks would last even longer. A lockdown? A strict investigation? For others, it was a catastrophe. For Shen Lang, once his goods hit the market, they would be snapped up in a frenzy. This time, he aimed to earn enough to wake up laughing from his dreams. Chapter 23. Preparing for a major undertaking. The plane touched down smoothly at Kai Tak Airport, and Shen Lang, accompanied by Jack and Mei Lantian, stepped onto the soil of Hong Kong. Reminiscent of a triumphant king returning home, the familiar salty sea breeze and urban clamor enveloped him, causing his lips to involuntarily curl upwards. This trip had been a resounding success. The containers held not only electronics, but also watches, designer handbags, mobile phones, and pagers. He had disassembled all the serial-numbered electronics into parts. Without wasting a moment, he headed straight to the villa located in Sai Kung, where Desha, Jiao, and Ichio had been eagerly waiting. Brother Lang, you're finally back. The three rushed to greet Shen Lang with excitement, especially Desha, who, upon seeing the slightly fatigued but sharp-eyed Jack and Mei Lantian trailing behind Shen Lang, knew that this trip to Tokyo had been exceptionally fruitful. In the living room, everyone settled down. Shen Lang bypassed the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Everything in Tokyo is basically sorted. The Scarecrow Club is no more. The Yamaguchi-gumi is now half our partner. With that casually delivered statement, Desha and the others gasped in astonishment. They were aware of Shen Lang's formidable capabilities, yet they never anticipated them to be of such an extraordinary caliber. Within mere days, he had audaciously stirred the undercurrents of Tokyo's underground scene and even established connections with the Yamaguchi-gumi. Brother Lang's prowess is simply astonishing. Big Mouth Joe gaped in shock, his expression a portrait of disbelief. Shen Lang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this was merely a trifle. His gaze swept across the three individuals as he spoke in a grave tone. The most crucial element is the goods. I have procured a substantial batch of the latest neon electronics, as well as the most sought-after arcade machines and cartridges on the market. Big Fool's eyes instantly lit up. Where are the goods? Brother Lang, are they still at sea? I'll promptly arrange for someone to meet them at the dock. I've heard that the neon docks are currently sealed off, preventing any shipments from departing. Smuggling? Don't even think about it. The prices of electronics on the streets have skyrocketed. Big Mouth Joe interjected. Shen Lang smiled faintly, shook his head, and revealed a shocking piece of news that left everyone dumbfounded. The goods have already arrived at the port. What? Arrived? How is that possible? Brother Lang, we haven't received any notifications regarding the shipping schedule. Big Fool, Big Mouth Joe, and Ichio exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. How could such a large shipment have returned from Neon without a whisper of its arrival? This was utterly illogical. Shen Lang had anticipated their reaction. He could not disclose the existence of the spatial conduit, and could only resort to a premeditated explanation. I have a special transportation channel that is absolutely secure, discreet, and efficient. There's no need for you to inquire about the specific details. Just know that from now on, our goods can be transported in this manner. This route will serve as our main artery, and I shall divide the goods into 2 batches, profiting from both ends. He observed the astonished yet elated expressions of the three, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. In summary, we now possess a vast quantity of goods. Let us utilize the Saigon coastline, and the electronics market shall flourish. Big Fool excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, it's going to be impossible for us not to prosper. Shen Lang turned his attention to Big Fool. Contact Lin Yaodong. Inform him that we have a highly sought-after batch of goods, in large volume and superior quality. And ask if he is interested. The price will be set according to current market trends, only higher, and payments can be made in cash or gold. Big Fool grinned widely. Understood. Lin Yaodong will surely be unable to resist. I'll fly over tonight to discuss it with him. Just then, a graceful figure swiftly descended from the 2nd floor, none other than Lon Shaai. She had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance, her face radiating uncontainable joy mixed with a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. Brother Lang. She dashed towards Shen Lang, seemingly wanting to leap into his embrace. But her shyness in front of the others held her back. Instead, She tightly grasped his arm, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion. "You're back. Why did you take so long?" Shen Lang could vividly sense the concern and reliance in her words. Looking into her eyes, brimming with emotion, the indicator of her loyalty. Lon Shaai loyalty, 90, appeared to shine even brighter. He smiled gently, reaching out to softly pat her hand, his tone considerably warmer. "Yes, I'm back." Everything went relatively smoothly, but it took a few extra days. Lon Shaai nodded earnestly, obediently standing beside Shen Lang, saying no more. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon him as if she could never gaze long enough. Having reassured Lon Shaai, Shen Lang turned his attention back to the core team. His expression turning serious. "We have the goods and the channels, but what lies ahead is the real challenge. Our business will expand, and the envious will multiply. Relying solely on our small group will not suffice." Jack wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, Brother Lang. We must swiftly augment our manpower, ensuring that it is reliable and capable. Warehouses, docks, and storefronts all require our own personnel to oversee them. The entirety of Kun Tong must belong to us. We need sufficient manpower to maintain control and demonstrate our strength to others in neighboring districts." Mei Lantian bared his teeth, eager for action. "Recruiting talents is my forte. I've met many daring brothers in Stanley. As long as the money is right, they are absolutely trustworthy." Shen Lang nodded and issued a clear directive. "This matter falls to you, Bucktooth City, and Jack. The principle is quality over quantity. The foremost criteria are loyalty and courage. I want you to swiftly assemble a team of 100 individuals for unified management and training. Their equipment must also be up to standard. They must become our strongest shield and sharpest blade." 100 people. Big Fool gasped in astonishment, then became exhilarated. "Brother Lang, that's quite a number." "Understood. We will ensure the mission is accomplished." Jack and Mei Lantian responded in unison, their eyes ignited with determination. A private armed force of 100 exceeds the strength of an ordinary gang. Subsequently, Big Fool excitedly reported on the situation regarding the North Saigon coastline. "Brother Lang, the batch of goods you arranged before your departure was all sold off 7 days ago. Every penny was accounted for, and we received it all. Furthermore, thanks to the channels introduced by Lin Yaodong, 2/3 of that batch of precision parts were smoothly sold. He procured 1/3, while overseas buyers took the other third, resulting in fast returns. Our current cash flow is exceptionally healthy." "Excellent." Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, "but this is still not enough. With funds in hand, we must procure more goods. Time is money for us. Remember our motto, 365 days, year-round without rest." "I understand." Big Fool chuckled. "Yet it depends on the actual situation." Chapter 24. It's exploding. Currently, much of our goods are on credit. We deliver the goods and then settle payments with the owners. Once we settle, we procure another batch, but these owners are even more anxious than we are. "Can they not be anxious?" Shen Lang smiled wryly. "I currently have over $300 million on hand. Our cash flow is quite ample. Once we clear out this batch of goods, you can all upgrade your gear. The entire street of water goods in Kun Tong, along with our 2 arcade halls, is about to be set ablaze. We will ensure that everyone in Hong Kong and Kowloon sees just how splendid it is to dine with Shen Lang." On the morning 2 days later, the entirety of the Kun Tong water goods street, officially contracted under Shen Lang, greeted a new day with an unprecedented sense of unity. All storefronts had already donned brand new signs, prominently displaying 2 highly recognizable Lon Shaai emblems. At the entrance of the street, a massive inflatable arch had even been erected. Adorned with a striking banner, the Lon Shaai Electrical Street, Hong Kong's latest neon water goods electrical hub. Almost all the storefronts simultaneously opened, the displayed signs and goods leaving everyone who rushed in with wide eyes and rapid breath. Sony Trinitron televisions, Panasonic J27 VCRs, JVC premium audio systems. The new models, comprehensive categories, and staggering quantities left them utterly speechless. The news spread like wildfire across the entire island of Hong Kong. Not only industry insiders, but also ordinary citizens and electronics enthusiasts flocked to the scene. The entirety of Kun Tong Watergood Street was packed to the brim, shoulder to shoulder, with long queues forming in front of every store bearing the Lon Shaai sign. "I want a Trinitron." "No." 2. "A VCR." "I want 3. For gifts." Don't push. Move faster up front." Cash flowed like a river into every counter, with Shen Lang's men, all clad in matching black uniforms, efficiently maintaining order and preventing anyone attempting to stir trouble from daring to act. At this moment, there was only one authoritative figure on the street, Shen Lang. The other street vendors could only stand at the entrance, their eyes filled with envy as they gazed upon the bustling scene within, their jealousy rendering them red-eyed. Yet they lacked even the qualification to partake in a share. By thunder, the entire street is ablaze with activity. A vendor from Mong Kok, witnessing the spectacle, spoke to his companion with a tinge of bitterness. "Look at the throngs here, while over there, Not even a fly can be seen, truly. The disparity between people can be maddening. Damn it. Has Shen Lang received some kind of insider information? I suspect he might be the one moving containers for the Japanese. The vendor lamented in envy. Simultaneously, Shen Lang's 2 arcades underwent a remarkable transformation. The dazzling new sign of Lon Shaai shone brightly. Inside, 50 brand new arcade machines, adorned with vibrant graphics, were arranged in orderly formations, exuding an irresistible allure. The rugged fantasy of Battle Axe, the roaring engines of Outrun, the stunning finishing moves in Street Fighter, the passionate teamwork in Double Dragon, and the dazzling bullet hell of Thunder Fighter filled the atmosphere. I can't believe it. Battle Axe. I've seen it in magazines. The steering wheel of Outrun vibrates. Make way. I want to play Double Dragon with my brother. The arcade was instantly inundated with fervent youths the moment the doors opened. Crowds gathered around each machine, and the line stretched from the store to the street outside. The clinking of coins, the exhilarating BGM of the games, and the players' shouts and cheers converged into a tidal wave of sound, creating an atmosphere that was nothing short of electric. The 2 arcades swiftly became the trendiest, most popular youth havens in all of Hong Kong, raking in money and garnering fame. That evening, within Shen Lang's villa, the core members gathered once more, each face radiating excitement and vitality. The monopolistic spectacle of the entire street in Kwun Tong and the explosive success of the 2 arcades stirred their spirits. Lang Gu, a member, reported with enthusiasm. At this rate, the profit from just this street alone will be at least this much in a month. He held out several fingers. Achio added. The response for the arcades has exceeded expectations. Several venues have already approached us, eager to discuss collaborations and introduce our machines. Desha grinned widely. Lang Gu. The recruitment for the 100-man team is progressing smoothly. Jack and Gao Yicheng are being very selective. The first batch of 30 is already taking shape and undergoing intensive training. The capital from Saigon is sufficient to support this. Shen Lang, seated in the main position, listened to the reports with an air of composure that suggested complete control. Excellent, he replied slowly. Kwun Tong Street is our signature. We must ensure excellent service and order while stabilizing our prices. For the arcades, we should consider hosting a Battle Axe tournament or a Speed King event to fully establish our brand. He turned to Jack and Mei Lantian. The 100-man team is our foundation and must be firmly in our grasp. Training cannot be lax, and we must provide adequate compensation. I demand absolute loyalty and fighting spirit. Understood, Lang Gu. The 2 replied earnestly. Shen Lang then turned to Desha and Achio. We must tightly control the channels with Lin Yaodong. Rest assured, Lang Gu. Desha assured, thumping his chest. Finally, Shen Lang's gaze fell once more on Lon Shaai. Shaai, master accounting and finance. You will help me manage the accounts for this street and the arcades. Lon Shaai felt a great sense of trust and nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with determination. Yes, Lang Gu, I will not let you down. On the 7th day after Shen Lang's return to Hong Kong, the business miracle he had crafted not only showed no signs of cooling down, but instead blazed even brighter, akin to a wildfire. Kwun Tong Electric Street, with all its shops bearing the Lon Shaai logo, continued to thrive. It was during this time that Shen Lang intentionally raised prices. Even the astute He Yaodong recognized the trend, having secured a batch of sought-after goods from Desha, waiting for the market prices to rise further before selling them. Chapter 25, Wongfengi pays a visit. Meanwhile, the 2 arcades had ignited the passion of the youth across Hong Kong. 50 top-tier arcade machines roared from dawn to dusk. With the wildness of Battle Axe, the speed and thrill of Outrun, and the intense fighting of Street Fighter captivating countless teenagers. The crisp, melodious sound of coins dropping into the cash boxes resonated day and night, composing a true symphony of wealth. Such a scene of raking in fortunes and transforming stone into gold was simply impossible to overlook. On this day, a special visitor was drawn to this vibrant spectacle, Wongfengi, dressed in a chic Chanel ensemble that accentuated her slender waist and long, straight legs. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled in a bun, revealing a swan-like neck of exquisite whiteness, while her delicate features, enhanced by subtle makeup, appeared even more striking. In fact, during Shen Lang's absence from Hong Kong, she had previously come with a contract for the transfer of the arcade, but unfortunately, they had not crossed paths. It was only when the fame of Kwun Tong's Lon Shaai Electric Street swept across Hong Kong like a hurricane that she realized the once impoverished inmate had, in a remarkably short period, built such an astonishing commercial empire. Upon witnessing the entire street uniformly adorned with the Lon Shaai logo and the unimaginable bustling business, her heart was overwhelmed with shock. This was no longer the lifeless electric street. She then visited the 2 arcades, now renamed. Observing the long lines of young people eager to experience the latest games and listening to the fervent cheers emanating from within. At that moment, she understood that the phrase raking in fortunes was an understatement when applied to Shen Lang. With a complex mix of emotions, Wang Fengyi found Shen Lang in his office. Lang, it has only been 3 days, yet you have transformed so remarkably. She handed him the contract, her beautiful eyes sparkling with uncontainable admiration. I never expected you could manage this place so successfully. Shen Lang took the contract, merely glancing at the figures before signing his name. His tone as calm as if he were signing an inconsequential document. Miss, you flatter me. It's just a small business. He then pulled out several thick stacks of cash from his drawer and slid them across the table toward her. Wongfengi gazed at his nonchalant demeanor, then compared it to the booming prosperity visible outside, momentarily rendered speechless. If this were merely a small business, then over 90% of the merchants in Hong Kong should feel ashamed to close their doors. She could not suppress her curiosity, leaning slightly forward and wafting a subtle fragrance. I would like to ask, please don't misunderstand. I am simply curious about how you managed to acquire these machines and electrical goods in such a short time from the neon-lit streets. Her eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge, seeming to find the answer to this question far more enticing than the stacks of cash on the table. Looking at this astute yet somewhat naive, beautiful woman, Shen Lang's lips curled into a meaningful smile, shaping a hint of mystery. I met some people in prison, which opened up a few avenues, that's all. Wang Fengyi hesitated, sensing his reluctance to elaborate, and shifted the topic. I believe if you truly have connections, you could open a few more arcades in places like Yau Ma Ti, Mong Kok, Sim Sha Sui, and Central. And Shen Lang regarded her leisurely, his gaze that of a patient hunter. If you have funding issues, we could collaborate. Our company has several premises in those areas and ample funds. What about the shares? Shen Lang pressed to the core of the matter. We would take 51%. Wang Fengyi spoke quickly, a hint of cunning negotiation in her tone. Yet you must ensure the supply of gaming machines. I am aware of the stringent inspections at the docks. We can commence with renovations. And as soon as your machines arrive, we shall open for business. A commendable idea, Shen Lang nodded lightly, his tone revealing neither approval nor discontent. I need to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Given his current cash flow, there was no necessity for him to bring in investors, let alone engage in a partnership that could potentially diminish his control. Those who knew Shen Lang understood that contemplating typically signaled a polite refusal. However, Wang Fengyi seemed oblivious to this, or perhaps she was brimming with confidence in her and her company's capabilities, responding with a charming smile. No worries. Take your time to think it over, Lang. We can still negotiate the shareholding aspect. Very well, Mississippi. Shen Lang nodded. With a loud bang, the office door was flung open, and Leong Kuan swaggered in, cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon spotting Wang Fengyi, his eyes lit up, and he grinned widely. Hey, old buddy, am I interrupting anything? Shen Lang gestured with his chin towards the door. Wang Fengyi immediately understood, placing her money into her briefcase and rising. Oh, I have matters to attend to. You two carry on. She hurriedly exited, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance. Leong Kuan stared at her graceful silhouette, elbowing Shen Lang playfully, and exclaimed, I can't believe Wang Dong has such a stunning daughter. Old buddy, I support your pursuit of her. Just look at that figure, so elegant and shapely. She must be a joy to bear children. He cheekily perched himself on the table, lighting a cigarette for himself. Did she come to challenge you? And you have to pay her? Is she really that expensive? She sought my partnership, but I did not acquiesce, Shen Lang replied coolly. What a waste. Leong Kuan lamented dramatically. Shen Lang smacked him on the back of the head. She wishes to collaborate on opening a gaming hall. Her appetite is quite substantial, as she desires all the prime locations. Quite ambitious. What price is she asking? Does she have a 24-inch waist? Leong Kuan inquired with a mischievous glint. A 23-inch waist. I even held her while sleeping last night. Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, the door creaked open once more, and a flustered Wang Fengyi reappeared at the threshold, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shyly darting between the two men. Her voice barely above a whisper. I think I've lost my earring. Leong Kuan immediately straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. Miss, allow me to help you find it. No need, no need. Wang Fengyi felt as though she could sink into the floor. She had heard every word of their previous conversation and hastily waved her hands. Fleeing as if chased, Shen Lang bent down, retrieving the exquisite pearl earring from beneath the desk and turning it over in his fingers. Leong Kuan leaned in, grinning mischievously. Old buddy, did you see that? An opportunity. She left you her earring. Shen Lang called out playfully towards the door. Miss, you've returned. Startled, Leong Kuan whipped around, only to find the doorway empty, realizing he had been tricked. You deceived me. What the hell? What is there to fear? The esteemed leader of Hongxing, with countless underlings at his command, afraid of a mere girl? Shen Lang toyed with the earring, his gaze sharpening. Have all the venues in Yau Ma Ti, Mong Kok, Central, Causeway Bay, and Sim Sha Sui been secured? All set. We've dispatched someone to negotiate the rent. Once it's finalized, we can commence renovations. Leong Kuan's playful demeanor vanished. Old buddy, can you truly procure that many machines? Would I send you on a task I'm not confident about? Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. Chapter 26. Indulging in Solitude. I decline your oversight. Among the venues, the one in Mong Kok was an investment made for Leong Kuan, while the others were entirely his own. He had hundreds of gaming machines lying in wait, yet the current momentum was too strong to release them all at once. He had placed substantial orders with the Neon distributors, seeking both new and second-hand machines. Others may struggle to transport them, but he had his ways. Old buddy, you truly are impressive. Leong Kuan rubbed his hands together, suddenly adopting a sycophantic smile. Recently, I've stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. A filmmaker specializing in adult films borrowed 200,000 from me. How awkward it would be to discuss dreams. The film is complete, but the negatives were stolen. And now the person has vanished, leaving the equipment behind. You know me. I'm always keen on providing for the youth of Hong Kong. Do you think you could lend me 100? How much? Shen Lang took a drag from his cigarette, narrowing his eyes at him. Leong Kuan watched as Shen Lang retrieved a thick stack of cash from the drawer, his breath quickening. 200. 2 million. Shen Lang piled the money on the table. A smirk playing on his lips. 9 out of 13 returns. Returns are guaranteed. Indulging in solitude. I decline your oversight. Leong Kuan pulled out a black plastic bag, deftly stuffing the cash inside before darting away. Back in the car, Leong Kuan immediately called his sworn brother, Babai. Hey Babai. About the movie we discussed last night, have you considered it? Are you investing? On the other end of the line came Babai's bumbling laughter. Kuan go. I had the money, but I had a bad streak last night. Can you lend me 100,000 to recoup? You can front the movie costs. And once profits come in, you can deduct your share from mine. Hello? Babai. What did you say? The signal is poor. Leong Kuan raised his phone high. I said, I can't hear you. Just like that, Leong Kuan decisively hung up. Inside the office, Jack entered with a sharp-eyed man. Brother Lang. This is the head of the anti-triad unit, Officer Huang. Huang Wenbin wasted no time, plopping down across from Shen Lang, his gaze scrutinizing every corner of the office. Boss Shen, quite an impressive operation you have here. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Huang Wenbin said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I've long wanted to pay you a visit. I heard you were in the Neon District recently? Just a small business, making a living. Shen Lang replied nonchalantly, extending a pack of specially made cigarettes. Officer Huang. Do try this. Let me know if it suits your taste. He had prepared plenty of these, each containing a receipt redeemable for electronics or cash at the Launchie store. Then I shan't be polite. Huang Wenbin opened the pack on the spot, discovering a receipt for $10,000 inside, secretly pleased. He had never encountered such a straightforward boss before. Boss Shen, I won't disturb you any longer. Huang Wenbin discreetly pocketed the cigarettes and stood to leave. He had observed closely that there were no cameras in the office. Jack closed the door and whispered, Brother Lang, the crew has already recruited 100 people. Combined with the gang from Sai Kung, it's nearly 200 now. The security team maintains a 100-person structure. The core must be efficient. As too many personnel increases expenses. Shen Lang smiled calmly. Menial tasks can be outsourced. There are plenty of lowly souls on the streets willing to work for money. We are businessmen. Violence and chaos disrupt profitability. The team money in the drawer is prepared for this very purpose. You know what to do. Jack nodded. Understood. Additionally, many gray market vendors are interested in sourcing from us and are inquiring about franchise conditions. Are they envious? Shen Lang scoffed, temporarily not accepting any new franchises. However, do not block their paths. Prepare an application form for them to fill out, stating that we will consider their requests carefully. Why is that? Jack asked, puzzled. They are all in this line of work. Being too harsh in rejection could lead to complaints against us. Let them have a glimmer of hope. It lowers our risk and saves us from unnecessary trouble. Shen Lang replied with astute calculation. Understood. Jack smiled knowingly. Although we are not accepting them as franchisees for now, we can still offer some incentives, such as providing some parts. We still have a plethora in our warehouse. Shen Lang added. He still had a batch of electronic components brought back from the Neon District lying around. Watches, designer handbags, and other gadgets yet to be released. All right. I'll take care of that. Jack acknowledged and departed. At the headquarters of the All Prosperity Society, the office was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. The leader, Wang Dong, brewed pu'er tea with poise and grace. He Shi Chong, with a blend of flattery and provocation, remarked, Brother Dong, you haven't been out lately. Have you seen that Shen Lang? He is currently quite the formidable figure. Oh, Wang Dong didn't even lift his eyelids. Hey, He Shi Chong leaned in closer. A smile of envy etched upon his face, declaring that the entire street of contraband in Kun Tong had been transformed into a realm of indulgence. The signs of Lon Shaai were ubiquitous, with throngs of people jostling against one another, while wealth flowed into his pockets like water. And those two arcades. boasting the latest neon machines, had queues of young patrons extending out onto the street. Furthermore, his Saigon coastline was raking in profits at a speed that surpassed even that of a printing press. As he spoke, he covertly gauged Wang Dong's expression, noticing his indifference, and thus intensified his tone. Brother Dong, I must say, the society originally granted him that dilapidated street and those shabby arcades out of pity. Yet here he is, leveraging the society's name to expand his business to such heights. Having earned so much, does he even remember the society? Or you, his patron? Wang Dong slid a cup of tea towards him, his tone devoid of emotion. The society has its rules. The territory was given to him. His success is his own merit. That may be so. He Shurchong feigned sorrow. Yet he knew all too well that his current scale had long surpassed the worth of that rundown street. Utilizing the society's red stick status, he could stir trouble and still have the society's support. Since he had harnessed the society's influence, shouldn't the profits be shared with the society? Rules may be rigid, but humans are adaptable. Observing Wang Dong's silence, he lowered his voice, his tone growing more sinister. Brother Dong, this fellow has risen too swiftly, and he has a cadre of followers. If this continues, he will become too large to control. Will he still regard you with respect then? In my view, while he is still fledgling, we should either incorporate his business into the society's accounts or demand he surrender 50 to 60% of his earnings from the past few months. Consider it a gesture of gratitude for the society's nurturing. A chilling smile crept onto He Shurchong's lips, as if he could already envision vast wealth falling into his grasp. Wang Dong finally raised his gaze, his profound eyes causing He Shurchong's heart to tighten. Shurchong, Wang Dong's voice was low yet carried an undeniable weight. I am aware of your words. I will handle Shen Lang's matters with discernment. The society's rules must not be broken. How much he earns is his fortune. With that, he lifted the teacup and fell silent. He Shurchong's face flashed with discontent, forcing himself to sip tea, his resentment towards Shen Lang deepening. Chapter 27. The Cunning He Shurchong. Upon returning to his office, He Shurchong sank into his genuine leather sofa, his fingers nervously tapping the armrest, his eyes swirling with dark fury. In recent days, he found himself increasingly troubled. Shen Lang, a recently released red stick, had managed to flourish in such a short time, even earning praise from the patron Wang Dong. What dignity remained for him, who had toiled in the society for over 20 years? No, he could not allow Shen Lang to bask in such glory any longer. Teeth clenched, He Shurchong devised a sinister plan in his mind. He resolved to approach the uncle generation, who were particularly strict about seniority within the society. He picked up the phone and dialed 4 numbers in succession. Uncle Ming, Uncle Kuan, Uncle Jean, Uncle Pei, are you free for tea tomorrow? I know a newly opened tea house that serves authentic pu'er. The next day at noon, in a VIP room of a high-end tea house in Causeway Bay, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Gentlemen, please enjoy this 50-year-old aged tea cake. He Shurchong personally poured, wearing a respectful smile. He had deliberately chosen this location, distant from the society's usual gatherings, to avoid leaks. Uncle Kuan took a small sip and slowly set down his cup. Ah Chong, what prompted you to gather us 4 old fellows today? Uncle Ming adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied leisurely. It wouldn't happen to be about that Shen Lang from Kuntong, would it? He Shurchong's heart trembled. He hadn't anticipated Uncle Ming's keen perception, but maintained a composed facade. You see clearly, Uncle Ming. I merely feel that today's youth are increasingly oblivious to the rules. Just look at Shen Lang. Relying on a bit of cleverness, he has become arrogant, disregarding the very basics of seniority. Uncle Jean furrowed his brow. What brings you to that conclusion? I find that lad quite respectful. Uncle Pei was even more direct. Ah Chong, your words seem rather unjust. Just yesterday, Shen Lang sent someone to deliver a microwave to me, saying it was a token of respect for us old fellows. He Shurchong's complexion shifted suddenly, suppressing his shock, and continued to stoke the flames. Uncle Pei, are those small favors enough to win you over? Have you considered that his lucrative contraband street is raking in gold daily? Has he ever thought of paying tribute to the society? That statement is flawed, Uncle Pei retorted, rising indignantly. The contraband street was established solely by Shen Lang, and he never sought a single cent from the society. He served 3 years in prison for our society. Who here does not know the circumstances surrounding that street and those 2 shabby arcades? And who among us could have managed the Saigon Trading Company? You've been in this for decades, yet have you ever created a new coastline for the new territories? Now that he has succeeded, should we old fellows still feel envy? Is that appropriate? Let us not appear too greedy. Ah Chong. Uncle Kuan nodded slightly. Uncle Pei makes a valid point. Shen Lang truly understands the rules. My wife was delighted with the television he sent yesterday. Uncle Ming regarded He Shurchong with a knowing glance. Ah Chong, one must be magnanimous. It is commendable that Shen Lang respects his elders. That is indeed rare. Witnessing the 4 uncles unite in defense of Shen Lang, He Shurchong felt a mix of shock and anger, inwardly cursing Shen Lang's cunning. He forced a smile. You four uncles offer wise counsel. I failed to consider the matter thoroughly. Ultimately, the tea gathering ended on a sour note. Standing at the tea house entrance, He Shichong watched the uncles' cars depart. His expression dark enough to drip water. He had never anticipated Shen Lang would prove so astute, winning hearts in advance. Once back in the car, He Shichong slammed his fist against the steering wheel, the horn blaring a sharp, discordant note. What a cunning Shen Lang. You've even won over those old fellows. Just then, a call came in from Dejun. Brother Chong, I have received news. Yesterday, Shen Lang sent generous gifts to the four uncles. I hear they are all the latest neon electronics. He Shichong erupted in fury. You tell me this now? Too little, too late. Taking a deep breath. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. I don't care. Listen closely, tonight. Take people and burn down his contraband street. Keep it clean. Understood, Dejun acknowledged. Meanwhile, Shen Lang was in his office in Kuntong, observing Lon Shaai diligently recording accounts. She had been working hard these days, focusing on bookkeeping during the day and earnestly studying financial knowledge at night. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Shen Lang answered casually. Lang, it's me. Uncle Pei? Did you enjoy the gifts I sent yesterday? If not, I can have someone exchange them. Of course I like them. How could I not? Uncle Pei paused, lowering his voice. I called to inform you that Ah Chong just invited us old fellows for tea. Uncle Pei had never been fond of He Shichong. Knowing him to be deceitful and hypocritical, he sought to warn Shen Lang to be cautious. He understood that He Shichong was a small-minded man, and after being rebuffed by them today, he would not let it go easily. Shen Lang understood the implication. Uncle Pei was the most loyal among the Society's uncles. Having looked after the original owner in the past, he cherished this bond. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Pei. After hanging up, Shen Lang's expression turned cold. He immediately dialed Jack's number. Tell the brothers to heighten security tonight. He Shichong may be plotting something. As night deepened, the contraband street in Kuntong remained brightly lit. Shen Lang's enterprises had all bolstered their security levels, particularly the contraband street, which not only increased the number of covert night watchmen and mobile patrols, but also equipped them with portable walkie-talkies to ensure seamless communication. On the eve of action, Dejun, alongside several unfamiliar faces, stealthily scouted the target area repeatedly. Their movements had long been monitored by concealed security personnel, who promptly reported their actions. That night, shortly after 3 o'clock, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. The imposing figure, known by the moniker Rotten Tooth Ming, stealthily approached a relatively secluded warehouse on the back streets of the black market, alongside Dejun. The area was cluttered with numerous cardboard boxes and flammable materials. Hurry up. Douse it with gasoline. Once we ignite it, we'll slip away through the back alley. Dejun urged in a hushed tone, ever vigilant. Trembling, Rotten Tooth Ming extracted a plastic container filled with gasoline from his coat, and as he twisted open the cap, the acrid scent of gasoline filled the night air. Don't move. Make another move, and I'll blow your head off. With a sudden crack, Mei Lantian and several security personnel emerged. Cold wooden clubs pressed firmly against Rotten Tooth Ming's skull. Almost simultaneously, another team member swiftly knocked him out, preventing any cries for help. Dejun reacted swiftly, sensing the danger, and attempted to flee deeper into the alley, only to be met with a kick to the knee from Jack, collapsing to the ground with a scream. Instantly restrained by two burly men, his mouth silenced with duct tape. Caught red-handed, the entire operation was executed with precision. Mei Lantian picked up the gasoline container, placing a foot on Dejun's head, and furiously exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You thought you could set fire to a building? Have you no humanity? Do you even realize how many lives you would endanger, you wretch? If you're going to kill me, just do it. Why waste your breath?" Dejun retorted defiantly. A true man, Mei Lantian scoffed, turning to shout, "Take them back and torture them. Strip these two wretches and bind them in the woods, cover them in honey." Chapter 28. Caught red-handed. Do you still wish to deny? No, please. Big brother. I'll talk. Rotten Tooth Ming howled, tears and snot smeared across his face. We're under Chong Gu's orders. He sent us here. It's not our fault. What nonsense are you spewing? Dejun interrupted sharply, veins popping on his forehead. This was my plan. Why drag Chong Gu into this? TSK. Impressive, Mei Lantian grinned, revealing a row of white teeth that looked particularly menacing in the dim light. He waved his hand dismissively. Interesting. Take them away. No mosquito feeding today. Bring them back for a thorough interrogation. Big brother, I've already confessed. Why keep hitting me? Rotten Tooth Ming stammered, his legs trembling in fear, his voice cracking. Confession or not, the beating must continue. Mei Lantian leaned down to pat his face. Did your Chinese teacher teach you to speak like that? How absurd. Once you confess, there's no need for further punishment, or else it makes me seem too lenient. Brother, are you toying with me? Rotten Tooth Ming lamented the darkness of this world. He was too weary to argue further and dialed Shen Lang. Lang Go. We have a coward who confessed. The mastermind is He Shichong. There was a 2-second silence on the other end before Shen Lang's calm voice replied, "Understood. Treat them well. Tomorrow is the day for collecting the society's contributions. I will bring them back to the company to settle the accounts." "All right." Mei Lantian hung up the phone, grinning at the two captives. "Did you hear that? We're taking you to the guest house." The hospitality of that night was comprehensive and multifaceted. Rotten Tooth Ming confessed too readily, prompting Mei Lantian to scorn his lack of backbone, devoid of any sense of loyalty, and thus he was beaten severely. Dejun, on the other hand, was too stubborn. Mei Lantian believed him uncooperative and thought, "Let's see how long you can endure." He too received a thorough thrashing. Fists, knee strikes, belts, and pipes were employed in succession. The muffled thuds and cries echoed in the confined space, only subsiding in the early hours of dawn. As the first light of day broke, the two lay slumped in a corner, their bodies battered and bruised, barely clinging to life, on the brink of the afterlife. The next day, in the conference hall, sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting lines of light upon the mahogany table. The aroma of cigars mingled with the scent of tea, filling the air of the monthly meeting of the Chuanqing Society. Wang Dong sat at the head of the table, tapping his fingertips on the surface as he listened to Fei Bo, the master of the oilseed hall, report the figures. Though his expression appeared focused, his eyes had already scrutinized everyone present. After so many years in his position, the undercurrents of discontent had never ceased. He Shichang stood behind Wang Dong, palms sweating. Dejun and Rotten Tooth Ming had been out of contact for an entire night, and their disappearance spelled trouble. Last month, the casino revenue increased by 30%, but profits only rose by 10%, primarily due to higher handling fees from the authorities, Fei Bo concluded, wiping his forehead. Just as Wang Dong was about to respond, a commotion erupted outside the door. "Stop. There's a meeting in progress. Who let you in?" "Step aside," came a calm voice from outside. He Shichang froze. It was Shen Lang. Bang! The heavy wooden doors of the conference hall were forcefully flung open, slamming against the walls with a deafening crash that even caused the teacups on the table to jump. Everyone in the hall sprang to their feet in shock, the screeching sound of chair legs scraping against the floor echoing sharply. Even Wang Dong, who was typically unflinching in the face of adversity, instinctively tightened his grip on the armrests of his chair. Shen Lang stood at the entrance, clad in a sharply tailored black suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his figure tall and imposing. Flanking him were Jack and Mei Lantian, dragging in two individuals like broken sacks, leaving behind muddied streaks on the floor. It was Dejun and Rotten Tooth Ming, now unrecognizable, their clothes tattered, skin bruised and bloodied, with only the faint rise and fall of their chests betraying their continued existence. "What do you intend to do?" Several guards attempted to rush forward to intervene, but were easily subdued by Shen Lang's accompanying men, their hands twisted behind their backs and pressed against the wall. "A few thousand a month. What worth is your life? Don't move, kid. It could cost you your life." The group in black attire moved with precision, their sharp gazes and silent demeanor starkly contrasting with the typical raucousness of the gang members, exuding a professional menace. He Shichang's heart raced as he pointed at Shen Lang, screaming, "Shen Lang, are you out of your mind? How dare you barge in here? What do you want? A rebellion?" He abruptly turned to Wang Dong, his facial muscles twitching, and shouted hoarsely, "Uncle Dong, look at this. Is there no longer any order? A red stick dares to run rampant here. This is sheer chaos." A thin veil of anger washed over Wang Dong's face as he replied, "Lang, you won't leave this place without giving everyone present an explanation." The hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed on Shen Lang. He took measured steps forward, his demeanor as composed as if he were out for a leisurely stroll. "Uncle Dong, esteemed gentlemen, my apologies for intruding today. It is the day of collecting contributions for your society, and while I wish to avoid interrupting your valuable contributions, I felt compelled to come." He turned, pointing at the two captives on the floor, his voice rising sharply. "These two scoundrels attempted to burn down my warehouse last night with 3 barrels of gasoline. Had my brothers not discovered their plan in time, I would now be counting ashes in a grave." A wave of astonishment rippled through the room. To think that fellow members would resort to such treachery. Several elders' expressions turned grave. "You're talking nonsense." He Shichang cried out frantically, "You're clearly framing me. You found a couple of useless individuals, coerced them into confessing, and now you want to tarnish my reputation. Uncle Dong, this has been premeditated." He seeks to eliminate his rivals. Wang Dong's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting between He Shichang and the two on the floor. At that moment, Pei Shu, who had been squinting at the two captives, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the semi-conscious Dejun, "Ah, Kuan, doesn't that left eye, swollen shut from a beating, look familiar? Isn't that Dejun, the one under Ah Chong, known for his fighting skills?" Uncle Kuan adjusted his reading glasses, leaning forward to scrutinize the scene for a moment before slowly nodding, his voice low yet clear enough for those in the front row to hear. "Indeed, it is him. Last year at Ah Chang's casino, a swindler claiming to possess extraordinary abilities swindled Ah Chang out of several tens of thousands. It was he who cornered the swindler in an alley and personally severed his right hand. On the other side, Uncle Ming pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses cold and detached, adding, "That is indeed Dejun, one of Ah Chang's most capable enforcers. The man with the rotten teeth. I have encountered him a few times. He often trails behind Dejun to collect debts." As the uncles recognized the figures, the atmosphere in the room shifted palpably. The previously disgruntled hall master began casting sidelong glances at He Shichong. Shen Lang abruptly raised his hand, pointing at He Shichong. His gaze sharp as a blade. "Rotten brat Chong. He is your enforcer. This matter involves the disgraceful arson of our brethren, with both eyewitness and material evidence present. In front of the dragon head and all the esteemed uncles and brothers, what excuse do you have left?" He Shichong's face turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his brow, yet he stubbornly protested, "So what if he is my man? With thousands of brothers in the society, how can I oversee every individual's clandestine dealings? Who knows if they were bribed by you, Shen Lang, or if they hold a personal grudge against you? Now that you've beaten them to this state, what do you expect? Coerced confessions. This is clearly a setup to ruin me." He turned to Uncle Wang. Squeezing out a couple of tears, "Uncle Dong, I have been with you for 20 years. You know me. How could I commit such heinous acts against my own brethren? This is clearly a plot by Shen Lang to frame me." Uncle Wang scrutinized He Shichong, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes, having followed him for 2 decades. Chapter 29, Irrefutable Evidence. Shen Lang let out a cold laugh, utterly disinclined to argue further, and made a subtle gesture toward Mei Lantian. Mei Lantian had been waiting for this moment, a cruel smile stretching across his lips. He strode forward, seizing the barely conscious rotten-toothed Ming from the ground as if he were a mere chick, forcing the battered face to confront the assembly of uncles and the dragon head. With a swift motion, he slapped the bloodied back of rotten-toothed Ming. His voice as cold as steel. "Speak. Who directed you? Before the dragon head of the All-Shing Society and all the esteemed uncles, clarify your words. Speak the truth, and perhaps you may spare half your life, crawling out of here." Rotten-toothed Ming, already shattered in spirit, was now pierced by the gazes of the assembly and enveloped by Mei Lantian's murderous aura, causing his last defenses to crumble entirely. With a hoarse voice, he cried out, "It was Brother Chong, He Shichong, who sent us to burn down Lang Ji's counterfeit warehouse. He said it was secluded and lightly guarded. Burning a small storage wouldn't attract attention, and once it was done, he would arrange for our escape. Did you hear that? Can't hear me? Let him repeat it." Mei Lantian continued, tossing rotten-toothed Ming aside like a rag. "I'm talking nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart." He Shichong, realizing the end was near, completely lost his composure. He lunged forward, no longer merely kicking or striking, but swinging his fists mercilessly at rotten-toothed Ming and Dejun's heads and chests. "Pooh!" Rotten-toothed Ming, having already been left with half a life, spewed a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he lay motionless. Nearby, Dejun curled up, coughing up blood foam, following suit into unconsciousness. "Stop it!" He Shichong. Uncle Pei slammed his hands on the table, rising in anger. "This is too brazen." Uncle Kuan's beard trembled with rage. Several uncles shouted for him to cease, yet He Shichong was intent on silencing them, striking with brutal force and disregard. In the midst of this chaos, Shen Lang made his move. Rather than intervening, he leisurely retrieved a cigarette case from his suit pocket, flicked one out, and lit it with a Zippo, taking a deep drag. Then, amidst the astonished, furious, and bewildered gazes of all present, he produced a black portable tape recorder from his coat and placed it on the table. "Rotten brat Chong." Shen Lang's voice sliced through the smoke, icy and piercing. "Continue to hit. Let us see if your fists are harder than the truth within this iron contraption." He pressed the play button. The recorder crackled to life, followed by a clearer statement from rotten-toothed Ming. Brother Chong said to burn a small warehouse. It would cause Shen Lang pain without creating too much of a scene. Afterward, he would arrange everything. As the recording concluded, the hall fell silent, the sound of breathing resonating. All eyes first fixated on the recorder, then shifted in unison to the pale-faced He Shichong. His fist, frozen mid-swing, hung in the air as if suddenly encased in ice, his face drained of color, cold sweat sliding down his brow. Shen Lang approached the unconscious rotten-toothed Ming, glancing at the spreading blood on the ground before turning to fixate on He Shichong. His voice rising sharply, "Rotten brat Chong, look closely. These are the men who risked their lives for you, just because they spoke a single truth. You would beat them to death in front of the hall and all the esteemed uncles. Do you not regard the hall? Do you have no respect for the uncles? Are you even aware of the society's rules? With such a ruthless heart, tormenting your own brethren, are you even human?" These questions struck like heavy hammers, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. Uncle Pei trembled with rage, pointing at He Shichong, cursing, "This is outrageous. Ah Chong, You are nothing but a disgrace to the society. To dare commit murder in front of us. What else would you not dare? Uncle Kuan shook his head in sorrow. Ah Chong, having known you for over 20 years, I never imagined you would become this way. Arson against your own brethren is already a grave taboo in the underworld, and now you seek to silence them. It is truly disappointing. Uncle Ming coldly remarked. With both eyewitness and material evidence present, Ah Chong, you cannot escape. Uncle Dong added, this matter must be dealt with according to the society's regulations, otherwise it will be impossible to appease the crowd. Other hall masters whispered among themselves, their gazes toward He Shichong filled with disdain and anger. To harm one's own brethren is the most despised act in the underworld. Wang Dong slowly rose, his fury fading, leaving only an icy authority. His gaze swept over He Shichong, who had been with him for over 20 years, then glanced at the composed Shen Lang, his expression complex. Seizing the moment, Shen Lang pressed on, his voice resolute. Uncle Dong, esteemed uncles, Rotten Brat Chong, as a white paper fan of the society, has failed to benefit the society, instead inciting his subordinates to commit arson against the properties of his own brethren out of personal grudges. This is his first crime. When the matter was exposed, he showed no remorse, and in the hall, before all eyes, he committed acts of violence, attempting to silence witnesses, thus disrespecting the hall's authority. This is his second crime. With both eyewitness and material evidence present, his actions are despicable, and his methods vicious, eliciting outrage. He took a deep breath, his voice unyielding. I solemnly request the hall to act according to the society's rules against this unrepentant, ruthless perpetrator of violence against his own brethren, enforcing the family law and expelling him from the society, to uphold justice, to serve as a warning to others. Wang Dong furrowed his brow, a troubled expression crossing his face. After all, He Shichong had been with him for 2 decades. At that moment, He Shichong appeared to awaken from his fear. He could no longer concern himself with dignity, and, with a thud, collapsed to his knees, crawling toward Wang Dong, clutching his pants tightly with both hands. Tears streaming down his face as he wailed, Hall Master, Uncle Dong, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. I implore you, considering our 20 years together. Even if I have no merit, I have endured hardships. Spare me this time. I will never dare again. Please grant me another chance. And I shall serve the society like an obedient dog. His voice was hoarse, his forehead banging against the marble floor, humbling himself to the dust. This sudden transformation moved many. After all, he was a longtime brother. Wang Dong looked down at the weeping He Shichong, a flicker of complexity and compassion in his eyes. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, seemingly in intense struggle. The entire conference hall was filled only with He Shichong's cries and the sound of his kowtowing. Several uncles exchanged glances. Uncle Pei and Uncle Kuan maintained their resolute expressions. Time passed second by second, each moment stretching out interminably. He Shichong's forehead was already bloodied from the blows, yet he remained oblivious, incessantly pleading. At last, Wang Dong abruptly opened his eyes. The flicker of compassion replaced by resolute determination. He kicked He Shichong's hand away, his voice cold and weary. Ah Chong, it is too late. Your transgression is not a mere trifling error, but a grave taboo that the society cannot condone. If I were to spare you, how could I justify this to the entire organization? The rules are stringent. This is no child's play. He no longer regarded the crumpled figure of He Shichong, turning instead to Uncle Pei, the head of the law enforcement hall, and spoke in a solemn tone. Uncle Pei, as the head of the law enforcement hall, what must be done according to the rules? Uncle Pei rose sharply, his expression grim. According to Article 13 of the rules, those who harm their fellow members shall be punished with 50 strokes, stripped of their position, and expelled. All properties under their name shall be reclaimed by the society. Very well, Wang Dong commanded decisively. Then you shall carry it out personally. Execute the sentence immediately. Yes, Uncle Pei replied without hesitation. He waved his hand. Bring forth the punishment. Restrain him. Outside, a subordinate peered in cautiously. Uncle Pei, are you truly going to enforce the punishment? The instruments are still in the old hall shrine and haven't been brought here. What nonsense. Uncle Pei glared. Do you expect me to drag him through the streets? Go fetch them at once. If I do not see the rods within half an hour, you will take his 50 strokes in his stead. Yes, yes, the subordinate, intimidated by Uncle Pei's wrath, hurriedly dashed out. For He Shichong, who lay like a broken marionette, those 30 minutes felt more torturous than death itself. His face resembled parchment. His lips trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. He mumbled incoherently, indistinguishable between pleas for mercy and curses, likely a combination of both. Several elders huddled together, whispering, occasionally glancing at He Shichong with shaking heads, as if to say they had known all along that this scoundrel was unreliable. The other hall leaders remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. As for Shen Lang, he sat calmly, seemingly unfazed, even taking the time to have a cup of hot tea refilled, exuding an air of detached indifference as he watched the unfolding drama. Finally, the subordinate returned, breathless, carrying a polished, thick jujube-wood rod, its surface gleaming ominously. The rod seemed steeped in the lamentations of countless unfortunate souls, heavy with a palpable aura of dread. Two burly law enforcement disciples stepped forward, hoisting He Shichang as if he were a slaughter-bound chicken, forcefully pinning him onto the heavy punishment bench prepared for such a fate. In a final surge of strength, He Shichang flailed, crying out to his parents, but in the grip of those iron towers, he was as helpless as a chick. Uncle Pei advanced steadily, taking the rod and weighing it in his hands. He had awaited this opportunity for many years. Staring at the heap of despair on the bench, he barked, He Shichang, do you understand your crimes? Uncle Pei, spare me. I truly understand my mistakes. Consider my years of service, though unremarkable, I have suffered. He Shichang wept, his face streaked with tears and snot. The first stroke. Uncle Pei, disinterested in further dialogue, shouted with ferocity, you have harbored malevolent intentions, betraying your own kind. He swung the rod in a wide arc, delivering a resounding blow to He Shichang's back. The sound of the strike echoed ominously within the silent assembly hall. A jarring note of anguish. He Shichang let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his body jolting upright before crashing back onto the bench. Veins bulging from his neck, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Uncle Pei remained unfazed, the rod striking down again, narrating, second stroke. You have feasted upon your own, undermining the very walls of the society. Third stroke. You have run amok in the sacred hall, showing no respect for your superiors. Fourth stroke. You are ungrateful, squandering 20 years of rice. Fifth stroke. One blow followed another, each landing with brutal accuracy. Each strike resonated against flesh, sending painful vibrations through the air. He Shichang's cries evolved from piercing shrieks to hoarse, muted groans, eventually fading into faint, unconscious whimpers. His suit lay tattered, blood rapidly soaking through, his back a gruesome sight. The assembly hall fell into a deathly silence, save for the terrifying sound of the rod striking flesh, and He Shichang's feeble whimpers reverberating through the air. All present wore grave expressions. This was the lavish spectacle of a traitor meeting his fate, an unflinching display of justice. 25 strokes, 30 strokes, 40 strokes. By the time the 45th stroke landed, He Shichang had succumbed to silence, sprawled like a rag, only the expanding pool of blood on the bench attesting to his humanity. Yet Uncle Pei, unwavering, executed the punishment with steadfast resolve, adhering strictly to the rules. 50 strokes meant 50 strokes, not a single one less, showcasing the society's formidable enforcement. At last, the 50th stroke descended with a gust, sealing the brutal ordeal in a blood-soaked conclusion. Since becoming head of the law enforcement hall at the age of 25, Uncle Pei had struck 500 times each day, using this as a measure of discipline. Punishing He Shichang brought him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Uncle Pei, unflustered, handed the bloodied rod to a nearby disciple, turning to Wang Dong with cupped fists. The family law has been executed, 50 strokes completed. Wang Dong surveyed He Shichang's pitiful state, the last flicker of emotion in his eyes extinguished, as if a stagnant pool of water. Wearily, he waved his hand, instructing, remove him, find a doctor for a simple bandaging, and then discard him. From this moment forth, He Shichang is no longer a member of our society. All properties and accounts under his management shall be immediately reclaimed by the organization. Yes, several subordinates responded, preparing to clear away the human refuse. Hold on. Shen Lang suddenly interjected, his voice low yet resonant, akin to a pebble dropped into a still pond, sending ripples through the assembly. All eyes turned to him. A mixture of confusion, curiosity, and wariness reflected in their gazes. Unfazed, Shen Lang casually accepted a worn black ledger from Jack's hands. He approached the long table in front of Wang Dong, gently placing the ledger down. Uncle Dong, esteemed elders, there is another matter regarding the scoundrel Chong that must be addressed. This was the ledger submitted by his chief lieutenant to secure his own life. And according to him, it contained the true accounts of all the dealings He Shichang had overseen in recent years. He emphasized the word true, allowing it to resonate within the hushed assembly hall. In truth, this was evidence Shen Lang had discreetly gathered, merely articulated through the lieutenant's voice. The lieutenant had revealed that this private ledger did not align with the accounts submitted to the society. The discrepancies were far from minor. Fearing that He Shichang might silence him one day, he had surreptitiously documented the crucial details. Shen Lang surveyed the assembly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Upon review, it has been quite an eye-opener. As he spoke, the collective heart of the audience lodged in their throats. As Wang Dong's most trusted aide, many numbers had passed through He Shichang's hands, if he truly sought to deceive. Shen Lang wasted no time in revealing the contents of the ledger, swiftly flipping to a specific page. Last year, The society sought new revenue streams through manager He, investing a substantial 2 million to acquire the land in Kowloon Tong for a high-end club. The public accounts clearly state an expenditure of 2 million, down to the last cent. Yet, this ledger chronicles that the actual transaction price for that land was merely 150,000. An additional 50,000 was inflated by He Shichong through a shell company, ultimately lining his own pockets. Just like that, 50,000 simply vanished. A gasp rippled through the assembly as several elders' complexions turned ashen. Shen Lang did not wait for the crowd to digest the shocking news, but continued to throw more bombshells. Secondly, the nightclub renovations were inflated, with false reporting of project costs. Last year, the renovation of a nightclub in Mong Kok was recorded in the public accounts as costing 800,000. However, the private ledger clearly indicated that only 450,000 was actually paid to the construction team. The remaining 350,000 was directly intercepted by Achong under various pretenses, such as special material fees and expedited charges. De Jun himself admitted that Achong had the construction team prepare 2 different contracts and invoices at that time. The third incident, which was perhaps the most outrageous, was met with Shen Lang's tone brimming with disdain, collecting protection fees and maintaining dual accounts, profiting from both ends. He instructed his subordinates that when collecting protection fees, they must collect 2 versions, one that was officially recorded and submitted according to regulations, and the other as extra tips and hardship fees, which would go directly into He Shichong's private coffers, having no connection to the organization's accounts whatsoever, just in the area De Jun was responsible for. According to these illicit records, last year alone, the illicit money that did not enter the public accounts exceeded 600,000. Chapter 31. The Downfall of He Shichong. Shen Lang slammed the ledger shut with a resounding thud, no longer glancing at it, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Wang Dong, whose face had turned as dark as a charred pot. Uncle Dong, esteemed uncles, what kind of tricks are played in the casinos, smuggling goods for profit, or even embezzling funds from the organization to engage in short-term high-interest lending? There are countless ways to make money, limited only by one's imagination. And he has left no stone unturned. He took a deep breath and delivered the final blow. According to these records, combined with our findings, just in the past 2 years, the assets of the organization that the scoundrel Chong has siphoned off through various means amount to no less than this sum. He extended 3 fingers, then added a fourth. 3 to 4 million, if not more. He is not working for the organization. He is treating it as his personal ATM, draining the lifeblood of all his brothers to fatten his own belly. The previously tense atmosphere in the conference hall was instantly ignited by a fiercer rage. 3 to 4 million. He Shichong, you treacherous wretch. While we toil and strive outside, you hide behind and drain the organization's blood. The hall masters were incensed, with several hot-headed individuals already rolling up their sleeves, ready to rush in for a few more kicks. After all, this scoundrel had already been beaten to a pulp, and with his reputation in tatters, attacking him now was merely a case of kicking a dog when it's down. If they didn't T-strike, why not? Wang Dong fixed his gaze firmly on the black ledger on the table, glancing at the pitiful figure of the muddy Achong at the entrance. The last remnants of any previous affection were utterly reduced to ashes, leaving only a deep-seated fury and the bitter realization of having raised a treacherous wolf. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the mahogany surface to tremble. Drag him away. Keep a close watch on him. I will get to the bottom of this. When he wakes up, I will question him personally. Every single cent he has swallowed must be returned. I, Wang Dong, promise here today that there will be an accounting for the organization. Whoever dares to entertain crooked thoughts about the organization's funds, let He Shichong serve as a cautionary example. At this point, He Shichong's coffin lid was firmly nailed shut, leaving no chance for resurrection. The series of upheavals left Wang Dong physically and mentally drained. He waved his hand, lacking the energy to continue the meeting. He cast a deep glance at Shen Lang, whose surprises today were indeed beyond his expectations. Let us call it a day. Wang Dong stood up and said to Shen Lang, come to my office for a moment. All right. Shen Lang replied calmly and followed. The commotion in the fragrant hall had been too loud, and the clerical staff in the office area had been sent home early, leaving only the organization's core members. As everyone watched the two depart, their thoughts were varied, but all understood that after today, the organization's sky might just change its hue. The uncles and hall masters gradually left as well. Notably, Wongfengi was out on business, perfectly missing this grand spectacle, thus saving himself some trouble. In the office, Wang Dong sat behind a large desk, lighting a cigar. Amidst the swirling smoke, he scrutinized Shen Lang, who sat opposite him with a complex expression. Sit. Shen Lang composedly took his seat. Lang, Wang Dong exhaled a ring of smoke, slowly saying, you handled today's affairs with both elegance and ruthlessness. It seems I was right about you. You truly possess talent and audacity. He gazed out the window, his tone laden with an indescribable sentiment. Ah, A Chong. He has been with me for 20 years, through thick and thin. I never imagined that human hearts could change so swiftly. He would sell out the very roots of the organization and the bonds of brotherhood for money. A Lang, he mused, do you think that once a person climbs high enough, with power in hand and wealth in pocket, they easily become dizzy, forgetting whose shoulders they once stood upon and who helped them rise? Shen Lang listened quietly, waiting until Wang Dong had unburdened himself before replying. Uncle Dong, the world is vast and treacherous. Human hearts are the most unreliable of things. Change is the norm. Dwelling on the past serves no purpose, but rather burdens the spirit. He shifted the topic. In fact, I came here today not only to discuss He Shurchong's matter, but I also have another urgent matter to report to you privately. Oh, Wang Dong's brow instinctively furrowed as he sat up straighter, the cigar in his hand pausing midair. What is it? Is there another hidden threat lurking beneath the surface of this organization aside from the termite that is He Shurchong? How many surprises has Shen Lang prepared for today? In the parking lot, several junior members were hurriedly stuffing the unconscious He Shurchong into an old car, preparing to discard him at a familiar black clinic. Suddenly, 3 or 4 unmarked black cars sped in, violently blocking their path. The doors burst open, and 7 or 8 burly men in black hoods, revealing only their eyes, leapt out, each brandishing dark, menacing firearms. Don't move. Put him down. The lead hooded man's voice was hoarse and filled with murderous intent. The organization's junior members were paralyzed with fear, none daring to move in the face of the guns. The masked men moved swiftly, 2 of them holding their weapons on the entire scene, while the others seized the pitiful figure of He Shurchong, tossing him into their car like a sack of potatoes. Hey, who the hell are you? A Chong was taken away. Is this a vendetta he stirred up outside? The uncles, hall masters, and junior members present were filled with shock and anger. Yet they were constrained by fear, helplessly watching as the assailants made off with their prize, tires screeching as they vanished around the corner. Damn it! Who the hell are these people? It must be trouble A Chong brought upon himself. They are here for revenge. What a disaster. How could they explain this to the boss? What can we say? Just that an unidentified gang of thugs kidnapped him. After all, A Chong is no longer a member of the organization. If his enemies come knocking, what does it have to do with us? The crowd was rife with uncertainty, discussing amongst themselves, most leaning toward the notion that this was a personal vendetta against He Shurchong, taking advantage of his weakened state to settle scores. Only Uncle Pei gazed in the direction of the car as it disappeared, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. He inwardly sighed. A Lang's moves are truly swift. First, publicly topple him and expel him from the organization, thus making it justifiable. Then let his enemies take over, eliminating future troubles. In this way, who would dare to speak up for a corrupt official who has already been expelled? Inside the speeding car, the jolting and pain gradually brought He Shurchong back to a semblance of consciousness. He vaguely saw several hooded figures, fear gripping him as he trembled and weakly pleaded, "Brothers, which faction are you from? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Please spare me. I have a fortune, so much money to give you." Sitting beside him, Achio seemed to grow weary of the pleas, scoffing softly as he raised his hand to remove his hood, revealing a face marked by a blend of cynicism and cold hostility. Ignoring He Shurchong's desperate cries, he pulled a watermelon knife from beneath his seat and pressed the chilling blade against He Shurchong's bloodied cheek. "Achong, stop howling. Conserve your energy. Considering you're on your way out, I'll grant you clarity in your demise. The hidden compartment under the master bedroom in your villa, containing 3,750,000 in cash, along with a few gold bars. We've taken the liberty of safeguarding it for you. Rest assured, we will spend it wisely on your behalf, for it will be of no use to you in this lifetime." What? No, my money, my money. He Shurchong, as if struck by lightning, was overwhelmed by sheer terror and despair, summoning his last strength to struggle. Achio grimaced in disgust, grabbing a filthy rag and forcefully stuffing it into He Shurchong's mouth. "Drive faster," Achio commanded the driver, casting a cold glance at the futilely writhing He Shurchong. Destination, the old pier at South Saigon. Make it clean. Send this scoundrel out to sea, to feed the fish. Chapter 32. Exiting the Chuanqing Society. In the office, Wang Dong furrowed his brow, watching as Shen Lang gestured for Jack to place a bag on the mahogany desk. Shen Lang personally unzipped it, revealing stacks of $1,000 bills, neatly arranged, which immediately caught Wang Dong's attention. His breath hitched for a moment. What had Shen Lang been up to during this time? He was well aware of the lucrative dealings on Kuntong's gray market, particularly the astonishing profits from the North Saigon coastline. It was akin to a money-printing machine in full throttle. He regarded the young man before him, who had risen from nothing and amassed wealth in a short span, surpassing many veteran members of the society. "Alang, what is this?" Wang Dong lifted his gaze, his eyes deep and contemplative, lightly tapping his finger on the cigar, awaiting further explanation. With an unhurried demeanor, Shen Lang waited until Jack quietly exited the office and closed the door before slowly speaking. Uncle Dong, this bag contains 1 million. It is my personal tribute to you. During this time, I've been earning money under the banner of the Chuanqing Society, riding on the winds of the organization. Various figures in the underworld have shown me a modicum of favor, thanks to the society's esteemed reputation backing me. Having finally earned some hard-won money, I must express my gratitude. His words resonated with reason, and his posture was sufficiently respectful. In the underworld of Hong Kong, many under-the-table businesses or emerging industries often relied on the society's protective cloak, whether overt or covert. Retaining his status as a red stick of the Chuanqing Society after his release from prison was a strategic consideration for Shen Lang, as it afforded him valuable time to navigate potential troubles. Wang Dong observed the pile of cash, which emitted the scent of fresh ink, and then turned his attention to the young man who displayed both gratitude and discernment. A faint smile of appreciation began to form on his face, ready to commend him for his thoughtfulness. However, Shen Lang spoke again, and his next words caused Wang Dong's smile to falter slightly, freezing at the corners of his mouth. Additionally, there is another 1 million in the bag, Shen Lang said, gesturing to the other half of the cash. This is for the society. Uncle Dong, I have come today not only to honor you, but also to formally make a request. I wish to wash my hands of the past and withdraw from the Chuanqing Society. Moving forward, I intend to focus more intently on my gray market trade, as well as legitimate businesses like gaming halls and electronic stores. I hope Uncle Dong can support my decision. This 1 million can be considered a token of my appreciation for the society's years of goodwill, as well as my withdrawal fee. A withdrawal fee of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. This was an unprecedented sum in the underworld of Hong Kong at that time. You wish to exit the Chuanqing Society? Wang Dong's shock was almost palpable, his body instinctively leaning forward. A rising star, holding vast resources, who had just recently wielded a heavy hand to clear his ranks, was now voluntarily seeking to leave. This was not the expected script. Indeed, I hope Uncle Dong can support me, Shen Lang replied, his gaze as calm as still water. Yet his resolve was as firm as iron. After the initial shock wore off, Wang Dong gradually leaned back against his wide chair, taking a deep inhale of his cigar, letting the acrid smoke swirl in his lungs as he quickly regained his composure. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning. After all, he was a seasoned leader who had controlled the situation for many years and was not one to take things at face value. The businesses Shen Lang was involved in, while seemingly lucrative, were fraught with peril, with the potential for disaster lurking at every turn. The electronics and gaming halls, on the other hand, leaned toward legitimacy. They required licenses, connections, and stable operations, increasingly distancing themselves from the traditional gangland methods of violence and territorial disputes. This young man was clearly astute, aiming to completely cleanse his past and distance himself from the troubles of the underworld. Delving deeper, it became evident that Shen Lang's earnings were largely the result of his own intellect, courage, and the efforts of his capable subordinates, rather than a heavy reliance on the society's traditional power or territory. The society had gained little from him, aside from a name and some potential troubles. Now, he was willing to part with a substantial sum of 2 million, 1 million for himself and 1 million for the society, to buy his freedom. This gesture was both sincere and significant. It honored their bond while silencing any potential gossip. More importantly, Wang Dong himself harbored thoughts of reformation. As the times changed, the violent model of extortion and protection was no longer sustainable. The society needed to seek more stable and visible avenues for revenue. Shen Lang's actions, while a departure, effectively contributed a hefty sum toward the society's future transformation, simultaneously providing Wang Dong with a substantial gift. In both public and private realms, this appeared to be a wise transaction. It would also earn him a reputation for being magnanimous, having enabled a younger generation to pursue their aspirations. With this in mind, Wang Dong's complex scrutiny gradually softened into recognition and acceptance, even tinged with admiration. To possess such clarity at a young age, willingly investing genuine capital to sever ties with the past and invest in the future, demonstrated remarkable determination and foresight. He exhaled a long plume of smoke, resting the cigar on the edge of the ashtray, and made his decision. Very well, Lang, everyone has their own ambitions. Since you wish to venture into broader horizons and walk a more illustrious path, Uncle Dong will not hinder you. He rose, circumnavigating the expansive desk to stand before Shen Lang, giving his shoulder a firm pat. His tone bore a touch of concern from a mentor towards an outstanding mentee, intertwined with a hint of unspoken sentiment regarding future possibilities. I grant you this. From today onward, you, Shen Lang, are no longer a member of the Chuanqing Society. Focus on your legitimate business. It is a promising path. He paused, gazing into Shen Lang's eyes, adding with significance, however, Lang, remember, though the underworld may seem distant, the bonds of goodwill remain. The doors of the society are not entirely closed to you. Should you encounter any storms in the future that you cannot navigate alone, you may always return to me for a chat. These words were both a courtesy and a potential link, leaving room for future collaboration or mutual assistance. Shen Lang understood the underlying meaning and smiled sincerely, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, Uncle Dong, for your support. I shall remember your words. Upon leaving Wang Dong's office, which was infused with the aroma of cigars and the aura of power, Mei Lantian and Jack, who had been waiting outside, immediately approached. Brother Lang, how did it go? Did old Wang give his nod? Mei Lantian, the most impatient of the two, lowered his voice and spoke first, his fists instinctively clenching. Jack, appearing far more composed, yet with a glint of inquiry in his eyes, calmly analyzed, 2 million for freedom, and in the process, we also rid the organization of He Chong, a malignant presence. I am certain the key uncles have already been consulted. As long as Wang Dong can tally this up, there is no reason for him to decline. Shen Lang smiled slightly, his tone relaxed yet imbued with a sense of finality. It's settled. From this day forth, we will stand under our own banner. The name Shen Lang shall be our emblem. Haha, it was about time. Mei Lantian excitedly punched the air, nearly shouting before quickly lowering his voice again. Now that we've come this far, it's certainly much more gratifying to be the boss ourselves. Who would want to return to being a subordinate? Shen Lang cast a knowing glance at him, and added thoughtfully, that may be so, but the world of Jianghu is not merely about conflict. It is also about human relationships. We are severing our subordinate ties, yet our business dealings will continue. With Chuanqing Society, we have transitioned from family to partners. As long as we maintain this relationship, the bonds of interest remain intact. The members of the organization, recalling our past camaraderie and current business ties, will surely extend a bit of leniency and reduce unnecessary troubles. Understood. Harmony is of utmost importance. Peace breeds prosperity. Mei Lantian grinned widely, showcasing his characteristic bright smile. After all, they were still on good terms with their former employer, and it would be pleasant to share a beer and engage in friendly banter should they cross paths at the docks in the future. At that moment, Jack discreetly leaned towards Shen Lang, whispering in a voice only they could hear, Brother Lang, I have news from Ichio. Everything has been taken care of. Shen Lang's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slightly, as if acknowledging a trivial matter that had been resolved. Chapter 33, Restocking. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Society's conference room was once again filled to capacity. Wang Dong surveyed the diverse expressions of the uncles and hall masters present, clearing his throat before speaking slowly. The reason for this urgent gathering is to announce an important decision. At Shen Lang's personal request, and after our discussion, I have agreed that Shen Lang shall formally retire from Chuanqing Society, effective today. Before his words could fully settle, the room erupted in an uproar. Fat Bo was the first to spring up, his belly jiggling. Uncle Dong, how can this be? Shen Lang is currently our society's most lucrative asset. What will happen to the smuggling street with him gone? Indeed, Uncle Dong, chimed in Jin Yi, who was usually quite composed but now furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself. Letting him go, especially with that crew in the maritime line, seems like a tremendous waste. Wang Dong raised his hand, firmly silencing the crowd, his tone brooking no dissent. Although Shen Lang is leaving the society, he has pledged to remain a business partner, and most importantly, he raised his voice slightly, gesturing to his trusted aide. The aide promptly brought forth a black travel bag, placing it at the center of the conference table and opening it before everyone. He leaves this. The bag gaped open, revealing neatly stacked bundles of $1,000 bills, a sight that commanded attention. 2 million Hong Kong dollars. 1 million is his exit fee, while the other million is his personal gratitude for the society's protection over the years. Wang Dong's gaze swept over the crowd. This sum would enter the society's public account, earmarked for future development and the welfare of the brothers. The maritime line and the smuggling street are no longer your concern. I have this matter well in hand. Upon seeing the substantial sum, the previously vocal crowd fell silent. Many hall masters' dissatisfaction and doubts were swiftly replaced by astonishment and calculation. 2 million is certainly a fortune in today's Hong Kong. Pei Shu exchanged a knowing glance with Quan Shu, nodding slightly, and refrained from further opposition. Most of the other uncles also appeared more relaxed, their silence implicitly granting approval. This sudden wave of change spread through the Hong Kong underworld with astonishing speed, drawing the attention and speculation of various factions. The name Shen Lang once again took center stage, but this time it emerged in a wholly new, independent light. That evening, Wongfengi returned to the villa, weary after a long day of business negotiations. She casually placed her exquisite handbag on the entrance cabinet, removed her high heels, and as her stocking-clad feet touched the ground, her gaze was drawn to an incongruous deep blue velvet box on the coffee table. Approaching, she opened it to find her long-lost pearl earrings resting peacefully inside. Are these yours? came Wang Dong's voice from the sofa, the rustle of the newspaper in his hands breaking the silence. Shen Lang came by the main hall today and asked me to pass them on to you. Wongfengi's fingertips brushed over the cool pearls, her ears suddenly feeling warm. The memory of Shen Lang leaning against the desk with a half-smile flooded her mind, and she instinctively bit her lip. Did he make a special trip just for this? She closed the box, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. Just passing by. Do you truly believe he is the type to make a special trip for something trivial? Wang Dong shifted to a more comfortable position on the sofa, regarding his daughter with a meaningful look as she exhibited rare signs of bashfulness. What do you think of Shen Lang? Wongfengi's mind immediately conjured the image of this contradictory figure, who was both refined during negotiations, yet could effortlessly display a roguish charm once he turned away. This individual is adept at concealing his true nature. He seems to harbor profound depths. She deliberated, yet on the surface, he appears somewhat cultured. Cultured? Wang Dong chuckled, shaking his head. Today at the main hall, he compelled me to personally issue an order to expel Ah Chong, who has been with me for 20 years, employing measures that have left his fate uncertain. As her father succinctly recounted the events, Wongfengi's spine gradually stiffened. Hearing how Shen Lang had skillfully lured the snake out of its hole, exposing conspiracies of arson, embezzlement, and false accounts before the entire assembly, she inhaled sharply. Now, do you still think your previous scheme to control his business under the society's name was wise? Wang Dong lifted his teacup and took a sip, his question piercingly direct. Wongfengi felt a flush rise to her cheeks. In hindsight, her earlier negotiating strategy, which relied on her family background and the society's influence, was likely seen as laughably naive in Shen Lang's eyes. His decision not to confront her face-to-face at that moment was perhaps the greatest courtesy he could extend out of respect for her father. Remember, Wang Dong said earnestly, when dealing with Shen Lang, you must either engage in sincere cooperation or maintain a respectful distance. Ah Chong serves as the perfect example. Wongfengi nodded thoughtfully, donning the earrings. The diamonds refracted shards of light under the lamp, much like the man himself, impossible to ignore. By the way, Wang Dong suddenly recalled, his tone reverting to normal. Shen Lang has officially retired from the society today. What? Wongfengi's head shot up, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. At such a critical juncture? Without the society's backing, how will he manage his Saigon trade line and the smuggling street business? So many eyes are watching. You don't still believe he owes his current standing to the name of Chuanqing Society, do you? Wang Dong sighed, his gaze distant. The support he has behind him, or more accurately, the resources he himself possesses, are likely far more substantial than what we could ever offer him through Chuanqing Society. He had merely spent 3 years in Stanley, yet Wongfengi found herself lost in contemplation, absent-mindedly caressing the cool pearl that adorned her earlobe. How could such a brief period lead to such complexity? This man, the more she pondered, the less she could fathom him. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes, as if she had discovered a solution. Father, if Shen Lang's path proves temporarily unfeasible, we need not rely solely on him. I plan to personally visit Neon in a few days for an assessment. Should he be unwilling to engage in a deeper collaboration, we could directly reach out to the vendors in Neon to procure arcade machines and related equipment. We can manage the arcade business ourselves. Wang Dong nodded in approval. There are certainly many who share your perspective nowadays. If you are genuinely interested in this venture, swift action is imperative. However, he shifted his tone, imbuing it with a cautionary note. I suspect it may not be so simple for Lang to consistently secure the latest, high-quantity arcade machines. I've heard whispers that he might have established some level of cooperation with the Yamaguchi-gumi over there. If, after your visit to Neon, you find the situation to be more intricate than anticipated, or the costs prohibitively high, it may be prudent to adopt a more humble approach and have a serious discussion with Lang. That could also be a viable path. Wongfengi pressed her lips together and ultimately nodded. I understand. I'll assess the situation in Neon before making any further decisions. In the ensuing week, the business at Kuntan's Longqi remained exceptionally vibrant, with crowds lining up at the entrance, becoming a notable sight on the streets. Shen Lang's decisive break from the Chuanqing Society and his subsequent escapade became the stuff of legends, embellished in tales that elevated his reputation and esteem to new heights. Meanwhile, the abrupt disappearance of the errant Chong, taken by mysterious forces, was viewed by all as a fitting consequence for a rebellious youth, garnering no sympathy and even serving as a cautionary tale for the younger generation. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Lang's security team, now expanded to 100 members, underwent rigorous training under Mei Lontian's almost harsh regimen, yielding remarkable results. The loyalty and combat proficiency of the core members steadily improved through intense practical drills and strict discipline, gradually resembling a cadre of elite soldiers. On the commercial front, the initial batch of formally procured electronics from Neon, in collaboration with the Yamaguchi-gumi's Kusakari Kazuo, had been entirely sold out days ago, leading to a swift influx of capital. Although the docks in Neon had reopened, the mystery surrounding the disappearance of over 100 shipping containers continued to loom like a dark cloud, resulting in unprecedentedly stringent and sluggish security checks at the docks. Even the Yamaguchi-gumi, wary of taking risks before the storm had fully passed, refrained from engaging in large-scale shipments. Shen Lang, however, appeared unfazed. He had already leveraged the line of Kusakari Kaikai, who had resigned from her position as a flight attendant to pursue trade, to order a new batch of electronics and arcade machines in Neon under her name, including the additional goods from the Yamaguchi-gumi. All the merchandise had been securely stored in a secluded warehouse he had rented in advance. Subsequently, Shen Lang personally visited the warehouse to transfer the mountain of goods into the storage space. Afterwards, he generously rewarded Kaikai with a substantial bonus, ensuring her willing allegiance to this swift venture. Meanwhile, the arcade expansion plan, spearheaded primarily by Leong Kuan, progressed at a remarkable pace. Prime locations in Mong Kok, Causeway Bay, and Tsim Sha Tsui had secured leases and were rapidly undergoing renovations. The hundreds of arcade machines boasting market dominance, held by Shen Lang, were finally poised for a secure and efficient launch, ready to sweep across Hong Kong Island. Chapter 34, Wang Fengyi seeks assistance. Upon returning from the airport, Shen Lang made his way directly to the office in Kwun Tong. As he pushed open the door, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow within the room. Lon Shaai sat at the desk by the window, her head slightly bowed as she diligently cross-referenced the open ledger before her. Today, she was dressed in a lilac professional suit, tailored impeccably to accentuate her slender waist and graceful back. Her soft pink lips were pursed slightly, exuding a sense of earnest determination, so much so that she did not notice his entrance. Shen Lang treaded lightly, a gentle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Their time spent together had deepened their bond in silent understanding. Something seems a bit off with the numbers, he murmured, leaning close to her ear, his nose nearly brushing against her hair, which carried the fragrance of gardenias. Ah! Lon Shaai gasped in surprise at his sudden voice and proximity, turning abruptly. Langu, you're back. How did you come in without making a sound? She playfully chided, her hand resting on her chest, though her reproachful gaze lacked any real severity. Shen Lang chuckled softly, and with a slight exertion, he lifted her delicate form entirely from the chair and settled her onto his lap. Lon Shao's cheeks flushed crimson as she nestled against him, her face pressed to his chest, her heart racing like a drum. Let me see how much our little fortune teller has recorded today, Shen Lang said, wrapping his arms around her waist and opening the ledger. The latest page revealed elegant handwriting detailing the revenue from 50 arcade machines across 2 gaming halls yesterday, 28,000 Hong Kong dollars. In comparison to his smuggled goods and trade, the arcade business could only be deemed average, as the profit from this recent legitimate purchase from Neon, along with the smuggled goods from the Yamaguchi-gumi, had already reached a staggering $2 million. Not accounting for the profits from spare parts and the remarkable earnings from the coastal line in Saigon North. Has the accounting from Dasha not been finalized yet? Shen Lang inquired. He's still compiling the figures. He said he would have it sorted by tonight, Lon Shaai replied softly. Shen Lang nodded, though his gaze lingered longer on her flushed earlobes and the delicate curve of her neck. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Lon Shaai sprang from Shen Lang's lap, hurriedly stepping aside, flustered as she adjusted her slightly disheveled suit and hair, her eyes darting away, avoiding the direction of the door. Come in. Shen Lang observed her flustered state, a deeper mirth dancing in his eyes, yet his tone returned to its usual steadiness. Jack entered, his keen gaze sweeping over the lingering tension in the office, as well as Lon Shao's obviously flushed cheeks and slightly disarrayed attire. He paused momentarily, a flicker of understanding and apology crossing his face, before respectfully addressing Shen Lang. Langu, I hope I am not interrupting anything? Not at all. What brings you here? Shen Lang maintained his composure, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Well, Jack composed himself, adopting a serious tone. We've secured a considerable number of gaming halls all at once, but with only 100 brothers, we are indeed stretched thin. Many out there have heard of our reputation and wish to join you, Langu. I'm contemplating whether we should expand our ranks. Without hesitation, Shen Lang issued a clear directive. Expand. Increase the team to 200 members, calculating at a high standard of 5,000 Hong Kong dollars per person per month. The monthly expenditure for this team would reach a staggering 1 million. Yet, this investment was worthwhile. These were his meticulously cultivated private forces, whose discipline and loyalty surpassed those of the unruly rabble outside. They were truly capable fighters, the core strength he could trust with significant responsibilities. Understood. I will see to it. Jack acknowledged the directive, refraining from further discussion, and discreetly exited, gently closing the door behind him. The office fell into silence once again, leaving Shen Lang and the still-flushed Lon Shaai alone. Shen Lang gazed at her bashful yet enchanting demeanor, merely tilting his head slightly, prompting Lon Shaai to once again nestle into his embrace. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang. Shen Lang lifted the receiver, and a melodious yet hesitant female voice came through. "Hello, is this Ailing?" "It's Miss Wongfengi." Shen Lang raised an eyebrow, comfortably leaning against the back of his chair. Having distanced himself from the society, this young heiress was now obliged to converse with him on a more equal footing, even slightly more courteously. "Phone, what brings you to seek me?" "Firstly, thank you for retrieving my earring." Wongfengi's voice carried less reserve than before, infused with sincerity. "My father has mentioned it to me. It was a trivial matter, nothing to worry about." After a brief silence on the other end, Wongfengi resumed, this time with evident pragmatism and a hint of helplessness. "Ailing, to be frank, I called because I need your assistance. A few days ago, I ordered a batch of arcade machines from a small supplier, but," she took a deep breath, earnestly continuing, "the channels and shipping over there have proven far more challenging than anticipated, especially during this sensitive period. Therefore, I would like to inquire if it is possible to leverage your connections to help me transport this batch of arcade machines. All shipping fees, any necessary facilitation costs, and even additional remuneration will adhere to your terms." In 1989, the legal export of the latest arcade motherboards from Neon was effectively barred for individuals and third-party trading companies. To purchase or transport, one could only circumvent the regulations. This was the stark reality of that time. Acquiring new motherboards necessitated resorting to gray channels. Given the current climate, even the Yamaguchi-gumi would hesitate to take risks, leaving Wongfengi with no alternatives. Shen Lang held the phone, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. He was well aware of the situation across the sea. He was willing to assist, but only at a time that would be most advantageous for him. "Phone, I understand your predicament. The current atmosphere is indeed quite tense, with stringent checks in Neon and shipping hurdles more cumbersome than before. My own stable channels require time to be reorganized and sorted. If your shipment isn't urgently needed, I suggest waiting a while. Once I have thoroughly streamlined my channels and ensured safety, I will promptly arrange for your goods to be dispatched. It should take about 1 to 2 months. During this waiting period, I will bear all initial investments and risks." This waiting period was precisely what Shen Lang required. Several new arcades under his name were undergoing intensive renovations and were on the verge of opening. He needed to ensure that his new establishments secured a foothold in the market first, establishing brand recognition and customer loyalty. His strategy was not merely driven by a fear of competition. As he contemplated, the arcade business was a lucrative venture that many astute individuals in Hong Kong had their eyes on. It was better to cultivate alliances than to create enemies. Rather than face multiple rivals, it would be wiser to bring her on board as an ally. By delaying her opening, his store could solidify its foundation first, gaining a competitive advantage. In due time, he would dominate the market, and she would benefit by following in his wake, indebted to him. "Phone, if we consider this from a different angle, it also presents an opportunity. By the time my channels are stable and your goods can be safely imported, my new stores will likely have already established themselves in the market. When your store opens, you can directly draw upon our established experience, avoiding the pitfalls we encountered, thus reducing risks and enhancing the likelihood of success. We would essentially be riding the wave together, expanding this market share." On the other end of the line, Wongfengi fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly processing his words. Although she felt the wait might be lengthy, Shen Lang's rationale was sound. With him assuming the risks, and the prospect of mutual growth was undeniably appealing. More importantly, she had no other options at present. "All right," Wongfengi finally replied, her tone tinged with compromise and anticipation. "I will prepare on my end for the initial steps and await your good news. As for the specifics of our collaboration, let us meet to discuss in detail when it is convenient for you." "It's a deal." Shen Lang smiled as he hung up the phone. Observing the mischievous smile curling at Shen Lang's lips, Lon Shaai leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Brother Lang, is she the Wang Xiaoji you mentioned?" "Indeed. Shall we close the door first? I fear someone might barge in." "I'm not afraid. Only I dare to intrude." "Oh, then the curtains must be drawn." Chapter 35, A Bountiful Harvest. That evening, at Shen Lang's villa in Sai Kung, the core members, Mei Lantian, Jack, Achio, Dekojio, Desha, and even the newly arrived Leong Kuan, gathered together. Shen Lang had initially planned to ship a portion of the newly arrived goods northward in a couple of days. However, upon seeing a piece of international news today, he temporarily shelved that thought. A port in the United States was in chaos due to a bizarre incident. Over 70 containers of goods had mysteriously vanished, replaced with mud and sand. The headline was bold and striking. This was indeed his handiwork. He knew that this stir would soon reach Hong Kong, and as the recently ascendant kingpin of contraband, he and his company would surely become focal points of scrutiny. Thus, during this period, the the Saikung Trading Company needed to maintain a low profile. And he himself had to swiftly travel overseas with a fake passport to lay down some smokescreens, diverting the gaze of Interpol. In the center of the office, Lon Shaai sat at the desk, her fingers flying across the calculator, producing a crisp symphony of keystrokes. All eyes were fixed upon her, and the air was thick with an anticipatory silence. Kuan felt as though he were being consumed by curiosity, eager to discover the profits generated by this colossal commercial machine. At last, the final keystroke echoed, and Lon Shaai lifted her head, her face radiating uncontainable excitement and joy. I've calculated it. The batch we received from Jinbenanjiao has already sold 3/4 of its volume, generating revenue of 24.26 million Hong Kong dollars. The profits from the goods Shen Lang brought back from Neon, along with the batch from the Yamaguchi Gumi, amount to 202,000 US dollars, roughly translating to 17.56 million Hong Kong dollars. Furthermore, after deducting our initial investment of several million from Jinbenanjiao and the Neon goods, we currently have 20 million Hong Kong dollars in our accounts. Some might scoff, questioning the feasibility of making money by transporting these goods northward. They would be mistaken, for at that time, traders primarily considered which currency would be most beneficial for their transactions. One should not underestimate the prominent figures in free trade, especially first-tier agents like Lin Yaodong. These figures detonated like thunder within the villa. My heavens, that totals over 90 million Hong Kong dollars. Mei Lantian was the first to leap up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he slapped his thigh vigorously, exclaiming, "We've struck gold. This time we've truly hit the jackpot. Brother Lang, being with you is exhilarating." The usually composed Jack clenched his fist tightly, though he remained silent, the slight tremor in his fingers betraying his inner excitement. "Woohoo! I can finally buy my dream vintage car." Achio chimed in, bursting with enthusiasm. Deco Gio grinned broadly, revealing a row of teeth as he rubbed his hands together. "Brother Lang, with this much money, can we share the profits? I've always wanted to open a gambling den." Desha looked at the exuberant Mei Lantian and remarked, "That's all well and good, but we still have outstanding payments to collect." Meanwhile, Leong Kuan, who had come specifically for this meeting, found himself frozen in place upon hearing this string of astronomical figures. In his hand, the cigar nearly slipped from his grasp, his mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside, his eyes brimming with sheer astonishment and unabashed envy. "For heaven's sake, Lang, surely you jest? Over 90 million Hong Kong dollars? Did you rob a bank or establish a mint?" His gaze was fervent as he fixated on Shen Lang, his tone laced with both acidity and profound admiration. "In 10 years of collecting protection fees, or rather, in 100 years, I could scarcely amass what you've earned this time. Damn it, had I known earlier, I would have steered clear of the underworld and joined you in the smuggling business. And as for Achio and the rest of you, truly, you've aligned yourselves with the right person." Observing the elated expressions of his team members, as well as Leong Kuan's look of envy that was almost drooling, Shen Lang smiled contentedly. He raised a hand to lightly signal for silence, reminding everyone that while they had indeed earned a substantial sum, the forthcoming period would require them to be discreet and keep a low profile. The accounts for the smuggling shop and arcade had been meticulously compiled by Xiao Dai. Jack, Biao Yicheng, security could not be lax. Rather, it demanded heightened vigilance. Big Mouth Gio, Desha, keep a close watch on the docks and the warehouse. Understood. Brother Lang. The group responded in unison. Leong Kuan, witnessing the formidable aura of Shen Lang's elite crew, felt his envy gradually transform into a resolute determination. He must firmly cling to Shen Lang, this golden pillar. "Old buddy, do you have any positions available? We are like blood relatives." Leong Kuan rubbed his hands together, leaning closer to Shen Lang, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Shen Lang playfully shoved him aside. "Go cool off. There's no room for you here." Subsequently, he straightened his demeanor, casting a glance over Mei Lantian, Jack, Achio, Big Mouth Gio, and Desha, the 5 core brothers who had been with him from the beginning. Before discussing serious matters, it was time to recognize their contributions. The 10 million Hong Kong dollars you previously secured need not be entered into the company accounts. You may distribute it amongst yourselves. I have sold all the gold. I found a cousin of Ben Gang Gio who is quite resourceful. 2 million Hong Kong dollars. This sum I will keep for you temporarily, and once these funds are laundered, I will assist you in depositing them into a Swiss bank account. The remaining funds in our accounts will be wholly utilized for business expansion. You are all shareholders in the company, and I assure you, these investments will multiply several times within a year." As his words settled, excitement illuminated the faces of Mei Lantian and the others. 22 million Hong Kong dollars meant each person would receive 4 million. In the late 1980s on Hong Kong Island, this was undoubtedly a fortune capable of granting financial freedom to an ordinary individual. They had now ascended to the ranks of millionaires. Shen Lang raised his hand to quell the impending cheers, Continuing, the money is inherently yours. How you choose to spend it is your prerogative. However, while I, your old friend pursuing dreams in the entertainment industry, am here, he pointed at Leong Kuan. I will ensure each of you holds a title in his film company, be it producer, artistic consultant, or any designation you fancy. The goal is to provide you with a legitimate source of stable income that can be deposited into a bank. This is a common method of laundering funds. By paying wages or fees through a legally operated company, like a film company, we can convert unexplainable cash, gray or black income, into bank deposits with legitimate titles. This effectively circumvents tax scrutiny and legal examination, offering protection for personal assets. Remember, Shen Lang's gaze deepened. The cash on hand is our bargaining chip in the shadows. However, the clear and traceable figures in the bank are our confidence to walk freely in the sunlight. As for who the real investors of this money are, that is inconsequential. Do you understand what I mean? Understood, Brother Lang. The five responded in unison. Brother Lang was not merely distributing money. He was paving the way for their long-term future and identity transformation, his meticulous planning earning their unwavering respect. No problem. Leave it to me. Leong Kuan thumped his chest. Resuming his nonchalant demeanor, I will arrange everything clearly for you. All leading roles in Category 3 films, with handsome remuneration. Oh no, salaries. I've even thought of the film title. 5 Brutes Brave the Bolan Street. Hey, Kuan, can I act alongside you, Yuching? I admire Yizime. Big Mouth Gio and Desha exchanged mischievous glances, as if suggesting they might actually invest a bit. Such artistic dedication should be pursued with abandon. I prefer Aoyama Chikako. Achio exhaled a cloud of smoke. Just as Meilantian was about to speak, the image of his wife flashed through his mind, and he proudly declared, I still prefer my wife, Yamaguchi Momo. Jack tousled his bangs. Chapter 36, Dual Core Drive, Wealth Blueprint. Enough of the jokes. Shen Lang raised his hand, gently pressing down. And the living room fell silent. Let us discuss serious matters. We have just acquired $4 million worth of new goods. And the $1 million from the Yamaguchi group has also arrived. He stood up and approached the enormous map of Hong Kong on the wall, forcefully tapping a finger on the neon location, then drawing a clear arc leading straight to Hong Kong. This signifies that we now hold a fresh supply worth $5 million. VCRs, color televisions, audio systems, and gaming consoles, all the latest models from Neon. He turned, surveying the crowd. Now look outside. The Neon port is fraught with danger, customs inspections are stringent, shipping risks are high, and costs are steep. I dare say that for the next month, or even longer, no one on Hong Kong Island will have more goods than we do. Nor will there be a more stable and higher quality supply of smuggled items. His words acted as a potent stimulant, causing everyone's hearts to race, blood surging. Before them lay a road paved with cash, gleaming with promise. Wow, old buddy, this is quite a venture. Leong Kuan's mouth hung agape, left speechless in awe. Jack was the first to snap back to reality, instinctively considering the logistics. Brother Lang, having a surplus of goods presents both an opportunity and a challenge. Relying solely on the old associates from Kwun Tong's smuggling street, it will be challenging to quickly digest everything. The capital turnover is slow, and storage costs are high. Moreover, he paused. Recently, more and more smugglers are eager to hop on our bandwagon. Indeed, the time has come. Shen Lang's lips curled into a smile. He picked up a marker and swiftly delineated 2 major areas on the whiteboard. The old model is too slow. If we wish to swiftly capture the market, recover funds, and establish a solid footing, we require a more ruthless and expedited strategy. Henceforth, our business will operate on 2 legs, a sales network and a service network. Dual core drive. Both are indispensable. Leong Kuan blinked. What do you mean by legs? I mean 2 cores working in tandem, Shen Lang explained, observing the bemused expressions on their faces. One focuses on selling and generating profit, while the other cultivates customer loyalty and enhances reputation. They support one another, making it impossible for others to compete with us. Oh, dual core, Leong Kuan grinned, still somewhat perplexed. Shen Lang swiftly jotted down on the first area, franchise fees, quotas, levels, and pricing. To expand sales, we will initiate a franchise model, but not the old way. He turned and wrote a clear framework on the whiteboard. Longchi Electronics Franchise. Standard franchise fee, 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Diamond level, quarterly purchase of 1.5 million. Purchase price, 15 off the base price. Gold level, quarterly purchase of 800,000, purchase price, 10 off the base price. Silver level, quarterly purchase of 300,000, purchase price, 5 off the base price. The threshold is standardized, whether one is a dragon or a worm, let strength speak for itself. He continued to elaborate. We shall establish a benchmark price, say, 100 yuan for a portable music player, unchangeable by anyone. A diamond level product can be acquired for 85 yuan, gold for 90, and silver for 95. We retain the ability to adjust the benchmark price at any moment, with all franchisees experiencing simultaneous fluctuations, leaving no room for haggling. Shen Lang observed the gradually brightening eyes of his subordinates. Forget about the convoluted regional agency system. From this day forth, joining Lon Shaai means adhering to a singular principle. The more revenue you generate for me, the greater your profits. The price serves as the conductor's baton. When a silver-level franchisee sees a gold-level franchisee enjoying a 10 discount, wouldn't they feel envious? Wouldn't they want to earn more? Then let them strive to sell more and ascend. We need not wield a whip. They will run for money of their own accord. Lon Shaai listened, her mouth agape. Mei Lantian stroked his chin. This flat-footed management approach is quite intriguing. Jack immediately chimed in. A threshold of 200,000 is just right. Want to upgrade? Then sell more of our products. Achio gestured. It's equivalent to us controlling the prices. They must all comply. Can business truly operate this way? Leong Kuan's mind raced as he pondered whether this strategy could be applied to his film company. De Shaw grinned widely. Brother Lang, this rule is stringent. Fair. Indeed, indeed. De Kojo clapped his hands with a smile. Chapter 37. Maintenance Network, Closed Loop Ecosystem. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of the sales network, Shen Lang pointed to the second area of the whiteboard. The appliances have been sold, and then what? He posed and answered his own question. They will break. When they break, they must be repaired. Maintenance is not merely an after-sales service. It is our most direct window to engage with customers, the longest chain binding them to us, and the very foundation of the Lon Shaai brand. Therefore, we will simultaneously launch the expansion plan for the Lon Shaai maintenance network, with the initial target being 20 stores. For appliance repairs, we will not charge exorbitant franchise fees. Shen Lang's statement caught everyone off guard, but he swiftly introduced a more stringent condition. However, each store must pay a one-time integrity deposit of 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. This money serves as both a deposit and a badge of loyalty. Furthermore, all parts and consumables required for repairs must, and can only, be procured from the Lon Shaai headquarters. This is crucial. All items purchased from Lon Shaai affiliated appliance stores, upon presentation of a receipt, can avail 1 year of free warranty service at any Lon Shaai authorized repair shop. The expenses will be settled between the headquarters and the repair shops. All repair outlets must adhere to the headquarters standards. Unified signage, standardized uniforms, standardized processes, and standardized scripts. The contract will be explicit. Violations will incur severe penalties, even the forfeiture of the deposit. Shen Lang observed the increasingly bright eyes of his subordinates and summarized. Consider what this implies. The more appliances we sell, the more stable the business of the repair shops becomes, and the more they rely on our parts. We can sustain our profits through parts alone. When customers purchase Lon Shaai appliances, they effectively acquire a warranty card valid throughout Hong Kong, ensuring that we retain control over subsequent purchases. Through this maintenance network, we not only profit from parts, but also gain customer feedback, allowing us to promptly identify product issues and enhance the Lon Shaai brand's reputation. The living room fell silent once again, this time in deeper astonishment. The appliance sales model serves as a sharp spear used to penetrate the market. The maintenance network acts as a solid shield and an intricate web designed to defend our territory, bind customers, and extract every ounce of value. A dual offensive and defensive cycle emerges. Brother Lang. Jack was somewhat agitated. The sales network taps into the market, recouping funds, while the service network retains customers, builds the brand, and enables secondary profits. This is the dual core drive. Mei Lantian grinned, genuinely impressed. Brother Lang, I am in awe. When you sell goods, you even factor in the subsequent repair income, the binding of customers, and even the reputation of the brand. Following you, it would be hard not to prosper. Haha, splendid. Selling machines, repairing machines, all parts belong to us. This is what we call a one-stop service. We are raking in profits. De Kojo bellowed. Leong Kuan was at a loss for words, merely giving Shen Lang a thumbs up. Shen Lang calmly accepted the gaze of everyone, tapped the whiteboard, and refocused their attention. The strategy is set. The target is to secure 20 Lon Shaai appliance franchise stores and 20 Lon Shaai authorized repair stores within 1 month. Contracts must be signed, established, and opened. Jack. Yes. Brother Lang. You take the lead. Immediately refine 2 franchise contracts, a price list, an upgrade process, and a service manual. It must be clear, fair, and without loopholes. Understood. I guarantee there will be no issues. Achio. Brother Lang, I'm on it. The recruitment will proceed on 2 fronts. For appliance stores, we will primarily target capable, established, and competitive owners. For repair shops, we will focus on skilled technicians with a good reputation who adhere to regulations. Inform them that joining Lon Shaai means being on the fast track. Rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed. Bao Yicheng. Mei Lantian stood tall. Your task is the heaviest. First, the logistics must be completely upgraded. Large appliances need to be delivered, and small parts must be expedited. Second, you are responsible for quality inspection. Establish codes, form teams, and conduct random checks on all stores at irregular intervals. Stringently prevent unauthorized sales, counterfeit goods, and violations. Discover 1. Penalize 1 severely. Yes, I assure you. De Kogyo, De Sha, you two coordinate well, manage the warehouse and transportation teams, and ensure the smooth flow of goods. No problem, Brother Lang. I'll take care of the transportation. De Sha pounded his chest, seeing that all 5 burly men had been assigned tasks. Even Lon Shaai brought over tea, standing tall and waiting. Meanwhile, Leong Kuan could no longer sit still. Old buddy, what about me? I also have hundreds of brothers. I am young, and I too wish to prosper. I am only 20 years and a few months old, with a bright future ahead. Hee, Lon Shaai giggled softly. Shen Lang leisurely finished his tea and raised his hand to interrupt Leong Kuan's antics. Blood is thicker than water, old buddy. Leong Kuan quickly emphasized. Enough. Shen Lang set down his teacup, looking at him. And since you've spoken up, there are precisely 2 matters I find concerning. I wouldn't trust anyone else to handle them. You are suitable. Leong Kuan's eyes lit up. What matters? I will go through fire and water for you. First, Shen Lang interrupted him. You have many brothers and wild connections. From now on, assist me in collecting gold. Regardless of its source, you may slightly increase the market price. I will take as much as you can acquire. Gold. Stolen goods? Leong Kuan hesitated. That stuff is hot, difficult to move in large quantities, and closely monitored by the authorities. Chapter 38. Fortunate Sea Fishing, Legal Windfall. I have the channels. Shen Lang waved his hand. I know a friend named Kato Zinyu, who specializes in this in Southeast Asia. Acquire as much as possible, safely. Kato Zinyu? Leong Kuan pondered. The name is profound. Very well. Second, Shen Lang leaned forward, his smile deepening. There is a more intriguing and lucrative scheme. I wish to lease a secluded stretch of sea in Saikong. Lease the sea? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, Shen Lang dipped his tea in water and drew circles on the table. We will release fish into the sea. But these fish are not ordinary. He paused. Each fish will be tied with a waterproof tag inscribed with Rolex, diamond earrings, LV handbag, Sony television, and of course, also electric fans. And then? Leong Kuan became intrigued. Then, we will promote this as a lucky sea fishing experience. To fish, one must first purchase a ticket and then pay for the fishing spot by the hour. We can offer VIP deep sea zones, standard bay zones, and experience shallow water zones, each with different pricing. Isn't this gambling? Achio interjected. No, it is entirely different. Shen Lang asserted. We will not set up gambling tables or bet money directly. What they will be fishing for are gifts, prizes. Legally, this is classified as prize entertainment. He presented the most crucial element. Of course, the anglers may not desire the physical items. Therefore, we will establish a pawn shop on the shore. Any angler who catches a prize may exchange it for cash at the pawn shop at a discounted rate of 70 to 80% of the marked price, at any time. He gazed at the astonished crowd. Thus, we provide entertainment while satisfying the psychology of wagering small for large returns. The anglers invest a certain amount of money for uncertain, but potentially high rewards. Meanwhile, we secure a profit without any risk. 1. The ticket and fishing spot fees provide a stable income. 2. We acquire the cost of prizes, especially branded ones, through gray market channels at remarkably low prices. 3. Cashing in at the pawn shop nets us another profit margin. 4. Most importantly, this perfectly circumvents the legal risks associated with operating a casino. The living room fell into silence for the 3rd time, this time out of utmost admiration for Shen Lang's ability to dance on the edge of the rules with precision. Lon Shaai looked at Shen Lang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Lang, how did you come up with such a brilliant idea? Mei Lantian exclaimed. Both amused and impressed. It's entertaining, profitable, and legal. Those wealthy individuals will surely be clamoring for it. Jack sincerely praised, Brother Lang. You have ingeniously wrapped the essence of gambling in a facade of leisure and entertainment, then cashed it out through a legitimate pawn shop. Remarkable. Deco laughed heartily. Huh? This is fun. I want to go fishing too. De Sha grinned mischievously. Shall we invite Yi Zimei and Yi Yuqing as the face of it? A lucky sea fishing event deserves a bikini poster. Leong Kuan was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Old buddy, this idea is fantastic. It's exactly to my taste. It's fun, thrilling, and can make a fortune without any fighting or killing. Securing the fishing grounds, managing the venue, maintaining order. I'm well acquainted with that. Leave it to me. He grasped Shen Lang's arm. We'll split it 50-50 or 60-40. No, 30-70 works too. You decide. Shen Lang smiled and replied. The specifics of the division can be discussed with Jack. The initial investment for the fishing venue is substantial, so you'll need to put in extra effort. Once it's up and running, you won't be shortchanged. Rest assured, old buddy. I'm reliable. Leong Kuan thumped his chest. feeling that he had finally found the right way to make money by following Shen Lang's lead. After arranging matters, the atmosphere in the living room eased. Shen Lang surveyed his motivated team and casually remarked, "Next, I will be leaving Hong Kong Island for about 10 days. The crowd was taken aback. At such a critical juncture, Brother Lang was leaving? Mei Lantian wanted to ask, but swallowed the question upon seeing Shen Lang's calm, yet resolute gaze. Although Jack and the others were puzzled, they refrained from further inquiries. They were well accustomed to the notion that every decision Shen Lang made held profound significance. Yes, Brother Lang. Several voices responded in unison, choosing not to elaborate further as they turned and left decisively. Leong Kuan followed suit. In the blink of an eye, only Shen Lang and the ever-silent Lon Shaai remained in the living room. She approached him from behind, her delicate hand gently pressing against his temple, massaging with just the right amount of pressure. Leaning down, she exhaled softly, her voice filled with admiration and tenderness. "Brother Lang, the way you handled things just now was truly impressive. It's as if you calculated everything, and everyone followed your rhythm. I've never seen anyone as capable as you." Feeling the softness at the back of his head and the tenderness of her fingertips, Shen Lang slightly closed his eyes. A hint of mischief and reluctance flashed in Lon Shao's beautiful eyes as her red lips brushed against his ear, whispering softly, "Brother Lang, you're leaving tomorrow. Tonight. Let me keep you company, shall we?" Shen Lang suddenly opened his eyes, meeting her seemingly expressive gaze. His heart warmed. This little enchantress always knew how to ignite his passion. "All right." Shen Lang chuckled softly, drawing her soft form into his embrace from behind and lifting her effortlessly. "Let's see how you plan to keep me company." With that, he carried the enchanting Lon Shaai, whose eyes sparkled with affection, striding toward the room with noticeably quickened steps. Chapter 39. A Storm is Brewing, Night of Investment. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Shen Lang lingered overseas for a few more days, completing strategic replenishments and successfully diverting the attention of the Interpol to the wrong direction, leaving them in disarray. Meanwhile, the business machine he left on Hong Kong Island operated with remarkable efficiency during these 2 weeks. On the first night after Shen Lang's departure, the warehouse of Wang Fengyi, one in Kun Tong, was ablaze with lights. Under Achio's command, the warehouse underwent a temporary transformation in just 6 hours, turning it into a venue suitable for an investment conference. High-powered lights illuminated the interior as brightly as day. Behind the makeshift stage hung a large map of Hong Kong Island, with red and blue markers clearly visible. Over 200 folding chairs were filled with gray market merchants and experienced repair craftsmen from various districts, their voices buzzing in a cacophony, smoke swirling in the air. In one corner of the warehouse, newly arrived neon appliances piled high, the logos of Sony and Panasonic faintly visible beneath waterproof tarps, silently proclaiming the depth of Wang Fengyi's formidable supply chain strength. At precisely 8 o'clock, Jack, dressed in a crisp white jacket, confidently strode onto the stage. His composed microphone adjustments immediately hushed the crowd, esteemed bosses and craftsmen. "Thank you for taking the time to join us tonight. We are here for one purpose, to open up a new avenue for wealth." The audience fell silent in an instant, all eyes focused on him. Recently, everyone had heard the market rumors. The Neon port had encountered issues, marine insurance rates had skyrocketed, and customs inspections had become unprecedentedly strict. Jack scanned the room, his tone resolute. "I can assure you all that the days of easily acquiring low-priced goods are gone forever." A murmur of unease rippled through the crowd. However, a crisis is a disaster for the unprepared, but an opportunity for those who are ready. Because we at Wang Fengyi possess the most stable and powerful sourcing channels in Hong Kong. He gestured emphatically toward the mountain of cargo boxes behind him. "What you see here is merely the tip of the iceberg. We have navigated through all critical links." Jack then elaborated on the intricately designed franchise model. When he mentioned that diamond-level franchisees would enjoy a base price of 15 off, an uproar erupted in the audience. A Mr. Lee, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, could not contain himself and stood up, questioning skeptically, "Brother Jack, this discount is 2 percentage points lower than our current procurement price. How can we ensure profit margins?" Jack responded with a confident smile, "A great question, Mr. Lee. But remember, to enjoy this price, you must be capable of absorbing a quarterly quota of 1.5 million. What we seek at Wang Fengyi are strategic partners who can scale the business, not small-time operators." When explaining the repair network, Jack emphasized the importance of a closed-loop ecosystem. All products sold by Wang Fengyi Electric must return to our authorized repair points during the warranty period. What does this mean? He looked at the few craftsmen in the audience. It means that once you join, you will have a steady, growing stream of customers. This is not a one-off transaction. It is a legacy business. The older craftsmen exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with a long-lost enthusiasm. The path is already paved. Jack concluded, his voice resonant. For those with stores and capital looking to expand, join Wang Fengyi Electric. For those with skills and reputation seeking stability, join Wangfengi Repair. We welcome all who possess both. Achio timely took the stage, taking the microphone, his straightforward demeanor complementing Jack's steadiness. Esteemed leaders, the opportunity for wealth lies before you. It's time to showcase your true abilities. Those interested, please register on the right. Starting tomorrow, we will personally visit to negotiate. As the meeting concluded, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. The registration desk became a hive of activity. A grease-stained craftsman excitedly said to his companions, "I've been repairing appliances for over 20 years, and finally, I see the light of the right path." Chapter 40. The Thunderous Pace, Crimson and Azure Sweep. As dawn broke the following day, an efficient and pragmatic selection storm engulfed Hong Kong Island. In a local electronics store in Sham Shui Pa, Mei Lantian casually perused the account book and seemingly nonchalantly inquired, "Boss Zhang, I heard you had a rather unpleasant encounter with the East Star folks last month?" Boss Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. Mei Lantian patted his shoulder, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "From now on, report only under the name of Lon Shaai. Now, let us discuss how much stock you can initially take on." In a prime location in Causeway Bay, the self-assured proprietor, believing his wares to be of rare value, began to nitpick the terms of partnership. After listening attentively, Jack scoffed and closed the folder. "Boss, it seems you are still in a slumber. This is your opportunity to board our ship. Without our goods, what will you compete with your neighbor? Rely on past glories? If you can't comprehend that, there are plenty waiting outside." With that, he feigned departure. Instantly, the proprietor panicked and hurriedly grasped Jack's arm, his demeanor flipping 180 degrees as he nearly pleaded to sign the letter of intent on the spot. Once the inspection team confirmed the intent, the size data for the storefront signage was immediately relayed back to headquarters. 3 collaborating sign manufacturers worked around the clock, ensuring that the corresponding Lon Shaai red or Lon Shaai blue signs could be delivered on the night of the signing. This ground inspection lasted merely 4 days. Once all potential partners were evaluated, large-scale formal signings commenced on the 5th day. Jack's prepared legal team had already arranged all standardized contracts, with terms clearly laid out and responsibilities distinctly defined. In a newly signed electronics store in Mong Kok, the proprietor hesitated as he gazed at the contract. "Brother Biao, will the sign change tonight? Isn't that a bit rushed?" Mei Lantian pointed across the street at the competitor engaged in a promotional event, his tone resolute. "Opportunities are akin to battlefields. Look across. They've already sensed the winds of change. If we are to strike, we must do so with speed and momentum." Thus, in multiple districts of Hong Kong Island, the same scene began to unfold repeatedly during the late night hours. At 11 o'clock on a street corner in Kowloon, the owner of Yongxing Electronics prepared to close. 2 trucks from Qilong Logistics quietly came to a halt, and 8 workers clad in uniform, accompanied by 2 security personnel from Lon Shaai, disembarked. The leading youth nodded slightly and announced, "Boss, as per our plan, we will change the sign and restock." Before the proprietor could fully regain his composure, the workers had already set up a ladder, swiftly removing the old sign. Another team simultaneously unloaded neatly packed new electronic boxes emblazoned with Sony and Panasonic logos from the truck. The entire process was efficient and silent, save for the sounds of instructions and the dull thud of goods being placed down. Within 2 hours, before dawn broke, the brand new Lon Shaai red sign shone brightly in the night, while the warehouse brimmed with the first batch of stock. The owner stood flabbergasted until the security personnel handed him the inventory list. The weighty texture confirmed the reality of it all. This thunderous speed of signing and immediate restocking not only astounded each franchisee, but also ingrained in them a profound understanding of Lon Shai's formidable execution capability. By the 15th day, Lon Shaai Electronics had successfully signed and commenced operations for 20 stores. Similarly, 20 Lon Shaai authorized repair centers were also signed, with over half completing their image upgrades. The red and blue logos, akin to resilient vines, broke ground across various districts of Hong Kong Island, growing wildly and forming a striking visual impact, heralding the arrival of a new era to the entire market. On the logistics front, under the direct supervision of De Shaw and Mei Lantian, a fleet of 30 brand new delivery vans was swiftly assembled for Lon Shaai Logistics. The drivers worked in shifts, ensuring that operations never ceased. Concurrently, in response to the labor-intensive needs of warehouse loading and regional delivery, De Co Gio flawlessly executed Shen Lang South directives in close collaboration with the Chuanxing Society. A large number of daily wage temporary workers were organized, forming an efficient and flexible labor pool that could swiftly mobilize hundreds when needed, while incurring zero costs during idle times. This flexible employment model significantly alleviated short-term labor pressures and ensured a smooth flow of goods. In the warehouse, workers diligently unloaded, stocked, sorted, and through this expansive logistics network, precisely delivered to every Lon Shaai red electronics store and Lon Shaai blue repair center. Despite being newly established, The entire system was already revealing the early signs of efficient collaboration. On another front, Leong Kuan's side business made groundbreaking progress within this fortnight. His subordinates adeptly disseminated rumors of high-priced gold purchases through the diverse network across Hong Kong Island. Initially, it was merely a sporadic test. But as several influential bosses and individuals with unique skills swiftly converted their assets, the process remained smooth and discreet, causing this special channel to quietly come alive. Each day, various quantities of gold jewelry and bars subtly accumulated in Leong Kuan's possession through unseen means. What truly captured Leong Kuan's immense enthusiasm and energy was the lucky fishing ground in Sai Kung. On the third day after Shen Lang's departure, Leong Kuan, alongside local figures De Shaw and De Kojio, swiftly secured short-term leasing rights for the relevant waters and local gentry using a silver bullet approach. Simultaneously, they rallied hundreds of brothers to work day and night, leveling the land and constructing a makeshift dock, ticket office, and, most importantly, a seemingly legitimate pawn shop. As the grand opening approached on the seventh day, Leong Kuan ensured a spectacular spectacle. The once desolate bay was transformed into a carnival atmosphere, adorned with colorful flags and bustling with crowds. Above the temporary stage set up by the shore hung a massive red banner proclaiming the grand opening of the lucky fishing ground. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Dressed in a vibrantly colored Hawaiian shirt and retro sunglasses, Leong Kuan stood at the center of the stage with a microphone in hand. Flanking him were film stars, donned in alluring bikinis, whom he had lavishly invited. They were the dream women of both De Shaw and De Kojio. Their appearance instantly ignited the hormones of every man present, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Even more notable were the various factions from the Underworld that came to support him. Within the Hongxing society, Leong Kuan's close acquaintance, Baki, and Xian arrived early. Grinning from ear to ear, the paper fan-wielding Chun Yao unexpectedly made an appearance. Though he had no interest in fishing, he was full of admiration for Leong Kuan's ingenious and legitimate monetization scheme. Soon, Big Brother B arrived with several close aides in a newly purchased Mercedes, arriving fashionably late. After stepping out of the car, he surveyed the grand scene with squinted eyes and half-jokingly remarked to Leong Kuan, Kuan, you've really gone all out. It seems your old friend is truly taking off. This fishing ground has some intrigue. Of course, B, I've reserved a VIP spot for you. Remember to catch some fish, Leong Kuan replied with a smile. Even the East Star and Lianqing societies sent representatives to observe the event. On one hand, it was to give face to the currently soaring Leong Kuan, and on the other, out of curiosity to witness the fishing ground's mysteries firsthand. Chapter 41. King Kuan rises, Brother Lang returns to port. In an instant, a myriad of factions converged, seemingly harmonious yet rife with undercurrents. The auspicious moment had arrived. With a professional host's booming announcement, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air as the majestic lion dance commenced. Leong Kuan poured dozens of fish adorned with Rolex watches, Sony televisions, LV handbags, diamond earrings, and electric fans into the designated waters. Brothers and esteemed bosses, fortune comes from the heavens, and luck is in our hands. Celebrate. To mark the grand opening, tickets and fishing spots are all at an 8% discount for the first 3 days. Catching a fish is akin to earning a fortune. Do you find the prizes troublesome? Fear not. Next door, the Kuan pawn shop offers a 30 cash exchange on site. Absolutely fair and square. Leong Kuan, wielding a loudspeaker, passionately calls out, each word dripping with persuasive power. The crowd has gone utterly wild. The ticket booth is instantly inundated by a surging tide of people. And within a mere hour, all fishing spots are snatched up. On the water, fishing boats flit about, and fishing rods rise like a forest. On the shore, throngs of people gather. Whenever someone is fortunate enough to reel in a fish adorned with a tag, it sparks a wave of envious gasps and commotion. Meanwhile, a long queue quickly forms at the entrance of the Kuan pawn shop, as everyone eagerly seeks to convert their hard-won prizes into tangible cash. Boss B stands at a slight distance, observing the scene that has spiraled into near chaos, and quietly remarks to Chun Haonan beside him, how come I couldn't come up with such a brilliant money-making scheme? This time, Kuan has truly latched onto a golden opportunity. That evening, when the accounts were tallied, the income from ticket sales and fishing spot fees alone amounted to hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Leong Kuan suddenly embraced the big fool and big mouth nine beside him, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Did you all see that? This is what it means to make money. 1,000 times more exhilarating than collecting protection fees or running a nightclub. The title of Sea King Kuan echoed throughout Sai Kung and soon spread across the entire island. For several consecutive days, the popularity of the Lucky Sea fishing ground remained scorching hot, with daily foot traffic stabilizing at a high level, rapidly becoming a veritable gold mine. On the 15th day, during the evening hours, The splendid sunset painted the skyline of Victoria Harbor in hues of gold and crimson. At Kai Tak Airport, a Boeing passenger plane landed smoothly. At the arrival gate, Jack and Mei Lantian had been waiting for quite some time. Jack donned a casual suit, while Mei Lantian wore a custom-tailored outfit, complete with stylish sunglasses. Passers-by occasionally glanced at the strikingly handsome Mei Lantian. "Look, that man is so handsome. Are you talking about the one with buck teeth?" "No. I mean the one next to him. He has a total heartthrob." Mei Lantian scoffed softly, thinking to himself, lack of discernment. As soon as they spotted Shen Lang's tall and familiar figure emerging from the crowd, their faces instantly lit up with genuine smiles, and they hurried towards him. Brother Lang, you're finally back." The two took hold of Shen Lang's lightweight luggage, one on each side. "Brother Lang, didn't we agree on just 10 days? It's been half a month now. Have you been caught up with some foreign beauty? Or is it that Kai Kai?" Mei Lantian jested with a wink. Jack chimed in with a laugh. "Yeah, Brother Lang, if you didn't come back soon, we might not be able to handle this pile of work." Shen Lang chuckled heartily, extending his hands to pat both their shoulders vigorously. "I had some unexpected matters to take care of, which delayed me a few days. So, how did it go with the tasks I entrusted to you?" Upon mentioning business, Mei Lantian straightened up, his face glowing with excitement and pride. "You can rest assured. Brother Lang, the expansion plan originally set for a month. We brothers pushed ourselves to the limit and completed it in just half a month. All done. 20 Lon Shaai maintenance shops, 20 Lon Shaai electronic stores. The signs are mostly updated, in striking red and blue colors. Most of the stores have already opened, and business is booming. Moreover," Mei Lantian continued, eager to take credit, "as per your instructions, the core logistics fleet has been fully established, 30 brand new trucks, with skilled drivers. Alongside the readily available moving team from the Chuanqing Society, our goods are now flowing seamlessly." Jack nodded in agreement, smiling. "The warehousing and sorting system has also been initially set up according to your strategy. Although it's still quite rudimentary, the efficiency has improved several-fold compared to the previous scattered goods." As Shen Lang listened to their reports, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flickered in his eyes. The speed exceeded his expectations. "Let us go, get in the car, take me for a tour," Shen Lang said eagerly. The three of them climbed into the new Crown sedan driven by Jack. This top-of-the-line model, a staple for high-ranking officials, legislators, and bank executives, is said to cost 550,000 Hong Kong dollars, and exudes an air of prestige wherever it appears. Mei Lantian took the wheel, weaving through the streets of Hong Kong as the lights began to twinkle. Shen Lang gazed intently out the window, observing the scenery along the way. Indeed, the vibrant Lon Shaai red and the steady Lon Shaai blue were increasingly visible in prominent locations throughout various districts. Some shops were still being tidied up, but many had already opened their doors, brightly lit and bustling with customers. Watching his brand's flags unfurl across Hong Kong, a surge of pride filled Shen Lang's heart, a sense of ownership over the land. In the car, Jack pointed out the passing shops while posing a question he had pondered for some time. "Brother Lang, with the current momentum being so strong and market reactions exceeding expectations, many areas still have gaps. Shouldn't we seize the opportunity to increase the number of electronic stores? Perhaps add 10 more?" Shen Lang gazed out the window, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "For now, let us maintain the scale at 20 electronic stores. Expanding too much makes management difficult to keep up with. At this stage, we need to focus on meticulous cultivation, turning these 20 stores into benchmarks and profit centers. However, we can strengthen the maintenance network. The more electronics we sell, the greater the demand for after-sales service. Jack, follow up on this. And find 10 quality repair shops to incorporate into our authorized system. The maintenance network is our moat. The deeper and wider it is, the better." "Understood," Jack noted immediately, increasingly impressed with Shen Lang's strategic vision. Chapter 42, Balancing Kindness and Authority, The Beauty Returns. Not blindly expanding, but rather fortifying defenses and deepening services. This is the more stable and ruthless approach. Then he cautiously shifted his tone. "Brother Lang, there's one more thing. The old brothers from Kun Tong's gray market, the first ones to team up with us, are feeling uneasy seeing the new stores requiring a $20,000 fee. They're worried about being treated differently or even being pushed out. Some have approached me privately, expressing a willingness to pay the franchise fee, just to continue profiting alongside you." Shen Lang chuckled softly. "Tell them to put their minds at ease. They were the first to trust me, and I remember that. Franchise fee? They don't have to pay a dime. In the name of the company, grant each of them the status of silver-level Lon Shaai electronics franchisee, enjoying corresponding discounts and rights. This is my preferential treatment for the veterans." Jack's eyes lit up. "Brother Lang, this not only stabilizes the foundation but also spares them from paying, ensuring their loyalty." However, Shen Lang's tone sharpened, his gaze keen. "Kindness aside, rules are rules. Silver level is silver level. If they want higher discounts and to reach gold or diamond levels, They must, like everyone else, demonstrate through actual sales figures and purchase volumes. This is non-negotiable. You must make this clear to them. Understood, Jack responded, fully convinced, balancing kindness and authority and establishing clear, fair, and robust rules is essential for maintaining stability. I'll announce this in tomorrow's meeting. Managing such a vast enterprise cannot rely solely on camaraderie. It requires clear, fair, and ironclad regulations. As the car passed through Causeway Bay, a massive Lon Shaai electronic sign stood out prominently in the night, with a bustling crowd inside. Shen Lang watched, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Witnessing the expansion of his business empire firsthand stirred emotions more profound than any words could convey. As the car continued its journey, Jack reported, "Brother Lang, all 20 gaming halls you leased before your departure have been successfully arranged. Among them, 8 have undergone the fastest renovations. With all 400 arcade machines fully tested and licensed, they will open simultaneously tomorrow." He pulled out his calculator and pressed a few buttons. Preliminary estimates suggest that each store will generate a revenue of 25,000 a day, amounting to 200,000 across the 8. Over a month. That totals 6 million in turnover, with substantial profits. At this point, Jack couldn't help but chuckle. However, it's still incomparable to Brother Kuan's fishing grounds. That truly is a veritable goldmine. Shen Lang laughed as well. The gaming halls provide a steady stream of income, appealing to the youth and nurturing future clientele. The fishing grounds model is unique and irreplicable. Each serves its purpose. Comparisons are unnecessary. Jack continued his inventory report. Brother Lang, the core goods you left last time have been quickly absorbed by the market, with 2/3 already sold. The inventory of repair parts is ample, ensuring that our current network remains robust. Shen Lang nodded in acknowledgement and tossed out a piece of news that invigorated Jack. You need not worry about the stock. During my recent trip, I procured a substantial batch with ample variety, enough to sustain us for quite some time. Moreover, from the Yamaguchi-gumi side, Katsuragi Kazuo noticed the smooth sales of our second batch and has increased the subsequent order limit to 2 million. This line is now thoroughly secured. Jack felt a surge of excitement. With such a formidable supply chain, what concern could there be for the success of our venture? Little did he know, the goods accumulated in Shen Lang's mysterious space far exceeded this. After all, having visited the Americans' territory, acquiring a few weapons caches at zero cost was merely a matter of convenience. Yet, Shen Lang was in no hurry to release these items. The trio chatted amiably, and the car soon arrived at the Saigon villa. Knowing Shen Lang had endured a long journey, Jack and Mei Lantian discreetly took their leave at the doorstep. At the villa's entrance stood 2 capable men, specially arranged by Mei Lantian, named Fei Shui and a Mao. Alongside them were a he and a Tai, 4 of them rotating responsibilities for the villa's security. Shen Lang acknowledged them with a nod. As he pushed open the grand door, a warm glow and fragrant aroma enveloped him. A slender figure rushed down the stairs, not even bothering to put on slippers, her bare, porcelain-like feet dashing straight into Shen Lang's embrace. Brother Lang. Lon Shaai wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, tilting her delicate face upward. Her eyes brimming with affection and joy. You're finally back. I missed you so much. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, all traces of Shen Lang's fatigue vanished. He gazed down at Lon Shao's increasingly radiant face and gently pinched her nose. Have you missed me so much after just 10 days apart? Of course. Lon Shaai nodded vigorously. I thought of you every single day. Without you here, the house feels so empty. Each night, after finishing the accounts, I look around this vast space and feel a sense of unease. She pulled Shen Lang to sit on the sofa, curling up beside him like a little cat, chattering away. Brother Lang, since you left, I've been helping you reconcile the accounts daily. I've organized the reports Jack and the others sent over. Every detail is clear. Also, the arrangement you made for my mother to be in the best private hospital with special care has worked wonders. She's looking much better and keeps saying she wants to thank you. Under the crystal chandelier, Lon Shaai nestled against Shen Lang, clad in silk loungewear, adorned with the Cartier bracelet he gifted her, radiating an unprecedented glow akin to a carefully nurtured orchid. Shen Lang could sense her heartfelt security and contentment. This profound rescue and provision, far more than mere sweet words, could truly capture a woman's heart. All of this is what you deserve. Shen Lang tenderly stroked her hair. Stay by my side, and the hardships you've endured will be a thing of the past. From now on, your life will only get better. Lon Shaai raised her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with gratitude and near worshipful affection. She leaned in to offer a soft kiss, whispering sweetly in his ear, Brother Lang, you've been so good to me, I don't know how to repay you. As Shen Lang beheld her enchanting gaze, a warmth surged within him. He swept Lon Shaai into his arms, eliciting a surprised squeak from her. Then be sure to repay me well. Shen Lang chuckled softly, carrying her warm and fragrant form as he strode towards the master bedroom upstairs. Chapter 43. unable to reach Shen Lang. Inside the Kowloon Tong Villa, several photographs were spread out on the table before Wang Dong, depicting the vibrant storefronts of Lon Shaai and the bustling scenes at the Saigon fishing ground. Such formidable potential. Wang Dong, glancing at the report sent by Wei, displayed no anger but rather admiration. I sensed from the beginning that this lad, Shen Lang, was not to be underestimated. To extricate himself from Chuanqing society while earning the unwavering loyalty of that group of big mouths is a testament to my decision to let him leave. Who says one cannot conduct legitimate business after a life of crime? Is this not legitimate? Seated beside him, Uncle Pei shared his admiration. I've heard this is called integration. Franchise fees, tiered systems, price discrepancies. While others view prison as a setback, he is genuinely advancing his studies. Which underworld figure emerges from prison not seeking to seize territory or collect protection fees? Who among them possesses such acumen? I believe we should encourage the young lady to interact more with Shen Lang. Although she has attended university, she lacks practical experience. It would benefit her to learn from him. To facilitate the transformation of Chuanqing society, Wongfengi had mandated that everyone don suits and adhere to various new protocols. However, murmurs of discontent had begun to circulate among the ranks. Uncle Pei supported Wang Dong and his daughter, but considered their methods somewhat radical, suggesting a more nuanced approach to managing relationships with the subordinates. Wang Dong understood Uncle Pei's intent and nodded. I know that Shen Lang has already promised a phone to assist us in bringing arcade machines from Neon. During this time, he has also employed several of our Chuanqing society brothers for daily wage work, with salaries twice that of the outside market. Many brothers have spoken highly of him. I'm aware A Feng's approach lacks Shen Lang's finesse and adaptability, but you know she is my only daughter. Uncle Pei smiled. I think it would be wise for the young lady to spend more time with Shen Lang. After all, he was once part of our Chuanqing society. Meanwhile, in her room, Wongfengi stared blankly at a detailed business analysis report. 40 stores in 10 days. How is that possible? She murmured to herself, her slender fingers unconsciously tapping the table. How does his cash flow support this? How is the logistics system structured? Why are those gray market merchants willing to be integrated by him? Rapid expansion demands colossal financial backing for inventory, logistics, marketing, etc. How can he be so formidable? Wongfengi rubbed her temples and, after pacing the room for a while, could not resist dialing Shen Lang's number. She had prepared an opening line, intending to broach the subject of arcade machines before inquiring about the franchise matter. However, Shen Lang's phone was utterly unreachable. After several attempts, Wongfengi pouted in frustration. What could you possibly be occupied with that your phone is unreachable? This is rather vexing. At the Ni family villa, in the study, Ni Kuan reclined in an armchair, his index finger rhythmically tapping the armrest. The Ni family had long completed their initial capital accumulation, operating with a low profile and caution. Ah Shao, that fellow named Shen Lang. Does his gray market chain resemble a KFC-style franchise? Ni Kuan's analogy was astute, as he keenly sensed the essence of standardization and replication. However, the franchise operated by Shen Lang is decidedly more exhilarating than merely selling fried chicken. You pay a franchise fee, and in return, he provides a legitimate warranty network for smuggled goods along with a standardized storefront. Essentially, he is packaging the craft of handling smuggled goods into a franchising opportunity. Leong Shaai has pushed forth with his Gene C glasses. This overseas-educated prodigy has shirt sleeves peeking from his suit jacket with a precision of half a centimeter. His model revolves around driving rules and benefits, rather than relying solely on brute monopolization. This approach is far superior and significantly safer than our traditional method of collecting debts. Moreover, Shen Lang and Chuanqing society parted ways amicably, and now operate in a cooperative relationship. It is said that Chuanqing society handles part of his logistics and security, settling accounts according to commercial contracts. Ni Kuan nodded slowly. To part ways amicably while having former associates willingly work for him is a remarkable feat of social acumen. Even more impressive is his business model. Leong Shaai extracted a chart from his folder, depicting the structure of Shen Lang's enterprise. He quickly recoups funds through franchise fees, stimulates sales via price tiers, and binds customers through a maintenance network. This strategy completely transcends the traditional framework of smuggling operations. Many of the smuggled goods in Hong Kong are indeed contraband, yet it is said that Shen Lang's merchandise has been declared at customs. These declared smuggled goods are akin to civilized brawls, posing no fear of police inspections. Shen Lang's methods signify a potential future direction. Nowadays, the risks associated with illicit businesses are escalating. Repackaging the illicit as legitimate, or utilizing the guise of legitimacy for illicit dealings, presents a viable path. However, his rapid expansion may be precarious. Managing a multitude of smuggling merchants poses significant challenges. The cash flow from fishing grounds is substantial and easily attracts envy. I suspect trouble will soon find him. Ni Kuan pondered for a moment before posing the most critical question. How does he procure his goods? The external scrutiny is intense. Yamaguchi-gumi and Yongshao replied, they are in collaboration. A friend from the Yamaguchi-gumi mentioned that Shen Lang once rescued their heiress. This connection likely facilitated his access to that network. This individual is no ordinary character. Kuan closed his eyes, the armchair creaking softly. How long has it been since his release from prison? And he has already built such an extensive business with such acumen. I initially thought Xuanqing society was backing him, but only after his departure did I realize that his support did not come from them. It is not that simple, Xiao. No one can achieve such success without reason. We shall observe the unfolding events. Someone will inevitably grow envious. Indeed, Yongshao nodded. Surprised by the emergence of such a figure in the underworld, he had been monitoring Shen Lang closely and held him in high regard. In Yao Mati and Liansheng Tuo, an old-fashioned ceiling fan creaked overhead as smoke wafted through the air. Where 7 or 8 uncles gathered around a long wooden table. Uncle Deng, an elder from Liansheng, leisurely savored his pu'er tea. Scattered across the table were several newspapers. The economic section of the Oriental Daily dedicated half a page to the rise of a new leisure industry, while the entertainment section of Ming Pao gossiped about a certain celebrity spotted at the lucky fishing ground. This Shen Lang, engaging in both the dark and the light, seems to have outmaneuvered them all. Chuan Bao slammed the newspaper down on the table, jabbing his finger at the advertisement for lucky fishing ground, declaring, I foresee him reaching for the moon. This fool is disrupting the market. I have yet to witness anyone so brazenly selling smuggled goods. One wonders which foreign benefactor is shielding him. In Chuan Bao's view, Shen Lang's merchandise is undoubtedly of dubious origin. His ability to expand his business to such a scale only indicates that he has powerful connections. It is said that the cold-hearted fellow is both envious and resentful. And his cousin Leong Kuan hardly returns to the hall anymore, choosing instead to linger at that fishing ground in Saikong, earning hundreds of thousands in a day. He is eager to open his own. Lao Gui Yin, who has always been at odds with Chuan Bao, deliberately elongated his tone. Shen Lang is quite astute. I've never heard of a fishing ground being so lucrative. He turned to Chuan Bao, smiling slyly like a cunning fox. Chuan Bao, don't be envious. You have operated in Liu Mun for so long. Have you never considered learning from Shen Lang to establish a fishing ground? Chuan Bao shot him a glare, retorting, you don't need to remind me. I've already sent Fish Head to gather insights. Chapter 44, A Different Era. Uncle Deng set down his teacup and wiped his hands with a white towel, his movements slow as if caressing an antique. A different era has dawned. In the past, one relied on collecting debts. Now, intelligence is paramount. Those who can integrate resources possess true capability. We at Liansheng must also evolve with the times, encouraging our subordinates to think creatively rather than resorting to violence. Making money is crucial. A brief silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, the sigh of Shuang Fan Dong broke the quiet, reminiscent of a deflating tire. I previously received a batch of goods, intending to flip them for a profit. But who would have anticipated the sudden emergence of Shen Lang? His documentation is complete, and with a year of warranty, customers are flocking to him. I contemplated sending someone to the north to take a gamble, but barely 2 minutes after heading out to sea, both the individuals and the goods were seized. What bad luck. Shuang Fandong's failed venture perfectly illustrated the concept of dimensionality reduction in competition. When your rival starts offering after-sales service, you are still caught up in a race over who has the faster boat. It's akin to Nokia competing with Apple over which phone is more durable. Chuan Bao felt that Shuang Fandong's subordinates were utterly foolish, retorting angrily, I wonder how you trained your juniors. They don't even know how to handle goods at sea. Did you instruct them to tie the cargo to the boat? Damn it, if they can do it, so can we. Lao Gui Yin slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming that their business was expanding, and we too need to make a living. Those stalls selling smuggled goods used to owe us a cut. Now, with the Lucky brand, they strut about, no longer fearing us. Long Jin Shun felt a sense of resonance. I've heard from Guanzai Sun that without paying protection fees, they now lack any organization. On what grounds? Uncle Deng surveyed the room. Amidst the smoke, every face appeared indistinct, yet the resentment coalesced into a tangible weight, pressing heavily on the weathered wooden table. He spoke slowly, each word dropping like a heavy stone. Rules are rules. What was done before will continue to be done. If Shen Lang wishes to open a shop in our territory, that is permissible, but he must adhere to the established protocols. The uncles nodded in agreement, like a congregation responding to a sacred chant. The rules upheld by Uncle Deng essentially constitute a decades-old underground order. At that time, the veneer of legality began to envelop the darker core. The traditional gangster mentality, relying on sheer numbers and violence, is being supplanted by a reliance on contracts and compliance. This transformation is akin to shifting from physical labor for collecting protection fees to a legal and technical endeavor. They are like the sampans of Victoria Harbor, believing themselves to be navigating the waves, while the tide has long since turned. In Repulse Bay, at the Jiang family villa, The sound of waves faintly echoed from the garden, mingling with the evening breeze rustling through the palm trees. Jiang Tianxing sat in a rattan chair wearing a bathrobe, the ice cubes in his whiskey glass clinking gently. The head of Hung Hing appeared more akin to an elite individual. Chan Yao, holding a folder, stood beside him, seemingly reporting on the performance of a publicly listed company. Mr. Jiang, the expansion rate of Lucky is indeed astonishing. According to our information, their logistics fleet has surpassed 30 vehicles. Collaborating with the All-Star Society, they have gained control over a team of porters that can be mobilized at any moment. Their franchise model has nearly restructured the scattered illicit traders across Hong Kong, forming a unified alliance with a singular brand and consistent pricing. The concept of franchising is still a novel term for the underworld. The traditional approach is to identify a territory, seize it by force, and then collect protection fees. However, Shen Lang's method is distinctly different. He offers a brand, supplies, and after-sales service in exchange for a franchise fee, enabling mutual profit. For Jiang Tianxing, who completed his master's degree in business administration at the age of 25, the significance of a franchise store is clear. Yet he had never envisioned operations akin to those of Shen Lang. Jiang Tianxing slowly spoke, his gaze resting on the distant fishing lights on the sea. What about Akun's fishing ground? It's a gold mine, Chun Yaoyan succinctly affirmed, noting the novelty of the approach, which renders it difficult for the law to categorize, thus temporarily leaving the police without grounds for action. Presently, in Sai Kung, the prominence of Leong Kuan is unmatched. The name Sea King Kuan resonates loudly. Sea King Kuan? Jiang Tianxing chuckled, his eyes narrowing. The actions of these two old acquaintances during this period left him somewhat impressed. Yeah, what are your thoughts on Shen Lang? I believe he has a wise mentor guiding him. He does not strike me as someone with a commercial acumen. Surely, one cannot master the intricacies of business after merely 3 years in prison, can they? I share your sentiment. Undoubtedly, there are influential figures advising him. Regardless, Leong Kuan has certainly aligned himself with a formidable ally. Jiang Tianxing harbored doubts that Leong Kuan could conceive such ideas independently. He understood Leong Kuan well enough. He was intelligent, yet his grasp of commercial matters was no match for his own. Suddenly, Jiang Tianxing smiled, a mysterious glimmer in his expression. Yeah. It appears we have underestimated these two old acquaintances. I foresee that it won't be long before Leong Kuan establishes his own dominion alongside Shen Lang. Chen Yao nodded and added, Indeed, Mr. Jiang. However, Leong Kuan's rapid expansion has already sparked discontent among other leaders. Bosby has privately complained that Shen Lang opened a store in Causeway Bay without paying protection fees. Fat Li supported the fishing ground, but upon returning, remarked that Leong Kuan is becoming increasingly arrogant. The Hongxing Society resembles a conglomerate, with each faction acting as a subsidiary. Now that Leong Kuan's branch has suddenly experienced a meteoric rise, while also bringing in external partners, Shen Lang, it is only natural that the other faction managers feel envious. As CEO, Jiang Tianxing is faced with the dilemma. Should he suppress Leong Kuan to maintain internal equilibrium? Jiang Tianxing chuckled softly, wearing a smile tinged with inscrutability. His decision was intriguing. Allowing them to voice their grievances could be beneficial. He gently swirled his wine glass. The society requires a catfish to stir the waters, lest it become stagnant. Akun's rise could also apply some pressure to others, reminding them that merit dictates sustenance. If Shen Lang has his connections, they too can forge their own. So what should we do? Chen Yao inquired. Cooperate, observe, and impose constraints. Jiang Tianxing articulated 6 words, akin to a strategic game of chess. His model for the sea fishing ground is quite intriguing, offering a learning opportunity for those beneath him. Aren't Han Bin and his associates engaged in free trade? Would they truly remain indifferent upon witnessing Shen Lang's burgeoning enterprise? You should spend more time with Akun and discern whether he genuinely contemplates departing from Hongxing. If Leong Kuan intends to leave, it would be prudent for Jiang Tianxing to prepare himself mentally. Indeed, Chen Yao nodded, recalling something. I heard their arcade is set to open tomorrow. We ordered arcade machines from Neon, but given the current stringent regulations, it's unlikely they'll arrive within half a month to a month. Jiang Tianxing furrowed his brow. Then how did he acquire his goods? Even for the Yamaguchi Gumi, it must be challenging to transport goods at this time. Investigate further. We must ascertain precisely what methods he employs. Jiang Tianxing had identified the arcade business as promising when Shen Lang's enterprise thrived, and instructed Chen Yao to order machines from Neon. Initially, he intended to seize market share, yet ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. Understood. Chen Yao replied as he closed the folder. Chapter 45. The Crow Who Enjoys Upturning Tables in the Conference Room of the Dongxing Society. The air was thick with smoke yet imbued with an unusual sense of ease. Luatu sat at the head of the table, fingers twirling a cigar, a rare smile gracing his lips. The monthly report laid out before them indicated that this month's white flower business had surged by 30% compared to last month. The new supply channel from the Golden Triangle had finally opened, boasting sufficient purity and attractive pricing. Excellent. Luatu exhaled a plume of smoke with satisfaction. Ahoo! Keep a close watch on this line. Do not allow those from Lianqing to catch a whiff of anything amiss. The smiling tiger adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, poised to speak. But the crow had already flipped to the following pages of the report, his expression suddenly darkening. Boss, the situation with the smuggled goods is grim. Luatu took the report, scanned it briefly, and his brow gradually furrowed. This Shen Lang. Luatu observed the newspaper article detailing the booming success of Lon Shai's business, his tone laden with complexity. The enterprise was indeed thriving. The crow leaned in closer, pointing at the photograph in the paper. Boss, I've heard he's running some sort of franchise. Collecting a franchise fee, providing branding, supplies, and even after-sales service. Now, the entire Hong Kong and Kowloon new territories are adorned with Lon Shai's signage. A glint of inspiration crossed his mind. What if we did the same? Our Dongxing territory is larger, our underlings more numerous. If we truly pursued franchising, how much could we rake in within a month? The crow's notion was as naive as seeing a queue at the Apple store and declaring one could also open a mobile shop. Yet, he at least recognized one thing. Shen Lang's model is replicable. The challenge lies in how to replicate it. The smiling tiger cleared his throat. Crow. This endeavor is not as simple as it seems. I've had people investigate. There are several key elements to Shen Lang's franchise model. First, his goods must be the latest or hot-selling items from Neon, with a stable supply. Second, he possesses a complete repair and after-sales network. Third, and most importantly, his goods are all properly declared, with tax payment certificates. Thus, he has nothing to fear from police inspections. He dares to open stores on the streets, advertise, and issue invoices. The crow froze, declared, then what profit is there to be made? That is the brilliance of Shen Lang. The smiling tiger replied with a wry smile. I've heard he utilizes special channels, thus the declared prices are not exorbitant. Regardless, on the surface, those goods are legitimate. He looked at Luatu, his tone cautious. Boss, our electronics are smuggled, and we can only sell them clandestinely. If we were to emulate Shen Lang and establish a franchise, the risks of operating openly would be far too great. Shen Lang plays in the gray area of customs clearance, dancing in legal ambiguity. Yet at least he has a veneer of legitimacy. Dongxing's traditional model is black market smuggling, entirely outside the law, and would perish under scrutiny. It is akin to one operating a licensed casino, even if the license is dubious, while another runs an underground gambling den. The former can advertise openly, while the latter must operate in secrecy. The smiling tiger understood this distinction, hence his hesitation. Luatu silently puffed on his cigar, glancing at the impressive figures on the report before him, then at the newspaper showcasing the bustling scenes of Lon Shai's success. A complex emotion churned within him. Dongxing does not lack funds, but it craves such visibility. Thus, it seems there is no choice but to revert to past methods. Luatu slowly spoke. Shall we have the underlings sell discreetly, or shift operations north? At present, that seems to be the case. The smiling tiger nodded. Our connections with the northern bosses are still intact. Locally in Hong Kong Island, we can only conduct business with familiar clients, lacking the capacity to establish storefronts like Shen Lang. Damn it. The crow suddenly slammed his fist on the table, exasperated. He stood and paced within the conference room. When has Dongxing ever been this pathetic? Observing others strut about amassing wealth, while we are compelled to scurry like mice in shadows? The crow perched before the camel, its eyes ablaze with defiance. Brother, I refuse to accept this. If Shen Lang can procure certain goods, what justifies our inability? He possesses channels that, with our financial clout, we could easily access. The smiling tiger yearned to interject, yet upon witnessing the crow's fervor, he swallowed his words. The camel extinguished his cigar and fixated on the newspaper for an extended period. At last, he gradually pushed the paper to the center of the table, lightly tapping his fingertip on the headline announcing the expansion of Lon Shai's business with 40 new stores. The gesture was subtle, yet it cast a shadow of dread over the smiling tiger. Brother, he ventured cautiously, although our smuggled goods trade has declined. The white flower segment. I am aware, the camel interrupted, his tone devoid of emotion. White flower is profitable, but that is an under-the-table venture, hidden from the light. Look at that photo of the brightly lit electronics store. He pointed at the newspaper. See how they operate on the main street, customers queuing to part with their money, earning a place in the news. That is the essence of business. The crow instantly sensed a hint of discontent in his brother's voice. Brother, since their business is thriving, we cannot merely stand by. If we cannot play by the rules, let us resort to cunning. We should create some troubles for them, so they understand that conducting business in this territory requires our nod of approval. The smiling tiger adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting deep concern. Camel brother, Shen Lang is no ordinary person. He has connections with the All-Star Society and the Yamaguchi-gumi. We ought to deliberate further. Deliberate what? The crow snapped, slapping the armrest of the sofa in frustration. If we keep deliberating, the market in Hong Kong will be devoured by them. I say we should pay them a visit tomorrow, bring a few brothers, and congratulate them on their new establishment while collecting a management fee in the process. He grinned. It's the custom of the Underworld. When a new store opens, we ought to pay our respects. This is merely a lesson in propriety. Listening to the two bicker, the camel's fingers began to rhythmically tap the table. Thud, thud, thud. Each sound resonated like chips falling into place. The crow is correct, the camel finally spoke. A triumphant glimmer flashed across the crow's face. However, the camel raised 3 fingers, his gaze sweeping over the two. First, on the surface. We will approach them under the guise of collecting protection fees. It's the established custom. They are opening a new store. And we are merely collecting a management fee. It is only fair. If Shen Lang is wise, he will understand the implications. Second, clandestinely. Recruit a few unfamiliar faces among our ranks to create minor inconveniences for them. Remember, it must be executed cleanly. We cannot afford to leave any incriminating evidence. Third, he turned to the smiling tiger. You shall probe into Shen Lang's background, seeking to uncover his vulnerabilities. If we can negotiate a partnership, that would be ideal. If not, the crow impatiently pressed for more information. What if negotiations fail? The camel smirked coldly, a smile that concealed the ferocity expected of the Eastern Star's leader. Then he shall learn that in Hong Kong, mere wealth is insufficient for conducting business. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. This lesson he will inevitably grasp. The smiling tiger still appeared apprehensive. Brother, I have heard that Shen Lang has his own security. Moreover, Hong Xing's Leong Kuan is his cousin, creating a complicated relationship. That is precisely why we need to test the waters. The camel interjected. Let us observe their reactions. If Shen Lang proves to be a soft target, we shall apply more pressure. If he is a tough nut to crack, we will reassess. Chapter 46. The simultaneous opening of the arcades. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the bedroom. Shen Lang gazed at the still sleeping Lon Shaai beside him, a sweet smile gracing her lips. As he gently tucked her blanket, the girl had stayed up late the previous night assisting him with accounts. So Shen Lang resolved to grant her a day off to rest. He made his way to the study and opened the meticulously compiled figures by Lon Shaai. As his eyes scanned the financial flow of the past fortnight along the North Saikung line, a smile of satisfaction crept onto his face. Over this span, the trade primarily involved cigarettes, alcohol, watches, motorcycles, and even some cars, yielding an astonishing profit of 20 million Hong Kong dollars. At the villa's entrance, the roar of engines echoed. Da Sha, Da Kojio, Jack, Achio, and Mei Lantian, the core team members, had all arrived. An impressive lineup of luxury cars, Benz, BMW, Crown, sparkled under the sunlight, drawing the attention of passers-by. Even Leong Kuan arrived promptly in his newly purchased Crown. Today marked the simultaneous grand opening of 8 arcades under the Lon Shaai brand, representing a significant stride in the group's diversification strategy. Cousin, you finally made it. Leong Kuan exclaimed as he hopped out of the car, enthusiastically wrapping an arm around Shen Lang's shoulder, unable to contain his excitement. You wouldn't believe it. That fishing ground is practically a treasure trove. We've collected an impressive amount of gold. It's nearly filled a small safe. Working with you is utterly exhilarating. Make sure to store that gold securely. Be wary of others who might snatch your goods and then report you, Shen Lang cautioned. Who would dare? In the whole of Hong Kong, who would be bold enough to cross Leong Kuan? Oh, look at you, upgrading to a crown. Shen Lang chuckled, greeting him warmly before turning to Da Sha and Da Kojio, his expression growing serious. Da Sha Jio, the electronics and accessories business that I previously advised you to temper, can now resume operations. The International Criminal Police have been successfully diverted from our trail. It is an opportune moment to move stock. Upon hearing this, Da Sha and Da Kojio's faces lit up with joy. They were well aware of the profits this line could generate and eagerly nodded. Rest assured, Brother Lang, we've been prepared and we're merely awaiting your signal. Yao Dong even asked me if the proliferation of smuggled goods stores meant we had run out of stock for him. The group set forth in a grand convoy towards the core arcade located in Causeway Bay. As they approached the street corner, the sight before them was staggering. A throng of young people surrounded the entrance of the arcade, the air thick with excitement and anticipation. The massive Lon Shaai gaming sign was veiled in red fabric, adding an air of mystery. Even more captivating were the several news vans from various television stations that had arrived, their cameras focused intently on the opening event. Inside the meticulously decorated arcade, 50 brand-new arcade machines stood in neat rows, their screens flickering with enticing lights. The sounds of popular games like Thunder Fighter and Street Fighter wafted through the air, prompting the eager youth outside to crane their necks for a glimpse. The hosts from multiple TV stations were on the lookout for interview subjects. Two stations quickly zeroed in on the charismatic Leong Kuan, surrounding him eagerly, while another station's reporter had her sights set on Shen Lang, who was subtly guarded at the center of the crowd. She was Lu Huijin, known for her bold demeanor and striking beauty, with a notable reputation in the industry. With a confident stride, Lu Huijin approached Shen Lang, her high heels clicking against the ground, accentuating her shapely legs. She flashed a polished professional smile. "Mr. Shen Lang, good day. I am Lu Huijin from the Prosperity television station. Congratulations on the opening of your arcade. May I ask you to share a few words with our audience?" As she leaned slightly forward to extend the microphone, her figure subtly revealed the curves beneath her professional attire, capturing the attention of many. Shen Lang regarded the poised and charming reporter before him, returning her smile with calm composure. He succinctly expressed gratitude to the patrons and shared his aspirations for the arcade's future, his demeanor dignified and his presence commanding. Lu Huijin keenly sensed an intriguing narrative surrounding this man and sought to delve deeper, even proposing an invitation for a personal feature interview on the spot. Shen Lang smiled gently as he declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Lo. Today, the spotlight is on the arcade." Undeterred, Lu Huijin quickly retrieved a business card from her handbag, delicately extending it towards Shen Lang with her slender fingers, and softly remarked, "Mr. Shen, this is my card. You are always welcome to reconsider your decision." Her gaze shimmered with electric allure. Lu Huijin possessed unwavering confidence in her physique and appearance, convinced that Shen Lang would not resist her invitation. At that moment, a slight commotion ensued as Wongfengi approached, accompanied by several subordinates. Clearly, she had taken great care in her appearance today, donning a Chanel ensemble that exquisitely accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding both a polished professional demeanor and an enchanting femininity, markedly different from her usual image. Her subordinates carried several exquisite congratulatory floral arrangements. "Mr. Shen, congratulations on your grand opening." Wongfengi greeted Shen Lang with poise, her smile warm and inviting, adding, "I hope you won't mind my unannounced visit." Shen Lang nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Wang's presence truly enhances the occasion. He accepted Lu Huijin's business card and promptly extended an invitation to Wongfengi. "Might I inquire if Miss Wang would honor us by participating in the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the arcade?" Wongfengi appeared momentarily taken aback. Such a ceremony held significant meaning. However, she quickly realized it was an exceptional opportunity to forge a closer connection with Shen Lang and readily agreed, "It would be my privilege." During the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Shen Lang and Wongfengi stood side by side at the center, while Leong Kuan, Jack, and others gracefully stepped aside, willingly playing the role of supporting figures. Countless cameras captured this moment, depicting the pair as a radiant couple. Once the ceremony concluded, Shen Lang personally guided Wongfengi through the arcade. The interior design, entirely conceived by Shen Lang, harmoniously blended futurism with practicality, with lighting, flow, and machine arrangements providing a refreshing experience. Even the worldly Wongfengi could not help but exclaim, "Ah Lang, you truly are a polymath. Your design for the arcade is outstanding. In comparison, the designs of my own arcades are embarrassingly inadequate." Nearby, Lu Huijin resembled a treasure hunter, eagerly attempting to direct the camera towards the conversation between Shen Lang and Wongfengi, fully aware that uncovering a deeper story involving these two formidable figures would undoubtedly yield sensational headlines. However, she was soon politely guided away by staff arranged by Jack, who suggested she focus instead on capturing the arcade machines and players. After the tour, Shen Lang and Wongfengi enjoyed a lively conversation. Seizing the moment, he extended an invitation. "Off phone, would you be interested in visiting the fishing grounds in Saigon? It represents another unique aspect of our business." Wongfengi had indeed never been to such a place, and her curiosity piqued. She nodded in agreement. "That sounds wonderful. I am eager to witness the realm where Mr. Shen turned stone to gold." Wongfengi entered Shen Lang's vehicle, and the convoy headed towards Saigon. In the car, Wongfengi took the opportunity to inquire about franchise management, and Shen Lang patiently provided clear and logical answers, impressing her greatly. As their conversation deepened, Wongfengi finally broached the main topic, carefully weighing her words. "Ah Lang, I truly admire your business model. I have a proposal. I oversee 10 well-located arcades that I could entrust entirely to your management. Or you could take an equity stake based on your technical and managerial expertise. In exchange, I wish to enter your appliance business and establish several franchise stores under the name Lon Shaai." After speaking, she glanced at Shen Lang with a hint of trepidation, feeling that while her offer was generous, he might not find it appealing. Shen Lang pondered briefly. The 10 ready-made arcades would allow him to swiftly expand his market share in the entertainment industry, and adding 2 franchise stores was well within his realm of control. "Certainly." Shen Lang nodded. "We can open 2 Lon Shaai appliance franchise stores, along with 2 appliance repair shops, but adherence to our unified management, pricing, and supply system is non-negotiable. A radiant smile blossomed on Wang Fengyi's face. Yet, she was not fully satisfied and boldly proposed a more audacious idea. Lang, with your rapid growth, I imagine your capital requirements must be substantial. I am personally willing to invest 20 million Hong Kong dollars for a 20% stake in your launchy company. I believe, under your model, monopolizing the parallel import appliance market on Hong Kong Island is merely a matter of time. Shen Lang understood her intent. She sought to directly enter his core business. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he tactfully replied, I appreciate Miss Wang's interest. However, our company currently has no plans to invite external shareholders. This is something I must consider carefully. Upon hearing his response, Wongfengi felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet it was within her expectations. Nonetheless, Shen Lang had not outright rejected her, suggesting there might still be room for negotiation. Simultaneously, she gleaned that Shen Lang's financial situation seemed stable, further piquing her curiosity about his strength and background. At that moment, Mei Lantian, who was driving, glanced in the rearview mirror and said in a low voice, Brother Lang, there's a car following us from the arcade. It appears to belong to that female reporter. A flicker of sternness crossed Mei Lantian's eyes. Should we have the car behind us stopped? Before Shen Lang could respond, Jack, seated in the front passenger seat, picked up the phone. I'll handle it. He directly called Bai Chili, the director of the media outlet where Lu Huijin worked. Jack had already ensured that all media present were appropriately compensated for their attendance. Bai Chili, this is Jack from Lon Shaai. Your reporter Lu Huijin is currently tailing Mr. Shen's vehicle. This seems rather irregular, doesn't it? Jack's tone was calm, yet carried an implicit pressure. On the other end, Bai Chili's forehead immediately broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. He was not worried about having accepted a bribe, but he understood the formidable background of Shen Lang and his associates, which he could not afford to provoke. Mr. Jack, I apologize. I will address this immediately. I assure you there will be no next time. Bai Chili promised fervently. Soon, in the following interview vehicle, Lu Huijin received a frantic call from Bai Chili, ordering her to cease the pursuit and return to the station. Watching the convoy ahead gradually recede, Lu Huijin felt a pang of frustration, but reluctantly instructed the driver to turn around. She realized that the man named Shen Lang was far more enigmatic and powerful than she had imagined. Meanwhile, Shen Lang's convoy continued its smooth journey towards Saigon. Akio, do you think Wongfengi is suitable to be my sister-in-law? Leong Kuan asked, observing the car ahead and turning to the driver, Akio. To be honest, while her figure and appearance are commendable, I feel she falls short of the mark for a sister-in-law. I don't mean to imply she isn't fit to be Brother Lang's partner. Rather, she isn't quite suited to be the elder sister-in-law, Akio replied. I've heard from the people at Xuanqing Society that Wongfengi wishes to initiate reforms, but the brothers under her command have expressed discontent, believing her actions undermine their livelihoods. Leong Kuan analyzed. Both father and daughter seem to have forgotten how they started. Without those brothers, the Wong family wouldn't be where they are today. Achieving a complete transformation is far from easy. If she fails to secure the support of her subordinates, I fear they may eventually rebel. I think it would be best for her to marry my cousin and focus on family. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hong Kong Island in Causeway Bay, a deliberate storm was quietly brewing. The Raven from Dongxing swaggered into the entrance of a newly rebranded Lon Shaai Electronics, flanked by over a dozen surly lackeys. His gaze swept across the street, honing in on a vendor pushing a cart laden with watermelons. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he approached, casually seizing the watermelon knife from the stall. With an air of bravado, he struck the knife against a watermelon and drawled, Hey there, boss. Are your melons guaranteed to be ripe? The vendor, upon catching a glimpse of him, trembled in terror, stammering, Of course. If you like, take it. I'll even gift you the knife. Oh really? The Raven chuckled, leaning in closer. You still remember me, don't you? With a face twisted in distress, the vendor quivered. I moved from Yuan Long to Mong Kok, then from Mong Kok to here, and every time you show up, you ask me if my melons are ripe. And then my knife disappears. At this, the Raven erupted into a raucous laugh, slapping the vendor's shoulder with exuberance. Ha, quite amusing. You think you can set up shop here in my territory? Fine, I'll borrow this knife for a bit. I'll return it later. With that, he seized a watermelon and, with a swift motion of the blade, cleaved it in two, before striding into Lon Shaai Electronics, knife in hand, followed by his entourage. The vendor gazed at the wasted watermelon on the ground, despairing, and hastily pushed his cart away, too fearful to reclaim his knife. Inside the store, customers fled in panic at the sight of the impending chaos, as if a plague had descended upon them. The store manager, summoning all his strength, forced a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace and approached the Raven. Ah, Brother Raven, what brings you to our humble establishment? Are you interested in some electronics? Perhaps a purchase? The Raven, munching on the watermelon he had appropriated, juice dripping down his chin, responded nonchalantly. Do you truly think I need to spend money on what I desire? What a laugh. He sauntered through the store, before pointing the watermelon knife menacingly at the manager. I heard you've hitched your wagon to Shen Lang. Thinking you're quite the big shot now? Not even planning to pay protection fees, are you? Not at all. Not at all. The manager quickly waved his hands, signaling to the staff behind him. Hurry, bring out today's earnings to show our respect for Brother Raven. The employees, fearing for their safety, promptly withdrew a large sum of cash that had been intended for the bank. Thick stacks of bills lay before the Raven and his companions, their eyes widening in greed. The manager, hands trembling, presented the money, almost shouting, Brother Raven, this is this month's protection fee. I implore you, show mercy. We're just trying to make a living. How considerate. The Raven beamed, lightly tapping the manager's cheek with the watermelon juice-covered blade, relishing the terror evident in his expression. Satisfied, he decided against further harassment, pocketing the cash and departing with his gang. As the door closed behind them, the manager collapsed onto the floor in sheer exhaustion. One of the employees rushed to support him. Boss, are you all right? I'm fine, the manager gasped, suddenly recalling something. Didn't Brother Tian mention during training that extortion exceeding 100,000 could lead to a lengthy prison sentence? 3 to 7 years. The employee replied with certainty. If they claim to be members of the Triad and carry weapons, the situation could escalate, starting at 5 years. Their eyes simultaneously darted to the concealed corners of the store, where Lon Shai's officially installed hidden cameras were positioned. They must have recorded everything, right? Absolutely. They recalled the repeated emphasis from Mei Lantian and Jack during the franchise training. Safety first, better to lose money than lives. Regardless of the loss. Lon Shaai headquarters will cover it, but we must ensure evidence is preserved. Taking a deep breath, the manager's eyes glinted with resentment. Call Brother Tian. We must secure the evidence. I've tolerated that bastard Raven for far too long. Meanwhile, the Raven, feeling triumphant over the easy money, eagerly planned to visit the next Lon Shaai store to collect more. Concurrently, officials from Lianxing, including Guan Zai's son and Huanyo, were perpetrating similar harassments across different areas targeting Lon Shaai shops. To their surprise, Lon Shaai stores exhibited an unusual compliance, readily offering cash or goods, which sent the gang of ruffians into a frenzy of delight. News of these events quickly reached Mei Lantian, Jack, and Ichio. The first question they asked upon receiving the call was always, is everyone all right? Only after confirming the safety of all staff did they inquire about the financial losses, immediately dispatching nearby personnel for support and reassurance. At the seaside fishing venue in Saikong, Shen Lang, accompanying Wongfengi, also received the report. Hearing the conversation between Mei Lantian and Jack, Wongfengi furrowed her brows, glancing anxiously at Shen Lang, her eyes silently questioning, should we call the police? After hanging up, Mei Lantian and Jack turned to Shen Lang, their tone steady. Brother Lang, reinforcements have been dispatched. Do we need to take action now? Shen Lang's expression was as calm as still water, as if the matter were trivial. Just a few small fry, as long as no one is hurt. That's what matters. Jack, please arrange a meeting with Lianxing's representatives and Dongxing's camel tonight at 8 o'clock at the Gucci restaurant. I'll treat them to tea. Understood, Jack nodded, promptly setting to work. Wongfengi, observing Shen Lang's unshaken composure in the face of adversity, felt admiration swell within her. She suggested, should I ask my father to intervene? Shen Lang smiled faintly. Thank you, but for such trivial matters, it's unnecessary to trouble Uncle Dong. Seeing this, Wongfengi refrained from further discussion, her curiosity piqued about how Shen Lang would handle the situation. Upon arriving at the Saikong fishing venue, they had barely stepped out of the car when Kuan rushed over in a flurry. Brother Lang, damn it. Those rascals from Dongxing and Lianxing dared to encroach on our territory. Just give the word, and I'll gather the crew to deal with Raven and Guan Zai's son. Shen Lang patted his shoulder, maintaining his calm demeanor. Easy there, my friend. The world of the underbelly is not solely about violence. It's also about human relationships and the nuances of society. They're merely testing our limits. I have things under control. We'll meet with them tonight. All right. I'll accompany you this evening. Seeing Shen Lang's tranquility, Kuan managed to temper his anger. Shen Lang then shifted the conversation, leading Wongfengi on a tour of the fishing venue. The venue buzzed with life, vibrant and bustling, a testament to Kuan's successful management. Although Wongfengi was a lady of high standing, the lively atmosphere piqued her interest. Sensing her enthusiasm, Shen Lang guided her to a VIP area, personally instructing her on the art of fishing. This VIP section was a gathering of notable figures, including Lianxing's Big D, Lin Huailu, Dongxing's C2 Haonan, and the notorious Big B from Hongxing, alongside some wealthy businessmen. Upon Shen Lang's arrival, all eyes turned towards him. Big B even called out, Brother Lang. Many businessmen were eager to make the acquaintance of the rapidly rising star of the island, but noticing his female companion, they hesitated to intrude. Just then, a flurry of phone calls erupted in the VIP area. After each big shot concluded their calls, Their expressions varied, but their gazes converged once again on Shen Lang, who was patiently teaching Wongfengi how to fish. "Brother Lang," Wongfengi whispered, sensing the weight of their complex scrutiny. Big B subtly curved his lips into a smirk. Shen Lang had never paid protection fees for his business in Causeway Bay, and now that trouble had arisen, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. The fiery-tempered Ba Bai abruptly stood up, pointing at the members of Dongxing and Lianxing, shouting, "Hey, Big D, Alu, Situ Haonan, Shamang. What is the meaning of this from Dongxing and Lianxing?" Not far away, Leong Kuan chuckled lightly at them, then admonished Ba Bai, "Sit down. Don't frighten the others." Fearless in the face of heaven and earth, Ba Bai only bowed to Leong Kuan, muttering as he sat back down. Situ Haonan and Sha Mang were lamenting internally, for they had come purely for leisure and to gain insights, with no intention of collecting protection fees. They were cursing the crow in their hearts. That idiot crow. With such a booming business, throwing out a few million would be nothing. They could chop at you every day of the year. Damn it, we brought only a handful of people on Leong Kuan's territory, and if we provoke him, what will happen to us? Big D was indifferent, having learned that it was the officials Zai Sun and Huanyo stirring up trouble. He felt these two were utterly foolish, and said to Ba Bai irritably, "Ba Bai, why are you shouting? I've been here for a few days, and the fees I've paid far exceed this mere protection fee. Don't vent your anger on me." Lin Huailu attempted to mediate. "Everyone, let us remain calm. I see there is certainly a misunderstanding here. Let us clarify things first." At that moment, Shen Lang lifted his head, his gaze sweeping calmly over the crowd, making a silencing gesture, and said indifferently, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fishing ground, a place of tranquility. A minor disturbance should not disrupt the pleasure of fishing." His composed demeanor left the crowd even more astonished. His ability to maintain calm was indeed noteworthy. To Shen Lang, the petty tricks of Dongxing and Lianxing were hardly even a nuisance, merely background noise. The more arrogant they were today, the more humiliated they would be after 8 o'clock tonight. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, laughter emerged from the entrance. "Ah Xiao, what do you think of this place? It seems quite nice and innovative." As the words were spoken, Su Huayan, the head of Xinji Long Tu, entered alongside Ni Yongxiao. Both were dressed casually, yet their presence commanded the attention of the entire fishing ground. Su Huayan, in his 50s, had a slightly plump figure and a warm smile. However, when his gaze passed over Leong Kuan, there was a brief pause, so fleeting that almost no one noticed, yet Leong Kuan felt it acutely. 3 years ago, in his quest for power, he had eliminated Chen Qi, the head of Xinji. Although Hongxing later compensated him and ceded territory, a life taken is still a life taken. As for the young man beside him, wearing golden-rimmed glasses and exuding a scholarly air, many found him unfamiliar. It was only when someone with keen eyes recognized him as Ni Kuan's son, Ni Yongxiao, that people began to murmur, "Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su." Many rose to greet him, their voices tinged with reverence. Those aware of the past events watched curiously, eager to see how Su Huayan would treat Leong Kuan. "Uncle Su." Su Huayan's gaze ultimately settled on Wang Fengyi, smiling naturally. "Fengyi, you've truly blossomed. You grow more beautiful by the day. Is this your boyfriend?" His attention, along with that of Ni Yongxiao, shifted to Shen Lang, who was slowly rising. Leong Kuan inhaled deeply, forcing a smile, and steeled himself to approach. Wang Fengyi's cheeks flushed crimson, ready to explain, but Su Huayan had already turned to Shen Lang. "You must be Ah Lang, right?" He stepped forward, scrutinizing Shen Lang closely, patting his shoulder appreciatively. "A promising young man. Your business is thriving. Impressive." Ni Yongxiao also approached. Su Huayan introduced him. "This is the son of the Ni family, Yongxiao. Just returned from studying abroad." Shen Lang, maintaining his composure, shook hands with both. "You flatter me, Mr. Su. Young master and I, it's a pleasure to meet you. A tiger father does not raise a dog." Throughout the encounter, Su Huayan did not spare Leong Kuan a single glance. Standing there, Leong Kuan's smile grew somewhat strained. But he could not retreat. Doing so would mean conceding defeat in front of everyone. Chen Haonan leaned closer to Big Boss B, whispering, "Brother, if Wongfengi is Shen Lang's girlfriend, then the Chuanxing society would surely support him?" Silence. Big Boss B was keenly observing Leong Kuan's predicament. Su Huayan surveyed the bustling fishing ground, half-jokingly saying to Shen Lang, "You and your uncle have made this place so lively. Would you be interested in letting me invest?" Shen Lang smiled in response. "You would need to ask my uncle about that. I'm just here to fish today." Su Huayan playfully pointed a finger at Shen Lang. Laughing heartily, "You clever lad." Only then did he appear to notice Leong Kuan, slowly turning his head, his smile dimming slightly. "Ah Kuan." His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Mr. Su." Leong Kuan quickly nodded, his palms sweating slightly. Su Huayan scrutinized him for several seconds, as if assessing the value of an item, before casually remarking, "Not bad, you've made quite a buzz here." Leong Kuan, attempting to suppress his usual bravado, responded cautiously, Hee hee, you flatter me, Mr. Su. I'm just making a modest living here. It doesn't compare to your grand enterprises. Haha, too humble. Su Huayan chuckled lightly, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Young man, focus on your work. After delivering this pointed remark, he turned to greet another familiar business associate. You all continue your conversation. I'll go say hello. After Su Huayan departed with his entourage, Leong Kuan felt a cold smirk creeping into his heart. Su Huayan's presence today was certainly not for fishing. He had come to see how well Leong Kuan was faring. Leong Kuan also moved to the other side. And Yongxiao observed everything keenly. Su Huayan's visit was also intended to gain insights. The incident 3 years prior had caused Shinji to lose considerable face. And he remembered it well. Adjusting his glasses, he casually remarked to Shen Lang, Mr. Shen, my father often speaks highly of you, praising your quick wit. He seldom commends young people so. A trivial business, hardly worth mentioning, Shen Lang replied with a serene smile. Compared to Su Huayan, he found himself appreciating the presence of Yongxiao more, a true intellect capable of resolving family crises overnight, and a man of filial piety. Wongfengi gazed intently at Shen Lang, sensing that he seemed effortlessly adept in any situation. Xiao also enjoys fishing? Shen Lang inquired. Indeed, Yongxiao replied, deftly inspecting the high-end fishing rod handed to him by a subordinate. When I was studying abroad, if I was troubled or needed to think, I would find a lakeside to unwind. Just a rod and a body of water can bring tranquility. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the empty space beside Shen Lang, tilting his chin slightly. Would you mind if I sit here? The feng shui here seems quite favorable. Of course. Please do. Shen Lang, Wang Fengyi, and Yongxiao settled down. Their subordinates silently retreated to a suitable distance, maintaining vigilance while ensuring conversations were uninterrupted. The sea breeze carried a salty scent, and the fishing floats bobbed gently on the water's surface. For a moment, only the distant clamor of the fishing ground and the subtle sounds of the water remained. Yongxiao's gaze flickered over Shen Lang's tranquil profile several times. Finally, adjusting his grip on the rod, he casually inquired, Mr. Shen, I heard you encountered a bit of trouble today? Indeed, a minor inconvenience, Shen Lang acknowledged straightforwardly. His tone as calm as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Yongxiao adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses imbued with curiosity, observing Mr. Shen sitting here so nonchalantly while fishing, one could surmise he must be quite assured, perhaps having devised a solution? Shen Lang did not respond directly. Instead, he turned his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and retorted, What's this, Xiao? Your family wouldn't be considering charging me a protection fee? Would you? Certainly not, Yongxiao replied. The Ni family has never favored coercion in business. My interest lies solely in your enterprise, Mr. Shen, particularly your franchise model, swift in execution and astonishingly efficient. He paused, asking rather bluntly, May I inquire, has Mr. Shen pursued formal education in business management over the past few years? Yongxiao was subtly probing the lineage of Shen Lang's acumen. How could a man recently released from prison possess such sophisticated commercial insight? A wry smile played on Shen Lang's lips as he gazed into the distance. Seemingly lost in recollection. Formal education? I had ample time to read while incarcerated. This model is hardly a novelty. It merely depends on who employs it first and who can execute it effectively. As for me, I've merely been fortunate, coincidentally benefiting from a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. Yongxiao was unconvinced by this mere attribution to luck. He continued to analyze. Currently, with stringent inspections at the Neon Harbor, you, Mr. Shen, have not only established a channel, but have rapidly expanded your chain of stores and arcade shops. Once brand recognition is achieved, it will be exceedingly difficult for others to catch up in the realm of imported electronics and arcade games on the island. Shen Lang simply smiled and remained noncommittal. Meanwhile, Wang Fengyi quietly rested her chin on her hand, her gaze drifting towards the shore, her ears perked up. Though she appeared naive, she was, after all, the daughter of the Chuanqing society, and she understood the veiled nuances of such conversation. Chapter 50. The Future of the Fishing Grounds. Wang Fengyi noticed that a construction barrier had been erected beside a distant grove, with red, white, and blue tarpaulins billowing in the sea breeze. Behind the barrier, a newly constructed brick wall stood taller than a person. Lang, she nudged Shen Lang, gesturing towards it. Are they building something? Shen Lang looked over. Yes. New restrooms and shower facilities. The portable toilets are insufficient and rather inconvenient. Wang Fengyi glanced back at the long queue of people, nodding. Indeed, with so many here. Shen Lang's lips curled slightly, thus, the need for improvement. At that moment, a gust of wind carrying the aroma of charcoal and spices wafted by. Wang Fengyi sniffed the air, noticing a few food carts with a gathering crowd, indicating a thriving business. What caught her attention even more was that the fishing area seemed to be expanding outward, a brand new wooden walkway stretching into the water, with workers securing the last few planks. Next to the shade pavilion, two independent wooden compartments were beginning to take shape. Carpenters installing intricately carved doors while electricians discussed wiring under the eaves. She even saw someone moving cream-colored cushioned chairs and small tables into the compartments. Those food carts. Did you arrange them? She inquired. In collaboration, Shen Lang replied succinctly. Local residents operate them, and we take a commission while ensuring a peaceful environment. Wongfengi rested her chin in her hand, her eyes sweeping over the bustling food carts, the extending walkway, and the emerging new facilities before finally resting on Shen Lang. A question surfaced in her mind. Lang. She turned to observe Shen Lang's profile. When we arrived, they were repairing the roads, and now they are building restrooms, attracting food carts, expanding the fishing area, and constructing compartments. This must be quite an investment, no? I heard this fishing ground model is quite simple, just enclosing water, stocking fish, and collecting fees. It seems someone is already trying to replicate it. If you go to such lengths, what if someone else copies your model? Offering cheaper entry fees and snatching your customers away? Shen Lang did not respond directly. He adjusted his fishing rod and countered, "Off foam. What do you believe is the most enticing aspect of this place?" Wongfengi pondered for a moment. Of course, it's the ability to exchange goods for money. Many people come here just for that. Yes, but it's not entirely accurate, Shen Lang patiently explained. The allure is merely a gimmick that can attract crowds temporarily. However, this concept is easily replicable. Others can offer more attractive signage and set higher prices to lure customers away. What then? Thus, one cannot rely solely on gimmicks. Shen Lang's gaze swept over the facilities under construction. Improving the roads, constructing restrooms and shower facilities will encourage female and family guests to return frequently. Introducing dining options will ensure that anglers have hot meals when hungry. Creating quiet compartments will provide a comfortable space for business discussions. These elements combined create something that cannot be easily imitated. Wongfengi nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. Once these foundations are solidified, we can even open for night fishing. Do you see why it's so quiet now? We undertake the noisy construction work at night, ensuring we do not disturb the daytime fishing patrons. Your considerations are truly meticulous. Wongfengi regarded him with newfound admiration. Shen Lang calmly outlined a grander vision. In the future, this place will offer more than just fishing. The seafood caught can be processed right beside, ensuring freshness. On the shore, he gestured with his chin towards a reserved plot of land behind them. We will also build an entertainment room, mahjong parlors, and billiard rooms, providing leisure options for those weary from fishing. The culinary offerings will also be diverse, extending beyond food carts to include proper seafood stalls and tea restaurants. Moreover, if executed well, we could construct several vacation homes with ocean views, allowing guests to stay and enjoy at their leisure. Wongfengi was momentarily speechless. This was no longer merely a fishing ground. Lon Shaai, who had been quietly listening, now gently pushed up his glasses. He regarded Shen Lang's calm profile, then glanced at the efficiently progressing facilities, coming to an understanding. Shen Lang and his team were moving with remarkable speed, their planning intricately detailed. Even if others comprehended and attempted to replicate this model at this moment, by the time they secured a location, raised funds, and commenced construction, Shen Lang's enterprise would likely have already completed its experiential loop. Time itself stood as a formidable barrier. He withdrew his thoughts and interjected gently into the conversation. What Mr. Shen has envisioned is a comprehensive leisure ecosystem, transitioning from a singular fishing activity to include dining, entertainment, and even accommodation, thus creating a closed loop. Once guests enter, all their needs can be met here, fostering substantial loyalty. Such a seamless experience is certainly not something that can be easily competed with by merely imitating a fishing pond. He looked at Shen Lang, his gaze deepening with admiration, especially your decision to schedule noisy construction for nighttime. This consideration for customer experience is a significant barrier in itself. Shen Lang glanced at Lon Shaai, offering no comment, merely stating, for a business to endure, one must always think several steps ahead and act accordingly. Ensuring that guests return for a second, third visit, even bringing friends. That is how a business truly establishes itself. Mr. Shen, you truly possess a commercial acumen. Lon Shaai praised sincerely. Chapter 51, A Fortunate Catch. Suddenly, the bobber jolted sharply before plunging beneath the surface. Here we go? Shen Lang's wrist instinctively lifted, the fishing rod bending into an elegant arc. The reel emitted a smooth whirring sound, and before long, a shimmering silver sea base broke the surface, its tail thrashing in the air. Most strikingly, a gleaming small tag dangled from the fish's mouth. I got one. Wongfengi was even more thrilled than Shen Lang. Leaning in for a closer look, Shen Lang unhooked the tag and returned the fish to the water. Wiping the tag with a towel, he handed it to Wongfengi. The tag was heart-shaped, adorned with tiny sparkling rhinestones, and inscribed with the words, "Diamond Earrings." Wongfengi held the tag up to the sunlight, her eyes filled with delight. Wow, diamond earrings. Before long, a neatly dressed attendant hurried over, a plush tray in hand. Brother Lang, please hand me the tag. Shen Lang extended his hand, and after a careful inspection, the younger brother retrieved a small, elegant velvet box, presenting it with both hands. Wongfengi opened the box to reveal a pair of diamond ear studs. Though not particularly large, their exquisite cut made them shimmer brilliantly. The nearby anglers and passing female patrons were captivated, casting envious glances. Shen's luck is truly remarkable. Miss Wang will undoubtedly look splendid wearing them. A blush crept onto Wang Fengyi's cheeks as she picked one up to compare against her ear, glancing towards Shen Lang, who merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Almost simultaneously, there was a commotion from Ni Yongxiao's fishing rod. He moved with deliberate calmness, lifting the rod and reeling in the line in one fluid motion. What surfaced was a black sea bream, its fins spread wide. A square metal tag dangled from its gills, engraved with a crown emblem and the name Rolex. Ni Yongxiao examined the tag, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. The exchange attendant approached, and moments later, he indeed presented a signature green Rolex box. Inside lay a classic Datejust watch. "Ah Xiao, your luck is quite good," Shen Lang remarked. Ni Yongxiao removed the watch and held it up to his wrist before securely stowing it away, smiling as he said, "Mr. Shen, it seems surprises abound here." The excitement surrounding the dazzling diamonds and Rolex had already sent ripples of envy through the crowd. Gasps of admiration echoed, yet to the ears of two nearby heavyweights. The sound was particularly grating. Big D glared at the few bare fish in his bucket, his expression darkening. How many days had he been here? He had caught plenty of fish, yet the sight of a tag eluded him. Beside him, Heavyweight B was in a similar predicament, smoking in silence, but casting furtive glances towards the commotion that betrayed his thoughts. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Big D muttered under his breath, irritably flicking his fishing rod. He refused to believe in such bad luck. "Hey, Big D, take it easy," Heavyweight B shot him a warning glare. Observing this, Shen Haonan swiftly placed a safety helmet atop Heavyweight B's head. Perhaps the agitation disturbed the fish below, as suddenly, Big D's rod was yanked violently, nearly slipping from his grip. "Damn!" Big D roared, gripping the rod tightly. The line tensed with a shriek, the tip of the rod bending alarmingly. "Big D, put some muscle into it." The younger brothers quickly surrounded him. "Net, hurry." Veins bulged on Big D's neck as he strained to reel in the line. This struggle persisted for several minutes. "Damn it, can't you haul in a fish?" Heavyweight B muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes. Finally, a sizable red-spotted fish was slowly dragged closer to the shore, thrashing in the shallow water and sending up splashes. What quickened heartbeats was the unmistakable sight of a tag hanging from the fish, its color and shape strikingly similar to that of Ni Yongxiao's. "Net, quick!" Big D's voice turned frantic. The younger brothers scrambled to scoop the fish with the net. Big D lunged forward, tearing off the metal tag. Upon flipping it over, he found it indeed bore the crown and Rolex engraving. "Ha ha ha!" Big D was momentarily stunned before erupting into a deafening laugh, raising the tag high in triumph. "See this? A Rolex. I, Big D, have caught a Rolex too." He surveyed the surroundings, brimming with pride, as if he had conquered Causeway Bay rather than merely reeling in a watch. The younger brothers cheered along. Only Heavyweight B turned away silently, gazing at his still placid bobber, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing the half-burnt stub at his feet. "Big D, are you still claiming there's no big fish here?" Leong Kuan, not far off, chuckled mockingly. "Silly Chong, go get the Rolex and congratulate Big D." Soon, a brand new Rolex was delivered into Big D's hands. He eagerly donned it, holding his wrist to the sunlight for inspection. All previous discontent vanished. As he caught a glimpse of Heavyweight B, who remained empty-handed and tense, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Heavyweight B remained silent, smoking as he stared at the unyielding water's surface, his knuckles whitening. The arrival of a single watch had, in an instant, drawn an invisible line. Chapter 52, Explosion and Capture. At that moment, Su Huayan approached with a cheerful demeanor, first admiring the sparkling earrings adorning Wang Fengyi's ears before kindly complimenting. "Fengyi, these earrings suit you perfectly, they're beautiful." Wang Fengyi, feeling bashful, touched her earlobe and replied, "Thank you." Su Huayan then turned to Ni Yongxiao, lowering his voice. "Ah Xiao, Xiao from the Venture Bank has invited me to dine at Fulemin and specifically requested that I bring you along." Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses. "All right, I'll prepare." He turned to Shen Lang and Wang Fengyi, offering a polite smile. "Mr. Shen, Miss Wang, I must take my leave. It has been a pleasure to have a fruitful first visit. I hope to intrude again on another occasion." Shen Lang nodded slightly. "You are always welcome." Ni Yongxiao nodded respectfully to Leong Kuan before departing with Su Huayan. After their exit, the riverside seemed to return to a state of leisurely tranquility. Wang Fengyi instinctively touched her ear studs again, a flutter of joy and sweetness blooming within her. She redirected her gaze to the shimmering water, subconsciously leaning a tad closer to Shen Lang. Her shoulder nearly brushed against his arm as the sea breeze tousled her loose strands, brushing against Shen Lang's shirt sleeve. Yet she remained blissfully unaware. An hour later, without realizing it, Wongfengi had gently looped her arm through Shen Lang's, giggling at his tales of commercial anecdotes. Her eyes sparkling with delight, her body slightly inclining towards him, exuding a sense of intimacy and reliance. Shen Lang allowed it, content, not far off. Leong Kuan was engaged in light banter with his sworn brother, Ba-Bai. Ba-Bai, I hear you've recently acquired a Mercedes? Leong Kuan nudged him with his shoulder. Ba-Bai grinned, a hint of pride in his voice. You've got a crown now. I can't let my status slip, can I? TSK. Last time you begged me to invest in a movie, you claimed you were broke. Leong Kuan raised an eyebrow. I had a stroke of luck a few days ago, and won big in Australia. I swear. Kuan Gu, we've shared blood and bonds. How could I deceive you? Ba-Bai pounded his chest in assurance, though his gaze flickered slightly. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the dock. A car parked at the water's edge was instantly engulfed in flames, the immense force lifting it off the ground before crashing down heavily, transforming into a blazing fireball. Thick smoke billowed, and cries of shock and screams shattered the tranquility of the fishing grounds. Heavyweight B, who had just caught a fish adorned with a Rolex tag, trembled in fear. In his shock, he let go, and the fish that symbolized dreams of wealth and dignity splashed back into the sea, vanishing from sight. Hey, my watch, my fish, come back. Heavyweight B's face turned pale as he futilely shouted at the water. Seeing this, Big D chuckled unkindly, thinking, karma, what the hell? Whose luck is that terrible? What kind of car explodes and takes off like that? Leong Kuan stood on tiptoe to peer around, relieved to find it wasn't his vehicle. Damn it, it must be a second-hand lemon bought on the cheap. There's bound to be wiring issues. Ba-Bai scoffed. But then his brow furrowed. The make and model began to look eerily familiar. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Wait, that wouldn't be my car, would it? The phone rang urgently. Ba-Bai quickly answered, his younger brother's panicked voice crackling through. Ba-Bai, it's bad. Your new Mercedes has been blown up. It was a woman who did it. Kuan Ji's men are already chasing after her. What? My brand new Armani suit is still in the car. Ba-Bai exploded in rage. Get that person back. Put out the fire. Leong Kuan reacted swiftly, immediately seizing the loudspeaker and proclaiming, esteemed patrons, respected brothers, there is no need for alarm. It's merely a minor incident. It appears that someone, in a bid to save a few coins, purchased a substandard second-hand vehicle, which has suffered from aging wiring and ignited spontaneously. Fear not, fear not. To express our sincerest apologies, all fishing spots will enjoy an additional hour of free time. Please, continue your enjoyment and keep fishing. He beckoned his trusted aide, Xuanxiang, and whispered urgently, hurry, release another batch of fish into each pond to rejuvenate the atmosphere. Understood. Meanwhile, Dashin cleverly retrieved his phone. Hello, Anzi? No worries. It's just a few mischievous children who stuffed firecrackers into a Mercedes fuel tank and it exploded. Yes. We're at the sea fishing venue. Uncle, they're just kids. Please don't overreact. Yes, everyone is fine, though the car is a total loss. We can manage that ourselves. The guests, initially startled and considering leaving, upon seeing the complimentary extension and the introduction of new fish, were instantly reignited in their passion for fishing, returning to their spots. Boss B, still preoccupied with the missing Rolex, shouted to Leong Kuan, a conch. Did you see? I truly caught a Rolex. Leong Kuan waved dismissively. If you caught one, then go claim your prize. Xuanxiang, have someone bring the Rolex over. The catch, however, had escaped, causing Boss B's face to flush with embarrassment. Xuanxiang, who had just turned away, stood frozen in place, glaring angrily at Boss B, while suppressed laughter echoed around them. Leong Kuan rolled his eyes. The fish got away. But where's the tag? Without a tag, how am I to know if your claim is genuine? Boss B gazed despondently at the vast sea, on the verge of tears. The tag sank alongside the fish. Dashi raised his own Rolex, chuckling softly. An hour later, the once pristine Mercedes lay charred and twisted, reduced to a blackened shell. Thanks to Dashin's prior warning, the police had not arrived at the scene. The only witnesses were onlookers and Boss B's visibly distressed underlings. Shen Lang and his companions moved to a nearby seafood stall for a meal. Boss B, his expression grim, sat apart, lacking any appetite despite the sumptuous food before him. Leong Kuan, unfazed, savored his meal, even offering a shrimp to Boss B. Cheer up, Boss B. As the saying goes, what is meant to be will come to pass. What is not meant to be should not be forced. Sometimes, the old must make way for the new. Boss B shot him an exasperated glare, pounding the table in frustration. You're fortunate to have a good elder relative. It took me ages to save up for that Mercedes. Do you think it was easy for me? Oh. Life can be quite cruel at times. Shen Lang and Wongfengi sat at a separate table, the atmosphere considerably lighter. Observing Boss B's woeful demeanor, Wongfengi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Shen Lang contemplated silently as Milan Tian murmured to his companion, "Achio, I suspect that Boss B is in for a stroke of misfortune." "Surely not. His car is gone, his Armani is gone, and now he might face even greater troubles?" Achio chuckled unkindly. Before long, a commotion erupted outside as a group of 7 or 8 burly men entered, forcibly escorting a disheveled woman with her hands bound behind her back. Despite her disarray, her fierce gaze scanned the room until it landed on Boss B, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Boss B, taken aback by the unfamiliar woman, felt his temper flare anew. He noticed one of the underlings holding a black backpack and hastily inquired, "Where's my Armani? Is it in there?" The underling scratched his head, sheepishly replying, "Boss B, there's no suit in the bag, just some bottles and jars that smell pungent. Not sure if they're bomb-making supplies. We saw her pull out the tools for the crime from this bag." "You fool. And you brought something that could be a bomb in here? Get it out and dispose of it. Far away. Don't toss it near my car. And don't throw it at the fishing venue." The underling, cowed by the reprimand, quickly scurried off with the bag. At that moment, Shen Lang's gaze fell upon the woman, and he paused slightly. There was something familiar about her features. "You wretched woman. What grievance do you hold against me that you would seek to blow up my car?" Boss B confronted her, teeth clenched. "Huh." When Shueshan showed no fear, retorting, "No grievance? Just for a few $1,000s, you set fire to my family's home. Are you even human? A few thousand? Set fire to a house." The individuals present, all perceptive, immediately grasped the situation. "What nonsense are you spouting? I, Boss B, would never burn down your house for a mere few thousand." Faced with so many prominent figures, Boss B felt his pride wounded and vehemently denied the accusation. Suddenly, one underling exclaimed, "Boss B, I remember now. It was you who sent us to intimidate her and burn down her house." "Silence. If you remain quiet, no one will think you're mute." Boss B's face paled as he harshly rebuked. Bound and captive, when Shueshan's eyes filled with tears, "My father has passed away. You burned down my house, leaving not even a photograph of him. You are a pack of beasts." "Huh, your father died of illness. What does that have to do with us? You borrowed high-interest loans from us. Aren't you aware of the saying a daughter's debt must be repaid for her father's borrowing?" As the truth unraveled, Boss B no longer bothered to feign innocence, a menacing grin spreading across his face. "You burned down your rented house. And now you seek to blow up my new car? Do you have any idea how much that car is worth? Even selling you wouldn't cover the cost." He barked orders at his underlings. "Take her to Boland Street. Inform the madam there to have her service clients until my car's worth and prior debts are fully repaid. Not a penny less." Several underlings stepped forward to seize Wen Shueshan. "Let go of me, you beasts," she protested fiercely, just as tensions reached a boiling point. Shen Lang set down his teacup with a distinct clatter. The sound, though not loud, instantly silenced the raucous seafood stall. When Shueshan turned toward the source, catching sight of the young man, surrounded by an aura of calm authority. In her despair, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. Shen Lang did not glance at Boss B, but directly addressed Wen Shueshan. "The explosives used to blow up the car, were they TNT, nitroglycerin, or ammonium nitrate derived from fertilizer?" At this question, apart from Milan Tian and Achio, who exchanged a knowing look, the others were left dumbfounded. What was his intention? When Shueshan too was momentarily taken aback, she studied Shen Lang, hesitating for a moment before resolutely replying, "TNT is too costly and difficult to acquire. I primarily used ammonium nitrate extracted from fertilizer, mixed with some aluminum powder to enhance the power and temperature. Ammonium nitrate, when purified, can be used to create explosives, and aluminum powder significantly increases the combustion temperature and explosive power. This was a well-known, relatively effective method for homemade explosives in that era." Shen Lang nodded slightly. "How did you ignite it? With electric detonators or a fuse?" "It seems to have detonated quite explosively," Wen Shueshan answered. "I dismantled the detonator from an old blasting device that flowed out from the northern mines. I connected the battery wires myself to create a switch." Milan Tian, Achio, and Jack exchanged glances, subtly nodding. The insights she provided were accurate and not fabricated. It was clear she possessed a deep understanding of the subject, capable of independently sourcing, purifying, assembling, and safely, relatively, detonating explosives. Such self-taught skill and courage were far from ordinary. Wongfengi instinctively tightened her grip on Shen Lang's arm, feeling a surge of anxiety. While she had encountered her fair share of danger, the mention of bombs and detonators sent a chill through her. Boss B, entirely out of his depth, shouted in frustration, "Ah Lang, why are you wasting time discussing this with this lunatic? She blew up my car." Kuan stroked his chin, his gaze shifting between Shen Lang and Wen Shueshan. Shen Lang disregarded Ba Bai's remarks and posed the third critical question. "What about stability? Ammonium nitrate is prone to failure when damp. How long have you stored it after preparation?" What measures are in place to ensure safe transportation? This inquiry touched upon the safety and reliability of practical operations. When Shueshan responded more swiftly this time, seemingly tapping into her area of expertise. After purification, it is thoroughly dried and sealed in waterproof plastic bags. The aluminum powder is mixed fresh, and the time from preparation to use does not exceed 24 hours. It is placed in a backpack and handled with utmost care. She added, if it weren't urgent to blow up his vehicle, I wouldn't want to use this. It's quite unstable. Following this exchange, everyone understood that this woman was not an ordinary person impulsively resorting to makeshift explosives, but rather an expert well-versed in hazardous chemical knowledge, capable of independently manufacturing and executing remote detonations. Even though her motive was revenge for her home, her skills alone were enough to send shivers down one's spine. The bustling eatery fell into a sudden hush, leaving only the distant clamor from the fishing grounds. Babai opened his mouth, as if to curse. But upon noticing Shen Lang's calm profile, he swallowed his words. Even he sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Lang turned to Babai and stated, Babai, if your car is burned, so be it. I will handle her debts and your losses. Chapter 54. Newcomers and the Undercurrents of the Jianghu. Babai was taken aback. Shen Lang continued, this matter ends here. Babai grew anxious, Lang. This isn't about money. That crazy woman. Shen Lang lifted his gaze, his eyes serene as they met Babai's. Just a single glance rendered Babai's words stuck in his throat. Leong Kuan patted Babai on the shoulder and whispered, Babai, let it go. Lang has spoken. It's just a car. I'll help you find a better one later. Babai glanced at Leong Kuan, then at Shen Lang, and finally shot a furious glare at Wen Shueshan before reluctantly sitting back down. Shen Lang redirected his attention to Wen Shueshan, who wore a complex expression filled with a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and a hint of deep wariness. What is your name? Wen Shueshan. Where did you acquire these skills? By reading and self-study. I attended night school to learn chemistry, Wen Shueshan replied softly. Shen Lang regarded her and suddenly asked, if I provided you with more stable materials and more professional tools, and tasked you with something different, like demolishing walls and calculating the amount of explosives needed, determining the direction to detonate for optimal effect while ensuring safety, could you manage that? This question caused Mei Lantian, Achio, and Jack's eyes to light up. Seemingly grasping Shen Lang's intentions, Wongfengi, however, felt even more perplexed and anxious. Wen Shueshan was utterly stunned. She hadn't anticipated such a question. After a long hesitation, she slowly nodded. If the conditions and blueprints are suitable, I could attempt it. But what exactly do you want me to do? Shen Lang did not respond directly, but gestured to Mei Lantian, untie her. Understood, Brother Lang. As the ropes were loosened, Wen Shueshan was brought before Shen Lang. Her head bowed in a daze. What exactly do you want me to help you with? I have spared your life and settled your debts. From now on, you owe me. Shen Lang looked at her and added, for the time being, you will stay at my villa and serve as a cook. Besides making explosives, can you cook as well? Wen Shueshan nodded, her voice faint yet clear. My father used to run a food stall. I helped him make white-cut chicken since I was 3. Wow, how versatile. Mei Lantian grinned. Not only can you make explosives, but you can also prepare white-cut chicken. Can you fit a bomb into the chicken? The atmosphere at the table instantly grew tense. What sent chills down everyone's spine was Wen Shueshan's subsequent response. After a brief contemplation, she replied softly, that would be quite simple. First, let us sit down and eat. Shen Lang, seemingly unfazed, pointed to an empty seat. Mei Lantian quickly scooted aside. Wen Shueshan, who had not eaten or drunk anything since last night, immediately locked her gaze on the glossy, tender plate of white-cut chicken on the table, swallowing her saliva quietly. At that moment, Wongfengi leaned toward Shen Lang, lowering her voice. What exactly do you intend to do by keeping her? Shen Lang did not turn his head, replying coolly, it's a business secret. Refrain from inquiring. Upon hearing this, Wongfengi gave a soft hum and withdrew. After the meal, Wongfengi stood up. Thank you for the earrings. I really like them. Also, thank you for your hospitality. Due to her father's circumstances, she seldom had the chance to dine in such a lively eatery. Yet, the flavor of today's meal felt particularly genuine. It's nothing, Shen Lang replied casually. Wongfengi paused, lowering her voice. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. If you need my father's assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to him. He should support you. Ultimately, she couldn't shake off her concerns. If there's something to handle, go ahead, Shen Lang said, lifting his gaze to her. Men's affairs are best left to men. Learn from your father. Remain composed. He hasn't called me, indicating he understands me. I want to speak up until the time is right. All right. Wongfengi pressed her lips together, choosing not to say more. Then I'll take my leave. After watching her depart, Shen Lang turned to Wen Shueshan, who sat silently beside him. Let us go. I'll take you to the villa. Oh, Wen Shueshan responded softly. Shen Lang escorted her to the villa. Upon stepping into the spacious and bright entrance hall, when Shueshan instinctively tensed her spine, her gaze swept across the marble floor, the crystal chandelier, and the expensive furnishings, finally landing on Shen Lang's upright figure. Unconsciously, she clenched the oil-stained hem of her clothing. Having just escaped one peril, was she now entering another? What exactly did this man seek by saving her? Brother Lang. A bright, cheerful voice echoed from the top of the stairs. Lon Shaai, clad in a water-blue silk nightgown, descended like a delicate butterfly, her face beaming with a sweet smile. However, as she reached the final step and her gaze fell upon the unfamiliar yet awkward figure in the living room, her footsteps abruptly halted. A woman, her hair slightly disheveled, her attire worn, yet her eyes betrayed a wild animal's wariness and coldness. Lon Shaai, quick-witted, swiftly scanned between Shen Lang and the stranger. Her smile remained radiant, but a subtle undercurrent of scrutiny settled within her beautiful eyes. Should I call her sister? She seems younger than me. This fleeting thought passed through her mind. Shen Lang sensed the air grow tense. He casually gestured to both women. Lon Shaai, this is my woman. When Shueshan, our new cook, she will be residing here. If you wish for something to eat, let her prepare it. The gazes of the two women briefly met in the air before parting. Lon Shaai was the first to break into a wider, sweeter smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Hello, I'm Shaai. When Shueshan merely nodded, resembling a wildcat that had strayed into a lavish abode, bristling and ready to flee or lash out. I have things to attend to, Shaai. Later, take her to buy clothes and other things she desires. Shen Lang did not linger, casting this remark before turning to exit through the door. He needed to prepare for tonight's negotiation with the camel. Got it, Brother Lang. As Lon Shaai descended the last step, her gaze gently swept over when Shueshan's dust-stained clothes, arms, and cheeks. You must have had a tough journey. Go take a hot shower. It will be much more comfortable. Can I call you a Shui? When Shueshan raised her eyes to behold the radiant and delicate visage before her, akin to a rose tenderly nurtured within a greenhouse. In stark contrast, she perceived herself as a thorny bramble in the wild, encrusted with mud and the acrid scent of smoke. After a brief pause of silence, when Shueshan finally nodded ever so slightly, yet her arms tightened defensively across her chest, a subconscious posture of protection. Follow me, Lon Shaai said with an increasingly warm smile. Turning to lead the way, there are clean guest rooms upstairs, and the bathroom is well stocked. I will first find some clothes for you. They may not fit perfectly, but you can make do for now. Later, we shall venture to Tsimsha Sui for a proper shopping trip. When Shueshan hesitated for a fleeting moment, but ultimately set her feet in motion, silently trailing behind. As evening descended, the proprietors of the street vendors were summoned by Jack to the warehouse at the end of the street. Standing before the crates, Jack's voice rang clear. I have an announcement to make. From today onward, all registered vendors will not be required to pay an additional franchise fee. They will be upgraded directly to silver card members. Brother Lang is truly generous, murmured one in the crowd. Indeed, he has not forgotten us. A few subdued cheers erupted from the crowd but quickly waned, replaced by a grave silence. They had all heard the events of the day. In the neighboring streets, numerous shops had been coerced into paying protection fees by the East Star and Liansheng factions. Only this street of vendors remained untouched, thanks to the formidable personnel arranged by Shen Lang. They felt gratitude towards Shen Lang and wished for his well-being, yet as business people, their foremost concern was profit and stability. They feared the treachery of violence. Brother Jack, elder Chin from the appliance store at the street corner said, rubbing his hands nervously, the outside world is abuzz. They say Brother Lang is negotiating with those two factions tonight. What will become of our street? Yes, what if the negotiations collapse? Chimed in another. The East Star has the numbers, and Liansheng knows the territory well. Does Brother Lang truly have the upper hand? Should we consider closing our doors for a few days to avoid the storm? The atmosphere in the warehouse grew heavy with tension, all eyes fixed on Jack. Maintaining a stoic expression, Jack listened until the murmurs of concern subsided, then raised his hand in a calming gesture. Esteemed proprietors, Brother Lang has allowed us to conduct business here for the long haul, for mutual benefit. Tomorrow, the sun will rise as usual, shops will open, goods will sell, and profits will be made. The affairs outside are under Brother Lang's direction. Neither East Star nor Liansheng can stir up a tempest tonight, though lacking in grandiose declarations. Jack's words bore an inexplicable conviction that eased the tension in the room. Shoulders relaxed slightly. As the meeting dispersed, individuals trickled out, and the streetlights began to illuminate the night. Meanwhile, the undercurrents of the world outside surged more violently than ever. At 8 o'clock that evening, the news of Shen Lang's meeting with the East Star's camel and Liansheng's Chueji at the Have Guts restaurant spread like wildfire, igniting speculation and concern among the masses. Within the villa, Jiang Tiansheng listened intently as Chun Yao delivered his report, gently swirling his wine glass. That old fox, camel. has been entrenched in East Star for decades, valuing hierarchy and face above all else. He took a sip of his drink, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Shuai has just taken his seat, his rear still warm, and is in desperate need of establishing authority. Does Shen Lang really intend to checkmate both leaders in one move? His ambitions seem overly grand, risking a perilous gamble. Shen Yao nodded. Stranger still is his approach. He neither sought aid from Chuanxing nor immediately organized a counterattack. Instead, he presented himself for negotiations. Do you think he has truly devised a way to break the deadlock? Jiang Tianxing scoffed lightly, his gaze drifting to the night view outside. By bringing Leong Kuan along tonight, he is merely leveraging the situation. The combined influence of Hongxing and Chuanxing will certainly weigh heavily on both sides. This kid is quite astute. In contrast, the bustling late-night food stalls presented a different scene. Young ruffians, eager for chaos, argued heatedly, their faces flushed with excitement. How impressive! Negotiating with two ferocious tigers at once. Even more intimidating than the notorious Ba Hao of yesteryear. Support? Nonsense. The East Star has the numbers. Lian Sheng is just waiting to use Shen Lang to make a statement. What do you know? Brother Lang's operations are thriving, and his forces are formidable. Only a fool would provoke him. Hey, I have heard rumors. There are heavyweights lurking nearby. Both sides have prepared ambushes. As rumors spread, they morphed and inflated. I heard Shen Lang has prepared lavish gifts at the tea house, making it an irresistible deal for both factions. Nonsense. It was clearly Camel and Shuai who conspired to eliminate this upstart. I caught wind that Shen Lang has no intention of negotiating. His people have already headed to East Star's warehouse in Yuanlong. Nonsense. My cousin is with Lian Sheng and Shuai. He says Shuai is actually quite nervous and just wants to call it a day. Each narrative bore an air of credibility, making the truth difficult to discern. Yet, amidst this storm of uncertainty, the operations of Lon Shai's shops, warehouses, and fleets continued to run smoothly beneath the glow of the lights. The processes of shipping, inventory, and navigation flowed seamlessly. Chapter 55, The Negotiation. At 8 o'clock in the evening, outside the Have Guts restaurant, the summer night air mingled with the briny scent of the sea. The scene on either side of the street was starkly divided. On one side, carefree ruffians clad in flamboyant shirts and bell-bottoms gathered in small clusters, smoking and laughing, their eyes alertly scanning their surroundings. On the opposite side stood Lon Shai's security personnel, dressed in black uniforms, led by a Chio, standing straight and silent. A few undercover officers from the anti-triad unit loitered further out, arms crossed, wearing expressions of those ready to clean up the aftermath. Both groups arrived almost simultaneously. The East Star's camel was the first to exit the vehicle. Clad in an old-fashioned suit, his expression grave, Crow followed closely behind, his gaze fierce. The smiling tiger wore a grin, though it appeared disingenuous. Lian Sheng's side seemed somewhat ragged. Shuai legs quivered as he disembarked, his complexion pale. Beside him, the imposing D stood with an air of defiance. Glaring back at Crow, the two factions faced each other at the entrance of the restaurant, and an immediate silence enveloped the air. Camel nodded slightly at Shuai, while the smiling tiger forced a professional smile. Shuai attempted to smile, but his face looked more like he was about to weep. D let out an audible grunt, neither too loud nor too soft. Throughout the entire encounter, no one spoke. The two groups entered the restaurant one after the other, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the largest private room upstairs, Shen Lang and Leong Kuan had already arrived. Shen Lang leaned back in his chair, a cigarette poised between his fingers, calmly observing the entrance. Leong Kuan sat with one leg crossed over the other, tapping his toes rhythmically, while Mei Lantian lowered her head, her shoulders slightly trembling. Bagachung, let me tell you, Crow has a twin brother named Dove. Dove? Isn't that a black and white pair? Kuan Gu? Footsteps approached from outside, growing louder before pausing at the door. With a creak, the heavy wooden door swung open. Shen Lang exhaled a plume of smoke as Camel, the smiling tiger, Crow, Shuai, and D entered one by one, blocking the doorway. The room was brightly lit, illuminating each face. Camel's gloom, the smiling tiger's slickness, Crow's hostility, Shuai's panic, and D's ferocity. A moment of silence ensued. Finally, it was Leong Kuan who broke the stillness, tilting his head and grinning broadly. Oh, everyone is here. Why stand at the door? Come in and take a seat. Or do our esteemed brothers wish to warm up with a brawl right here? As everyone settled into their seats, the atmosphere remained delicately tense. No sooner had Shuai's backside met the chair than he quickly cast an almost sycophantic glance at Shen Lang, the newly appointed head of Lian Sheng, who had risen to power through luck and D's influence, now only wishing to navigate the situation safely. D, witnessing this, became incensed and kicked Shuai sharply beneath the table, his gaze fierce enough to intimidate. Shuai flinched, hastily straightening his posture, his smile frozen on his face. Noticing that Shen Lang and Leong Kuan, the The two younger generations showed no intention of rising to offer a toast. Camel let out a subtle huff through his nostrils. The smiling tiger, adorned with a facade of geniality, broke the silence with an eloquent expression. I am grateful for Lon Shai's trust in our Dongxing. Rest assured, the shops that have paid the management fee will be under our protection, ensuring their safety. The crow, however, was far less courteous. With his arm propped on the table and leaning forward, his gaze sliced through Shen Lang and Leong Kuan's faces. Leong Kuan, a Lang? You know the rules of the game, don't you? The venue is on our turf, and you dare not even offer a token of respect? If you refuse to provide it, we shall have to take matters into our own hands. Is that too much to ask? Such words cannot be spoken, crow. The smiling tiger interjected, pouring tea for the camel before turning to Shen Lang with a tone of sincerity. I believe a Lang is an understanding person. Today, no one has impeded our brothers from conducting business. This is nothing but a tacit agreement. Our Dongxing has modest appetites, besides the meager earnings. We are also intrigued by your Saigon coastline. There is profit to be made together, a Lang, don't you agree? The camel raised his teacup, blowing away the froth. A faint smirk gracing his lips. Ever since the crow successfully acquired the first sum of money that afternoon, he felt that their position was secure. A tacit agreement? Leong Kuan scoffed, halting his restless leg, and pointed an accusatory finger at the crow. So according to you, crow? If you hold a knife to my brother's neck and he pays, he's considered understanding, but if he does not, he is lacking in sense? Who here is truly disregarding the rules? His tone shifted abruptly, fixing his glare on the crow with newfound intensity. And you, brother Chuaji, what is going on with you and Lianqing? Have Wen Yo and Guan Zaisun lost their minds, or are they simply desperate? Collecting debts is one thing, but smashing stores and stealing televisions? Is this protection money or outright robbery? Leong Kuan's fierce demeanor left brother Chue pale and trembling, unable to muster a coherent response. Hey, Leong Kuan. Didi slammed his palm on the table, glaring fiercely. According to the rules of the Underworld, you are a member of Hongxing. Today, are you negotiating under the banner of Hongxing or what? Don't come here acting like a tyrant. He is my cousin. Leong Kuan retorted defiantly, pointing at Shen Lang with a fierce gaze. Today, I do not represent Hongxing, but the name Leong Kuan also carries weight in the Underworld, equivalent to hundreds of brothers who dare to fight. Am I not qualified to sit here and negotiate with you, Didi? A Kuan. The smiling tiger maintained his smile, though his eyes were sharp. Your cousin is the true boss. The principal hasn't he spoken. Why the haste? Indeed, the crow chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The emperor is not in a rush, yet the eunuch is. Leong Kuan was seething, ready to erupt. Cousin, Shen Lang finally spoke, his voice low but resonant, cutting through the cacophony like a stone cast into boiling water. He extended his hand, gently resting it on Leong Kuan's forearm. Leong Kuan gritted his teeth, casting a baleful glance at the crow, suppressing his fury as he leaned back in his chair, grabbed a cigarette from the table, and took a deep drag. Shen Lang's gaze traversed the flushed faces of the bickering parties, finally settling calmly on the camel, who had remained an observer. Chapter 56. Do not force my hand till upend the table. Camel, the maritime business is fraught with risk, with high turnover but thin profits. Compared to the flower trade you conduct at Dongxing, this is but a drop in the bucket. Would you truly covet such a trifling sum? Haha, Lang. That sentiment feels rather distant. The smiling tiger interjected, his grin feigned. Who in the harbor is unaware that your line is the most stable, the fastest, and the most well-stocked? The profits here are likely far from negligible, wouldn't you agree? The camel raised his hand to silence him, his palms overlapping on the table as he leaned slightly forward. A Lang, his voice dropped to a low, seasoned tone. After decades of navigating these waters, I've learned one truth. Having more friends is always better than having more enemies. You, too, have traversed this path and understand. I'm here today to speak plainly. The management fee, if paid, your venue will be safeguarded by Dongxing, sailing smoothly. If not, that is acceptable. We will revert to the rules of the Underworld. However, any incidents at your venue will henceforth be of no concern to Dongxing. The island is vast, and business opportunities abound. It is easy to choke when one tries to consume it all alone. Share a little, and we all stand to gain. We can also help you fend off numerous troubles. Alang, do you not see the wisdom in this? After the camel finished speaking, along with the crow and the smiling tiger, turned their gaze towards Shen Lang, awaiting his response. Brother Chue and Didi held their breath. The room was so silent one could hear a pin drop. All the pressure bore down upon Shen Lang's shoulders. The strategy of soft and hard measures was executed with finesse. Had he been an ordinary newcomer, he might have already faltered. Yet, today, he faced no ordinary adversary. Shen Lang slowly inhaled a puff of smoke, letting it swirl in his lungs before exhaling with measured deliberation. Heh! A cold chuckle emanated from behind the veil of smoke. Shen Lang forcefully extinguished the remaining cigarette in the ashtray and lifted his gaze. There was no trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, they shimmered with a chilling clarity. Camel, smiling tiger, are you not curious? On what grounds do I, Shen Lang, command this coveted route that others covet yet dare not touch? He paused, lowering his voice. Each word articulated with clarity. Surely, you do not believe that my mere name, Shen Lang, would compel the patrolling officers on the water and the bigwigs at the docks to turn a blind eye. The confident expression on the camel's face abruptly faltered. The smile vanished from the smiling tiger's face, his pupils constricting as a grave expression settled upon him. Even the once brazen crow found his bravado momentarily stifled. Shen Lang's words were tantamount to revealing that he had formidable backing that they could not afford to provoke. Isn't that even better? The crow attempted to maintain his bravado, though his voice wavered. Let your backers release the route, and we can collaborate for greater profits. The camel inhaled deeply, his expression darkening. He fixed his gaze on Shen Lang and spoke slowly. Lang, I may not be well educated, but I prefer directness. Very well. I shall not beat around the bush. Shen Lang leaned back, snapping his fingers. Crack. Mei Lantian and Jack stepped forward, placing two hefty folders made of leather on the table with a thud, one in front of the camel and the other before Brother Chue. The folders were unadorned, perhaps even somewhat worn, yet in the current context of the room, they felt immensely weighty. The camel and Brother Chue exchanged glances, both filled with palpable unease. The smiling tiger, and the crow could not help but lean in for a closer look. The camel opened his folder first. Brother Chue's hands trembled violently as he fumbled to open his. After merely skimming the first few pages, their pupils dilated in shock. It was a chilling list. Investigation of Dongxing and Lianxing's major industries and affiliations in Hong Kong Island, non-exhaustive. Below, it clearly enumerated holdings or shares in legitimate businesses, trading companies, dining establishments, nightclubs, finance companies, real estate, actual control over gray areas, gambling dens, underground banks, smuggling receipt points, massage parlors, drug dens, illegal betting outlets, properties under the names of elder relatives, key areas of influence and lists of personnel overseeing them. Shen Lang's year in Stanley prison was not spent in vain. This list was the product of his efforts. I may not be entirely prepared, Shen Lang remarked, observing the grim expressions of the individuals before him. The accuracy is likely only around 50 to 60%. Some information may be outdated, and some may be incorrect. Over the course of the year, Shen Lang had devoted the vast majority of his energy to weaving this web of intelligence. Stanley Prison had effectively served as an information exchange hub for various factions. A year was ample time for him to establish an efficient and clandestine network, with many who had already been released continuing to provide him with valuable information. You say? Shen Lang lifted his teacup, took a sip, his tone calm, yet the content astonishing. What would happen if I were to send a copy of this information to the Independent Commission Against Corruption or the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau? Or perhaps, anonymously to the Oriental Daily or Apple Daily? I have already thought of a captivating headline. Exclusive revelation. The black funding sources behind the Dongxing and Lianxing business empires. Leong Kuan, swinging his legs, addressed the group. We haven't sought trouble with you, yet you bark like dogs. Do you truly believe that we are easy prey? Camel fixed his gaze on Shen Lang, eyes ablaze with an intensity that seemed ready to devour him, yet his words softened slightly, tinged with frustration. Lang, what exactly do you intend to do? This old fox, clearly intent on overturning the table, still felt the need to inquire about the guest's preferences. Shen Lang raised his eyelids, his serene gaze sweeping across the 5 faces before him. Let us discuss the rules now. Do you wish to negotiate with Lianxing and Dongxing? Or do you prefer a mutually destructive outcome? The phrase mutually destructive hit the stagnant air like 4 chunks of ice. The intelligence represented by that list was sufficient to demonstrate Shen Lang's prowess. Camel understood that if they stood firm today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 57. The Compromise Between Camel and Chue. Camel exhaled heavily, the facade of an old hand crumbling. Fine, today we concede. Let us draw a line here. Chue, already ashen-faced, immediately interjected. Let us talk. We must talk. Lang, a peaceful resolution brings fortune. This new leader was more concerned about preserving his position than anything else, especially since the money wouldn't come from his own pocket. Big D flared his nostrils, panting like a tethered bull, desperately holding back his words. The smile of the smiling tiger had vanished, his face frozen in tension. The crow glared, but the ferocity in his eyes had dimmed significantly, replaced by a lingering unwillingness. They were not foolish enough to overlook that someone who could uncover their secrets so thoroughly was no ordinary adversary. Observing their cowardice, Shen Lang smirked. You wish to negotiate? Then listen closely. First, we part ways amicably. Your illicit dealings are none of my concern, and vice versa. Hong Kong is vast. There's no need to covet the meager scraps from my plate. Second, you must hand over those who caused the disturbance today. The damages and lost business must be compensated by both your factions. We will consider this matter closed. Hand over, compensate. The crow's face drained of color. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was akin to stripping away one's skin and trampling it. Leong Kuan, watching the spectacle, found amusement in the unfolding drama. He leisurely produced 2 boxes of videotapes, casually sliding one in front of Chuaji and slamming the other beside the crow. Oh dear. My memory fails me, Leong Kuan chuckled, digging in his ear, grinning widely. I recorded a little something this afternoon. Brother Crow, you star in it. Armed and robbing, 5 years minimum. Oh, an officer's son, a friendly cameo. Let them waltz to the police station and confess for leniency. I'll be damned. This is a matter of the underworld. The crow yelled, panic-stricken. Call the police. Do you still have any shame? Shame? The ever-silent Mei Lantian suddenly spoke. In the next moment, he sprang into action. Swift as a shadow, he swung his short club, striking the crow squarely on the forehead. Bang! The world darkened for the crow, who slumped back into his chair. You let your underlings starve for 3 days. What kind of leader are you? Starving your own followers while neglecting your brother, the white dove? Mei Lantian continued, relentlessly targeting the fleshy parts, the dull thuds echoing through the air. The crow, utterly defenseless, was pinned against the table, blood streaming from his forehead. Chuaji, nearby, trembled in fear, his face as pale as parchment. Even Big D's eyes twitched in disbelief. Stop. Lang, we can discuss this. The smiling tiger desperately stood up, attempting to intervene. Discuss? You son of a... Mei Lantian turned and swung the club, striking the smiling tiger's head. Ah! The smiling tiger let out a pained cry, collapsing back into his chair, clutching his head and curling up. Camel watched as the crow turned into a bloodied mess, while the smiling tiger gasped for air, finally reaching his breaking point. Enough. Stop. Upon hearing this, Mei Lantian did not relent, delivering another hard blow to the crow's back, the sound grating on the nerves. Only then did he return to stand behind Shen Lang, an expression of nonchalance on his face. Camel furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the 2 unfortunate souls sprawled on the table, and turned to Shen Lang. Suppressing his anger, Lang, this time it was the crow's folly. See, he has been taught a lesson. Surely you feel appeased now? How about this? We Dongxing will host 20 tables for a banquet, making a grand show. We will cover all losses. He bit his lip, then added. And here's an additional 66,000 in red envelopes, a gesture of friendship. How does that sound? Shen Lang snorted derisively. 20 tables? Camel. Do you believe my brother Lang is only worthy of a street-side feast, or that my face is only worth 20 tables? If we are to celebrate, let it be 66 tables, no fewer. As for the red envelope, it must be 1 million. If it falls short by even 1 cent, I will consider today's meeting a farce. 1 million. 66 tables. Camel's face twitched, a heaviness settling in his chest. He stared at Shen Lang, whose eyes were as calm as ice, yet beneath lay a sharpness like knives. He understood that negotiation was futile. After nearly half a minute of silence, Camel's shoulders slumped. His voice hoarse. Fine. One word, laden with frustration. Shen Lang turned his gaze to the terrified Chuaji. And you? What about Lianxing? Chuaji jolted, nearly sliding off his chair, hastily nodding. Yes, yes. Whatever Brother Lang says goes. The banquet, compensation, the red envelope. We have no objections. Shen Lang barely nodded in acknowledgement. The objective had been achieved. It was time to withdraw gracefully. Tonight's display served as a potent warning, with the fiercest crow of Dongxing stripped of its feathers, leaving the new leader of Lianxing trembling in fear. He had secured both face and substance, and even managed to extort a hefty sum. In the time to come, it was unlikely any gang would dare extend their claws. This was precisely what he desired, to fatten himself up as quickly as possible. In the underworld, ultimately, it is the strength of one's fist and the depth of one's resources that command respect. Shen Lang, uninterested in witnessing the dejected expressions of these men, rose sharply and strode toward the exit. Leong Kuan whistled as he followed, deliberately clicking his tongue as he passed by Camel. Jack wore a mocking smile, while Mei Lantian hummed a cheerful tune. The private room door clicked shut, sealing in the stench of blood and defeat. Outside, in the corridor, Shen Lang suddenly raised his hand, dancing a few steps to an unheard rhythm. Leong Kuan, Mei Lantian, and Mike followed suit, their polished shoes thumping against the carpet. The 4 of them turning, shrugging, and waving in perfect unison, as if they were in a cell. There was no music, only the unspoken rhythm and the gleam of triumph in their eyes. This was no celebration. Rather, it was an unfiltered expression of the arrogance that came from crushing their opponent. To win is to revel in such exuberance. Downstairs, the henchmen had no inclination to dance. Lon Shai's men stood tall, their eyes glinting with pride. The flowered shirts from Dongxing and Lianxing craned their necks, awaiting the arrival of their leaders. Yet, what they received was not the triumphant arrival of their own boss, but rather an ominous premonition. As they witnessed Shen Lang and his entourage descend, their demeanor relaxed. Shen Lang, unfazed, climbed into the car. Achio waved his hand, and Lon Shai's convoy departed smoothly. Just as Lon Shai's men left, footsteps echoed once more from the staircase. The first to descend were Chu Ji and Big D. Chu Ji's face was ashen, his steps unsteady, while Big D kept his head down. The two entered the vehicle in silence, as though even a moment longer would be unbearable. Immediately following were the Crow and the Smiling Tiger, assisted as they descended. The Crow's head was wrapped in blood-soaked cloth, his face marred by crimson stains. The Smiling Tiger appeared disheveled, clutching his swollen forehead. The sight of their disarray elicited a gasp from the younger members of the East Star gang. Lastly, there was the Camel, who walked down alone, his countenance grim, avoiding eye contact with anyone as he made his way directly to the car. The sound of the door slamming shut marked the end of the evening. It was only when the East Star convoy departed that the news erupted with a thunderous impact. It was not the Camel who triumphed, but Shen Lang who emerged victorious. Both the Crow and the Smiling Tiger had been beaten. The Camel had conceded defeat. Although the specifics remained unclear, the outcome spread like wildfire throughout Hong Kong overnight. Chapter 58. Renowned in the Jianghu, Shen Lang was not to be trifled with. At the Wang residence of the All Prosperity Society, Wongfengi's spirit brightened upon receiving the news from her father that Shen Lang had emerged unscathed and achieved a resounding victory, dispelling her previous anxiety. She could not help but hum a merry tune as a gentle breeze wafted through the summer air, carrying whispers of unspoken melodies. Wang Dong observed his daughter with a mix of amusement and sentiment. He reminded her, Fengyi, Shen Lang's success this time is genuine skill. But he has also taken considerable risks. I understand your joy. But you must be aware that the path he walks may be fraught with dangers far greater than those of our All Prosperity Society's business. He is currently a target. And behind his glory lies a multitude of crises. Be vigilant in your dealings with him. Do you understand? Wongfengi subdued her smile, nodding earnestly. I understand, father. I will exercise caution. Yet, the spark in her eyes did not diminish. Rather, her curiosity and admiration for the man who had wrought miracles only deepened. In Simsha Sui, at the Ni family's villa, Ni Kuan paused momentarily while pouring tea after hearing Ni Yongxiao's account. So, everyone now knows that Shen Lang won decisively. But aside from those directly involved, no one knows precisely how he achieved this, correct? Yes, father. The news from the scene was tightly controlled. Ni Kuan replied as he handed the tea to his son. That is precisely the point. The unknown can sometimes provoke greater apprehension than the known. Now, everyone in the Jianghu is speculating about what leverage Shen Lang possesses. The more they speculate, the more formidable his deterrent becomes. Our Ni family must conduct our business with integrity and remain well informed. Shen Lang's connections merit our attention, not because of his current prominence, but due to his demonstrated ability to strike decisively and unpredictably. Xiao, when dealing with him, you may be polite, observe from a distance, or even engage in limited cooperation, but remember to maintain your distance until you can fully discern his cards. Ni Yongxiao nodded with seriousness. I understand. Within the villa, Jiang Tianxing reclined slowly on the sofa after listening to Chen Yao's report. You managed to neutralize the camel, persuade the chicken, and even physically confront the crow and the smiling tiger, a Yao. How could a man who has only recently emerged from Qi Shan accomplish this? Chen Yao analyzed. It is conceivable that brute force could subdue the crow, but compelling wily foxes like the camel and the smiling tiger to concede is not something that can be achieved through mere violence. Shen Lang must possess something substantial, something capable of shaking the very foundations of their operations. Moreover, he did not deploy our men nor invoke the names of Hung Hing or All Prosperity Society. He operated under his own banner. This indicates he possesses both confidence and independent resources. Mr. Jiang, this individual can no longer simply be regarded as a capable fighter. Jiang Tianxing fell into contemplation for a moment. Investigate. Continue the inquiry, but proceed with caution. Focus on two critical aspects. First, how does his maritime route function? And who might be behind it? Second, what did he present today that compelled both East Star and He Lianxing to fall silent simultaneously? At the Su family study in New Ji, Su Huayan drummed his fingers lightly on the table after absorbing the information brought back by his subordinate. It seems Shen Lang has piqued Wongfengi's interest. I did not anticipate that this young man not only has a way with women but also possesses considerable prowess. His subordinate whispered, Boss, the camel has suffered significantly this time. Even the crow was assaulted. What trick did Shen Lang employ? Su Huayan waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of his methods, the outcome is that both East Star and He Lianxing have retreated, and that suffices. Hong Kong is a small place. Having another capable individual is not necessarily a bad thing. Inform the others to be courteous towards the Lon Shaai faction, particularly Shen Lang. He is an intriguing character who may prove useful in the future. I should also reach out to Wang Dong for a conversation soon. At the East Star headquarters, the camel convened all the key figures and elders of the gang overnight. The meeting room was shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere tense. When the camel solemnly revealed that Shen Lang possessed extensive knowledge of their numerous gray operations, and even some legitimate ones, the faces of all present changed in horror. At He Lianxing's residence, after Chicken's trembling report, the elder remained silent for a long while before urgently convening a high-level meeting. The same shock and fear spread among them. The two gang leaders quickly reached a tacit agreement. First, the sordid details of tonight's events must not be leaked. Second, an immediate internal investigation must be conducted. Any venues or routes that were mentioned must be swiftly cleared and relocated. Third, and most importantly, under no circumstances should they provoke Shen Lang in the short term. However, the Jianghu was rife with whispers. News of Shen Lang attending the meeting alone, intimidating the two major leaders, forcing them to pay reparations and offer gifts while ruthlessly beating one of their top generals without fear of retaliation spread like wildfire, with each retelling more exaggerated than the last. Although no one knew the exact methods employed, the outcome was undeniably shocking. He had resolved a deadlock without mobilizing a single soldier. East Star capitulated, and He Lianxing cowered. That was sufficient. In an instant, the name Shen Lang of the Lon Shaai faction gained immense weight in the hearts of countless Jianghu figures, intertwined with feelings of apprehension, curiosity, and respect. Many realized that the power dynamics of the Hong Kong underworld had shifted, introducing a formidable new player whose rise was both alarming and unpredictable. The gaze of various factions silently converged upon this young man, each calculating their next moves beneath the surface. At the Saikung Villa, the external turbulence did not encroach upon the revelry within the villa. Shen Lang and his party had long since returned to the courtyard, the sound of clinking bottles and jubilant cheers nearly threatening to lift the roof. De Sha and De Ko Jio were absent, occupied with a cargo deal. In the living room, Achio, Mei Lantian, Jack, and Leong Kuan were inebriated, with Shen Lang's companion, Lon Shaai, slightly tipsy, resting against his shoulder. The newly hired kitchen maid, Wen Shueshan, sat quietly to the side, her eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brightness. The celebration continued until dawn. Achio and Jack collapsed on the sofa, while Leong Kuan had taken to hugging Mei Lantian's leg, snoring thunderously. Dozens of security personnel silently stood guard outside the villa, constructing an impenetrable barrier. Shen Lang, cradling the unsteady Lon Shaai, ascended the stairs. When Shueshan watched them depart, swiftly tidying up the aftermath before stealthily slipping out of the villa, heading straight for the old fishing boat by the sea where her toys awaited. She possessed an extraordinary zeal for demolition. As dawn broke, when Shen Lang descended the staircase, a simple breakfast of congee and side dishes was neatly arranged on the dining table, the bowls and chopsticks perfectly aligned. When Shueshan, with faint dark circles under her eyes, greeted him softly, "Langu, breakfast is ready. I'm going to catch up on some sleep." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, evidently having busied herself on the boat until the early hours. The lingering scent of alcohol pervaded the living room, which lay in disarray. Shen Lang cast a glance at the sprawled figures and chuckled as he made his way towards the basement. The lights flickered on, revealing a dazzling array of golden treasures that filled his vision. On the table lies a staggering accumulation of approximately 700 kilograms of gold. A portion of it stems from the transactions involving the foolhardy and Lin Yaodong, while another segment has been meticulously gathered by Leong Kuan. Once these precious metals are secured within his spatial domain, they can be refined into flawless 24-karat gold. In Hong Kong Island of 1989, the laundering of gold had its own intricate pathways. By delivering old gold to a licensed small-scale refinery, it could be melted down into standard 1-kilogram gold bars, stamped with the CGSE recognition mark, thus acquiring the status of accredited bullion, enabling one to deposit it with banks that offered gold savings accounts. Banks only acknowledged those standardized gold bars bearing the official seal, with a purity not falling below 99. As for the provenance of the gold, there was no column for that in the system. Rumor had it that a considerable amount of gray market gold infiltrated the banks through this very method. This constituted a remarkably perfect loophole, which remained unsealed until the 1990 amendments to anti-money laundering laws. Chapter 59, The 500 Million Gold and Frenzied Beasts. Naturally, with such a vast loophole, the risks were equally sharp. The refinery would require one to fill out a gold source declaration form, where one could simply jot down inherited old jewelry without the need for an invoice, and identity verification was almost non-existent. Minor operations were manageable, but attempting to withdraw several hundred kilograms at once would unmistakably brand one with the label of dubious origins, making large-scale operations exceedingly challenging. Should an incident occur, the sentence would start at 8 years. Shen Lang had long since grasped all of this. Now, with connections to the Yamaguchi-gumi. This batch of gold could be directly exchanged for U.S. dollars, thus circumventing the hassle and risks of establishing a refinery and gradually dispersing the goods. A playful smile crept across Shen Lang's lips. He had heard whispers while in Stanley. There was a group on Hong Kong Island specializing in gold smuggling, led by a figure known as Uncle Shang. If his instincts were correct, this individual was portrayed by the actor Chen Shuisheng in the film Frenzied Beasts. He had already dispatched someone to keep an eye on matters, because he recalled vividly that in the narrative of Frenzied Beasts, there existed a batch of gold valued at 500 million Hong Kong dollars. 500 million. Shen Lang's gaze suddenly deepened. What did this sum signify in the Hong Kong Island of 1989? A full floor of a Grade A office building in Central, approximately 120,000 square feet, averaged 40 million. 500 million could sweep up 12 floors, yielding an annual rental income of 60 million. A luxury Seaview villa on the peak cost 20 million each. One could bundle 25 units, and the owners would hail you as the king of the mountain. In Causeway Bay, street shops were priced at 6,000 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, and an 80,000 square foot store would be yours to claim, raking in rent effortlessly. That 500 million. He was determined to secure. As for how to obtain it, meticulous planning was in order. Shen Lang gathered all the gold into his storage space, lit a Marlboro, and leisurely exhaled a wisp of smoke as he ascended the stairs with an unhurried stride. His demeanor exuded tranquility, as if the impending 500 million Hong Kong dollars were merely another ordinary figure on a ledger. Just as he settled at the dining table and scooped up a spoonful of warm congee, Lon Shaai glided down the stairs from above. Her silk nightgown accentuated her graceful curves as she directly perched herself on Shen Lang's lap, drowsily wrapping her arms around his neck, her entire being languidly leaning against his shoulder. I barely ate last night and drank too much, and now I'm both tired and hungry. Shen Lang patted her waist. Eat first, the congee is warm. Oh, Lon Shaai obediently sat beside him, sipping congee in small bites, her brow slightly furrowed. Brother Lang. We're back. Did Desha and Dekojio leave yet? A loud voice erupted as Desha and Dekojio burst through the door, startling Leong Kuan, who was sprawled on the carpet. What is all the noise about? Leong Kuan picked up a shoe and hurled it. Desha deftly dodged, while Dekojio instinctively caught it. Then, by some strange twist of fate, he brought the shoe to his nose and inhaled. An indescribable odor surged straight to his head. Dekojio's vision blurred, and he toppled backward. Ajio. Desha quickly steadied him, only to realize that the shoe belonged to Mei Lantian, who was blissfully asleep with one foot bare. Damn it. Desha's temple throbbed as he flung the shoe far away, vowing never to sniff that buck-toothed foot again. After getting Dekojio carried out to get some fresh air, Desha rubbed his hands and sat down at the dining table, unceremoniously ladling himself some congee. Brother Lang, we've been busy all night and still haven't eaten. How did it get so late? Shen Lang inquired, noting it was unusual for the cargo operations to be delayed until this hour. Sigh, someone got jealous and reported us. Desha drained a bowl of congee, adding, we only acted once the customs wrapped up. It's a minor issue. Such occurrences were inevitable. Fortunately, they had managed everything properly. And an anonymous call couldn't stir up much trouble. Lon Shaai gently set down her bowl and chopsticks, heading upstairs to catch up on sleep. Shen Lang had also nearly finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and lit a cigarette. How's the sea fishing ground? Very fast. Desha thumped his chest. Our people. Kuan Ji's crew, the brothers from the Xinghe Society, along with local soldiers from Sai Kung, hundreds of people are working day and night. The expansion is going smoothly, all thanks to pouring in money. The short mule typically struggles to earn 2,000 a month, but here he could earn 200 to 300 a day with meals provided. Everyone was eager to work. Money is meant to be spent. Shen Lang flicked off the ash from his cigarette. The sea fishing ground is merely a facade. What we aim to create is a resort where everything from dining to entertainment is available. Brother Lang has a grand vision. Desha beamed with delight. Once this becomes a resort, I might even run for office. In that case, I will surely cast my sacred vote for you. Shen Lang chuckled. Thank you, Brother Lang. Desha was grinning from ear to ear when he suddenly grew serious. By the way, Ago reported last night that Chen Shuisheng took his son Sheng Zai aboard the gambling ship, the Emperor. Shen Lang's lips curled into a smile. In the film, that batch of gold was situated in international waters, and the ship's docking position was right above the gold. In international waters, neither the Royal Hong Kong Police nor the Marine Police could do anything but watch helplessly, because the jurisdiction of the ship belongs to the country where it is registered, far removed from the reach of authority. Regardless of whether the Emperor truly concealed gold beneath it, this trip was undoubtedly secured. All right, let us visit the gambling ship tomorrow night. Going to the gambling ship? To gamble money, Brother Lang? Desha's eyes lit up. Precisely. Shen Lang stood up, scanning the living room where several individuals were gradually waking. However, we also need to bring diving gear. Diving. De Sha was instantaneously taken aback. Leong, Kuan, Achio, Jack, and Mei Lantian all propped their heads up, rising to sit on the stools in a daze. Damn it, how much did you all drink last night? Leong Kuan rubbed his temples. De Sha, pinching his nose, pointed at Mei Lantian. And you, buck-toothed, how long has it been since you washed that foot? Achio just passed out from your stench. The collective gaze of the others fell upon him. Mei Lantian let out a long yawn, rubbed his bleary eyes, and explained in an infuriatingly nonchalant tone, I wash my feet every day. I usually change my socks once a month. I'm used to it. It's comfortable. Damn you. De Sha's veins bulged. Leong Kuan couldn't help but inhale sharply and promptly fainted. Quick, call an ambulance. In the afternoon, Shen Lang departed with Jack. The objective was clear, to procure the most professional diving equipment. Some things needed to be prepared in advance. After all, beneath the international waters, what lay buried could very well be genuine gold and silver. Chapter 60, The Shocking Headwind of Hong Kong. This night, two of Hong Kong Island's premier hotels simultaneously staged a spectacle of the underworld. Dongxing at the Sheraton and Lianxing at the Intercontinental each laid out 66 tables of head wine. Each table was set to the extravagant standard of 8,888, with a feast as lavish as a grand wedding banquet. Yet the atmosphere resembled that of a collective wake. This grand display afforded Shen Lang considerable face, while also stripping the two major societies of their last shred of modesty. That formidable warrior, Crow, who once bravely charged into an electrical store wielding a watermelon knife, remained in the hospital, still reeling from the heavy blows to his head. The doctor shook his head privately. Whether one would become a fool depends on fate. It is difficult to imagine that if the Crow truly becomes the second fat cat, it would no longer be about snatching electronic appliances. Perhaps it would transform into a salty egg superhero, sharing the prestigious title of protected professional in Hong Kong cinema with Fat Cat. His good brother, the smiling tiger, was reluctantly stepping up, his head bandaged, forcing a smile that looked more painful than crying, greeting guests at the hotel entrance with a dozen underlings, resembling a wedding doorman who had been put on the spot. Oh, Jiwei, the flamboyant Kuan arrived before his presence was felt. He even deliberately mimicked the Crow's arrogant posture, swaggering in front of the smiling tiger, inspecting him up and down. This look is quite unique. The latest mummy style? Kuan, the smiling tiger, twitched at the corners of his mouth, squeezing out two words through clenched teeth. The others behind him, including the foolish Chong, could barely contain their derisive laughter. The news that the two major gangs were simultaneously hosting 66 tables with head wine had already spread throughout the underworld. No one knew the exact amount lost, but the humiliation was enough to provide 3 years' worth of laughter for all the Triad members in Hong Kong. I heard the Crow hasn't woken up yet? Kuan patted the smiling tiger on the shoulder with force, causing him to wince in pain. Jiwei, you truly deserve commendation. When your brother gets hit, you take the blows alongside him. When your brother lies in the hospital, you still have to sell smiles and toast in his stead. This touching brotherhood makes me want to cry. Turning around, he raised his voice to educate the others. Did you all see that? This is what true brotherhood looks like. We share the burdens and the disgrace. The smiling tiger felt a darkness clouding his vision from anger, but had to continue forcing that constipated smile. Kuan relished the sight of him suffering internally before strutting confidently into the banquet hall. At the Intercontinental Hotel, the atmosphere was similarly tense. The once arrogant officials, Sun and Huanyo, now resembled two drenched quails, shrinking their necks as they bowed and nodded at the entrance. Every glance from the passing Lon Shaai employees felt like needles piercing their faces. Jack and Achio were stationed at this end, their hearts already bursting with laughter. As the guests arrived, the main event commenced. The smiling tiger, holding a wine glass, made his way, step by step, to the main table in front of Shen Lang. Bending so low it almost resembled a bow, his voice dry. Brother Lang, the Crow was foolish before. After this toast, let us consider our past grievances erased, shall we? Well said. Shen Lang rose leisurely, lightly clinking glasses, as if just brushing off a speck of dust from his sleeve. Knowing when to be unyielding and when to be magnanimous is the essence of survival in the underworld. Sitting beside them, Wongfengi watched the smiling tiger. Bandaged and forcing a smile, quickly raised her teacup to take a sip, fearful of bursting into laughter. This scene was more captivating than a film. Simultaneously, at the Intercontinental Hotel, officials Sun and Huanyo were also bowing incessantly to Jack and Achio, regretting their actions deeply. Following this was a prolonged public humiliation. The smiling tiger, Sun, and Huanyo raised their glasses, toasting table after table, 66 tables in total, not a single one omitted. It was akin to a parade of disgrace. The Lon Shaai employees stood tall, reveling in this unprecedented respect, feeling an exhilarating sense of pride. In the future, when they report their numbers, they would be filled with confidence. As for how utterly humiliated the smiling tiger and his comrades felt, only they knew. It was akin to kicking a titanium alloy steel plate. They not only lost money and dignity, but were also subjected to public ridicule across the entire underworld. After tonight, the tales of the crow's downfall, the smiling tiger's forced smiles, and officials Sun and Huanyo's transformation into quails would likely circulate in every major tea restaurant for years to come. The banquet finally concluded. The Lon Shaai members were full and glowing with satisfaction. The three main characters had vanished after toasting the last drink, likely wishing to avoid any human contact for the next several months. Their glorious deeds of the night spread like wildfire across every corner of Hong Kong, where the underworld thrived. Jiang Tiansheng of Hung Hing, Ni Kuan of the Ni family, and Su Huayan of Xing, each held the same enormous question in their hearts. What methods had Shen Lang employed to corner Dongxing and Helian Sheng to such a degree? In truth, they were not alone in their curiosity. Even those in the underworld who were unaware of the specifics were itching to know. As the head wine dispersal concluded, Wongfengi's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening under the hotel lights, losing her usual reserve and gaining a hint of endearing excitement. Shen Lang naturally took on the responsibility of seeing her home. The car glided through the night streets of Hong Kong, neon lights flickering through the windows, dancing across her slightly tipsy face. Lang, Wongfengi turned her head to look at him, her voice imbued with the softness of inebriation and unabashed admiration. You were truly impressive today. I have never seen Dongxing and Helian Sheng bow their heads so low. You don't know how much I wanted to laugh at the sight of the smiling tiger. It felt so satisfying. As she spoke, she laughed lightly, her body inadvertently leaning closer as the car swayed. Shen Lang remained focused on the road ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They have only narrowed their own path. It's not just this matter. Wongfengi shook her head, her tone turning serious. It's the way you handle everything. Like when you were planning the fishing grounds in Saigon, and even tonight. She paused, gathering courage to shift the conversation to business. By the way, I've already followed your previous advice and found 2 suitable storefronts on the street. The locations and sizes are perfect. I've also contacted a renovation company, and the blueprints should be ready in the next few days. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at him. When can we officially sign the franchise contract? I want to get started as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang glanced at her, taken aback by her efficiency. It seemed she was genuinely serious about her preparations. We can arrange for the legal team to prepare the contract tomorrow, if you have your personnel in place as well. Once we sign the agreement, I can have an experienced store manager from the company assist you for a while, covering everything from stocking to display and daily operations. Really? That is fantastic. Wongfengi clapped her hands in delight, her smile blooming in the night. It was a vision of the beginning of her career, infused with admiration and trust for the person beside her. Thank you, Lang. Chapter 61. Wongfengi invited Shen Lang to come in for a visit. The car smoothly came to a stop in front of the Wong residence. As she stepped out, Wongfengi wobbled slightly, prompting Shen Lang to gently support her arm. Once steady, she didn't immediately ring the doorbell. Instead, she turned to face him in the moonlight and porch light, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's still early. Would you like to come in for a bit? My father should still be awake. Shen Lang pondered for a moment before nodding. Sure. It's good to greet Uncle Dong. Inside the living room, Wang Dong indeed had not yet retired. He was seated on the sofa watching the evening news. Upon seeing his daughter enter with Shen Lang, he was somewhat surprised but immediately stood up, a warm smile lighting up his face. Lang? Please, have a seat. Fengi, go brew a pot of good tea. Wongfengi obediently complied. Wang Dong gestured for Shen Lang to sit down, his gaze filled with unreserved admiration. I've heard about tonight's events. 66 tables with head wine. Dongxing and Helian Sheng have truly lost face. Tossing it into Victoria Harbor, he shook his head with a smile, his tone complex. Lang, although you are no longer with the Hung Hing Society, seeing you achieve such prowess and stature today brings me pride as a former leader. Sitting upright, Shen Lang maintained a humble demeanor. Uncle Dong, you flatter me. In the underworld, sometimes it's just about having the spirit. They broke the rules first, so naturally, they must pay the price. It's not just tonight. Wang Dong waved his hand, his tone turning sincere. During this time, you've taken care of my brothers with the handling of the dock and warehouse work, ensuring they have legitimate income. I remember that. And, he paused for a moment, your promise to assist with acquiring arcade machines from Neon, as well as the endeavor to have Feng-Yi join the electrical business, are indeed substantial favors. I, Wang Dong, am not one to overlook kindness. I sincerely appreciate this gesture. Shen Lang replied with a calm demeanor. Uncle Dong, you overstate it. In the past at Xuanqing Society, you extended much support to me. The arcade business is legitimate and promising. The electrical franchise is also a proper enterprise. Feng-Yi possesses the capability and the desire to excel, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. As for the brothers contributing their efforts for remuneration, that is only natural. His words, neither overly humble nor arrogant, acknowledged past kindness while placing their collaboration on a foundation of equality and mutual benefit, granting due respect, and clearly establishing their standing. Wang Dong nodded appreciatively, his admiration for Shen Lang growing more profound. The two continued to discuss recent happenings in the underworld and business matters, the atmosphere comfortably amicable. Wang Fengyi sat quietly beside them, her gaze often resting on Shen Lang, observing his composed exchanges with her father and his steady demeanor. A sense of admiration and a subtle affection flowed quietly in her heart. After about half an hour, Shen Lang rose to take his leave. It's getting late. Uncle Dong, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Allow me to see you out. Wang Dong personally escorted him to the door, with Wang Fengyi following closely. Lang, do visit often, Wang Dong said, patting his shoulder. Certainly. Uncle Dong, please take care, and Fengyi, make sure to rest early. Shen Lang nodded at both of them before turning towards his vehicle. Wang Dong and his daughter stood under the porch, watching the taillights disappear around the street corner before returning indoors. Back in the living room, Wang Dong could not help but express his thoughts again. The younger generation is impressive, Fengyi, did you notice? Lang is courageous and resourceful, understands the rules, and values loyalty. What's even rarer is his systematic approach to tasks, advancing step by step. Since you wish to learn about business, you should spend more time with him and observe how he handles matters. It will be beneficial for you. I understand, Dad, Wang Fengyi replied, her heart brimming with sweetness. Her father's high praise for Shen Lang made her happier than if she had received compliments herself. Once in her bedroom, she closed the door. Leaning against the door panel, unable to contain her smile, she kicked off her high heels, walked to the bedside, and slowly removed the soft, flesh-colored stockings from her legs, carelessly tossing them aside. Then she relaxed and fell back onto the plush bed, hugging a pillow and rolling gently, her smile unabated. Her mind was filled with images of Shen Lang from the evening, the ease he displayed at the banquet, the profile he presented in the car, and his calmness during the conversation with her father. Just as her thoughts began to drift, the phone on her nightstand suddenly rang. The crisp chime jolted her from her daydream. She reached for the receiver. Hello? A gentle male voice came from the other end. Fengyi? It's me, Ada. Am I disturbing your rest? Tomorrow is the weekend, and I know of a newly opened Italian restaurant that is quite nice. I wanted to see if you're free. Lu Jianda. She had met this young inspector through friends. He was handsome and capable and had pursued her for some time. Previously, Wang Fengyi had a favorable impression of him, considering him cultured and upright, someone worth getting to know further. However, at that moment, as she listened to his earnest invitation, another face with sharp features and a steady presence flashed through her mind. In comparison, Lu Jiandao's voice seemed overly gentle and lacking in substance. Ada, I'm afraid I must decline, she replied, maintaining politeness but tinged with an almost imperceptible distance. I already have plans for tomorrow. It won't be convenient. Thank you for the invitation, perhaps next time. All right then, we can reschedule. When will you be free? Lu Jiandao asked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. I'm not sure yet. I've been quite busy lately. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she hung up the phone, placing the receiver back on the base. Wang Fengyi lay back down on her bed, her thoughts now sharper and more focused. Lu Jiandao's invitation felt like a passing breeze, quickly fading away. What she eagerly anticipated was her meeting with Shen Lang to finalize the contract tomorrow. Would he come in person, or would he send a lawyer? If he were to come himself, what outfit would be most appropriate? When Shen Lang returned to the villa, the night was already deep, yet the living room was brightly lit. Achio, Jack, and Mei Lantian, the core members, awaited him. Although they had just come from the dining table, their eyes remained relatively clear, primarily stimulated by the events of the evening rather than having consumed much alcohol. Upon hearing footsteps, Lon Shaai descended the stairs, donned in a silk robe, her hair casually styled, exuding a relaxed hostess aura. Achio and the others immediately straightened up and called in unison, sister-in-law. Lon Shao's lips curved upward slightly, her eyes sparkling, though she feigned modesty. You're still up so late? Glancing over them and catching a whiff of alcohol, she swiftly turned. Have you all been drinking? I'll prepare some ginseng tea. Ashue, come help me. When Shueshan nodded and followed her. Well, this chef is now moonlighting as a bomb expert and tea connoisseur. Chapter 62, Ashue, the bomb enthusiast. Shen Lang took his seat at the head of the table and got straight to the point. Tonight, with those 66 tables of drinks consumed, our reputation has been firmly established. Henceforth, if anyone dares to cause trouble in our establishment, do not hesitate to expel them directly. For those who remain obstinate, we shall call the police to handle the situation. We are now legitimate businessmen, and we must understand the importance of operating within the bounds of law. Yet mere authority is insufficient. While no one dares to extend their claws at present, we must seize this opportunity to fortify ourselves. The three nodded, their gazes sharp. Shen Lang turned to Jack. Have you made progress on the individuals I asked you to scout? This matter had been premeditated. He intended to recruit retired police superintendents, directors, judges, and even customs heads, offering them advisory roles within Lon Shaai, with a generous consultancy fee each month. No need for them to sit in regularly. Simply convene when necessary to provide professional insight and connections. These old foxes, having navigated the system for years, have extensive networks. They themselves are a gold-plated brand. Foreigners understand foreigners best. Thus, Shen Lang sought to leverage their influence to navigate the edges of their established rules. Jack was well prepared. I've identified a few. All are foreigners. Former Police Superintendent Macaulay, retired Judge Howard, former Assistant Customs Director Richardson, and retired Director Brown from the Housing Authority. They all have clean backgrounds and substantial appetites. Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction. An appetite for more is not a concern. It's the ineffectual that we should fear. These individuals may be retired, but their influence has not diminished. By bringing them into the fold, the weight of our security company will markedly increase. We must reach out promptly. Terms can be negotiated. At that moment, Lon Shaai, and when Shueshan returned with the ginseng tea, Lon Shaotia's movements were gentle, while when Shueshan remained expressionless, setting down the teacups before retreating to the side like a shadow. Thank you, sister-in-law. They expressed their gratitude. Lon Shaotia's cheeks flushed slightly as she waved her hand, pulling Wen Shueshan to sit on a sofa a little further away, neither leaving the room nor interrupting the men's serious discussion. After sipping the ginseng tea, Shen Lang suddenly shifted the topic. Can any of you dive? Jack nodded. I've gone a few times, not an expert, but sufficient for my needs. Achio scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I've splashed around in shallow waters. How about I assist from the boat? Quite self-aware. Mei Lantian raised her chin slightly, a rare hint of pride evident. I was third in the 35th Vietnam swimming competition. Implicitly stating, a professional competitor is present. Wen Shueshan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke softly. I can dive. A hush fell over the room as all eyes turned towards her. You can dive? Shen Lang inquired. Yes, Wen Shueshan affirmed, nodding. I enjoy going out to sea and often dive for fun. Very well, you shall accompany us on the boat tomorrow, Shen Lang decisively proclaimed. All right, Wen Shueshan replied. Then inquired, should I bring explosives? I prepared some new ones yesterday. Their power is modest but sufficient to shatter glass. An immediate silence enveloped the living room. Jack's eyelids twitched, while Achio nearly spat out the tea he was sipping. Mei Lantian raised an eyebrow, seemingly impressed. Lon Shaai turned pale, abruptly grasping Wen Shueshan's arm, her voice trembling. So those materials you had me procure were for this? When Shueshan met her gaze and nodded earnestly, yes. We're running low. Shall we procure another batch another day? Some materials are quite rare on the market. Lon Shaai opened her mouth, struggling to find words, her legs feeling weak. Had she truly assisted a bomb enthusiast in sourcing raw materials? Was this plot twist not overly thrilling? Where are the explosives? Shen Lang inquired, his tone remaining relatively calm. On the boat outside, she replied. Shen Lang set down his teacup and rose. Let's take a look. Jack, Achio, and Mei Lantian immediately followed suit. Lon Shaai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dared not go, her pale face lingering in the living room, fervently praying that the boat would not transform into fireworks before her eyes. The group boarded the modest fishing vessel, and when Shueshan expertly opened a storage compartment, to their astonishment, it was meticulously lined with several glass bottles, each containing an unknown mixture, connected to a rudimentary yet effective triggering device. This is the improved version. When Shueshan stated calmly as she picked one up, explaining that it could be activated by vigorous shaking before being thrown, resulting in detonation upon impact or after a time delay. Shen Lang took a bottle, weighing it in his hand, and approached the ship's railing. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled it toward the open sea without hesitation. The bottle soared through the air, tracing an arc before plunging into the water, quickly resurfacing. 1 second passed. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed, sending a considerable spray of white water into the air, vividly illuminated by the moonlight. The power was indeed impressive. Shen Lang turned to Wen Shueshan, while Achio and Jack exchanged complex glances. Mei Lantian let out a whistle. Well done, Shen Lang affirmed. However, there is no need to take these onto the gambling boat tomorrow. Leave them here for now. Understood. When Shueshan nodded vigorously, a rare glimmer of joy breaking through her usually expressionless facade. No one had ever praised her craftsmanship before. Even her father, who once ran a food stall, was unaware that his daughter could create such things beyond merely preparing poached chicken. The next day, Wongfengi rose early, akin to preparing for a beauty contest. Her wardrobe was in disarray, ultimately culminating in an outfit that exuded both professionalism and subtle cunning. Her makeup meticulously applied, with every eyelash perfectly in place. She had deliberately chosen a charming cafe as the venue for the contract signing, absently stirring her coffee while her gaze frequently drifted toward the entrance. When the door swung open, the person who entered was not who she had anticipated. Instead, a tall woman in an elegant suit, carrying a professional briefcase, approached her. With a polished demeanor and a smile that seemed to have stepped straight from a protocol textbook, she walked directly toward Wongfengi. Miss Wang, greetings. I am Zhou Wenfeng, the attorney for Lon Shaai Trading Company. Mr. Shen has tasked me with handling the matters concerning your franchise contract. The carefully cultivated anticipation on Wang Fengyi's face faded significantly. She stood to shake hands. Hello, Attorney Zhou. Her gaze inadvertently lingered a moment longer on the strikingly capable lawyer. Lon Shaai Company? I have not heard of it before. It seems Mr. Shen indeed surrounds himself with remarkable talent. I have prepared the contract according to Mr. Shen's instructions and the terms you previously discussed. Please review it. Zhou Wenfeng said as she took a seat and retrieved documents from her briefcase. Wang Fengyi accepted the thick stack of contracts, forcing herself to concentrate. The terms were clear, with rights and responsibilities distinctly outlined, reflecting the professionalism of the person who drafted it, leaving no hidden traps for the franchisee. She signed her name and returned the documents. Thank you for your trust, Zhou Wenfeng said as she organized the files. For the subsequent store renovations, staff training, and inventory processes, the company will assign dedicated personnel to follow up. You may contact me directly or reach out to the operational liaison as specified in the contract. All right. Thank you for your efforts. Chapter 63, The Emperor's Gambling Ship. Businesslike and meticulous, Wang Fengyi ultimately could not help but ask during Zhou Wenfeng's organization of the documents. Attorney Zhou, is Mr. Shen particularly busy today? Zhou Wenfeng flashed a professional smile. Yes, Miss Wang. Mr. Shen is conducting a comprehensive inspection of all operations today, overseeing everything from stores to warehouses, hence he is quite occupied. He specifically asked me to extend his apologies to you and to ensure that any queries you have regarding the contract will be satisfactorily addressed. I understand. He has a lot on his plate. Wang Fengyi took a sip of her coffee, suppressing a slight sense of disappointment. After all, he was a prominent figure, freshly resolving 2 major gangs, and now was the time to survey his domain and solidify loyalty. How could he possibly find time to meet with me? How vexing. On another front, Shen Lang was awakened early by Lon Shaai's cheerful voice. Brother Lang, it's time to rise. Okay. She energetically adjusted Shen Lang's collar, circling around him several times before feeling satisfied. Thus began Shen Lang's day as a boss. From the electronics store in Tsim Sha Tsui to the repair point in Kun Tong, and from the warehouse to the fleet at the dock, the effects were notable. After the shocking wake-up call from last night's 132 tables and heady liquor, all Lon Shaai employees seemed rejuvenated. Upon seeing their boss in person, each stood tall, working diligently as if filming an inspirational promotional video. Shen Lang occasionally asked a few questions, nodding approvingly. His aura commanded both respect and apprehension from the store managers. Lon Shaai trailed closely behind Shen Lang, delighting in the respectful greetings of the staff, unable to conceal the joy in her eyes. As night fell at 9 o'clock, Victoria Harbor sparkled with lights. Shen Lang and his entourage discreetly boarded the gambling ship named the Emperor. The vessel was vast, adorned in opulent gold, resembling a mobile den of iniquity. Hours later, the ship ventured into open waters, surrounded only by the inky blackness of the sea and distant twinkling lights. When Xueshan, who had remained silent at the back of the group, approached Shen Lang and whispered, "Aren't we supposed to dive? Where's the equipment?" She glanced at her companions, noting that besides Mei Lantian, who carried an inconspicuous sports bag, the others were lightly equipped. Shen Lang leaned against the railing, gazing into the dark abyss of the sea. Rest assured, everything has been arranged. Soon, you will receive what you need. Mei Lantian, a Chiu, and Jack had long since grown accustomed to Shen Lang's knack for meticulous planning. Only when Xueshan, while her expression remained stoic, exhibited a slight widening of her eyes. Shen Lang glanced at his watch. The hands pointed to midnight. He quietly instructed, "We act at 3 in the morning, when people are most fatigued and least vigilant. Achio, Jack, and Lon Tian, you will each scout the ship, familiarizing yourselves with the passages, blind spots and surveillance, and crew routines." When Xueshan, he turned to her. "You will come with me inside and relax." Oh, when Xueshan's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head to follow. The 3 dispersed as commanded. As they pushed open the heavy soundproof door, a wave of noise and heat hit them. The casino hall resembled a gilded dreamscape forgotten by time. The crystal chandelier refracted a soft, amber glow, while the air was thick with the ambiguous aromas of cigars, perfume, sweat, and money. Shen Lang entered the cash room and exchanged 200,000 Hong Kong dollars for chips, all in the form of black $10,000 notes. At that time, the gambling ships on the high seas commonly employed a Hong Kong-style color scheme. $5 green, $10 blue, $50 purple, $100 orange, $500 red, $1,000 yellow, $5,000 brown, and $10,000 black. He casually flicked a few black $10,000 chips to Wen Xueshan, saying, "Take these and have some fun, relax a bit." In the casino, This color signified high rollers. When Shuai gazed at the weighty black chips in her palm, hesitated for a moment, nodded, and then vanished into the crowd. Shen Lang made his way directly to a baccarat table. Coincidentally, seated across from him were Chun Shui Sheng and his son, Sheng Zai. Sheng Zai sported a hedgehog hairstyle styled with an abundance of hair gel, his floral shirt unbuttoned at the collar, nonchalantly propping up one leg. With a mountain of chips before him that likely totaled several million, indicating a lucky streak. Chen Shuai-sheng instantly recognized Shen Lang and immediately leaned towards his son, whispering, "That's Shen Lang. Can you believe it? It's really him." Sheng Zai also recognized Shen Lang from recent television news appearances, where he had been in the spotlight. The father and son harbored no favorable impressions of Shen Lang. Besides smuggling gold, they were also entrenched in the old trade of gold recycling. However, Shen Lang had managed to secure a purchase price from Leong Kuan that was significantly higher than theirs, effectively siphoning off a considerable portion of their clientele. To them, blocking someone's financial path felt as grievous as killing one's parents, and they had privately cursed him countless times. Sheng Zai glanced at the stack of chips in Shen Lang's hand, his lips curling in disdain, but he ultimately refrained from speaking out. The entire city of Hong Kong was aware that this man had the audacity to tread on the faces of Dongxing and Lianxing. They were not the type to provoke him. Chen Shuai-sheng felt a pang of trepidation but maintained a facade, forcing a smile as he greeted, "Mr. Shun. What a coincidence. Here to try your luck?" Shen Lang had already recognized the father and son and initially intended to ignore them, but since they had spoken, he responded coolly, "Yes, just playing around." The other gamblers at the table whispered among themselves, their eyes darting between Shen Lang and the Chun father-son duo. A new round commenced. The table's limit for single-player bets was 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Shen Lang pushed 15,000 in chips to the player area. The Chun father-son duo, riding a wave of confidence, though hesitant to openly challenge Shen Lang, felt compelled to compete. With a determined grit, Chen Shuai-sheng placed a wager of 200,000 on the banker. Observing this, most of the surrounding gamblers followed suit, betting alongside the prosperous Chen family. Shen Lang, however, remained serene, observing the table. The dealer dealt the cards. In the first hand, the player scored 7 points while the banker scored 6. Shen Lang won. Chen Shuai-sheng's eyelid twitched, but he managed a forced smile, saying, "Mr. Shun, your luck is truly remarkable." Shen Lang's lips curled slightly. Losing money yet still complimenting others, truly a sign of composure. In the second hand, Shen Lang pushed out 200,000 in chips. The Chen duo followed suit. The cards were revealed. The player scored 8 points, and the banker 7. Once again, Shen Lang emerged victorious. The third hand, the fourth hand. The 20th hand, Shen Lang experienced more wins than losses, with his chips snowballing into over 3 million. The tide of the gamblers shifted immediately, with many aligning their bets with Shen Lang. The Chen father-son duo, having lost all their chips, felt the sweat bead on their backs. Their faces shifting from red to pale, then to ashen. Just moments ago, they had been riding high. How could their fortunes have plummeted so drastically upon Shen Lang's arrival? Unwilling to accept defeat, they gritted their teeth and summoned their underlings to bring another 200,000 in chips, indicative of their obstinate pride, even in loss. All eyes at the table focused on them like searchlights. These two had transcended the status of ordinary gamblers. They had become a barometer for wealth among the ship's patrons. Point them east, and they would go west. Point to a dog, and they would chase a chicken. Certainly, they could not go wrong. Shen Lang chuckled, casually gesturing with his chin towards them, as if to say, "Please, gentlemen, choose your preferred method of demise." Chapter 64, Millions in Hand. Bet on the banker. Chen Shuai-sheng croaked, his throat parched as if he hadn't had a drop of water in 3 days. "Dad," Sheng Zai scratched his heavily gelled hedgehog hairstyle. "My left eye is twitching with wealth. This hand seems like it should be a player. Then let's go with the player. Wait. My right eye is twitching with disaster. You decide, Dad. I'm feeling dizzy. Banker. Just banker. If we lose, we lose." Chen Shuai-sheng squeezed his eyes shut and shoved his chips onto the banker area. Shen Lang barely lifted an eyelid, casually pushing 200,000 to the player area. Just as he released his chips, 7 or 8 hands adorned with gold watches and honeywax rings reached out from behind, throwing in 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 chips into the player area like confetti. The outer circle of casual gamblers was even more audacious, rapidly stacking 5,000 and 10,000 chips. Within 10 seconds, the player area had erupted into a mountain of over 200,000 in chips. Meanwhile, the banker area held only Chen's solitary 200,000, with a few others tossing in some spare change, clearly unfazed by the unfolding drama. The cards were revealed. The player scored 9 points, and the banker 8. Damn it. Chen Shuai-sheng sprang up, nearly overturning the table. The father and son duo retreated in shame under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, now entertainment for all. The dealer began to pay out, and cheers erupted around them. I said betting against them was the way to go. Who was the fool betting with them? Their gambling skills were worse than the old men on the street guessing coins. I just got in, and they left. A few more hands, and I'd be rich. They scared away my fortune. In a corner, when Shueishan silently counted her chips, which had transformed from 50,000 to 400,000, she blinked. A glimmer of realization illuminating her eyes. Gambling was far more exhilarating than handling explosives. Shen Lang glanced at his own pile, starting with 150,000. Now 350,000 to leave. He had consistently bet on the player, and according to the rules, when the player wins, the house does not take a cut, effectively allowing him to enjoy the casino's offerings without cost. At that moment, the surrounding gamblers looked at him as if he were a prized novel. Shen Lang plucked a yellow $1,000 chip, flicking it toward the dealer with a chime. A little something for you. Buy yourself a refreshing drink. With that, he swiftly swept his chips into the tray and turned to leave amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. It was not that he didn't want to win. Rather, winning too much was not merely gambling. It was gambling with one's life. Which casino owner would relish being treated like an ATM? When Shueishan jogged to catch up, offering her pile of chips, Langgu, these are the winnings I got with you. Shen Lang absent-mindedly ruffled her hair, noting, oh, your hair is quite soft. Keep it. Your luck is good, she replied. All right, I'll save some for groceries and then go with Sister Xiao Dai to buy a new dress, when Shueishan nodded. Shen Lang, carrying cash, navigated through the casino corridor, feeling as though his back was about to be pierced by various gazes, some envious, some greedy, and a few with the predatory glint of enforcers. He maintained his composure and headed straight back to his room. Later, Mei Lantian and the others slipped back in. Upon entering, Mei Lantian's gaze was immediately drawn to the bag of money on the table, his eyes nearly popping out. Damn, Langgu, did you rob the casino? I should be gone with you. I've never won a game against you and Stanley. Achio leaned in to sniff the bag. This money smells better than the joss paper my dad burns for offerings. Shen Lang, uninterested in their theatrics, prompted, any updates on the situation? The three immediately switched to business mode. Akiu lowered his voice. The ship's cameras are alarmingly few, all clustered around the gambling table, the accounts room, and the entrances and exits. Outside the hull and at the stern slide, it is pitch black, with visibility reduced to nothing. Jack calmly remarked, the crew has just changed shifts, and there are fewer hands on deck. There's no one on duty at the stern slide. Mei Lantian grinned. We can slip down the slide to dive. Unless those folks inside possess the ears of a hound, they certainly won't hear us. Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, finding the operation smoother than he had anticipated. They needed to make the most of their time resting. At precisely 3 o'clock, they would commence their task. Anyone who falters would have to swim a lap around Victoria Harbor upon their return. Hey, Bucktooth. I'm talking to you. Don't forget to wear your headgear. Off you go, off you go. You are just envious of my wild and beautiful teeth. Laughter gradually subsided in the room. At 2:50 in the morning, Shen Lang slipped out the door. At exactly 3:10, when Akiu and the others made their way to the ship's stern slide, 2 sets of diving gear were neatly laid out on the damp deck. The black rubber wetsuits were thick enough to be bulletproof, emanating a pungent smell of ammonia. The brass pressure gauges, though somewhat aged, gleamed with a patina unique to vintage items. The masks were old-fashioned single-lens types, with rubber skirts that looked as if they could compress one's face into a bun. The oxygen tanks bore the conspicuous engraving, made in Japan. When Shueishan appeared slightly dazed, blinking her eyes, the other 3 maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Shen Lang retrieved a handgun and several magazines, tossing them to Akiu and Jack, before he could utter a word. Mei Lantian puffed out his chest and struck a commanding pose. Akiu, you two, seal off that stairway upstairs. If a single mosquito dares to come down, I'll chop off your legs and make a rich broth out of them. Akiu took the gun, smoothly chambering around without looking up, and shot back. Shut it. Keep blabbering, and I'll polish those teeth of yours for free. Shen Lang chose to ignore the pair of clowns. Diving was a technical endeavor. Given Akiu and Jack's limited swimming abilities, they'd likely have to cling to the oxygen tanks like lifebuoys, making it more sensible for them to stay on deck as lookouts. He turned to Wen Shueishan, who was donning her gear, and adjusted the straps at her back. It's dark down there, and the water pressure is intense. If the respirator fails you, don't force it. There's no shame in that. When Shueishan took a deep breath, nodding through the mask, her voice muffled yet resolute. I'm ready. Mei Lantian had already scrambled into his gear with agility, adjusting his mask while boasting, back in that competition in Vietnam. If it weren't for me getting a good warm-up with a fight that morning, the championship wouldn't have gone to anyone else. Not to brag, but none of those amateurs stood a chance. Bucktooth was off on another bragging spree, and Akiu's teasing voice floated down from above. Shen Lang paid no mind, efficiently setting up a foldable aluminum ladder wrapped in non-slip rubber along the ship's edge. Splash, splash. The two plunged into the inky waters. their splashes quickly swallowed by the darkness. The fleeting glimmers of the gambling ship above flickered on the surface before vanishing entirely. Chapter 65. The Golden Bounty Beneath the Sea. Underwater lay an entirely different realm. When Shueshan switched on her dive light, the beam cutting through the murky water like a dull knife, barely parting the hazy gloom. Countless particles floated before her, with visibility dismally low. The only sounds were the monotonous hissing of the respirator and the bubbling of rising oxygen bubbles. The bone-chilling cold penetrated even through the thick rubber, the chill gnawing at her bones. Mei Lantian signaled from the front, and they maintained their distance as they descended further. After a while, when Shueshan's light began to reveal something, a square outline, completely dissimilar to the surrounding rocks and seaweed, she slowly adjusted the beam. In the next moment, both her breath and heartbeat nearly halted simultaneously. Before her stood a mountain, a veritable hill of gold bars stacked within a large iron shipping container, half buried in sand. The container's rusted body had corroded, allowing the gold bars to slide out, scattered around them in dizzying abundance. Each bar resembled a thick chocolate slab, glimmering with a warm golden hue under the dive light. Not the gaudy, blinding sheen of a nouveau riche, but rather a soft, matte glow, enriched by prolonged immersion in seawater, sprawling across a vast expanse of seabed. The visual impact was 1,000 times more staggering than any bank vault promotional video. Mei Lantian's eyes widened behind his mask, and he abruptly turned to Wen Shueshan, the joy on his face evident even through the glass. He gesticulated wildly, conveying the essence of his excitement. Wow, our ancestors have blessed us. We stumbled upon a treasure trove of gold. We're going to be rich. He then lunged toward the golden pile like a famished dog at a banquet, stirring up a cloud of silt. When Shueshan felt her heart racing in her chest. She had seen wealth before, but the sheer magnitude of this tangible fortune, bearing a physical weight, left her momentarily speechless. On board, at the slide entrance, Shen Lang leaned against the wall, glancing down at his watch, calm as if fishing. Akihabara and Jack squatted at the corner of the upper staircase, each puffing on a cigarette, the glowing tips flickering in the darkness. Hey, Jack. Akihabara exhaled a crooked smoke ring, his voice muffled. Do you really think there's gold down there? Seems too easy, with so few guards. Jack tilted his head back and leisurely released a long plume of smoke, responding with calm assurance. When has Lang ever blundered? Just wait patiently. Akihabara, bored, ground a cigarette but into the deck with his shoe, gazing into the inky waters below. Suddenly grinning. It's so cold. Do you think Bucktooth down there is shivering? Not just that. I reckon he's about to burst with excitement. Just then, a splash broke the surface, and Mei Lantian emerged, followed closely by Wen Shueshan. They clawed their way up the slide like drowned rats, and Shen Lang extended a hand to pull them up. As soon as they steadied themselves, Shen Lang efficiently assisted them in removing their gear. Mei Lantian, with still wet hands, hastily pulled out several gold bars from his pocket and thrust them into Shen Lang's hands, excitement causing his spittle to fly. Lang. Look, real stuff. It's piled high down there. We hit the jackpot. When Shueshan silently handed over 2 bars as well, panting slightly as she added, a lot of it is in a huge iron container. Shen Lang weighed the bars in his hands, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. He had indeed guessed correctly. There was hard currency beneath the decrepit ship. Lang, shall we call for reinforcements? Mei Lantian's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together. Let us gather a few more brothers and bring a big ship to empty it out. Call whom? If we make too much noise, how can we keep this under wraps? Shen Lang shot him a glance. I'll go take a look. You two stay sharp. All right. Be careful. Mei Lantian nodded vigorously. Shen Lang swiftly donned the still salty gear and plunged into the water with a splash. When Shueshan leaned against the ship's side, calming her breath as she gazed at the now tranquil surface of the sea. Beside her, Mei Lantian could hardly contain his excitement as he picked up a gold bar, biting into it with his infamous buck teeth, leaving shallow imprints. He examined it with glee, his smile radiating joy. Wow, it's real. Pure gold, he exclaimed, joyfully stomping his feet. Bucktooth, have we really struck gold? Akihabara and Jack peered over the staircase, shocked to see the gleaming object in Mei Lantian's hands. Mei Lantian quickly offered it up, like a treasure, exclaiming, There's plenty. It's like a wholesale market for gold down there. I wonder which fool hid their money in this cursed place. He grinned widely, the golden reflection illuminating his buck teeth. God has revealed this secret to me. I am here to rescue them. When Shueshan nodded in agreement, affirming Mei Lantian's words, Akihabara and Jack took the gold bars, weighed them in their hands. The heavy feel unmistakably genuine. As they looked again, Shen Lang had vanished without a trace. He must have plunged into the water to retrieve the gold. The two felt a restless anxiety, akin to a cat scratching inside their minds, wishing fervently to seize an oxygen tank and leap into the depths. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity, the sea remaining eerily calm. Why was it taking so long? Achio could no longer contain her unease. Could there truly be something lurking below? I have heard tales of the water ghosts that haunt this area, she mused. Curse the water. Where was Jesus when I was starving? Mei Lantian retorted defiantly. Are we really afraid of ghosts when we have nothing to lose? Jack kept his gaze fixed on the surface of the water. It has been a bit too long, he admitted. When Shueshan began to nervously twist her fingers. A shwe. Jack declared decisively. Put on your gear and dive down to take a look. Be cautious, and come back immediately if anything seems amiss. Understood. When Shueshan turned to retrieve her equipment, just as she had donned one of her flippers, the water erupted with a splash. Shen Lang's head broke the surface. Appearing somewhat fatigued as he grasped the slide. Langu. Jack rushed forward, pulling him up alongside Achio, as they hurriedly removed his gear. Langu. Mei Lantian eagerly approached. Is there a mountain of gold down there? Enough for us to lounge in luxury for 8 lifetimes? Yes, Shen Lang panted, regaining his breath. His expression revealing little excitement. There's a considerable amount, but if we wish to lounge in opulence for 8 lifetimes, it still falls short. The gold had been quietly tucked away in his space. Naturally, he would share a portion with them, but the secret of the space must remain concealed. Is it possible to eliminate one of us to claim a larger share? Mei Lantian's eyes glinted with menace as he surveyed the others. Theoretically, yes, Shen Lang nodded. You think you're so clever, huh? Achio couldn't resist delivering a playful slap. Hey, let's lighten the mood a bit. Mei Lantian instantly reverted to his innocent demeanor. So, Langu, should we hastily rally the troops? I can already feel the intense allure of that gold, waiting for us to liberate it. He exclaimed with fervor. What is the rush? Shen Lang wiped the seawater from his face. I've noted the coordinates. A professional salvage team will handle it. Just wait for your share. Oh yeah. Achio, Mei Lantian, and Jack exchanged glances, each unable to suppress their excitement. When Shueshan also exhaled in relief, a faint smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from above, shattering the newly kindled joy like a hammer striking glass. Jack and Achio reacted instantly. Crouching low and drawing their Colt M1911A1 and Browning HP handguns, their eyes sharp as they scanned for the source of the sound. Chapter 66, Encountering Robbery. Let us rob them back. A strong instinct warned Shen Lang that this was no accident. His gaze turned icy as he picked up a black trench coat from the ground and donned it, striding purposefully to grab a heavy black waterproof canvas bag. The zipper hissed open, revealing not mere odds and ends, but cold, hard steel. A Remington 870 pump-action shotgun. A sleek MAC-10 submachine gun. Scattered nearby were 12-gauge buckshot shells. Over 20 magazines, and more than 20 M26A1 lemon grenades. The green oval shells glimmered with a chilling light in the dim atmosphere. Mei Lantian, Achio, and Jack's eyes instantly lit up. Upon arrival, they had glimpsed this bag, mistaking it for tools. Little did they know it was an arsenal. Shen Lang then tossed the MAC-10 to the eager Mei Lantian, deftly stuffing 12-gauge buckshot into his pockets, seizing the Remington 870, and kicking the bag toward Achio and Jack. His movements were swift and assured, a click echoing as he checked the chamber, then loading the shotgun with buckshot. He produced a round, plastic-cased tear gas grenade from his pocket and tucked it into his chest pocket. The brass casing and plastic projectile gleamed with a rough, dangerous light, reminiscent of a bygone era. The gunfire on the deck continued, mingling with the distant echoes of Prince's hit song Bat Dance playing over the ship's intercom. The music was abruptly cut off by screams and shouts, leaving only a cacophony behind. As Shen Lang loaded his weapon, he spoke coldly. They're not here for the gold. They're likely here to rob the ship. Perfect. They robbed the ship, and we robbed them. Mei Lantian clutched the MAC-10, his excitement causing his buck teeth to quiver. Haha, this is thrilling. We'll seize the gold and strike it rich. Jack and Achio exchanged fierce smiles. Quickly rummaging through the bag, they each grabbed 4 M26A1 grenades to tuck into their jackets, along with a few extra magazines. They tossed the remaining ammo bag to Mei Lantian. After finishing his loading, Shen Lang pulled out a Browning HP handgun from the bottom of the bag and handed it to Wen Shueshan. Take this for protection. Remember, once you pull the trigger the first time, your hands won't tremble. Wen Shueshan's fingertips felt icy as she reluctantly accepted the warm grip of the handgun, gripping it tightly. At that moment, the gambling hall had descended into a realm of chaos. All the gamblers and crew members, resembling a herd of frightened sheep, were herded into the center of the hall, trembling in a crouched position. The captain was held at gunpoint, his face pale as death. Several corpses lay on the ground, including the ship's owner, Ghost Brother, his forehead punctured with a bullet, his eyes wide open in shock. Chen Shuixing and his son were even less fortunate, having stumbled into the robber's purge, now sprawled lifeless in a pool of blood, serving as a grim warning to the others. 7 or 8 masked robbers controlled the hall, bellowing for the gamblers to hand over their wallets, jewelry, and watches. Another robber dragged a large bag from the accounting room. laden with bundles of cash amounting to tens of millions. Ghost Brothers' former subordinates had been eliminated. The deck and key passages were now guarded by the robbers' accomplices. Their weapons varied, mostly AK-47 folding stock rifles and a few MAC-10s, typical of the black market arms from the late 1980s in Hong Kong and Macau. This way. Take the inner stairs, quickly. Shen Lang ordered decisively as everyone prepared. Without a moment to hesitate, the team slid into the heavy watertight door beside the rear slide, entering a dimly lit lower passage that reeked of machine oil and rust. Here, far removed from the main deck's clamor, only the low hum of ventilation pipes and the faint sound of movement could be heard. Time began to slip away, measured in seconds. They moved stealthily along the walls, their footsteps as light as a cat's. The passage was narrow, filled with twisting pipes and deep shadows. Shen Lang led the way, with a Chiu and Jack flanking him, while Mei Lantian brought up the rear, keeping Wen Xueshan tightly protected in the center. Each person was on high alert, their weapons adjusted to target every corner that might conceal an enemy. After 28 seconds, they arrived at a heavy, stormproof steel door, just outside of which lay the corridor leading to the rear of the main deck. The increasingly clear sounds of shouting, crying, and sporadic gunfire reached their ears. Shen Lang gestured for everyone to check their weapons and take a brief respite. Beads of sweat trickled down Wen Xueshan's forehead. Shen Lang pressed against the door, exchanging a meaningful glance with Chiu and Jack. They nodded, positioning themselves close to the door on either side. Their breaths slowed to a whisper. Mei Lantian stood behind Shen Lang, the muzzle of the MAC-10 slightly raised, his previously playful demeanor replaced by a fierce intensity. Shen Lang's hand rested on the cold door latch, glancing back at Wen Xueshan, whose calm eyes conveyed a reassuring strength. Then, he exerted a slow, deliberate force. Now's the time. Damn it. The steel door was flung open with resolute force. Almost at the moment the door swung wide, two robbers, facing away and guarding with AK-47s, turned in astonishment. Bang, bang. A Chiu and Jack, like machines programmed to calculate the perfect trajectory, fired simultaneously the instant the enemies turned. Two nearly overlapping gunshots rang out with deadly precision, and the robber collapsed silently to the ground. The gunfire shattered the tranquility of the aft main deck like ice water plunging into boiling oil. There are still remnants scattered about. Hurry! A furious shout echoed from a distance, accompanied by the hurried footsteps rapidly approaching from both sides. The four did not rush to either side. Instead, they took up positions at the recently breached doorway, leveraging the door frame and wall to form a highly aggressive combat formation in an instant. Shen Lang stood slightly to the left at the front, crouched slightly, the Remington 870 stock firmly pressed against his shoulder, the muzzle aimed at the forward fan-shaped area. As steady as a rock, Mei Lantian was half a step behind him on the right, baring his teeth, hands raised with the MAC-10, covering the right front and suppressing the flanks. Chiu was positioned behind Shen Lang on the left, adopting a standard Weaver stance, a Colt M1911A1 in hand, his gaze sharply scanning the left flank. Jack stood behind Mei Lantian on the right, wielding a Browning HP, mirroring Chiu's stance, tasked with guarding the right and providing backup shots. Though they had only stood for a moment, it felt as if they had rehearsed countless times. Their firepower was layered and distinct, resembling an instantaneously erected wall of death. Boom, rat-a-tat-tat, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted violently. Shen Lang's shotgun roared first, the buckshot fanning out and sending the two robbers who first peeked from the right corridor flying backward, blood mist exploding. Simultaneously, Mei Lantian's MAC-10 howled, 45 caliber bullets splattering like water toward the few who had just exposed themselves to the left front, forcing them to hurriedly retreat behind cover. Chiu's 45 rounds and Jack's 9mm Parabellum fired with pinpoint accuracy, taking down the figures attempting to flank from the side one by one. The ferocious firepower left the incoming robbers paralyzed with fear. Those who charged in had barely glimpsed their opponents before being shredded by this intersecting metal storm. The subsequent robbers hastily retreated behind the corridor corners and cover, daring only to shoot blindly. Bullets ricocheted off walls and door frames, ringing out with a metallic clatter and sending sparks flying. Push forward. Control the corridor. Shen Lang's voice remained steady and powerful amid the gunfire. Chapter 67. Gunfight on the gambling ship. The four maintained their formation, continuously firing to suppress the two side corridors. Decisively splitting into two groups, Shen Lang and Jack moved left, while Chiu and Mei Lantian advanced right, steadily progressing along the ship's sides. Wen Xueshan followed closely behind. Astonished by the scene, these four men moved swiftly and in harmony, their formidable firepower and seamless coordination rendering the outnumbering robbers unable to raise their heads. Her gaze instinctively locked onto the man at the forefront, the one holding the shotgun, his silhouette tall and imposing. A shweh. Shen Lang glanced back during a reload. When Xueshan jolted, quickly crouching and darting through the open area to closely follow behind Shen Lang. Her heart raced, yet she felt a peculiar sense of safety. Click, click, clatter. The sound of rapid reloading was crisp and lethal. The four almost simultaneously completed their reloads. Shen Lang and Jack formed one group, while Chiu and Mei Lantian formed another, synchronously reaching the corners of the left and right corridors. On the ground lay a wounded robber, groaning in agony. Jack's eyes were cold. As he passed by, he glanced down and bang. He executed a decisive finishing shot with his HP. Bang, bang, bang. The more than 10 robbers hiding behind the corners and distant cover finally organized a counterattack. The 7.62mm bullets from AKS-47S and the 45 rounds from MAC-10S intertwined into a web of fire, pouring madly into the two corners, sending metal shrapnel flying and temporarily suppressing Shen Lang and the others' attempts to peek out. Damn it! How can a gambling ship be armed with such heavy firepower? When I get over there, I'll take every one of you scum down. Mei Lantian cursed as he ducked back. Shen Lang glanced at Chiu and Jack, and they exchanged knowing looks, each producing two M26A1 grenades from their pockets. Wait, hold your breath. Listening to the enemy outside, their gunfire somewhat disorganized, attempting to suppress but hesitating to advance. Just as the opponent's round of fire momentarily paused, throw the grenades. Chiu and Jack shouted simultaneously, flicking off the safety clips with their thumbs, fingers gripping the pull rings and yanking them forcefully, sending the 4 oval grenades arcing toward the sides where the robbers were hiding. The grenades clattered across the deck, their sounds crisp, yet foreshadowing the most terrifying destruction. Grenade! A robber screamed in horror. Run! A chorus of frantic voices filled the air. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 almost simultaneous explosions violently shook the ship's hull. Pre-fragmented shrapnel flying at high speed, flames and thick smoke instantly engulfing the space behind the cover. The screams abruptly ceased, soon replaced by more anguished wails. Now, Shen Lang and Jack charged forth from the smoke on the left. Chiu and Mei Lantian emerged synchronously from the flames on the right. Though the smoke lingered and visibility was blurred, the 4 seemed to possess a kind of sight that pierced through, unleashing a barrage of fire at the staggering, rolling figures within the haze. The roar of shotguns, the sweeping fire of submachine guns, and the precise backup shots from handguns echoed in a cacophony of pain, despairing cries, and the dull thud of bullets striking flesh. The air was thick with acrid gunpowder, blood, and the distinctive sharp scent of M26A1 explosions. Shen Lang and his companions did not halt for a moment. Rather, they quickened their pace, coldly and efficiently eliminating the remaining resistors one by one. The gunfire on the deck rapidly dwindled. Chiu Bony City, Shen Lang panted, his voice hoarse from the battle, yet still resolute. The control room. Take it down. The surveillance equipment must be destroyed. Understood. Mei Lantian shouted, wiping the sweat and some unknown blood from his face, and together with Chiu, they dashed toward the control room on the upper deck of the bridge. Shen Lang then nodded to Jack, and when Shueshan behind him, we're heading to the gambling hall. The 3 stepped across a deck littered with scalding shell casings, slippery blood, and remnants of grenades, steadily approaching the main doors of the gambling hall, from which muffled cries and the robbers' shouts still emanated. The ongoing explosions and the sudden approach of gunfire made the face of the robber leader turn exceedingly grim. Biaozi, take a few men out to check. Damn it, where did these people come from? He bellowed, his throat filled with agitation. Biaozi called out. Immediately assembled 7 or 8 subordinates, armed with AKS-47S and MAC-10S, cursing as they charged toward the door leading to the rear corridor of the main deck. Whoever it is, I'll take them all down. Just as they pulled open the door latch and peeked out, boom, bang, bang. Shen Lang, stationed not far from the door, had already calculated the timing like a hunter setting a trap, pulling the trigger of the Remington 870 the moment the first robber revealed himself. The steel pellets of the buckshot rained down like a storm, followed by precise backup shots from Chiu and Jack. Amid the screams, the first 2 or 3 men were struck hard, toppling backward as blood instantly soaked the door frame. The others were horrified, attempting to retreat or find cover. But the narrow doorway and Shen Lang's unrelenting second and third shots became their nightmare. Bullets pierced through the bodies of their fallen comrades or the edges of the door, taking down the subsequent figures attempting to charge out. In mere seconds, the doorway transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse, the sounds of painful groans and dying gasps choking the throats of all present. The leader of the robbers in the gambling hall felt a sinking sensation in his heart upon hearing the sudden eruption of screams and gunfire from outside, quickly fading into silence. Damn it! He spat, his face twitching with tension, as a fierce glimmer of greed replaced the look of menace in his eyes. Grab the loot and exit through the other side. Move swiftly. No longer hesitating, he urged the remaining 4 or 5 loyal subordinates. deftly hoisting bags filled with cash and jewelry, abandoning full control of the hall as they hastily retreated towards the emergency passage leading to the ship's side. Shen Lang cautiously fired 2 more shots towards the entrance, ensuring the fallen bodies lay still, the pungent scent of blood pervading the air. Inside, several psychologically shattered gamblers found themselves wetting their pants, the acrid stench mingling with the smell of gunpowder, inducing nausea. Jack sidestepped, kicking open the slightly warped door with force, his gun leading the way as his keen gaze swept the room. Shen Lang followed closely, with Wen Xueshan gripping her handgun tightly, her fingertips turning white as she trailed behind. The crouching gamblers, upon witnessing another armed intrusion, gasped in suppressed terror, fear escalating once again. "Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you." Shen Lang raised his voice above the din, his gaze piercing as it scanned the terrified faces and various corners of the room. "How many robbers are left? Which direction did they flee?" His voice carried an undeniable calmness that offered a measure of reassurance to some. A man, slightly bolder and clad in a wrinkled shirt, trembled as he pointed towards the path the robbers had taken. They ran that way, just now, with plenty of bags." Shen Lang glanced in the direction he indicated. It was a corridor leading to the ship's side. Jack, a Shui, follow closely. The 3 did not pause, akin to hounds catching the scent of blood, sprinting towards the passage. In the corridor, the robber leader, hearing the faint footsteps drawing nearer behind him, felt a surge of anxiety. "Ah Chong, you worthless fools. You 2 stay behind and block their path. Just hold them off for a minute." He shouted at the 2 subordinates, gesturing towards the corner ahead. The 2 singled-out robbers turned pale but dared not defy him. They reluctantly huddled behind the corner, guns drawn, hearts racing as they listened to the approaching footsteps. Meanwhile, the leader, along with the remaining 2, struggled with the heavy bags as they sprinted towards the location of the ship's side crane. Usually, a 3-meter emergency rubber dinghy was suspended there, capable of being deployed to the sea within a minute using hydraulic or manual mechanisms. The unexpected arrival of Shen Lang and his companions had completely disrupted his plan to secure full control of the ship and withdraw at leisure. Now, he could only gamble on speed. Bang, bang, bang. At the corner, the 2 remaining robbers caught sight of Shen Lang and his companions emerging at the far end of the corridor. Without a moment's hesitation, they frantically pulled the triggers, bullets ricocheting chaotically in the narrow passage, forcing Shen Lang and his team to quickly press against the wall for cover. "Damn it, there's a rear guard," Jack cursed, peeking out to return fire, the bullets striking the wall at the corner and sparking. Shen Lang leaned against the cold bulkhead, quickly assessing the situation. A direct assault was possible, but it would waste time and could result in injury. His eyes hardened, and he reached into his chest pocket, retrieving a single-action plastic tear gas grenade. Taking a deep breath, he signaled Jack with a glance, just as the opposing gunfire momentarily ceased for reloading or a brief reprieve. Shen Lang flicked off the safety, pulled the pin, silently counting down, then with a swift motion, hurled the cylindrical tear gas grenade in an arc towards the corner. "What is that? Is it a bomb?" The robbers behind the corner glimpsed the object flying towards them, uncertainty gripping them. With a muted thud, a cloud of pungent white smoke erupted, swiftly enveloping the space behind the corner. Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. Ah. The air filled with violent coughs and screams of agony, the smoke severely impairing visibility and breathing. "Go," Shen Lang urged in a low voice, and he and Jack dashed out from their cover, charging forward under the veil of smoke. In the blink of an eye, they reached the front, finding 2 robbers in tears, wildly flailing their arms, unable to steady their weapons. Without mercy, Shen Lang raised his gun and fired. Boom, bang. The close-range shotgun and handgun bullets swiftly ended their struggles. Without a moment's pause, the trio leaped over the fallen bodies, continuing their relentless pursuit. As they burst out of the corridor into the relatively open deck area by the ship's side, the scene before them confirmed Shen Lang's judgment. For robbers were frantically maneuvering the crane, the black rubber dinghy already lowered halfway, swaying in the sea breeze, just 2 or 3 meters above the water. The heavy bags of loot were carelessly strewn across the deck. "Damn it," Shen Lang shouted, simultaneously firing his Remington 870. Bang, bang, bang. The final showdown erupted in an instant. The robber leader and his subordinates turned in panic, firing wildly, bullets flying chaotically at the ship's edge. However, Shen Lang and his companions seized the initiative, their tactical coordination and marksmanship clearly superior. Jack and Shen Lang exchanged crossfire, precise and ruthless, while Wen Xueshan grit her teeth and fired at a robber facing away from her. Though she missed a vital hit, it unsettled him. The fierce exchange lasted no more than 20 seconds. With another precise shotgun blast from Shen Lang, the robber leader's chest erupted in a spray of blood, his eyes wide as he collapsed. The last remaining robber fell to Jack's 2 shots. As the gunfire ceased, Only the creaking of the rubber dinghy's lift line and the sound of waves lapping against the hull remained. Shen Lang strode forward, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. The deck lights, mast, and bulkhead confirmed that this corner bore no traces of surveillance cameras. Only then did he slowly approach the pile of bulging bags. Jack, in silent agreement, maintained vigilance while crouching down to unzip one of the bags with the muzzle of his gun. When Shueshan stood a few steps away, her gun hand trembling slightly, still shaken. Yet she keenly sensed that Shen Lang and Jack were currently gathering their spoils and wished to keep it concealed from others. So she cautiously scanned the area, keeping watch for them. As the zippers were opened in succession, 3 large bags were found stuffed with bundles of cash, primarily in US dollars and Hong Kong dollars, along with some foreign currency. 2 smaller bags, clearly hastily looted from gamblers, contained a mix of cash, watches, gold chains, jade bracelets, and gemstone rings, glinting enticingly yet chaotically under the dim light. Shen Lang and Jack exchanged a glance, their faces devoid of exaggerated elation. Only a shared sense of unspoken satisfaction curling at the corners of their mouths. This was what they had risked their lives to obtain. Without uttering a word, the two swiftly zipped up all the bags. Then, Shen Lang and Jack worked together to lift the 4 still warm bodies, including that of the robber leader, to the ship's edge, tossing them into the dinghy. The splashes as they hit the water were swallowed by the sound of the waves. Afterwards, they approached the side, gazing at the dinghy now lowered to the water's surface, empty of occupants. The two raised their guns, Shen Lang S-870 and Jack S-HP, aiming at the hull and inflatable pontoons of the dinghy. Bang, boom, bang, bang. Bullets were fired in rapid succession, and the rubber boat was soon riddled with countless holes, hissing as it leaked air, deflating at a visibly alarming rate before slowly sinking into the inky depths of the sea, leaving only a widening circle of ripples in its wake. "Brother Lang," Jack said as he holstered his gun, gesturing towards the 5 bags on the ground, lowering his voice. "How do we get rid of these? The target is too large." He was aware that Shen Lang might have special arrangements, but with Wen Shueshan present, he asked in a veiled manner. Shen Lang patted his shoulder, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I have a solution for this. You and Aishue must return to the casino immediately, reassure the others, and see if there are any stragglers. Clean it up thoroughly. I will handle things here." Jack nodded, showing no hesitation or further inquiry. He turned to Wen Shueshan and said, "Aishue, let us go." She responded with a soft mm and followed him towards the casino. After walking a few meters, her curiosity got the better of her, and she glanced back. Under the dim light of the lanterns, Shen Lang stood alone beside the pile of bags, his figure tall and imposing, gazing down at the surface of the sea. His profile appearing particularly calm and somewhat aloof amidst the interplay of light and shadow. She quickly turned back, not daring to look any longer. It was only when Jack and Wen Shueshan's figures had completely vanished around the corner of the passage, their footsteps fading away, that Shen Lang swiftly surveyed his surroundings once more. As night deepened and the sea mist began to rise, visibility diminished, leaving only the sound of crashing waves nearby. He did not linger, approaching the 5 heavy bags, a flicker of thought passing through him. In an instant, the 5 hefty bags vanished into thin air, absorbed into his unique storage space. Chapter 69, The Panicking Gamblers. He then hurried back to the stern ramp platform. The platform was in disarray, diving equipment scattered about. Shen Lang walked over and collected all the diving gear, tanks, masks, fins, and snorkels, one by one. Once he had completed this task, the stern ramp platform returned to its emptiness, with only the howling sea breeze remaining. Shen Lang adjusted his clothing, now stained with gunpowder and blood, took a deep breath of the salty air mixed with a faint metallic scent, and stepped forward towards the area still shrouded in fear and chaos. At the entrance to the passage leading back to the casino, he encountered Mei Lantian and Hio, who were walking briskly towards him. Both were smeared with gunpowder and blood, yet their eyes gleamed with a sharpness and relaxation born of having completed their task. "Brother Lang," Mei Lantian lowered his voice, grinning with bared teeth. "The control room is taken care of. Those 2 guards were easily dealt with. We destroyed the surveillance equipment." Hio nodded in agreement, adding, "We checked the radar and surveillance. No other boats have approached. Those robbers seem to have acted alone, with no outside support." "Well done," Shen Lang remarked, scanning them with his gaze. "Are you both unharmed?" "Not a scratch." Mei Lantian patted his chest. "Let us go inside." Shen Lang took the lead, stepping back into the casino. The scene inside was slightly better than before, yet the lingering aura of fear still enveloped everyone like a thick fog. Jack stood beside an overturned gambling table, attempting to calm the crowd with a steady voice. "Everyone, please remain calm. The main force of the robbers has been repelled. We are safe for now. Stay put and do not run around." Wen Shueshan stood at his side, her face still pale, but her eyes were striving to maintain composure. Tightly gripping her Browning HP, Shen Lang's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Hundreds of eyes turned toward him, the man reeking of gunpowder, his gaze steely, who had just descended like a god of death and now stood before them. Emotions were a tumultuous mix of fear, hope, skepticism, and gratitude. After a brief silence, the noise erupted. Call the police. Quickly, tell the captain to call for help. A well-dressed, middle-aged man shrieked, his voice cracking with terror. Have all the heroes and brave men killed the robbers? Are we really safe? A wealthy woman clutched her chest, trembling as she asked. My money, my Rolex, and my wife's diamond necklace. They were all stolen. Can we get them back? A portly man with a shiny face pushed to the front, nearly grabbing Shen Lang's arm in desperation, only to be shot down by Jack's fierce glare. Just staying alive is a blessing. You're still thinking about money. Someone nearby murmured in reproach, yet they too bore a pained expression. Shen Lang raised his hand, making a slight gesture to quell the commotion. His movement was subtle, yet it carried an inexplicable air of authority that gradually silenced the clamor. He stepped up to a slightly elevated position, his gaze sweeping calmly over the crowd. Of course, we must report this. The captain will handle it. However, I need you all to understand that we are currently in international waters. Whether the police from the port island can intervene and how long it will take remains uncertain. This statement doused the immediate hopes of rescue for some, like a bucket of cold water. As for the robbers, we have taken down quite a few, but some had outside assistance. When we pursued, we already saw small boats fleeing with people and loot. What you lost has likely been taken away. Those are desperate criminals. They robbed to escape. A chorus of lamentations, curses, and gasps filled the room as despair washed over the gamblers. Some pounded their chests in agony over their financial losses, while others slumped down, murmuring that at least they had survived. There were those whose eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts, perhaps disbelief, perhaps heartache. Shen Lang chose to disregard these tumultuous reactions and approached the captain, who appeared pale and was being supported by 2 crew members. Captain, he said, immediately use the ship's radio to call for help and explain the situation, then set course for home at full speed, back to waters under police jurisdiction. After speaking, Shen Lang leaned in slightly, lowering his voice but ensuring those nearby could hear. Also, many have died here today by our hands, but we killed only the robbers. When the time comes, I will need you, as well as everyone present, to testify on our behalf. We acted in self-defense and to save lives. The captain, having narrowly escaped death, felt both fear and gratitude towards Shen Lang and the others. He nodded vigorously. Of course. Thank you, gentlemen, for saving us. We will all testify. I will certainly testify. Everyone witnessed it. His words seemed intended for the crowd, and soon a chorus of agreement arose. Yes, thanks to these brave gentlemen, our saviors. We will testify. Without you, we would all be dead. The overwhelming relief of surviving and the simple gratitude for being saved temporarily overshadowed all other emotions. As voices eager to testify surged forth, Shen Lang nodded, somewhat satisfied with their reactions. He then raised his voice. There may still be robbers hiding aboard. For everyone's absolute safety, I need some volunteers to form a team and conduct a thorough search of the entire ship. Who is willing to join me? Suddenly, the previously spirited voices fell silent. The gamblers exchanged glances, their eyes darting away, and they lowered their heads or stepped back. Even those who had shouted the loudest moments ago now fell silent. Even the 2 crew members instinctively avoided Shen Lang's gaze. Not everyone possesses the courage to face armed robbers, especially after experiencing such a bloody massacre. The captain's face reflected embarrassment and fear as he rubbed his hands together, stammering. Well, you gentlemen are quite skilled. We would only cause more chaos. Besides, there's no one watching in the control room. It's more urgent to call for help and return. I apologize, sir. He looked towards Shen Lang with a pleading expression. Could you or your companions escort me to the control room first? I must urgently establish contact with the outside world to command our return. Within, Shen Lang silently cursed the cowardice of the group, yet his visage remained impassive. He glanced at the captain, whose gaze was filled with eagerness, and then surveyed the cowering crowd, realizing he could no longer rely on them. Achio Meilantion, he commanded, turning his head. You 2 escort the captain to the control room, ensure communication is uninterrupted, and monitor our return. Inform me of any developments. Understood. Achio and Meilantion replied in unison, flanking the grateful captain as they departed the gambling hall. Shen Lang ceased further conversation. Finding a relatively clean corner with a view over the entrance to the hall, where he settled down, leaning against the cold bulkhead. The exhaustion from the fierce battle surged over him like a tidal wave, but he merely closed his eyes, inhaling deeply a few times before reopening them. His gaze still vigilant as it swept the surroundings. Jack stood nearby, attuned to Shen Lang's presence, equally fatigued yet taut, akin to a hound at rest with ears perked, observing the subtle movements within the hall. When Shueshan approached slowly, taking a seat beside Shen Lang, maintaining a slight distance, yet evidently seeking refuge. Finally able to exhale fully. Her shoulders relaxed slightly, though the fingers that had tightly gripped her firearm were stiff and pale from exertion. Stealing a glance at Shen Lang's austere profile, her tumultuous emotions coalesced into a silent reliance. Chapter 70, Police Commendation. Inside the gambling hall, with the captain having gone to report to the authorities, Shen Lang and the others no longer urged anyone to take risks, and the atmosphere gradually shifted from acute panic to a sense of exhaustion and hushed discussions. As if they were survivors of a catastrophe. No one dared to raise their voices, yet whispers persisted, glancing occasionally at the three formidable figures in the corner. Time dragged on amidst anxiety and anticipation. Through the ship's intercom system, the captain announced that he had contacted the police in Hong Kong Island and was making full speed towards the return. This news brought a measure of solace to the crowd. Hours later, the gambling ship finally returned to waters under clear jurisdiction. The dawn was nearing, and the horizon glimmered with the flashing lights of police vehicles. The Hong Kong Island police dispatched marine patrols, and due to the significant robbery involving hundreds of passengers, a substantial number of officers were also stationed at the dock, prepared for action. It was only upon witnessing the arrival of police on board, armed to the teeth, that the anxious hearts of the gamblers truly settled, many collapsing in relief or weeping tears of joy. During those few hours of return, Shen Lang, Jack, Wen Shueshan, and the returning Achio and Mei Lantian meticulously scrutinized and aligned every detail of the narrative in an unnoticed corner. Their encounter with the hijackers, the accidental discovery of weapons for self-defense, and their forced counterattack that resulted in the elimination of some assailants while others escaped with the loot. Everything was done to the best of their ability, saving the lives of all aboard. It was simple, reasonable, devoid of loopholes, and imbued with a sense of helplessness and justice. The chief inspector of the Major Crimes Unit, Huang Chifa, upon gaining an initial understanding of the situation, was met with a deck strewn with bullet holes, bloodstains, and bodies, and then laid eyes on these five seemingly ordinary yet resilient citizens, equipped with weaponry even more formidable than that of the assailants. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. While he expressed gratitude for their role in saving hundreds of lives, he could not help but marvel at their combat prowess and courage. However, given the loss of so many lives, procedural protocols had to be followed. Shen Lang and his companions were escorted off the ship by the police, along with other crew members and select eyewitnesses who required detailed questioning, and taken back to the police station for inquiries, documentation, and meticulous verification of details. By the time the process concluded, it was nearing evening. In the interrogation room, Shen Lang's testimony aligned perfectly with those of the other four, the captain, and several gamblers, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Although the police found the extraordinary skills of these five somewhat excessive, the evidence and witness accounts pointed towards them being reluctant heroes acting in self-defense. Moreover, given the significant societal impact, there was an urgent need for positive representations to reassure the public. Ultimately, shortly after 8 in the evening, Shen Lang and his companions were discreetly released without attracting undue attention. Before their departure, Huang Chifa personally visited the lounge, holding 5 unmarked certificates of commendation for bravery and an envelope containing a symbolic monetary reward. Mr. Shen, everyone, Huang Chifa's demeanor was notably courteous. We are grateful for your courageous actions. This incident has garnered significant attention, and the media has caught wind of it. We initially planned to hold a press conference to publicly commend you. However, considering that the assailants may have accomplices still at large, and for the safety of you and your families, we have decided to keep your identities confidential. This is a small token of appreciation from the police and the community. Please accept it. We hope you understand. Shen Lang accepted the certificate and envelope, nodding calmly. I understand. Thank you for your consideration. Exiting the police station, the neon lights of the street began to flicker. The 5 stood at the roadside, exchanging glances, remnants of gunpowder, blood, and the oppressive atmosphere of the police station clinging to them. The certificates in their hands felt light and trivial, contrasting absurdly with the heavy toll of carnage and gain from the previous night. Mei Lantian rolled up the certificate and tucked it into his pocket, grinning. After all this, is this it? Achio lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Being able to walk out like this is already the best outcome. Jack stretched his shoulders and looked at Shen Lang. This is the first time I've killed someone and avoided jail time, with a certificate to boot. Shen Lang folded the certificate and placed it in his coat, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Let's go, each to our own homes. After a long night, let's take a shower, change our clothes, and come to my villa tomorrow night. Remember to bring plastic bags. Mei Lantian, Achio, and Jack all looked at Shen Lang with barely contained excitement. Do we even need to say that? I can finally get a new car. Mei Lantian envisioned his wife driving their newly purchased vehicle to buy groceries. I've got my eye on a bar with a live band. The owner's name is Abao. Achio mused, stroking his beard. I have my sights set on a bar too, and the owners also named a bow. Jack shot a provocative glance at Ichio, exuding determination. The group lowered their voices, refraining from raising a ruckus at the police station's entrance. Shen Lang disregarded the playful banter of his companions and walked directly towards the vehicle parked by the roadside. When Shueshan followed silently at his side. Having endured a nightmarish evening and the police interrogation, now walking under the streetlights felt surreal. Chief Inspector Huang Chifa stood by the window. Watching Shen Lang and his companions disappear around the corner, his brow furrowed in concern. He turned back, beckoning the recently summoned female inspector, Fang Jixia. Jixia, sit. Huang Chifa returned to his spacious office chair, pushing several thick statements across the desk towards Fang Jixia. What do you make of the testimony from Shen Lang and his group? Fang Jixia quickly perused the documents. Though young, her gaze was sharp and her demeanor efficient. On the surface, the accounts were coherent, with witness testimonies aligning. The narrative of self-defense, protection of hostages, and repelling the assailants was complete, even bordering on perfection. It's just too perfect. Huang Chifa rapped the table with his knuckles, producing a dull thud. 5 ordinary citizens, aboard a gambling ship on the high seas. Facing dozens of armed hijackers, engaging in a night-long battle, vanquishing the majority of the assailants without a single scratch, and saving hundreds of lives aboard? Do you believe that? Preliminary assessments aboard the ship revealed that the casino's vault had been robbed of 10.5 million, along with an additional 25 million in cash. The belongings pilfered from the gamblers were preliminarily valued at over 12 million. Altogether, this amounted to nearly 100 million Hong Kong dollars. The robbers made their escape in a small boat, but who actually witnessed the money being loaded onto it? In the pitch darkness of the open sea, Shen Lang and his companions claimed to have pursued them only to catch a glimpse of shadows. The money might have long since been absent from the vessel. Fang Jixia's gaze sharpened. Chief, do you suspect that the money fell into Shen Lang's hands? However, the scene investigation and witness accounts merely indicated that they saw them commit murder. Who actually witnessed them hiding the money? Huang Chifa interjected. Jixia, these 5 individuals, especially Shen Lang, Mei Lantian, Ichio, and Jack, review their files meticulously. They all emerged from Stanley prison throughout this year. While their charges vary, none of them are upstanding citizens. After their release, Shen Lang swiftly assembled a team and engaged in thriving business ventures. On the surface, he appears to be a legitimate businessman, but behind the scenes, our economic crime unit and the O record have long noted irregularities in their financial flows. We simply lack substantial evidence. He rose from his seat and approached the window, turning his back to Fang Jixia. This gambling boat robbery was an unexpected incident, yet it may serve as an opportunity. If the money truly lies in their possession, it amounts to an astronomical sum of stolen goods. Even if the money isn't with them, based solely on the combat prowess and organizational skills they displayed tonight, they are far from ordinary merchants. If we allow this to continue unchecked, it will inevitably lead to disaster. Fang Jixia understood. The chief's implication was clear: follow their trail. Huang Chifa turned around. You will personally lead the team, select a few astute and fresh-faced recruits, and maintain a 24-hour surveillance on Shen Lang and his core subordinates. Remember, absolute discretion is paramount. I want to know whom they meet daily, where they go, what they do, especially concerning any significant financial movements and suspicious contacts. Gather all possible clues that could serve as evidence. This incident may not be the catalyst, but it certainly serves as a wake-up call, compelling us to act preemptively. I want you to investigate Shen Lang's gang thoroughly, inside and out. Yes, sir. Fang Jixia stood at attention, saluting, her eyes revealing the tenacity and eagerness characteristic of a detective. Chapter 71. Profits exceeding 100 million. When Shen Lang and when Shueshan entered, wearied and reeking of gunpowder, they startled Lon Shaai, who was arranging flowers in the living room, causing her scissors to drop. Langu, a shue. Her pretty face turned pale as she rushed forward. Noticing the dark stains of blood on Shen Lang's jacket and the unmistakable fatigue etched on both their faces, her voice wavering, Shen Lang remained silent, stepping forward to pick up the live Lon Shaai in a swift embrace. Lon Shaai gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, but upon noticing when Shueshan's gaze, her face flushed crimson. Put me down, a shue is still here. When Shueshan observed the scene, a subtle pang of bittersweetness stirring within her, yet her expression merely contorted into a weary smile. After a long day, I'm covered in sweat. Shen Lang, still holding Lon Shaai, strode purposefully toward the staircase. Come help me scrub my back. I need a proper bath to unwind. Lon Shaai buried her flushed face in his shoulder, ceasing her struggles, her fingers quietly gripping his clothing. When Shueshan watched their retreating figures ascend the stairs, the slight pang of jealousy lingering in her heart, she stood still for several seconds before slowly making her way upstairs, returning to her room and gently closing the door. The soundproofing in this villa was, to say the least, inadequate. Soon, muffled sounds of Lon Shao's suppressed laughter, Shen Lang's deep voice, and the sound of water, along with certain heart-racing subtle movements, wafted from the master bedroom. When Shueshan leaned against the door, listening intently, her cheeks involuntarily warming, her heartbeat quickening. She shook her head as if to dispel the thoughts and emotions that should not arise. Hurrying to the wardrobe, she randomly grabbed a set of clean clothes and nearly fled into the bathroom. Turning on the shower, she allowed the warm water to wash over her body, attempting to cleanse her mind of the distractions and the inexplicable turmoil within her heart. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the villa's window, casting warm patches of light upon Shen Lang's face. His eyelashes fluttered, and before he even opened his eyes, he felt a soft, furry head nuzzling at his neck, accompanied by a familiar fragrance. Langge, it's time to get up. Lon Shao's voice was sweet and melodic, like honey. Shen Lang opened his eyes to find Lon Shao's enchanting face magnified before him. She wore a loose, pure white silk nightgown, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and a patch of snow-white skin. The morning light enveloped her in a soft glow, lending her an air of innocence and a hint of morning drowsiness. She gazed at him with her large, sparkling eyes, her lips curling into an uncontainable smile. Shen Lang's heart softened as he reached out to tousle her fluffy hair, his voice low and husky from sleep. What time is it? Almost 9, Lon Shaai replied, seizing his hand and pressing it against her cheek. You slept so soundly. I've already prepared breakfast. It's warming downstairs. Ashwem mentioned she wanted to invite me to go shopping. It seems she won quite a bit on the boat the night before. Her spirits are high, and she wishes to buy me a gift. As she spoke, her eyes curved into crescent moons, clearly excited about the shopping trip. Shen Lang was aware that when Shueshan had won 400,000 Hong Kong dollars on the gambling boat, a substantial sum for her. He nodded. All right, go ahead. Have fun. Buy whatever you like. If you run out of money, let me know. After such a bloody night, it would be good for the young girl to relax by shopping, and it could help bridge her relationship with Lon Shaai. Got it. You're the most generous. Lon Shaai beamed, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before gracefully floating off the bed like a butterfly. You should hurry and wash up. Don't let the breakfast get cold. Shen Lang watched her retreating figure, smiling as he got up and headed for the bathroom. The cold water cascaded over his face, thoroughly banishing the last vestiges of sleep, his gaze sharpening and clarifying. After quickly finishing the breakfast that Lon Shaai had meticulously prepared, Shen Lang did not leave but instead settled into the study. During the wait for questioning at the police station yesterday, he had already accessed his consciousness to enter his own space, where he completed the initial processing of the gold retrieved from the underwater iron cage. At this moment, the space was neatly stacked with gleaming rectangular gold bars, each weighed exactly 1 kilogram, boasting a purity of 999.9, with sharp edges and a surface as smooth as a mirror. A total of 4,200 bars, weighing 42 tons. With a mere thought, a gold bar appeared in his hand. Its cold, solid touch spoke of its worth more eloquently than any words could convey. According to current international gold prices and exchange rates, this batch of gold is valued at approximately $51,500,000, over $50 million. The stock price of Huifeng Bank is currently around 30 Hong Kong dollars per share, meaning this sum could purchase over 13 million shares. Based on its recent annual dividend of about 15 Hong Kong dollars per share, the annualized dividend approaches 20 million Hong Kong dollars. This represents a remarkably substantial and stable cash flow. However, the first official residential land near Kai Tak Airport was sold this year for 4.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. This dividend barely covers half of the down payment. There remains a pressing need to generate more funds. Shen Lang murmured to himself, returning the gold bar to the space, his gaze steady. The cash and valuables confiscated from the robbers had been thoroughly counted. $11,360,000 in cash, 28 million Hong Kong dollars, and various foreign currencies, along with gold, silver jewelry, and luxury watches, were estimated to total several million Hong Kong dollars. All the cash combined comfortably exceeded 100 million Hong Kong dollars. This does not even account for the 3 million Hong Kong dollars he had legitimately won on the gambling boat. A true smile graced Shen Lang's lips. In a mere day and a half, his wealth had surged, elevating him from a slightly capitalized newcomer to an invisible tycoon with assets worth several hundred million. This sensation is undeniably delightful. However, the joy was fleeting. The immense wealth brought not only indulgence, but also peril and pressure. Moving forward, two paramount tasks emerged. First, the laundering of cash. Such a substantial amount of cash, particularly in the form of US dollars, necessitated a secure method of conversion into legitimate or hard-to-trace assets. The notion of acquiring a gambling ship resurfaced in his mind. He had contemplated this very issue the previous day. The Emperor gambling ship had just undergone a significant heist. Its owner deceased, and gamblers in a state of panic. Its reputation and market value were bound to plummet in the short term. presenting an opportune moment for a low-cost acquisition. The gambling ship itself represented an excellent conduit for cash flow and a venue for money laundering. With its facilities and operational framework readily available, with a brief period of closure for renovations and rebranding, it could be swiftly relaunched, allowing for the continuous purification of his illicit funds and the generation of new, legitimate profits. Of course, this was merely one method of laundering money. He had others in mind. Second, the sale of gold. 42 tons of gold presented a monumental challenge. Conventional banking or gold trading channels would be incapable of absorbing such a quantity without raising alarms. He recalled Kazuki Kusakari of the Yamaguchi-gumi. As a powerful Yakuza organization in Japan and across Asia, the Yamaguchi-gumi boasted a vast network for smuggling and disposing of high-value items, including gold, art, and diamonds. The risks associated with dealing with the Yamaguchi-gumi? After Shen Lang successfully secured a connection with Kusakari Naoko, the risks had significantly diminished, and this batch of gold should be able to be sold without issue. Shen Lang quickly mapped out his next steps, to contact an intermediary to engage with the current controllers of the Emperor gambling ship, as approaching them directly after their recent financial loss would arouse suspicion. Therefore, an intermediary was essential. Simultaneously, he would send a tentative signal to Kusakari to gauge interest in this lucrative deal. With the tip of his finger, Shen Lang dialed the number 0081333156. The code 0081 had been introduced by Hong Kong Telecommunication in 1985 for international direct dialing. Prior to this, international calls required a manual operator to connect, with each call being recorded and monitored. However, with 0081, the phone signal was akin to an envelope delivered by an unseen postman, reaching Tokyo directly. The police could at most trace the call to a particular time and place, but could not intercept it beforehand. Just as Shen Lang's voice was about to travel through the phone line, the small black box before him, a frequency inverter, activated. The technology behind this inverter was straightforward. It employed an analog audio frequency inversion technique that folded or shifted the human voice frequency, creating an audio effect reminiscent of a duck's quack. This was not encryption, but merely a rudimentary signal disruption. Even if the Hong Kong police utilized the latest high-end configurations available to global law enforcement and intelligence agencies, such as the R7000 receiver and HP 3585 spectrum analyzer, they would be unable to intercept Shen Lang's normal conversation, only hearing a cacophony of quacking sounds. Simultaneously, in a residence in Tokyo, the phone rang. Next to Kazuki Naoko, a frequency inverter of the same model lay on the table. As the harsh electronic noise entered the receiver, the device immediately expanded the sound at a perfectly synchronized frequency. Chapter 72. I still possess the prowess I had during my fierce battles on TSE Wanshan. Naoko, I have a shipment of 42 tons of pure gold, identical in quality to the last batch. Ask your father if he has enough appetite for this. On the other end, Kazuki Naoko fell silent for 5 seconds. Her breathing noticeably altered. Shun Kuan. How much? Tons. Please hold on. Immediately followed by a flurry of chaotic footsteps and the sound of doors opening. Moments later, Naoko's voice returned, filled with barely contained excitement and respect. Father says it's absolutely no problem. The Yamaguchi-gumi welcomes such hard currency. He wants to know when you can come for a detailed discussion. Shen Lang smirked. The cargo must be handled slowly. Haste would not serve. In a few days? Please also arrange for a batch of the latest electronics, Sony televisions, Panasonic audio systems, and those VCRs capable of playing action films, all of the finest quality. He paused, his tone laced with amusement. If the matter is handled beautifully, there will be special rewards. The receiver captured a distinct quickening in Naoko's breath, quickly followed by her earnest yet trembling response. Yes. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is taken care of. I will strive for the reward. The ingrained, almost instinctive obedience and a hint of secret anticipation seemed as if they could leap through the wires. Shen Lang hung up the phone, feeling quite pleased. Having a well-connected, obedient, and capable Japanese woman certainly made many tedious tasks a bit more enjoyable. In the evening, in the villa's living room, the door was flung open, and Lon Shaai and Wen Shueshan entered like two jubilant sparrows that had just pillaged a department store, followed by several subordinates laden with shopping bags. Luxury packaging littered the floor, resembling an exhibition of nouveau riche excess. Lon Shaai, with her keen eye, spotted Shen Lang sitting on the sofa perusing a newspaper and immediately discarded her high heels, running barefoot towards him, unabashedly throwing her arms around his neck and planting a bright red lipstick mark upon his cheek. Lang Ji, look at what we bought. Is this dress beautiful? Shen Lang set down the newspaper, wiped his face, and smiled indulgently. It's lovely. You outshine the dress itself. Meanwhile, Wen Shueshan quietly carried several bags filled with groceries into the kitchen. Upon returning, she observed Lon Shaai nearly nestled in Shen Lang's embrace. Her gaze flickered, But she said nothing, merely tying on an apron and suggesting, "Sister Shaodai, why don't you come help me with dinner?" "Coming," Lon Shaodai replied, bouncing over. Soon. The sounds of clattering pots and pans mixed with the muffled laughter of the two women filled the villa, adding a rare warmth to the atmosphere. Before long, the doorbell rang. Achio, Mei Lantian, and Jack entered, all wearing nearly identical Ray-Ban sunglasses and adorned in floral shirts or leather jackets. As if they had stepped straight out of a gangster film poster, swaggering in with confidence. Closely trailing them were the boisterous De Shaw and De Kojio, along with the specially summoned Hai Wang Kuan. "Old buddy." Leong Kuan plopped down onto the sofa beside Shen Lang, crossing his legs to reveal a pair of flamboyantly purple socks. "The streets are buzzing about your prowess as the gambling ship's champion, taking down dozens of thugs single-handedly? TSK, reminiscent of my own fierce battles on TSZ Wanshan. Did you summon me here for some grand business proposition?" Shen Lang offered him a cigarette while lighting one for himself. "You're overthinking it. I simply invited you for dinner. Lately, my temper has flared, and I thought you could join me for a bowl of restorative soup." De Kojio and De Shaw were already buzzing with excitement. "Lang Ji, we heard there's going to be a profit-sharing session?" Their eyes darted between Shen Lang and Mei Lantian. Their intention clear. "Although we didn't risk ourselves on the ship, we can still celebrate the spoils." "Profit-sharing?" Shen Lang raised an eyebrow, playfully dispelling their fantasies. "You didn't even set foot on the ship. What are you splitting air?" "Lang Ji, you can't say that." De Shaw interjected seriously. "Although our bodies weren't on board, our spirits were with you. We prayed for you every minute." In reality, they had been playing cards at the dock and had lost quite a bit. De Kojio quickly chimed in. "Exactly. Brother Lang, do you not often say that the effort put into work is inconsequential, while sharing in the joy of victory is paramount? At this very moment, our hearts are brimming with elation." The scene in which Shen Lang uttered these words took place in Chizhu prison, where, while others toiled in labor reform, he reclined on a beach chair, perusing a magazine. De Shaw and De Kojio were tasked with standing by to serve tea and water, while also tiptoeing to steal glances at the alluring photographs of women within the magazine. Go away, go away." Mei Lantian proudly retrieved a small cloth bag from his pocket, embroidered with a crooked character for heaven, exclaiming, "Dividing the spoils? Did you see? A private treasure. My wife embroidered it by hand. This affection, do you single men comprehend it?" Achio adjusted his sunglasses, retorting, "Bucktooth, the officers relish fools like you who come with their own labels. Why not embroider your ID number as well? It would make evading capture more convenient. You know nothing? This is called charm. Do you have a wife? Do you?" Mei Lantian shot back. "Not at the moment." Achio conceded with casual honesty, followed by a mischievous grin. "But my preference is for dairy cows. It doesn't mean I intend to keep a real cow at home." "You re just envious?" Mei Lantian clutched his beloved little bag protectively. Jack silently removed his sunglasses, refraining from joining the banter. His sharp gaze swept outside the window as he moved closer to Shen Lang, speaking in a hushed tone. "Brother Lang, we have a tale. There is something off about today's outing. The area outside the villa seems unclean. At 10 o'clock. The reflection from the old building's window is suspicious." Shen Lang flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone nonchalant. 100 meters to the left at the entrance. The fruit stall owner has been replaced. His gaze is sharper than the scales. I was trailed while accompanying my wife shopping today. That fellow is tall and lanky. Mei Lantian scoffed. Last night, after pursuing a lady at the nightclub, they followed me back downstairs. And today they trailed me here. Achio remarked with amusement. De Shaw and De Kojio chimed in agreement. Indeed, Brother Lang. The brothers are cautious now. Brother Lang. Achio and I were just about to discuss this matter with you. Yes, Brother Lang. They positioned themselves near the dock, making it difficult to conduct business. Leong Kuan glanced around, slightly dazed. Wait, what? You've all been followed. Why didn't I notice? He scratched his head, wondering if his charm was insufficient to warrant being followed. Achio and the others exchanged knowing glances. Perhaps it's not that you weren't followed, but you were too preoccupied to notice. Since we've all been monitored, let us keep a low profile for now. Shen Lang directed his gaze at De Shaw and De Kojio. The small business by the dock is on hold. Give the brothers on the ship a break and let them rest well. Understood, the two responded. Achio, Mei Lantian, and Jack were indifferent. Their visible businesses were legitimate, and they would continue operating as usual. Leong Kuan hurriedly pulled out his brick-like mobile phone to call his subordinates. Silly Chong. Inform Pigdo. All gambling establishments to cease operations for 2 days. Also, keep a tight watch around the sea fishing grounds. After hanging up, Shen Lang inquired, Old friend, how are those 7 or 8 major productions coming along? Upon hearing this, Leong Kuan felt a headache coming on. They refilmed, but alas, having viewed the raw footage, I nearly tossed the director out of the editing room, and I contemplated giving him a good thrashing. I suspect this fool is a scam artist, deliberately misleading the bosses. I asked him to produce an adult film, and he turned it into a philosophical symposium. A man and a woman discussed everything from Plato to Kant, from day to night, eventually leading to their intimate encounter in the early hours. The lights dimmed, and the curtain fell. What the hell? Were the audience there for that? Were they there for academic discourse? Chapter 73. Leong Kuan entrusted the accounting to Silly Chong. The room erupted in laughter. Shen Lang, dubious about the quality of the films, stated firmly, regardless of how they turn out, I want all 7 or 8. I'll give you 10 million Hong Kong dollars for each, focusing on overseas copyright accounts. Taiwan, Japan, Korea, Southeast Asia, and even Europe and America will all be covered. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback. Shen Lang continued, for external promotion. Each film as production cost must not fall below 10 million. Midnight screenings will be held for the brothers to support, creating a lively atmosphere. The videotape factory will operate at full capacity. Whether anyone rents is unimportant. What matters is how many we can sell. From now on, your company will only produce major films. A budget starting at 20 million, with no upper limit. Props used in the films, even if a letter is missing, you must report them at Hermes prices. His gaze swept across at Xiao, Mei Lantian, Jack, De Shaw, and De Kojio. From now on, you are all shareholders of this film company, awaiting dividends. I guarantee every film will be profitable, with shares to be distributed. The group exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken agreement. Brother Lang intends to use overseas copyrights, box office revenue, and videotape sales to gradually transform their liquid assets into legitimate profits. Leong Kuan understood this well. But the thought of pricing his dismal philosophical adult films at 10 million made his conscience ache, though not excessively. Lang, there's another issue. Leong Kuan scratched his head, seemingly hesitant to speak. What issue? Shen Lang did not even raise an eyebrow. Well, Leong Kuan's expression resembled one who had eaten spoiled food. I impulsively had my subordinates calculate the accounts for the past few months, resulting in 15 figures, each distinct. Reporting this to the tax bureau would be akin to seeking death. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Shen Lang's eyes were filled with incredulity. Inquiring, which divine being manages your company's accounts? Silly Chong and Pig Doe. Leong Kuan straightened his back defiantly, as if he were proclaiming something of great industry significance. One had completed elementary school, and the other had finished middle school. While their education was not high, they excelled in loyalty. How could such matters be entrusted to others? What if they're double agents? Would we not expose our very secrets? The moment he finished speaking, De Shaw burst into laughter, his shoulders shaking. Kuan, Brother Kuan, Silly Chong? Pig Doe? Their names are even less reliable than my De Shaw. Shen Lang rubbed his temples, feeling his mind racing. You now running a film company. A cultural entrepreneur boasting a budget that can soar to 20 million. Allowing someone who may not have even passed a 2-digit math test in elementary school to manage your entire accounts is as absurd as casting Silly Chong as your film's leading man. Audiences pay to watch films, not to engage in charitable acts for the intellectually challenged. Leong Kuan rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering softly, That's not the same. Accounting doesn't have to hit the big screen. It's surprising you can think of that. Shen Lang turned to Jack. Have Guo Lixiong send a reliable person over to take charge. I fear Silly Chong and Pig Doe might inadvertently calculate themselves into Qizhu. Guo Lixiong, whose real name is Lin Jiaxiong, bears a striking resemblance to someone from Dongguan. He was an accounting prodigy Shen Lang met during his studies in Qizhu, known for his penchant for asking others to solve math problems. Before incarceration, he was a top accountant at a financial firm, but his boss, using emotional leverage and unfulfilled bonuses, forced him to stay. One day, he returned home early and unexpectedly encountered his corpulent boss, clad only in a flamboyant leopard print thong, cowering behind his bougainvillea on the balcony. While his fiancée had misbuttoned her nightgown, Guo Lixiong said nothing and calmly retrieved the heavy cast-iron frying pan from the kitchen, rhythmically inviting his boss into the living room for an in-depth physical discussion on professional ethics and the sanctity of private space. Nearly resetting his boss's IQ from negative to 0. Due to intentional harm, he served several years, and upon release, developed an almost artistic obsession with making accounts appear more truthful than reality, subsequently studying abroad. Not long after Shen Lang's release, he called for Guo Lixiong to return from overseas, specifically to assist with their company's accounting as the financial director. The name Guo Lixiong was bestowed upon him by Shen Lang, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to the character of Guo Lixiong from the Human Nature of the Mobile Task Force. Understood, Jack nodded. Upon hearing that it was Guo Lixiong's crew, Leong Kuan immediately felt a sense of reassurance, his face once again adorned with a roguish grin. Why didn't you say so earlier, old buddy? With professionals taking charge, I can rest easy. No more squinting at those incomprehensible symbols every day, which is more torturous than watching the dreadful films produced by my company. It was evident that Leong Kuan had come to borrow manpower. and he likely fabricated those 15 erroneous figures. Dinner is served. Lon Shaai emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming clay pot, her cheeks slightly flushed from the heat. Her eyes twinkling, her voice as melodious as wind chimes. The atmosphere at the dining table was vibrant, with cups clinking together. As the wine flowed, Shen Lang set down his chopsticks, his gaze sweeping over Mei Lantian, Achio, and Jack. The extra earnings from the ship 2 days ago were roughly in this ballpark. He gestured with a finger. Achio, Mei Lantian, Jack, your shares will not be dispersed in cash. Rather, they will be accounted for from the future profits of the film company, clean and straightforward. I have already arranged for a professional team to salvage the gold. Once the deal is successfully executed, there will be more for you. Ashua, bring over the briefcase. He signaled to Wen Shueshan to fetch a briefcase, which he opened to reveal neatly stacked Hong Kong dollars. Here are 3 million, 1 million each to start with for your personal expenses. De Sha and De Kojio stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard, envious yet not resentful. De Sha rubbed his hands together, chuckling. Brother Lang, you are generous. 3 distinguished contributors. Shouldn't we celebrate tonight? Is old Du still a tycoon? Let's treat the whole table. Mei Lantian clutched his beloved bag tightly, and upon hearing the invitation, grinned broadly. Of course, after making so much, it's only right to treat the brothers to a fine dining experience, not just a casual outing. I, with my bucktooth, am quite willing. He paused, adding, what matters most is hearing sincere gratitude from others. It brings me joy. De Sha and De Kojio exchanged knowing glances, immediately understanding. And in unison, exaggeratedly exclaimed to Mei Lantian, thank you, brother Bucktooth. Mei Lantian squinted his eyes in satisfaction, resembling a cat that has just been groomed. No need for pleasantries. Leong Kuan stood up. All right, you all go ahead. I'll return to the company to await the arrival of the wealth god dispatched by Gu Lixiong to finalize the procedures. Your share of the dividends will be transferred shortly. Once that is settled, I'll join you. Tonight, we'll revel until we can't anymore. The group began to rise to leave. Shen Lang called out to Jack, quietly instructing, investigate the true decision-maker behind the Emperor gambling ship. I need to know whose game it is. Understood, Jack nodded, committing it to memory. As Leong Kuan reached the door, he glanced back at Shen Lang, who sat composed under the living room lights, clicking his tongue, and remarked quietly to De Sha, did you see that? My old buddy's business is only getting bigger. I reckon my position in the Hongxing is bound to be relinquished sooner or later. I might as well focus on helping him produce major films. Chapter 74, Wang Shaoji's Call. Hongxing is nothing, De Sha scoffed. Kuan Ge, you should exit early and concentrate on being the king of Saigon instead, right? Indeed. Kuan Ge, making films and being a king is far more lucrative than being involved in organized crime. Who in their right mind would pursue a future in the underworld? De Kojio chimed in. That makes sense. Leong Kuan nodded discreetly, already contemplating stepping away from the criminal world, reflecting, in the past, I had no choice. Now, I wish to become a good person. A good person? Go tell that to the judge. Mei Lantian interrupted Leong Kuan's noble aspirations. Damn it. Going to the nightclub and dilly-dallying. At this rate, all the girls will be taken. Damn it. Kuan Ge, what Bucktooth said might be crude. But you do look less like a good person than De Sha, De Kojio added. That is a fair point, Leong Kuan conceded. The group departed in a cacophony, leaving the villa in tranquility, with only the faint sound of the ocean waves outside. Shen Lang returned to the sofa, and Lon Shaai, like a languid cat, nestled into his embrace. Brother Lang, are you tired? She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear, her voice laced with a seductive tone. You've had to think about so many things all day, yet, the way you concentrate is particularly masculine. Her fingers gently tapped his brow when he furrowed it. It seemed as if he could crush all his troubles. Speaking of which, she giggled softly, her body pressing against him. I feel so secure. If the sky were to fall, you would hold it up for me. When Shueshan quietly tidied up the dishes in the dining area, the sound of running water barely audible, Shen Lang remained silent, merely tightening his embrace around Lon Shaai, lowering his head to inhale the fragrance of her hair. This unspoken intimacy made Lon Shaoi's heart blossom. Emboldened, she tilted her head up, her lips nearly brushing against Shen Lang's chin, whispering, tonight. I bought a new nightgown, in black. Do you prefer lace or velvet? The inflection of her voice rose enticingly, just as Shen Lang felt the fire within him ignite. His hand gently tightening around her waist, the outdated mobile phone on the table rang discordantly. Shen Lang patted Lon Shaoi's rear, signaling her to fetch the phone. She obediently extended her hand, answering the call and placing it to Shen Lang's ear, leaning in closer. Hello? Lang, are you free tomorrow afternoon? I'd like to invite you for coffee and finalize the details of our collaboration on the arcade. Wongfengi's voice came through the receiver, sounding somewhat businesslike yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. I can't tomorrow. I have plans, Shen Lang declined outright. as he indeed had a meeting scheduled with some well-recommended retired police officers, judges, and legal professionals for a consultant hiring banquet at Fu Lin Min, a crucial step in providing his company with an additional layer of protection. Oh, Wongfengi's tone noticeably dropped, pausing for a moment before reluctantly asking, "What about tomorrow night? Do you have time then? Just a casual dinner." Hearing her unusually soft tone, Shen Lang pondered for a moment. "Tomorrow night works. You choose the location." The atmosphere on the other end instantly lightened. "Great. I'll pick a place and let you know. It's a date." After hanging up, Lon Shaai pouted slightly, her tone dripping with mock jealousy. "Was that Wang Shaoji checking up on you?" She playfully referred to Wang Fengyi with a familiar, slightly envious nickname. Shen Lang did not respond, feeling that the earlier call with Wang Fengyi had only added fuel to the fire within him. Without a second thought, he swept the smiling Lon Shaai into his arms. "Ah!" Lon Shaai exclaimed in surprise, but offered no resistance. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with the allure of a woman who had been cherished, a captivating charm that was hard to resist. During their time together, she had shed some of her youthful innocence, resembling a fully ripened peach. Just a gentle touch would yield sweetness. Shen Lang carried her, striding towards the bedroom upstairs. Some flames could only be extinguished in a specific manner. Late at night, in a guest room on the second floor of the villa, when Shueshan sat alone on the spacious bed, hugging her knees, her chin resting atop them, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the plain wallpaper across from her. From the adjacent master bedroom came the faint sounds of Lon Shaoi's giggles and other suppressed yet discernible noises, piercing her heart like tiny needles. Pricking at an indescribable ache, she pouted in irritability, burying her face in her arms. Despite having no direct connection to her, an inexplicable pang of bitterness surged within her. Rising uncontrollably, she shook her head, attempting to divert her thoughts to other matters, such as the shopping trip during the day or the laughter shared with Lon Shaai while cooking in the kitchen. Yet, those images were soon drowned out by the intermittent noise from next door. With a sigh, she pulled the blanket over her head, but the annoying sounds persisted unabated. At the same time, outside the nightclub, the neon lights flickered alluringly. Leong Kuan was seen embracing a voluptuous and flamboyantly made-up woman, swaying towards his crown, his large hand unceremoniously caressing her waist, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Da Sha and Da Jiu were equally engrossed, each with an attractive escort on either arm. Their faces flushed with joy, loudly proclaiming their desire to head to Saigon for a seaside view. Jack and Achio also departed with their respective companions. Only Meilantian remained, his bucktooth gleaming joyfully under the neon glow, humming a tuneless Cantonese ditty as he contentedly made his way towards his crown. He paid little attention to the heavily made-up women around him. His mind was solely occupied with the thought of the delightful surprise his wife might express upon seeing the thick stack of cash in his wallet that day. For him, this pure, familial joy was far more tangible than the ephemeral allure of the nightclub. Several vehicles departed in succession, merging into the night. 2 hours later, in the police station's office, the harsh fluorescent lights cast a pallid glow. Inspector Feng Jiexiao rubbed her aching temples, staring at the blank duty log before her. She listened to the newly rotated subordinate report in an odd tone that blended fatigue, confusion, and barely suppressed laughter. "Madam, Target A, Meilantian." He was quite active in the nightclub, spending a considerable amount, yet his behavior was peculiar. He appeared eager to tip waitstaff, escorts, and even the cleaning lady, provided they loudly exclaimed, "Thank you, Tian Go." Feng Jiexiao paused, pen poised, and looked up, and then? Which woman did he leave with? "None at all," the agent replied, his expression subtly revealing his amusement. After hearing enough thank yous, he was satisfied, humming a tune as he drove back to his villa in Shallow Water Bay alone. Observations indicated he seemed to relish the thrill of the experience, a stark contrast to his fierce exterior. Feng Jiexiao's lips twitched slightly as she noted, "Behavior abnormal. Suspected special psychological satisfaction needs," encircling the phrase. Chapter 75, Application for Firearm Licenses. Another agent continued the report, his tone even more absurd. Target 1B, Da Sha, and Target 2B, Da Jiu, each took a woman with them to Saigon. They stopped en route, and, upon returning, due to drunken confusion and the similar color and model of the vehicles, mistakenly got into each other's cars. "What?" Feng Jiexiao thought she misheard. "Yes, madam." These two realized their mistake as soon as they got in, ran back, switched, and were shouting, "Brothers must not harm each other's women." The agent struggled to maintain a professional demeanor, but the amusement in his eyes was hard to conceal. Feng Jiexiao pressed her forehead, forcefully writing in her notebook, "Questionable intelligence, 0 organizational discipline. Target C, Leong Kuan." The third agent interjected, left with a female companion but pulled over within 10 minutes, paid her off, and then drove to his fishing grounds, where he has remained since. reportedly sleeping on a beach chair and has yet to wake. Target D. Achio, checked into room 2308 at the Li Hua Hotel. Target E. Jack is at the Peninsula Hotel. After hearing this, Fang Jiexia slammed her pen onto the table and leaned back in her chair, squeezing out her assessment between clenched teeth. A bunch of fools. They either scatter money to buy thank yous, or they are so drunk they can't even tell their cars apart. Or they take women to hotel rooms. Is this the caliber of people under Shen Lang? Target 0, Shen Lang himself, reported the agent monitoring the villa, has not left his residence all day. However, his 2 female cohabitants went shopping, spending extravagantly, with shopping bags from multiple luxury brands, their behavior remarkably ostentatious. Just days after the gambling boat robbery, on paper, they appear to be heroic civilians. Fang Jiexia's gaze sharpened like a blade, her fingers tapping the table. Where do they get so much money to squander like this? Shen Lang hides at home, while letting women flaunt themselves, and others squander wealth in ridiculous ways. This is not a celebration. It is a test of our reaction, a provocation. Continue to monitor closely for 24 hours. I have formally submitted a request to tap Shen Lang and his core members' frequently used phone numbers. Once approved, let us see how they concoct their perfect story over the phone. I refuse to believe this group can maintain their charade indefinitely. Yes, madam. The subordinates replied in unison. At noon, at Fu Lin Min, the ivory tablecloth reflected the overly bright light of the crystal chandelier, and the air was thick with the rich aroma of abalone and shark fin soup mingled with the faint blue smoke of premium cigars. A meal here often equates to several months' salary for an average person, and decisions made in jest extend far beyond the menu. Inside the private room, once the server departed, Jack directly addressed the issue at hand. Lon Shaai Security aims to initiate high-value item escort services, and I need to equip the company with legal qualifications for armed guards. Initially, we require 50 firearm licenses, corresponding to Article 13 of the Firearms and Ammunition Ordinance for Security Personnel. Former Superintendent Macaulay, who was slicing his steak, paused as the knife and fork lightly clinked against the porcelain plate, producing a crisp sound. He raised his slate blue eyes, regarding Jack as if he were a rookie unfamiliar with the rules. 50. Jack, do you understand the market? Yi and Company S Standard Chartered Security, responsible for the escort of more than half of the goldsmiths and jewelers in Hong Kong, hold only about 30 licenses. You, a new company, are aiming to be number 1 in the industry right off the bat? He set down his utensils, his tone carrying a reprimand. Last year, Huifeng Bank applied to the licensing department for an additional 10 permits to strengthen its escort capabilities from the vault to its branches. It took them 6 months just to prepare the feasibility report. In the end, they were cut down to 5 by the security department, citing concerns about excessive arming causing public unrest. Do you think your reasons are more compelling than Huifeng's? My reasons are very practical, business necessity and absolute compliance requirements, Jack retorted. Both Shen Lang and Jack understood that 50 licenses were impractical, but they needed to ascertain the limits. The greatest non-compliance lay in unrealistic scale. Macaulay was unyielding, stating that the most sensitive issue for the government house and the security department currently revolved around the scale of private armaments. 50 licenses concentrated in a newly established company? The political department will be the first to investigate you thoroughly, and the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau will treat you as a potential armed criminal group to monitor. Do you wish to live under a microscope every day? He provided a professional pathway. If you want to enter the market, follow the rules. Apply for 5 licenses under the guise of a pilot project for armed escort of high-value jewelry and commercial documents. The regulations stipulate that 1 firearm can be assigned to 2 security personnel on shift, sufficient for 10 to 12 people rotating. Only the Remington 870 and SW Model 10 are approved. If you wish to acquire sterling, you must provide a separate justification for cross-border high-value escort. This is the theoretical maximum that the Firearms Licensing Department and the Security Department can approve for a new company with no historical records. These 5 licenses are not for you to wage war. They are to endorse your credibility and test your authority. Jack lightly tapped the table with his fingers. 5 licenses are only enough to form a small team, covering 2 or 3 escort vehicles. Our business blueprint necessitates a more expansive scale. First, however, you must demonstrate your capability to manage these 2 or 3 vehicles. Macaulay leaned back in his chair, his tone leaving no room for dissent. With these 5 licenses, achieve 0 safety incidents, 0 violations, and flawless communication records with the police over the next 6 to 9 months. Simultaneously, you must engage a licensed third-party auditor to issue an authoritative internal security control system certification report. Only then can you, armed with this report, apply for an increase in licenses to 10 or 15, citing business growth and a mature management system as your rationale. Every step of this expansion must be substantiated by robust data and third-party endorsements. This is the language that will earn the approval and endorsement of the authorities in Victoria Park. Wild growth? That is a model for extortionists collecting protection fees, not for those wielding firearms. How can we ensure this pilot project enters the approval process and navigates critical stages successfully? Jack inquired substantively. This is the core reason for the substantial consulting fee you are paying me. Macaulay's gaze was penetrating. First, I will provide you with standard templates for all application documents, formats, terminology, and risk mitigation language, ensuring they will not be rejected by the licensing department for trivial reasons. Second, the current chief inspector responsible for substantive reviews, Zhang Jiqian, was, in 1983, exonerated from suspicion during an internal investigation into a gold shop robbery due to my strong advocacy, preserving his career. Upon seeing my recommendation, he will recognize the priority of this application. More importantly, I will convey a perspective through Assistant Commissioner Davis in an appropriate internal briefing, encouraging the development of a select few highly specialized, disciplined, and entirely transparent local high-end security firms. This will help liberate the police from low-risk commercial escort duties, allowing them to focus more on combating organized crime. This shift in direction will bestow a layer of policy support upon your pilot project. Chapter 76, Lon Shaai Trading Consultant. Jack then presented his final condition. During the preparation and operation of the pilot program, we require a focused environment. The recent attention from the O department has been somewhat excessive, affecting our team's morale and unsettling potential clients. Macaulay exhibited a hint of understanding and a trace of sarcasm. Davis's smooth transition to Deputy Chief of Operations last year was aided by my critical positive evaluation of his strategic management abilities during the senior personnel assessment meeting presided over by the police commissioner. Countering some criticisms of his perceived aggressiveness, he owes me a professional recommendation that adheres to the regulations. I will explain to him that conducting routine criminal surveillance on a company under stringent police supervision is a logical conflict and a waste of resources. The police's focus should be directed toward genuine threats like lynching and dongxing. This phone call is worth the annual consulting fee you are paying me. He rose, donned his suit jacket, and, casting a final cold glance at Jack, remarked, Jack, remember the nature of these 5 licenses. They are merely trial samples lent to you by the police, tethered by transparent strings. During the pilot period, should there be even a single misfire, a route violation, or any dubious associations involving your personnel, as your chief compliance consultant, I will have a professional obligation to promptly submit an emergency risk assessment report to the licensing and security departments, recommending the immediate and permanent termination of the pilot program and the revocation of all related licenses. My professional reputation is my most valuable asset beyond my retirement fund. You cannot afford to gamble with it. Jack raised his glass, his expression calm. Understood. Everything will operate according to the highest compliance standards. Macaulay nodded slightly, turned, and left, his stride still bearing the faded yet unmistakable authority. Jack watched Macaulay's retreating figure, secretly cursing the audacity of this individual, yet feeling that securing 5 firearms licenses for the security company made it all worthwhile. In the current climate of Hong Kong Island, possessing firearms licenses is a symbol of strength. In the adjacent private room, smoke and tea mingled. A Chio lounged in an ornate wooden chair. A Marlboro cigarette pinched between his fingers, unlit, merely spinning it back and forth. Opposite him, former Judge Howard resembled a law dictionary wrapped in human skin. Former Deputy Customs Director Richardson appeared as if he had just emerged from a sea of customs declarations, his eyes still fixated on numbers. Gentlemen, Achio began without even pouring tea. We at Lon Shaai Trading are currently primarily dealing in household appliances, but our future categories will expand, some through conventional channels and others, well, through the back door. You all understand. Howard sipped his pure tea with a stoic expression. Richardson raised an eyebrow, awaiting further details. We do not wish to stir trouble. Rather, we wish to avoid it. First, we fear that our downstream distributors may abscond with debts. Second, we worry that the customs officers may take a disliking to our goods, leading to delays that could stretch for days, with dock storage fees exceeding the value of the goods. He first addressed Howard, Judge Howard, for instance. If we have a batch of special edition CD players that differ slightly from those on the market, how should we phrase the contract and invoice to make it appear legitimate? In the event of a dispute, how can we ensure that the judge perceives us as merely unaware yet rule-abiding businessmen? Howard set down his teacup, his voice as straight as a ruler. The key lies in the goods sale ordinance and the unconscionable contracts ordinance. The product descriptions must be technically accurate, even if the actual items have non-standard modifications, as long as the documentation chain, invoice, packing list, bill of lading consistently points to a reasonable commercial purpose, such as a region-specific version or customer-customized testing item. The court is likely to accept surface evidence. As for preventing defaults, a meticulously drafted personal guarantee agreement with steep late penalties often carries more legal weight than underhanded tactics, especially if the counterpart possesses real estate or bank accounts. Right on. Achio grinned. You're teaching us to tell our story through legal documents. The narrative must be cohesive, and the blade must be concealed within the seams of the text. He turned to Richardson. Director Richardson, customs matters are more straightforward. We seek only one thing: speed. How should we declare to avoid frequent inspections? He continued. For the latest gaming consoles, could we declare them as components of television gaming equipment? In the event that an officer accuses us of undervaluing or overvaluing, or claims the plugs do not comply with Hong Kong's electrical regulations, how can we swiftly find the right person to resolve matters over a meal? Richardson chuckled. In 1989, the classification of electrical appliances within the Import and Export Ordinance was rather rigid. The tax code for components of television gaming equipment is cleverly utilized, as disputes over classification are minimal, and the priority for inspections is low. The key is to declare a reasonable value, slightly above the local price but below the market price in Hong Kong, and attach a formal invoice from the supplier for convincing evidence. As for compliance issues, prior to the goods arriving in port, you can consult an old friend at the Electrical and Mechanical Services Department to obtain informal guidance on technical specifications and include this correspondence during customs clearance. Inspectors usually release the shipment. If you're truly stuck, a phone call to the Commodity Valuation Department or Inspection Arrangement Group to inquire about technical details shouldn't be considered a violation. Clear as day. Achio toyed with his lighter, igniting the cigarette with a click. In essence, you are instructing us on how to navigate within the regulations most comfortably. Should we find ourselves in a bind, we also have the backup keys you two provide. He leaned back, surveying the two men through the swirling smoke. So, is it settled? You two are our esteemed guests at Lon Shaai Trading, special consultants. We wouldn't dare trouble you on regular occasions, only expressing our gratitude during festive seasons. When faced with insurmountable obstacles, I kindly request that you both lend your voices to guide me toward a clearer path. As for the consulting fee, I assure you that the wisdom contained within your seasoned minds far outweighs the mere interest accrued in a bank. Howard and Richardson exchanged glances, hesitating to raise their glasses. Howard spoke slowly. Mr. Achio, any advice we provide will be strictly grounded within the confines of existing laws and regulations. Of course. Achio interjected with a radiant smile. What we seek is the most optimized solution within that framework. Engaging in illegal activities is far beneath the standards of our respectable company. He emphasized the word respectable with a deliberate elongation, tinged with a hint of jest. Richardson added with a smile. We only offer information and professional advice that comply with regulations. The manner in which your business operates is entirely a matter of your own commercial judgment. Precisely. Professional advice and commercial judgment are two distinct matters. Achio raised his teacup. Shall we toast to a fruitful collaboration? May we always operate within the rules while making our business thrive. Only then did Howard and Richardson lift their cups to clink gently. The transaction was solidified amidst the fragrant tea and swirling smoke, a silent understanding between them. Achio, with the most irreverent tone, had struck a deal for a matter that required the utmost decorum. He did not need these two veterans to wade into the waters. He merely required them to stand on the shore, using their most professional gestures to guide him on where it was safest to cast his net, and how to gently pull the line should he become ensnared. Chapter 77. While others saw a dead end, he discerned a hidden door upon the wall. The door to the neighboring room swung open, and Leong Kuan burst in with fervor, plopping down and immediately gulping from his teacup. He turned to Shen Lang and complained. Cousin, why the rush to summon me? Shen Lang offered him a cigarette. Patience. This is Mr. Brown, a consultant we specifically engaged for the company, formerly the director of the building department. He turned to Brown. Mr. Brown, this is my cousin, Kuan, who primarily manages the sea fishing venue. Leong Kuan quickly forced a smile and extended his hand. Director Brown, it's a pleasure to meet you. My cousin has always mentioned wanting to consult with an expert, and it turns out to be you. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. His words were polite, yet his gaze bore scrutiny. Lang pays substantial consulting fees each year. Just how competent is this individual? Brown shook his hand briefly, his tone nonchalant. No need for formality. His attention shifted to the photos Shen Lang pushed over. Shen Lang laid out several images of the Saigon sea fishing venue and got straight to the point. Mr. Brown, here's the situation. We've established a sea fishing venue in Saigon, and the basic facilities are complete and operational. The model involves selling tickets and time extensions. Guests receive special commemorative gifts upon catching specific fish or meeting certain standards. After receiving their gifts, they can exchange them at nearby partner shops for other products or services. We only charge for entry and time. The gifts are complimentary and do not involve direct cash transactions. Brown listened quietly, examining the photos closely, the cement road, the tiled restroom, the marked parking spots for food trucks, and the floating platforms on the water. Leong Kuan, unable to contain himself, added, business is actually quite good. However, it seems the building department, water supplies department, and food and environmental hygiene department have caught wind of it. While they haven't formally approached us yet, the rumors are circulating. After reviewing the photos, Brown set them down, nodded to Shen Lang, and then addressed the two men, his tone steady yet incisive. The business design is quite clever, using gifts as a buffer to avoid direct gambling implications. However, the issue lies not in how you collect payments, but in the legality of what you've constructed. He pointed to the photos. The cement foundation with tiles is not a temporary shelter. The building department can classify it as an illegal structure and has the authority to demolish it if the septic tank discharges directly. The water supplies department can pursue criminal prosecution. If the food truck operates without a license, the food and environmental hygiene department can inspect and stop your business. The floating platform anchored in the sea can be deemed an illegal marine structure by the marine department, which can remove it. The connection to the highway can result in the transport department citing you for illegal road construction. With each statement, Leong Kuan's expression darkened further. Brown shifted his tone. However, there are ways to address these issues. Yet, it will not be a matter of simple patchwork. It requires a systematic approach to transform the gray areas into something more acceptable, gradually legitimizing your operations. First, hang a sign declaring the restroom as an accessory facility of the Coastal Ecological Monitoring Station. Install a Clargister BS6297 standard small-scale treatment device with a daily capacity not exceeding 5 cubic meters, according to the 1987 Waterworks regulations. This compliant equipment falls under the exempt license category, provided the outflow does not discharge into the sea or public channels. The Water Supplies Department can only conduct technical observations. Redirect the water to the newly constructed recycled water pool. Then proactively invite the Water Supplies Department's technician Leong from the Saigon office to review it and provide an environmental case study for a report. He will need this. And if he nods, the pressure from the building department and food and environmental hygiene department will be halved. Second, add conspicuous orange buoys to the four corners of the floating platform. Complete the March 12 form for the Marine Department, applying for a 90-day temporary mooring permit. The 1984 amendment allows for 2 renewals, totaling 270 days, during which they can only conduct safety records. Emphasize that this area is non-navigable waters. Mr. He from the Marine Department enjoys model ships, so gifting him a limited edition Victoria Harbor sailboat model could facilitate the registration process. Third, erect a sign at the intersection declaring it a temporary access route for private ecological restoration projects. Fill out the TR-139 form for the Transport Department, citing Article 7 of the 1985 Road Regulations, which can provide a 180-day exemption period. Replant shrubs along the roadside, photograph them, and send them to the Assistant Director of the Fisheries Department's Saigon branch, while also seeking advice on vegetation, ensuring the right posture is maintained. Upon finishing, Brown turned to Shen Lang. This is an urgent mitigation plan, budgeted at around 300,000, to be initiated within 2 weeks, aiming for a stable period of 6 to 9 months. However, to truly legalize your operations, you will need to change the land use, apply for formal licenses, and modify your business model, which will require a greater investment. He added, his gaze sweeping over Leong Kuan. Your gift exchange process must be scrupulously clean on the books, and operations must be discreet. The commemorative gifts must not bear any cash value, and the exchange channels must not have any direct connection to your ticketing system. This is non-negotiable. The room fell silent. In less than 10 minutes, Brown's precise diagnosis and path planning demonstrated why he was worth his fee. After decades in the field, he knew exactly which blank forms to pull from his drawer, which clauses existed outside the regulations, and which directors needed year-end cases, all stored in his mind. While others saw a dead end, he saw a hidden door upon the wall. Leong Kuan completely retracted his scrutinizing gaze, took a deep breath, and looked at Shen Lang. Cousin. Shen Lang nodded to Brown, his tone resolute. Proceed with the mitigation plan as you've outlined. Detailed contacts, regulatory references, and budget specifics, provide them to me by tomorrow. He turned to Leong Kuan. Cousin, this time, heed Mr. Brown's counsel. The path he points out is a lasting solution. Only by cloaking the illegal in a layer of legitimacy can our business endure. Brown inclined his head slightly, saying no more, and rose to leave. Once the door closed, Leong Kuan lowered his voice. Cousin, this man is truly formidable. Every word strikes at the heart of the matter. You don't think I have an abundance of cash to waste on hiring a retired old man as a mere ornament, do you? Shen Lang lightly tapped his fingers on the table. This Mr. Brown, before his retirement, was a living encyclopedia of the building department. Since the 1970s, how many blueprints for public housing, home ownership schemes, and private buildings have passed through his hands? He can recall which plots of land have ancestral graves that cannot be moved, and which blueprints have been cleverly modified for future planning, all without needing to open a file. Leong Kuan's expression tightened. This old man was indeed formidable. Regarding the new territory's village house rights and land exchange agreements, Shen Lang continued. During the fervent speculation of the 1980s, how many developers sought to exploit loopholes? A slight adjustment in his writing back then could have stalled the project for half a year or expedited it at lightning speed. He was most adept at manipulating the term technical return. Conversely, if he desired speed, he had his methods, such as appending a technical explanation to the approval documents, which left no room for criticism. He paused, looking at Leong Kuan. Many of the prominent surveyors, urban planning consultants, and heads of the buildings department approving blueprints today were once his subordinates or had attended his lectures. Altering a boundary line, covering a slight price difference, or expediting processes with a simple phone call was far more effective than us knocking on doors with a box of cash. Leong Kuan swallowed hard, recalling how casually Brown had mentioned Director Leong from the Water Supplies Department in Saikung and Director Ho from the Marine Department. Chapter 78. Leong Kuan. I want to withdraw from Hunghing. It was said that during holidays, several Chinese legislators in the Legislative Council responsible for housing and land matters would invite him for tea. Some policies were still circulating within the Chief Secretary's office. He likely already sensed which way the winds were blowing. Now, do you think the high consultancy fees I pay him monthly are worth it? Leong Kuan opened his mouth to say something, but found his throat dry. This was not merely the sort of face-saving intermediary understood in their circle. This was someone who had thoroughly grasped the intricate regulations of the entire Hong Kong government, even contributing to the writing of certain chapters. What he offered was not favors, but coordinates to the loopholes within the rules. It was not about audacity, but about how to legally walk a tightrope. Leong Kuan exhaled a long-held breath, his gaze devoid of doubt, replaced by a near-reverent gleam, and nodded emphatically, absolutely worth it. Brother, this expenditure is truly a sharp investment. This was not merely hiring a consultant. It was engaging a cornerstone who possessed all the keys to the government's hidden doors. Shen Lang nodded slightly. Thus, he picked up the note Brown had left on the table, filled with key points. The path he had charted, no matter how narrow or costly, must be traversed. He was not instructing us on how to engage in underhanded dealings, but teaching us how to navigate others' chessboards, employing their rules to play our own game. Leong Kuan grasped the paper tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline, nodding vigorously, this time without a trace of hesitation. He understood that from this moment on, their business would adopt a different approach. Suddenly, attention snapped in his mind, and he looked up sharply at Shen Lang. Brother, you spent such a hefty sum to bring back Brown, a living encyclopedia of land, planning, and construction. You don't intend to venture into real estate, do you? Shen Lang did not respond, merely allowing a faint, yet significant smile to curve his lips. Was such a matter in need of explicit declaration? Just as Leong Kuan was itching to press further, the door to the private room was knocked upon and then opened. Jack and Achio entered, reporting the conversation's contents to Shen Lang. After listening to their words, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction. Let us start with the 5 gun licenses, proceeding as agreed. Consultant fees should be paid on time, with the right attitude and courtesy maintained. Moreover, he paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the two, any needs for supplementary knowledge, understanding of processes, or access to specific resources must be fully supported. Learn what needs to be learned, ask what needs to be asked, and don't hesitate to spend money to pave the way. What I require are not mere names of consultants who take money without delivering results. I want to transform what they hold in their minds and their networks into tangible resources we can utilize. Do you understand? Understood, Langu. Jack and Achio responded in unison, without any unnecessary words. Leong Kuan, listening from the side, widened his eyes and unconsciously parted his lips. Gun licenses? Security company. This old brother's ambition. Initially thinking that establishing a sea fishing venue would merely serve to manage local authorities, he never anticipated Shen Lang's reach extended so far. A complex mix of admiration, coldness, and intense desire surged within his chest. Leong Kuan suddenly seized Shen Lang's arm, his tone shifting. Brother, do you need more people over there? I can bring my brothers to join you. From now on, if you point east, I absolutely want to go west. Achio and Jack exchanged knowing smiles. Shen Lang observed Leong Kuan's eager demeanor, smiling gently as he lightly pushed his hand away. Think it over first. Even if you truly bring a few hundred brothers over, I may not accept them all. To join the security company, one must pass the formal assessment, physical fitness, background checks, and adherence to rules are all essential. He paused, glancing pointedly at Leong Kuan's flamboyant shirt. We are not a triad. We do not indulge in ostentatious displays. Our path is one of discretion and professionalism. Imagine a uniform of black suits, white shirts, and ties, standing tall and sitting with poise, while others collect under-the-table protection fees. We will charge for risk management and service fees in black and white, justifiable and reasonable. We are law-abiding, tax-paying professionals. Every penny earned can be transparently discussed in the light of day. This declaration acted like a key, unlocking a new switch in Leong Kuan's mind. His eyes brightened instantly, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the perfectly tailored path for me. No need to say more, brother. You must reserve that position for me. Once I handle my affairs, I will definitely withdraw from Hung Hing." His mind raced with how to depart gracefully from the gang he had joined in his youth. After so many years in the underworld, he thought, the more he listened to his brother's plans, the more he felt that the days of fighting and collecting debts were merely a waste of life. Filmmaking, establishing a sea fishing venue, engaging in contraband trade. What could be more rewarding and respectable than the perilous task of collecting protection fees? Always welcome, Shen Lang nodded earnestly. As the saying goes, not all families are alike. Not everyone belongs to the same door. Instead of having his dear brother toil for others, it was better to bring him into his own fold, elevating him to a position of independent leadership. This aligned more closely with Shen Lang's long-term strategy than merely providing financial support. As the meal concluded, Leong Kuan exited with great vigor, his heart ablaze. He needed to rush back to the Sai Kung Sea fishing venue to convene a meeting with his subordinates. The stipulations pointed out by Director Brown must be strictly and immediately enforced. As for the pawnshop aiding in the disposal of gifts, what business was that of Leong Kuan's? From this very moment, when those at the pawnshop saw him, they were not to call him Brother Kuan. They were to sever ties completely. The few younger brothers at the pawnshop looked at Leong Kuan, who stood beneath the enormous sign of the sea fishing venue, declaring passionately, "You may have loved the sea, but I have loved you." The group shouted in unison, "Yes, Brother Sea King, we remember." Jack and Achio also drove back to the company, needing to convene an immediate management meeting to swiftly analyze and integrate the professional suggestions proposed by the two new consultants into the existing system and future expansion plans. Meanwhile, Shen Lang took Mei Lantian to inspect the company's fleet. The overall condition pleased him. Both the vehicle maintenance and the personnel's spirited demeanor resembled that of individuals invigorated by a surge of enthusiasm. This was evidently the result of Mei Lantian's adept management. Chapter 79. I intend to add my own sign to the arcade. In the evening, Shen Lang arrived at the restaurant as scheduled, accompanied by Mei Lantian. To meet Wongfengi, the restaurant boasted an elegant ambience, with soft lighting that created a warm atmosphere. Upon entering, Mei Lantian displayed his understanding of decorum by heading straight to a table that was distanced from the main one, yet allowed for visual contact. He quietly instructed the approaching waiter, 2 servings of steak, medium rare, and no need for a main course. Also, bring me a bottle of 82 Lafite. And please settle the bill for that table over there with mine. He gestured towards the direction where Shen Lang was about to take a seat. Certainly, sir. The waiter nodded, taking note and preparing to leave. Wait, Mei Lantian called him back, smoothly extracting a $100 Hong Kong bill from his suit pocket and handing it over, all the while narrowing his eyes, which always carried a hint of pride, as if anticipating a particular response. The waiter paused momentarily, then broke into a more genuine smile as he accepted the tip, bowing slightly. Thank you, sir. Mei Lantian leaned back comfortably, relishing the feeling of receiving quality service and respect in exchange for a reasonable expenditure, waving his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. When Wongfengi entered the restaurant, Shen Lang's gaze naturally gravitated toward her. She had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance. Adorned in a cream-colored Chanel-style skirt suit, her complexion appeared even more luminous, while her makeup, reflecting the prevailing natural trend of the time, emphasized her brow shape and lip line, exuding an air of refined femininity. Her legs, encased in brown-tinted glass stockings, were long and straight, elegantly accentuated by medium-heeled Charles David leather shoes that lent her each step a perfect grace. Shen Lang discreetly assessed her, objectively concluding, Wang's long legs and figure are indeed impressive, and her attire further enhances her charm. Noticing Shen Lang's gaze, Wongfengi felt a warmth spread across her cheeks, accompanied by a subtle thrill within her heart. She steadied her slightly quickened heartbeat as she approached the table and gracefully took her seat. Her voice soft. Have you been waiting long? Just sat down, Shen Lang replied, retracting his gaze and casually addressing the empty doorway behind her with a teasing tone. Did you not bring your entourage today? Wongfengi smiled lightly, shaking her head as she received the leather menu from the waiter. It's just a meal with friends. No need for an escort. She opened the menu and looked up at Shen Lang, her tone casual. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Or something in particular you wish to order? Order according to your preferences, Shen Lang replied readily, turning to the nearby waiter. For the appetizer, I would like the smoked salmon salad. For the main course, a sirloin steak, medium, accompanied by black pepper sauce. For the sides, sautéed mixed mushrooms. And replace the potatoes with roasted baby potatoes. What is today as soup of the day? It's the Zhou-style fish soup, sir, the waiter answered respectfully. That will do. As for the wine, I'll have a bottle of 87 Saint-Emilion, Shen Lang stated, barely pausing as he glanced at the wine list. The waiter slightly inclined his body. Speaking in a professional tone, the 87 vintage is on the lighter side, suitable for early drinking, sir. Perhaps you would consider upgrading to the 82 or 83. The current market is quite favorable. Shen Lang met the waiter's gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His tone brooking no argument. I want the 87. Alternatively, the 85 Ridge Montebello would suffice. The waiter's eyes flickered with understanding. This patron was knowledgeable. The 87 Bordeaux offered excellent value, while the 85 Ridge Montebello had just been awarded Wine Spectator's Wine of the Year. A savvy and fashionable choice among collectors on Hong Kong Island that year. We have the 85 Ridge, sir. Would you like it open now? Yes, please. About 4 degrees cooler than room temperature, and open it half an hour in advance to breathe, Shen Lang added. Understood, sir. Would you like the Saint-Emilion glass type? The waiter confirmed, referring to the slender Bordeaux glass commonly used in upscale restaurants. Yes. As he placed his order, Shen Lang spoke steadily. From dish pairings and desired doneness to wine vintage, temperature, and glass type, all reflecting his familiarity with the intricacies of Western dining. This almost fastidious attention to detail and assurance prompted Wongfengi to cast a couple more glances in his direction. In this day and age, few men could navigate Western cuisine so adeptly, possess knowledge of fine wines, and even be aware of the characteristics of different vintages, especially at such a young age. Coupled with his previous experiences, she ordered baked escargots and herb-crusted lamb chops, and once the waiter departed, she lifted her glass of water, using the act of drinking to mask a flicker of sentiment. Before her sat Shen Lang, composed in his discourse and calm in his demeanor. He bore little resemblance to someone who had recently emerged from a place like Stanley. He exuded a presence that seemed to emanate from a depth of experience, blending streetwise acumen with a businessman's shrewdness, yet curiously devoid of any hostility, offering instead a reassuring sense of control. This aura resembled that of emerging new elites who had navigated the business world for years. After exchanging pleasantries, Wongfengi transitioned to the main topic. She had 10 prime locations for arcades, already renovated and merely awaiting machines and operational management. Her proposal was straightforward. She wanted Shen Lang to oversee the procurement of machines and daily management, offering him a 30% stake in return for his technical and managerial input. For Shen Lang, the availability of 10 ready-to-go prime locations was undeniably an enticing springboard as he aimed to rapidly expand his entertainment empire. A 30% stake was also quite fair. However, his considerations clearly extended beyond that. After a moment of contemplation, he gently tapped his fingers on the white tablecloth and proposed an additional condition. I can accept the share percentage. However, I would like these 10 arcades to bear the name of Lon Shaai. Upon hearing this, Wongfengi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. A brand name signified ownership and long-term influence. And this request touched upon her initial vision of independence. Shen Lang perceived her hesitation and calmly elucidated. The name Lon Shaai has already established a foothold in the current arcade market, representing a certain clientele and reputation. Unifying the branding is not an attempt to subsume your enterprise, but rather to leverage the existing notoriety to expedite the establishment of your 10 new locations, saving both time and money on promotion. For you, the returns will be much swifter. He paused momentarily, meeting Wongfengi's gaze with sincerity. More importantly, since you'll be entrusting me with the management, you can step back entirely and simply wait for the profits each month. My next plan is to implement a unified membership system. A membership system? Wongfengi's interest was piqued by this term, which was relatively rare in the entertainment industry at that time. Precisely. Shen Lang leaned forward slightly, retrieving a pale plastic card from his suit pocket and sliding it across the tablecloth towards Wongfengi. The card was of considerable thickness, featuring only an embossed number and a line of gilded text reading Lon Shaai 1989 on the front, while the back was affixed with a black magnetic strip. This is a prototype. I intend to implement this membership card across all Lon Shaai locations. Customers will recharge their cards, make purchases, and accumulate points. Wongfengi ran her fingers over the card, noting its solid feel and exquisite gold embossing. The magnetic strip technology was cutting edge for the time, utilized only by a select few establishments like the affluent Fong and Lane Crawford. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Chapter 80, Membership System. Shen Lang continued to delineate his vision. I plan to integrate my existing 20-plus stores with your 10 new locations into a single membership system. Customers can join and deposit value at any Lon Shaai store, and all affiliated locations will accept the points, allowing them to enjoy discounts. What is the objective? To firmly bind customers. Even if new gaming centers open on the same street in the future, our patrons will be accustomed to our system, with their points and friendships rooted here, making it cumbersome to switch locations. This is our moat. He concluded, achieving this relies on a unified brand and a cohesive membership system. Displaying the Lon Shaai sign and utilizing this card is not intended to diminish your profits, but rather to maximize the cake we both share while establishing a high barrier to entry that not just anyone can cross. Wongfengi's gaze lifted from the uniquely textured membership card, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the gilded 1989 embossed on its edge, suppressing her shock. She posed the next practical question. The card is exquisite, and the concept is innovative. However, how can we convince customers that depositing money into this card is more advantageous than directly paying cash for tokens? Furthermore, how can we cultivate a habit of using the card rather than resorting to cash payments? Shen Lang picked up the milky white card from the table, deftly flipping it between his fingers, lightly scraping his nail across the black magnetic stripe, producing a subtle yet distinct sound, as if activating a precise mechanism. The crux lies in ensuring this card is not merely a card, but a key unlocking 3 layers of benefits. Each layer must target the most compelling desires of the players. The first layer is the simplest, termed token bonuses. When a customer deposits $100 into the card, we immediately credit them with 110 tokens. It sounds more enticing than simply stating a 10% discount. Moreover, points are solely tied to the card and are not registered to an individual. If the card is lost, the points become an advantage for whoever finds it. Thus, to avoid losing this invisible perk, they will habitually carry the card with them when they step out, effectively binding them to us. Wongfengi nodded thoughtfully. Utilizing additional bonuses to replace discounts leverages the psychology of gaining an advantage. Employing the risk of loss to compel the habit of carrying the card ingeniously imposes a hidden cost. It's a practical psychological tactic. The second layer consists of immediately visible privileges within the arcade, tangible benefits that can be redeemed on the spot. We will establish several tiers of points. For instance, accumulating 500 points allows customers to exchange a small slip of paper with a one-time continuation password. In certain games, losing a life necessitates starting over, causing many young players to become frustrated just before the final level. Is it worth spending a point to buy an extra life for them? Wongfengi envisioned those young players, gritting their teeth in front of the screen, reluctant to leave, a smile tugging at her lips. At 1,000 points, Shen Lang extended 2 fingers, allowing for the exchange of a specially crafted aluminum Lon Shaai commemorative coin. This coin is not for circulation, but its reverse bears a laser-etched serial number, with only 500 issued throughout the entire region. For players, this becomes a badge of honor to attach to their backpacks and flaunt among peers. At 2,000 points, in addition to exchanging for 50 regular tokens, they can obtain a priority pass for hidden machines. We will place 1 or 2 of the latest machines, such as Street Fighter or Raiden, in each store, where regular customers must queue while those holding the pass can play immediately. At 5,000 points, they can reserve a machine for 1 hour during non-peak times. A group of friends or a date can monopolize a machine, enjoying a sense of prestige. Wongfengi could already hear the increased clamor in the arcade, the sound of coins dropping and the cash flow generated by customers eager to accumulate points. Of course, with current technology, Shen Lang pragmatically stated, tapping the magnetic stripe on the back of the card. Points cannot yet be fully automated and real-time connected. I plan to install a small Z80 terminal, about the size of a palm, next to each machine, resembling a miniature calculator. Customers swipe their cards, and with a beep, the terminal screen lights up, displaying their accumulated points while staff manually records it in a ledger, a hybrid of manual and electronic processes. But in the eyes of those young patrons, the illuminated card reader already seems sufficiently high-tech and stylish. The third layer is what truly connects the 20-plus stores into a cohesive network, cross-store leaderboards, and a monthly championship. Shen Lang's voice grew calm, yet exuded stronger authority. On the last day of each month, all stores will compile the highest scores from their ledgers and post them on a poster at the entrance. The top 8 players in the region will be invited to the Causeway Bay flagship store to compete in the Lon Shaai Championship. On competition day, all machines will be open for play. We will invite DJs from Hong Kong Island to energize and commentate, while banners will be displayed outside, creating a festive atmosphere. The champion will receive 500 tokens, along with a gold card that guarantees a permanent discount of 95% and priority access for any new machines during their first week in the store. For players, this represents the pinnacle of honor and value. For us, Competition Day serves as the ultimate live advertisement and promotional event, drawing crowds and increasing sales of sodas and hot dogs beyond normal levels. More importantly, it fosters a sense of belonging among all Lon Shaai players, creating competition, communication, and shared goals. Finally, Shen Lang gently tapped the card against the pristine tablecloth, summarizing, thus, au fond, points themselves do not create a lock-in effect. However, the competitive spirit ignited by leaderboards, the vanity associated with limited edition badges, and the prestige afforded by cross-store privileges, these 3 elements combined can firmly anchor a young person's social interactions and gaming enjoyment within our system. The more they wish to impress their peers, the more they will feel compelled to deposit money and accumulate points. And what is the cost of the rewards we provide? He smiled, a glint of shrewdness in his expression. The continuation password is merely a slip of paper, the commemorative coin is an aluminum piece costing mere cents. The priority pass is a printed item, and the reserved machine time utilizes off-peak resources. The costs are nearly negligible, while the returns are a steady cash flow, heightened popularity, and a moat that is difficult for others to breach. In essence, this approach transforms this plastic card into a second key that players are reluctant to discard. With the keyhole exclusively opening at the Lon Shaai coin slots, Wongfengi listened quietly, her fingertips resting on the cool base of her wine glass. She not only grasped the intricacies of a membership system, but also discerned how Shen Lang skillfully navigated human psychology, youthful rivalry, vanity, social aspirations, and the relentless pursuit of cash flow and customer loyalty by businesses. This plan not only utilizes the latest magnetic card technology concept with foresight, but is also pragmatically built upon a semi-manual operational foundation, representing the most viable solution in the current environment. He not only envisioned what to do, but meticulously analyzed how to execute it effectively, showcasing a logical rigor that was truly admirable. Her last shred of doubt evaporated, replaced by a clear sense of recognition and an awe of encountering a true strategist. This man, after 3 years in Stanley, had evidently not squandered his time. He had delved into more than just manuals on foreign wines. He had likely explored deeper and broader realms. Chapter 81, Lu Jianda and Zhong Qiuyue. I understand now. She took a deep breath, her face breaking into a bright and resolute smile, no longer a mere expression of polite admiration, but a genuine acknowledgement of partnership. I am fully committed to the creation of this key, the installation of terminals, staff training, coin design, and the planning of competition days. Let us draft a detailed timeline for each. Shen Lang smiled appreciatively. Wongfengi indeed possessed discernment. Certainly. This requires your 10 new stores to cooperate from the ground up, with hardware modifications and staff training being crucial. We can plan in detail. In the restaurant, the 1985 Ridge Montebello wine swirled gently in the glass, exuding a complex bouquet of oak, blackberry, and a hint of tobacco. Between this exquisite beverage lay a solid foundation for a commercial blueprint, one that intertwined dozens of arcades and thousands of players, all based on plastic cards, handwritten scores, and the vanity of youth. Not far away, Melantion contentedly set down his knife and fork, dabbing at the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Words like leaderboard, championship, and laser numbers drifted into his ears. He could almost envision a future filled with fervent youths in various Wanchi arcades, fervently inserting coins for a mere card. A fleeting reputation and momentary pride, alongside the steady expansion of Wang Gu's empire that loomed behind this bustling scene. He raised his glass, this time not to the air, but discreetly toward the main table, lifting it slightly before finishing the contents with a quiet murmur. This is secured. Wongfengi was gradually enmeshed in Shen Lang's intricately linked membership scheme. Unlike an ordinary businessman focused solely on profit sharing, Shen Lang resembled a patient mentor, weaving market dynamics, human nature, and technology into actionable steps, guiding her to position her hands and feet where they would be most effective. She listened intently, her eyes sparkling and a genuine smile gracing her lips. A flicker of light at the restaurant entrance caught her attention. Senior Inspector Lu Jianda entered, accompanied by his subordinate and friend, Zhong Qiuyue. Lu Jianda had been in a foul mood these past few days, having been subtly rebuffed by Wongfengi on several occasions. To his surprise, he found her here, laughing warmly at another man, her eyes sparkling with an expression he had never received. His ire ignited upon realizing that the man was Shen Lang, the very individual he had personally incarcerated 3 years ago. How could someone with a criminal record sit across from Wongfengi, drawing forth such smiles from her? Zhong Qiuyue noticed as well, his expression darkening instantly. Muttering under his breath, "Damn it, it's that scoundrel." The two approached the table. Wongfengi was in high spirits, her high heels momentarily slipping off, revealing her slender foot clad in tea-colored stockings without her noticing, until Lu Jianda's deep voice interrupted. "Fengi, what a coincidence." She suddenly became aware, raising her head to see the two men, her smile freezing into an awkward expression. "Inspector Lu, Sir Zhong, what a surprise." Shen Lang had already caught sight of them upon their entrance, his original memories rendering him unsympathetic to their faces, and he had no intention of engaging, until they approached him directly. Lu Jianda maintained a veneer of calm, but Zhong Qiuyue's eyes blazed with animosity, as if he were staring at a longtime rival. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you. Have you finally been released? I suppose the food at Chizhu must be good." Wongfengi's brow furrowed immediately, feeling a wave of disdain towards Zhong Qiuyue's uncouth opening remark. Shen Lang raised his gaze, meeting Zhong Qiue's stare with calmness, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes, yet his tone remained steady. Sir Zhong. It has been a while. It seems you are quite concerned about my old friends. Concerned? Zhong Qiue scoffed, raising his voice, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Once a prisoner, always a prisoner. Do you think donning a suit makes you respectable? The absurdity of Zhong Qiue's statement almost made Shen Lang laugh. Although Hong Kong still adhered to colonial-era laws such as the Public Order Ordinance, there were indeed constraints on public officers' conduct. Zhong Qiue's public labeling of someone as a prisoner, with such derogatory and definitive language, constituted a malicious falsehood under common law. The victim could seek civil defamation compensation or provide testimony to the Complaints and Internal Investigations Division, CAPO, compelling the Department of Justice to consider court proceedings. Once the media caught wind of such a situation, the police, eager to preserve their reputation, would likely suspend the implicated officer and issue an internal apology. Zhong Qiue's emotional and foolish remarks not only lacked professionalism, but also handed Shen Lang leverage. Sir Zhong, Shen Lang's lips curled into a more pronounced smirk. The Hong Kong government spends substantial amounts training police officers, yet they produce individuals like you, who are filled with labels and devoid of fundamental legal knowledge. According to your logic, should all rehabilitated individuals not be allowed to start anew? Shouldn't the Correctional Services Department be renamed to Execution Grounds to align with your ideology? You. Zhong Qiue's face flushed with anger, a blend of humiliation and rage almost causing him to lose control. Just as he was about to explode, a figure swiftly intervened. It was Mei Lantian. Unbeknownst to him, he had left his seat, still holding half a glass of red wine, but his usual swagger was replaced with an unusual seriousness. He stepped in front of Zhong Qiue, and amidst the latter's astonished gaze, he raised his wrist and decisively splashed the entire glass of red wine onto Zhong Qiue's face. The deep crimson liquid cascaded down Zhong Qiue's cheeks and shirt, momentarily freezing the scene. This officer, Mei Lantian's voice boomed, righteous and stern, completely shattering his usual image. We are going to file a complaint against you and sue you. What if someone has served time? Does that strip them of their human rights? If every royal police officer harbors such hostility and discrimination against rehabilitated individuals, what purpose does the Correctional Services Department serve? Why not just shoot them on sight? He stepped forward, exuding an intimidating presence. How many people, upon being released, wish to start anew, only to face disdain and judgment from people like you? You wear this uniform, yet lack any semblance of justice or warmth in your enforcement. How can society accept them? When we were out at sea saving hundreds and thousands, where were you? Even your police department awarded us the Good Citizen Award. What right do you have to label me as a prisoner? As if I would be one for life? You are breaking the law and publicly insulting a good citizen. Mei Lantian's words resonated powerfully, not only reprimanding, but also highlighting the potential legal ramifications of Zhong Qiue's statements, drawing more attention from onlookers. Lu Jianda's expression darkened considerably. He was well aware of the rescue efforts Shen Lang and his companions had undertaken at sea and the commendations that followed. What alarmed him even more was that Mei Lantian's words held some truth. Zhong Qiue's comments, if pursued, could indeed lead to trouble. He forcefully grabbed the trembling Zhong Qiue, who was on the verge of lashing out, and hissed under his breath, "Enough! Is it not embarrassing enough? Let us go." Almost forcibly, he pulled the wine-stained, humiliated Zhong Qiue toward the side of the restaurant, seeking an empty spot to sit and avoid further scrutiny. Chapter 82. A Humiliating Retreat. Wongfengi was taken aback by the sudden altercation, glancing at Shen Lang with an apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know they would act this way." "It's nothing," Shen Lang replied, leisurely taking a napkin to wipe his hands. His gaze sweeping over the two being led away, and he remarked nonchalantly, "Just a couple of unrefined flies, no matter how loudly they buzz. They remain nothing more than flies." Just as Lu Jianda and the humiliated Zhong Qiue settled at a vacant table, still shaken from the encounter, a server approached. Zhong Qiue, attempting to divert attention by ordering, was met with the server's polite yet unyielding response. "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but our establishment is unable to serve you tonight." "What?" Zhong Qiue could hardly believe his ears, snapping his head up. "What do you mean? Are we broke? Get your manager out here. Get your boss." "I am the boss." A voice, both graceful and imbued with a sense of detachment, emerged. There stood N.I. Yongshao, sauntering from a nearby elegant booth. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit, gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, and his gaze calm and undisturbed behind the lenses. He first inclined his head slightly towards Shen Lang and Wongfengi, a gesture of acknowledgement, before turning his attention to them. His tone gentle yet unyielding. "The establishment is rather confined, and I fear we may have neglected to attend to the needs of the two esteemed gentlemen. To avoid disrupting your dining experience, may I kindly request you to relocate?" While couched in politeness, the intent to usher them away was unmistakable. Zhong Xiaomei trembled with indignation, pointing at Ni Yongxiao and then at Shen Lang. Very well, very well. Birds of a feather. Just you wait. With that, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, she forcefully pushed her chair back and stormed out of the restaurant without a backward glance. Lu Jianda's expression turned ashen as he cast a deep, complex glance at Ni Yongxiao and Shen Lang, ultimately choosing silence as he turned to follow her out. Mei Lantian observed the two retreating figures, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he glanced at the corner camera mounted on the restaurant ceiling. He then produced the latest model of a mobile phone, deftly dialing a number. Hello, Lawyer Zhou. This is Mei Lantian. I wish to consult you regarding an incident that occurred in a public space. Two individuals, who claimed to be police officers, subjected both Brother Lang and myself to severe verbal insults and discrimination, which should have been captured on CCTV. I would like to inquire whether, aside from filing a police complaint, we can pursue a civil lawsuit for criminal defamation and emotional distress. It was only then that Ni Yongxiao approached Shen Lang and Wongfengi's table, wearing his customary faint smile. Mr. Shen, Miss Wang, I apologize for the disturbance. Allow me to treat you to this meal as a means of alleviating your distress. Shen Lang did not decline, raising his glass in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Ni. I appreciate your concern. It's a trifling matter, Ni Yongxiao replied, adjusting his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the site of the earlier altercation. His words laced with implication. If needed, my staff here would be more than willing to provide testimony regarding what they witnessed and heard. With that, he offered a slight bow before gracefully departing. As the restaurant gradually returned to tranquility, the air still bore the remnants of tension. Wongfengi observed Shen Lang, who remained composed, and recalled Mei Lantian's authoritative yet legally grounded reprimand, suddenly realizing that the world surrounding Shen Lang and his manner of navigating troubles was far more formidable and methodical than she had ever imagined. Shen Lang retrieved a pen from his suit pocket, inscribing an address on a notepad before passing it to Wongfengi. This is my warehouse rented in the Neon District, conveniently located and spacious enough. Please arrange for the machinery to be delivered here. I will manage the other matters. Wongfengi nodded in agreement, accepting the note and placing it carefully in her handbag. Her movements so natural they suggested that Shen Lang's every arrangement was merely a matter of course. At that moment, her feelings towards him transcended mere trust as a business partner. A mixture of admiration, dependence, and a faint flutter of emotions coursed through her eyes, almost impossible to conceal. Shen Lang, perceptive to this silent affection, calmly diverted his gaze, taking a sip from his glass. Wongfengi had words unspoken, yet they lodged in her throat. She realized that aside from her familial background, she possessed little advantage before Shen Lang. His intellect, resourcefulness, vision, and that serene aura left her both enchanted and somewhat self-conscious. The trepidation of potential rejection ultimately stifled her vague feelings. Let us go. I'll drive you home, Shen Lang announced, placing his glass down and signaling the waiter for the bill. Did you come by car? I did not. Wongfengi instinctively shook her head, her ears flushing slightly. In truth, she had driven there, yet in that moment, she inexplicably desired for him to take her home. They both rose to leave. As they reached the entrance of the restaurant, a sudden gust of night wind swept in, causing Wongfengi to slip slightly and lurch forward. Shen Lang reacted swiftly, extending his hand to steady her, but in her fluster, she looked up, and their lips inadvertently brushed against one another. That fleeting warmth left both momentarily stunned. Like a startled rabbit, Wongfengi recoiled abruptly, her cheeks flushing crimson as she awkwardly lowered her gaze. I am sorry. Shen Lang steadied her, his demeanor unchanged, though a subtle ripple of emotion flickered in his eyes. It's quite all right, just be careful. This brief, yet intimate moment was witnessed by two pairs of eyes. Not far away, in what appeared to be an ordinary sedan, Fang Jiexia and her subordinate, tasked with surveilling Shen Lang, were watching intently through the car window. Fang Jiexia's brow furrowed sharply as she whispered to her colleague. Shen Lang was once a member of the Chuanqing Society, although he has withdrawn. His proximity to Wongfengi is concerning. If this continues, he may very well become the son-in-law of the Chuanqing Society. We must closely monitor this connection moving forward. Simultaneously, Lu Jianda and Zhong Xiaomei, who had just started their car to leave, also witnessed the scene. Lu Jiandao's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white. Zhong Xiaomei, seething with rage, slammed her fist against the car door. Damn it. That bastard. Lu Jianda remained silent, slamming the accelerator down, the car surging aggressively into the flow of traffic. Wongfengi, thoroughly embarrassed, barely dared to lift her gaze as she entered Shen Lang's car. The interior was suffused with the subtle scent of leather and her delicate perfume. Throughout the drive, her mind replayed that unexpected brush of lips, her heart racing uncontrollably. She found herself unconsciously biting her lip and stealing glances at Shen Lang's sharply defined profile. He was focused on driving, his expression tranquil, as if nothing had transpired, which only served to further unsettle her. The vehicle came to a smooth stop in front of her villa. Wongfengi hesitated, unbuckling her seatbelt. Mustering the courage to invite him once more. "Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? It's too late, perhaps next time." Shen Lang responded gently yet firmly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wongfengi's eyes as she responded with a soft "oh" before exiting the car. The night breeze was cool, and as she reached for the door handle, her footsteps faltered. An unprecedented impulse seized her. Suddenly, she pivoted, jogging back to the car. Just as Shen Lang lowered his window, the night air rushed in. "Did you drop something?" he inquired. Wongfengi offered no answer. She bent down, cupping Shen Lang's face in her hands, her eyes closing as she pressed her lips against his, her actions driven by an urgency she could scarcely comprehend. The kiss was awkward yet fleeting, yet it encapsulated all the courage she could muster in that moment. She was oblivious to her intentions, lost in a whirlwind of emotions, propelled by an inner voice urging her to act. Chapter 83, Wongfengi's Initiative. After their lips parted, she panicked, attempting to flee. But Shen Lang held her by the nape of her neck. His grip was gentle, yet imbued with an irresistible force. Wongfengi's eyes widened in surprise as she met his deep gaze, mere inches away. In the next moment, Shen Lang leaned in to kiss her again. This kiss was not the hurried peck of before. It was warm, assured, carrying a sense of possession and guidance. Initially stiff, Wongfengi gradually relaxed within his embrace, closing her eyes and responding clumsily. As their lips intertwined, an unfamiliar tingling sensation and an odd sense of security enveloped her, almost drawing her into a trance. It was only when she felt breathless that she began to beat against Shen Lang's arm in a flurry. He promptly released her, both their breaths slightly unsteady. Yet his gaze remained calm, a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he simply watched her. Wongfengi gasped for breath, her cheeks ablaze, appearing remarkably flushed under the dim light of the car interior. Overcome with embarrassment, she could no longer remain there and turned, fleeing towards her home. The sound of her high heels striking the ground in a chaotic rhythm. Shen Lang watched her hurried silhouette vanish behind the door, his fingertips lightly brushing over his lips, which still seemed to carry the faint fragrance and soft touch of her lipstick. A deeper smile played at the corners of his mouth as he gradually rolled up the car window and drove away. Not far off, in another vehicle, Mei Lantian, who had witnessed the entire scene, excitedly retrieved her mobile phone, swiftly dialing a number, her voice lowered yet unable to conceal her exhilaration. "Jack. Jack. It's 20-1. Miss Wang just initiated a kiss with Lang Go, right at her doorstep. I saw it clearly." On the other end, Jack's voice, laced with amusement, replied, "Don't worry. You won't miss out." But did Lang Go reciprocate? Of course. What kind of man is Lang Go? He won't let himself be at a disadvantage. Mei Lantian beamed with delight, feeling certain of her insight. I could tell Miss Wang's gaze towards Lang Go was unusual. Meanwhile, within the villa, Wongfengi leaned against the heavy door, panting, the flush on her face yet to fade. Her father, Wang Dong, who was reading the evening newspaper, along with a servant carrying tea, both looked at her in astonishment. "Miss, what's wrong? Your face is so red?" the servant inquired with concern. Wang Dong also set down his newspaper, puzzled. "Au fond? What happened?" Wongfengi covered her burning face and mumbled a vague, "It's nothing," before hastily dashing up the stairs and retreating into her room. She slid down against the door, her heart racing, the lingering sensation of Shen Lang's presence and warmth still palpable on her lips. "I can't face anyone now," she murmured, burying her face in her palms, her tone revealing not much regret, but rather a hint of indescribable, thrilling sweetness. Upon returning to the villa, Shen Lang yanked off his tie and tossed it onto the sofa, the fire ignited by Wongfengi's awkward yet audacious kiss still smoldering within his veins. He strode purposefully up to the second floor. At the bend of the staircase, Lon Shaai had just finished bathing, dressed in a moon-white silk camisole, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, holding a book as she intended to return to her room. The lingering steam and subtle scent of shower gel enveloped her. Upon seeing Shen Lang, her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak. However, Shen Lang did not afford her the opportunity. He stepped forward, encircling her delicate waist with one arm, while the other cradled the nape of her neck, lowering his head to kiss her. This kiss was charged with palpable restlessness and aggression, urgent and forceful, prying open her lips as if seeking to quench the flames within him. Lon Shaai was completely unprepared, her book falling with a soft thud onto the plush carpet. Her body stiffened momentarily, but soon, feeling the irresistible strength of his embrace and the heated warmth of his lips, she softened, obediently closing her eyes. Her initially perplexed hands gently climbed up his solid shoulders, responding with shy compliance. With her response, Shen Lang tightened his grip, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Lon Shaai gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms tighter around his neck. Her cheek brushing against the slightly open collar of his shirt, feeling the warmth of his skin and the quickening of his heartbeat, her own cheeks flushing crimson. He carried her towards the master bedroom. As they passed the hallway, the door of the adjacent room silently cracked open. When Xueshan peeked out just in time to see Shen Lang carrying Lon Shaai into the master bedroom, the door closing behind them, her cheeks flushed. She quickly withdrew her head, muttering under her breath, "Here we go again," truly energetic. Not wishing to eavesdrop, she decisively turned back to her room, picked up a book, and quietly slipped down the stairs. In the master bedroom, only a bedside lamp cast a soft, warm glow. Shen Lang laid Lon Shaai on the spacious bed, the delicate strap of her camisole slipping down slightly, revealing an expanse of skin as smooth and luminous as mutton-fat jade. Her exquisite collarbone accentuated by the play of light and shadow. She appeared somewhat anxious, her bare feet curling inward slightly, her slender ankles graceful and silently seductive in the dim light. Shen Lang leaned closer, his fingers brushing aside the damp strands of hair from her cheek. His fingertips cool and silky. Lon Shaai lifted her gaze to meet his, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness, yet glimmering with a trusting, surrendered light. She said nothing, merely extending her slightly trembling fingers to unfasten the remaining buttons of his shirt. As the night deepened, moonlight filtered through the loosely drawn curtains, gently spilling into the room. In the dimness of the master bedroom, Lon Shaai lay on her side beside Shen Lang, her fingertips still tinged with the sensation of his back. She propped herself up slightly, gazing down at his face. The previous hint of restlessness in his brow had now dissipated, leaving behind a profound tranquility. A subtle smile curved her lips, radiating understanding and satisfaction. Clearly, this endeavor to extinguish the flames had been quite successful. Shen Lang captured her hand resting against his face. Holding it in his palm, Lon Shaai did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she leaned in closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear, her voice low and slightly husky, yet imbued with a unique softness. "Has the fire been extinguished now, Lango?" Shen Lang gazed into her glistening eyes, the blush on her cheeks still evident. Then, with a slight exertion of his arm, he drew her fully onto himself. "What do you think, my little enchantress?" Lon Shaai let out a soft hum, yet offered no resistance, resting her chin upon his shoulder as if finding the most comfortable spot, like a contented cat. She could distinctly feel his body completely relaxed. His muscles no longer tense, his heartbeat steady and strong. This realization further inflated her sense of satisfaction. "Seems like it has cooled down," she mused aloud. Her voice laced with laughter, playfully tapping her finger. "The investigation is of utmost importance, but one's health is equally paramount." Fang Jiexiao furrowed her brow, noting that Huang Qifa's current demeanor starkly contrasted with his previous insistence that she handle the case. If her instincts were correct, there must have been a turn of events. Huang Qifa sighed, appearing quite helpless. "The gambling ship case, alas, is a headache. Lives were lost, money was squandered. And though Shen Lang and his associates did manage to save quite a few, the matter, while not reported in the newspapers, was well known among those who needed to know. Above, influential family members were inquiring about progress daily. The pressure is immense. Assistant Commissioner Davis personally called this morning, issuing a deadline, a final ultimatum, of 1 week. Fang Jiexia's gaze sharpened. 1 week? Indeed, 1 week. Huang Qifa leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced over his abdomen, his tone laden with nuance. "Within this week. If we fail to present irrefutable evidence linking Shen Lang to the loss of lives and funds aboard the ship, then all specialized resources must be redirected to pursue the fleeing robbers. Huang sir, the connection between the smuggling routes and the Yamaguchi-gumi could very well be our breakthrough." Fang Jiexiao urged. "Jiexiao, I comprehend your thoughts." Huang Qifa waved his hand dismissively, a smile tinged with evident difficulty gracing his lips. "However, smuggling falls under the jurisdiction of customs. If we overstep, we risk creating a tumultuous situation. The Yamaguchi-gumi? That opens a can of worms, involving international collaboration, with layers of bureaucracy that we simply cannot afford to navigate, and the outcome may not be favorable. Our most pressing concern is to provide an account of the gambling ship incident, one that can be articulated in a polished report for the higher-ups and the families affected." He stood, circumventing the desk to approach Fang Jiexiao, patting her arm with the concern of an elder for a junior, his voice softening slightly. "Trust me, this week. Concentrate all your efforts at home. Investigate whether any of that money was laundered through Shen Lang's establishment. Look into any recent unusual wealth among his subordinates. Examine the tools used by the robbers and their methods. See if there are any traces connecting them to Shen Lang's past. Even a solid lead could enable us to persist in our inquiry, and I would have the confidence to negotiate with the higher-ups." He returned to his seat, picking up the report Fang Jiexiao had brought, finally glancing through it before gently closing it and pushing it back toward her. His actions imbued with a regretful expression that seemed to convey a sentiment of, "It's not that I do not support you. File these for now. They are not without merit, but presently, they lack practical utility. We must first extinguish the fire before us. Do you understand my meaning?" Fang Jiexiao gazed at Huang Qifa as polished and calculated demeanor, which exuded an air of helplessness while simultaneously drawing boundaries, realizing he had made his choice. Faced with the pressures of solving the case, departmental limitations, and potential risks, he opted for the path most aligned with the current logic of the police force and self-preservation. Huang Qifa concluded, resuming his authoritative tone. 1 week. I require concrete, presentable progress. Jiexiao, I know you are unwilling to accept this, but sometimes, in investigations, one must employ strategy and gauge the prevailing winds. Let us first navigate this immediate hurdle before addressing anything else. Understood, Huang Sir. Fang Jiexiao grasped the report, her fingertips pressing firmly. She was acutely aware that behind this polished, resigned rhetoric lay a chilling reality and a finite deadline. Very well, go now? And take care to rest. Huang Qifa lifted the now-cool cup of coffee, signaling the conversation to a close. Exiting the office, Fang Jiexiao leaned against the cold wall of the corridor. The week ahead, with its confined battleground and shelved clues, weighed heavily upon her. Simultaneously, in another office within the East Kowloon district, Senior Inspector L.V. Jianda stood with his subordinate, Sergeant Zhong Qiuyue, before their superior, Chief Inspector Luo Shouyao. The atmosphere was even more tense than at Huang Qifa's office, charged with an unmistakable air of conflict. Before Luo Shouyao lay 2 documents. The left was a copy of a complaint letter just received from CAPO, Complaints and Internal Investigations Division. The edges still warm from the fax machine. The right was an ivory-white letter from the law firm of Zhou Wenfeng, sealed with red wax, resembling a declaration of war. Lying quietly on the desk. What performance were you 2 putting on at the restaurant last night? His voice reverberated against the glass tabletop. Zhong Qiuyue, her neck stiff, replied. Luo, sir, we were on a routine patrol and happened to encounter that scoundrel Shen Lang. Routine patrol? You found yourselves in someone else's restaurant, pointing fingers and calling him a one-day prisoner for life, and then had red wine splashed in your face? The CCTV even recorded your every word. Luo Shouyao slammed the lawyer's letter open, tapping his finger on the paper. Look at this, drafted at 3 a.m. Delivered to the police department by courier at 7. Allegations of malicious defamation, civil slander, and discriminatory enforcement, demanding a formal apology and compensation within 7 days, or they will seek a private summons in court. The statutes, precedents, and witness lists are all meticulously arranged, more orderly than our own witness statements. The Internal Investigations Division has just reported back 6 witness testimonies from the restaurant and a segment of CCTV footage all point to you, Sergeant Zhong. Assistant Commissioner Davis has reviewed the summary and asked if I want this to become the headline of the South China Morning Post. L.V. Jiandao interjected gravely, Luo, sir. Shen Lang does have a criminal record. We were merely, do you have a search warrant? Do you have any criminal evidence? No. Then that was just emotional venting. Now the complaint is lodged with the Internal Investigations Division, and the lawyer's letter has reached the Assistant Commissioner. There is more tension above than during a major case. The office fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the ceiling fan's creaking. Luo Shouyao took a deep breath, his tone steady yet weighty. Listen. Shen Lang saved hundreds of citizens on the gambling ship and received a Good Citizen Award. The higher-ups require both face and substance to prevent the situation from escalating. We must initiate procedures immediately. He turned to Zhong Qiuyue, speaking deliberately, as if hammering a nail. Sergeant Zhong Qiuyue, surrender your firearm and appointment certificate. You are placed on paid leave pending investigation. The police will issue a letter expressing regret for the unnecessary verbal distress caused to Mr. Shen and will seek reconciliation. Zhong Qiuyue's face flushed crimson, the veins at her temples pulsing. You want me to hand over my gun and apologize to that scoundrel? It's regret, not an admission of guilt. Luo Shouyao interrupted coldly. Surrendering your weapon is procedure. The leave is meant for you to cool down and also to preserve your dignity. Chapter 85. Sincerity. Zhong Qiuyue's fists clenched so tightly that they creaked, her knuckles turning white. She suddenly unfastened her .38 revolver from her waist and slammed it onto the table with a bang, then flung her police badge across. What is the point of protecting anything? I'll take my leave. Don't even think about asking me to admit fault to that scoundrel. She turned and yanked open the door, the wooden panel slamming into the frame, the echo causing dust to fall from the walls. This was not a posture of contrition, but rather one of reckless defiance. Luo Shouyao stared at the solitary firearm on the table, muttering a curse. Impulsive, foolish. L.V. Jianda clenched his lips tightly, his hands balled into fists at his sides. Zhong Qiuyue was not only his sister-in-arms, but also someone he had mentored. Shen Lang's counterattack was swift and ruthless, striking directly at their most sensitive nerve. Utilizing the most legitimate of procedures, he had forced Zhong Qiuyue to the brink of collapse. Truly venomous. Luo Shouyao pushed the gun back to the center of the table. Jinda, collecting the weapon is merely a stopgap measure. Shen Lang's lawyer has warned that if they do not see sincerity, they will file a civil claim in the High Court and send the internal investigations report to the media. The higher-ups are reluctant to face a court battle, let alone land on the front page. You need to speak with Shen Lang at least once. Even a superficial handshake would allow the lawyer to withdraw the letter. We cannot afford for another gun to be surrendered. Lu Jinda suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Sir Luo, should I go and plead with him? It's not about pleading. It's about resolving the issue. Luo Shouyao corrected him. As a senior inspector, you ought to comprehend the stakes involved. Set aside personal emotions for the moment. If this matter is not swiftly settled, your promotion report and the evaluation of your entire team will be adversely affected. This is not merely a matter concerning Zhong Qiuyue alone. Consider the repercussions. Lu Jinda felt a dryness in his throat, his temples throbbing. He could almost envision Shen Lang leisurely sipping tea at that moment, listening to his subordinates report the chaos unfolding on the police front. A profound sense of helplessness intertwined with rage at being thoroughly manipulated engulfed him. I will consider it. He managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, neither agreeing nor refusing. Luo Shouyao understood that he could not press too hard. He waved his hand dismissively. Leave now. Take a moment to calm down. Remember, you're a police officer. When handling cases, focus on evidence, and when resolving conflicts, employ strategy. Do not allow anyone to grasp another incriminating handle against you. Lu Jinda silently saluted before turning to depart. As he reached the doorway, he glanced back at Zhong Qiuyue's appointment certificate on the table, his gaze icy and piercing. Meanwhile, at Shen Lang's villa, in the living room, the afternoon sun filtered through the blinds, casting stripes of light and shadow across the floor. Shen Lang sat across a walnut coffee table from Zhou Wenfeng. Dressed in a classic deep gray suit skirt, Zhou Wenfeng's attire was impeccably tailored, the fitted design accentuating her curves perfectly. The hem of her skirt rested 2 inches above her knees, her legs, clad in smoke gray sheer stockings, elegantly angled together, while her feet were adorned with 4-centimeter black suede mid-heeled shoes, their tips glinting softly in the light. She maintained a poised posture, her back silhouette clearly visible through the fabric, and a steel chain Longines sports watch on her wrist gleamed with a cold luster as she moved. Their connection dated back 3 years, when Zhou Wenfeng was a fledgling yet audacious lawyer. Braving various pressures, she took on Shen Lang's case, ardently defending him in court, and ultimately securing a reduced sentence of 3 years. Shen Lang had always remembered her relentless dedication, even at the risk of offending others. 6 months ago, upon learning that she had faced troubles with a gang for advocating for vulnerable groups, nearly jeopardizing her law firm, he utilized the connections he had forged in prison to discreetly resolve her crisis, subsequently introducing her to several high-quality case sources. Later, just 3 days after Shen Lang's electronic street reopened, she proactively sought him out, offering not a plethora of thanks, but a meticulously drafted long-term legal service agreement. From that moment on, she became the sharpest and most reliable legal spear and shield in Shen Lang's arsenal. Zhou Wenfeng loyalty, 98. The chain of evidence was intact. The CCTV footage bore timestamps, and 6 witness statements corroborated each other. The police were most fearful of being labeled as engaging in discriminatory enforcement. Having just released an internal PR review report earlier this year, they dared not hold firm at this critical juncture. She turned a document toward Shen Lang, her fitted skirt straining slightly as she leaned forward, revealing a glimpse of the silver watch chain at her wrist, according to Article 3 of the Defamation Ordinance. We should issue a letter demanding a written apology and nominal compensation. The complaint will simultaneously follow the capo procedure. If they remain silent for 14 days, we will apply for a private summons and escalate the matter to the court. We will compel the Department of Justice and the police to make a statement at a more public level. The tempo is now in our hands. Mei Lantian, nestled on a nearby sofa, listened intently, twirling a Zippo lighter in his hand, unable to suppress a grin. Lawyer Zhou, your paper bullets are even more lethal than real ones. Right at the heart. Let's see if those 2 fools still dare to bark. Zhou Wenfeng took a sip of her coffee. Following procedure, the most likely reaction would be to temporarily suspend or transfer Zhong Qiuyue to prevent the situation from escalating. Simultaneously, someone would likely approach us in an attempt to negotiate. Well done, Shen Lang nodded. Reflecting on the previous night's events, he still felt disheartened. It was merely a dinner. Yet he encountered such misfortune. At that moment, Jack approached, leaning in to whisper a few words in Shen Lang's ear. Upon learning that the surveillance on Fang Jiexiao and others would soon be lifted, Shen Lang nodded with satisfaction. Tell the Shah to start stocking up in a couple of days. Once the police surveillance is withdrawn, we'll immediately resume operations along the north coast of Saigon. Understood, Jack acknowledged before stepping back. Shen Lang smiled. retrieving a deep blue velvet jewelry box from beneath the coffee table and sliding it across to Zhou Wenfeng. I came across a little something the other day. See if you like it? Zhou Wenfeng remained silent as she opened the box. Inside lay a Patek Philippe classic wristwatch, its platinum case and leather strap exuding understated luxury. She gazed at the intricate patterns on the dial, a flicker of barely perceptible light passing through her eyes. She recognized the watch's worth and understood that Shen Lang, now flourishing in business, could afford such a gift. Thank you. She closed the lid and neatly tucked the box into the side pocket of her briefcase. I really like it. In the kitchen, a steaming pot bubbled, the savory aroma of soy sauce and ginger mingling with the sweetness of seafood filling the air. Lon Shaai, donned in a floral apron, gently stirred the old fire soup in the clay pot, the rich fragrance of goji berries and chicken bones wafting through the room. When Shueshan skillfully arranged sliced base on a plate, drizzling hot oil over it, the sizzling sound releasing the fragrant essence of scallions. Lawyer Zhou looked stunning today. When Shueshan glanced toward the living room, lowering her voice to speak to Lon Shaai, but still, you're gentler, Sister Shaai. Lang Gu likes you the most. Lon Shaai smiled softly, ladling a spoonful of soup and blowing on it gently. Lawyer Zhou is capable. She can help Lang Gu resolve troubles. If we manage the household well, he can come back to a hot meal waiting for him. Is the flavor all right? It's good. Hand me the soup bowl. When Shueshan turned to fetch a porcelain bowl from the cupboard. In the kitchen, only the bubbling soup and the increasingly rich aroma of the dishes remained. Chapter 86. Lu Jianda and Zhong Qiuyue's apology. Since you're here, shall we share a meal before you leave? Shen Lang observed Zhou Wenfeng putting away the watch, his gaze drifting over the aromatic kitchen as he casually invited her. Zhou Wenfeng's lips and nose twitched slightly, also moved by the comforting scents wafting through the air. Sure. Since I've come all this way, do you want me to leave on an empty stomach? She had always treated Shen Lang differently than others. In front of outsiders, she was as frigid as an iceberg, yet before Shen Lang, she revealed a touch of warmth and initiative. Mei Lantian, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle and turn his face away. In the following 6 days, beneath a calm surface, Shen Lang's business empire steadily expanded. Lon Shaai spent most of her time in the villa, either tallying their contributions or studying finance with the hired teacher. Due to the ongoing police surveillance outside, when Shueshan refrained from creating her special crafts and focused on reading chemistry books, also taking charge of the daily meals. The kitchen frequently filled with the enticing aromas of her experimental dishes, adding warmth to the villa. Shen Lang's directive to Jack to establish 10 additional Longqi maintenance branches had been fully implemented. 5 of these would soon sport new signage, bringing the total number of Longqi electronic stores to 43 and Longqi maintenance to 30. With stable supply channels and a solid reputation, business continued to thrive, and Shen Lang's involvement was quietly reshaping the landscape of Hong Kong's parallel import electronics market. The fleet expanded from 30 to 50 delivery trucks. The security team has expanded from 200 to 300 members, under the supervision and training of Chiu and Mei Lantian. Each day, the training grounds resonate with synchronized shouts and the clashing of equipment. Leong Kuan's sea fishing venue is gradually being legitimized following the advice of professionals. In recent days, he has been almost entirely immersed there, juggling responsibilities for the film company that bears his name, leaving him scarce in presence. On the other hand, Fang Jiexia has been unable to gather substantial evidence against Shen Lang, and succumbing to the pressure from superiors, she ultimately withdrew the surveillance on him, redirecting the investigative focus back to the case of the escaped robbers. The Longqi Game Hall is set to inaugurate 5 new locations. The 10 establishments under the All Prosperity Society have also begun to don the Longqi signage, with renovations nearing completion. Shen Lang's membership system has officially launched, garnering a fervent market response. In recent days, Wongfengi has been almost inseparable from Shen Lang. Since that evening when she took the initiative to kiss him, her demeanor has grown increasingly affectionate. All intimate gestures typical of couples have naturally unfolded, save for the final step. As Shen Lang inspects the stores, checks the warehouse, or oversees the fishing grounds, she is always by his side. Though they have not verbally confirmed their relationship, it is evident to discerning eyes that there is a burgeoning romance between them. At this moment, in a softly lit Western restaurant, the gentle strains of the piano linger in the air. Shen Lang and Wongfengi occupy a table by the window. She adorned in a short skirt paired with black stockings. Her high heels have been discreetly kicked aside, with her petite feet playfully resting atop Shen Lang's shoes. Exuding an air of intimacy and mischief, Wongfengi clings to Shen Lang's arm, her voice sweetly coaxing. The response to the membership card has been particularly positive. Yet all my arcade machines are still languishing in your neon warehouse. The store is nearly ready. When can we expect the machines to arrive? Shen Lang had only received a call from Chao Jietsai the previous night, learning that a new batch of equipment was prepared. He was planning to visit Neon personally and smiled. I will go to Neon to pick up the goods tomorrow. Wongfengi's eyes brightened, her happiness evident as she leaned in and pecked his cheek. Then I shall accompany you. Just then, Lu Jianda and Zhong Qiuyue appeared at the restaurant entrance, capturing this moment in its entirety. For the past 6 days, they have been seeking an opportunity to reconcile with Shen Lang, repeatedly stumbling upon the sight of Wang Fengyi and Shen Lang enjoying each other's company. As the 7-day deadline loomed closer and the pressure from superiors intensified, the pair had no choice but to confront him. Shen Lang regarded them with a faint smile, having initially thought they could hold out for a few more days. Wang Fengyi caught sight of the newcomers and quietly slipped her feet back into her high heels, though her fingers instinctively tightened around Shen Lang's sleeve. Not far off, Mei Lantian promptly stood up, positioning himself in front of the two. In public, let us address the matter at hand. Do not encroach upon my brother's private conversation with his girlfriend. Zhong Qiuyue's expression darkened, ready to erupt, but Lu Jianda firmly grasped his arm. Lu Jianda managed a forced, sincere expression and bowed slightly to Shen Lang. Mr. Shen, Miss Wang, we apologize for the disturbance. We acknowledge our previous missteps and have come specifically to express our contrition. Zhong Qiuyue clenched his jaw, the veins on his forehead visibly throbbing. He understood well that failing to apologize in time could lead to suspension and a tarnished record, potentially making headlines. The remaining likelihood of avoidance hinged on either upper management's protection or his own humble submission, both of which would entail severe consequences. Once stripped of his uniform, he would merely be a civilian with a criminal record. At that juncture, should Shen Lang choose to retaliate, it would no longer be a mere police-civilian altercation, but rather a personal vendetta. Public opinion would not side with him, nor would the police offer any protection. Descending from enforcer to scapegoat would signify a complete upheaval of his life. Shen Lang smiled faintly, his fingertips lightly tracing the rim of his coffee cup. Didn't you two gentlemen proclaim me a criminal just the other day? Suddenly being so polite makes me feel rather unaccustomed. I actually preferred your former rebellious demeanor. So did I, Mei Lantian chimed in, crossing his arms with a grin. He vividly recalled Zhong Qiuyue's arrogant countenance from that day. Lu Jianda hastily produced a document from his pocket and presented it to Mei Lantian. His tone humble. This is a written apology prepared as per Lawyer Zhou's request. Please have Mr. Shen review it. We sincerely hope to earn your forgiveness and withdraw the complaint. Ah, you even prepared an apology letter. That shows a modicum of sincerity, Mei Lantian scoffed lightly. Stepping aside to allow them closer to the table, the two finally approached and handed the letter to Shen Lang. He accepted it, glancing over the neatly pinned lines in the flickering candlelight. While the words appeared earnest, lifting his gaze revealed Zhong Qiuyue's expression, one of barely contained hostility, hardly indicative of an apology. He pushed the letter back towards them, regarding them coolly. You think a mere letter will persuade me to drop the charges? Surely. You are underestimating the situation. Shen Lang raised his hand, pointing toward the small stage in the center of the restaurant. Go up there, read the apology letter aloud, and then come back to pour me a cup of tea. Only then might I consider retracting my complaint. Mei Lantian followed suit with a mocking tone. Indeed. Weren't you quite arrogant the other day? Today is the deadline. If you refuse, we guarantee you'll make the headlines tomorrow. Zhong Qiuyue's fists clenched, cracking ominously. Although he had agreed to apologize before coming, witnessing the intimacy between Wang Fengyi and Shen Lang ignited a surge of irrational anger. He harbored feelings for Wang Fengyi, a love at first sight, and if it weren't for her, he would not have acted so impulsively. Yet, such reckless behavior not only left Shen Lang bewildered, but also made them appear as nothing more than a rabid dog. The two held no deep-seated grudge. Resorting to such insulting tactics to draw attention was utterly foolish. Chapter 87. Lacking ability, but possessing a temper. Wang Fengyi found Zhong Qiuyue's actions equally perplexing, utterly unable to comprehend his reckless disregard. As the woman at Shen Lang's side, she resolutely stood with him. You. Zhong Qiuyue shot up, his eyes blazing with fury. Lu Jianda held his arm tightly, urgently advising in a hushed tone, a true man knows when to yield. Consider the consequences. It's better than facing a court trial, being suspended, and living a life of shame. Fine. Zhong Qiuyue, uncertain of where he had erred, felt the pressure to apologize from all sides. Family, superiors, colleagues, even his own close friends. In a fit of heated emotion, he seized the letter and charged onto the stage. Before the performers could react, Zhong Qiuyue snatched the microphone. Just as the band was about to begin, the manager shot them a look, and the room fell silent. All eyes in the restaurant turned toward this unexpected intruder. Expressions of confusion etched upon their faces. I apologize. I, Zhong Qiuyue, made inappropriate remarks about Mr. Shen Lang and his friend that night here. As a member of the Royal Police of Hong Kong, my conduct was improper, and my words were coarse, causing a detrimental impact. I feel deeply remorseful and regretful, and I humbly request Mr. Shen's forgiveness. Zhong Qiuyue shouted the words in one breath, each syllable laced with palpable resentment. As his voice faded, the restaurant fell into an eerie silence, soon replaced by a swell of hushed murmurs. The previous stillness was shattered by whispers. So he's a royal policeman. I didn't think he was genuinely apologizing. It seems more like he's being coerced. He looks as if someone owes him a hefty sum. Like my son. When he gets angry, he behaves like this, claiming he doesn't listen, that even when he does, he refuses to change, and when he does change, he remains unrepentant. Zhang Qiuyue felt as though he had been stripped bare in public, a wave of humiliation crashing over him like icy water. He suddenly lowered his head and hurried back to Shen Lang's table, as if fleeing. The manager timely sent over a cup of tea, placing it beside Zhang Qiuyue. The tea is ready, sir. Zhang Qiuyue, in a fit of defiance, seized the teacup, spilling a few drops in the process. He thrust the cup forward with trembling hands. His voice quaking. I was wrong. Is that enough? Are you satisfied? With that tone, do you really think I could be satisfied? It seems you wish to kill me more than you want to apologize, Shen Lang scoffed coldly. Zhang Qiuyue fixed his gaze on Shen Lang, knowing he spoke the truth. At that moment, he truly felt like committing murder. Never before had he felt this humiliated in his life. Why should he apologize to someone like him? Mr. Shen, I hope you want to escalate this matter further, as it also concerns the reputation of the police, Lu Jianda quietly reminded. Shen Lang glanced dismissively at the two of them. I want to be drinking the tea. The complaint will be handled by my lawyer according to procedure. You idiot. Remember this. Don't think that just because you wear that badge, you can do as you please. That badge merely serves to protect you. He neither offered forgiveness nor indicated he would not pursue the matter. Upon learning that Shen Lang would not file a complaint, Lu Jianda quickly grasped Zhang Qiuyue's arm, fearful of his impulsiveness. Thank you, Mr. Shen. We won't disturb your meal any longer. He gently set the cup of tea on Shen Lang's table and hurriedly pulled Zhang Qiuyue away. All the patrons in the restaurant turned their gazes toward the two. And Zhang Qiuyue felt as if he were being pricked by needles, the unprecedented shame nearly overwhelming him. He shrugged off Lu Jianda's grip and dashed out the door. Feeling that this humiliation was more unbearable than death, Lu Jianda rushed after him, anxious he might do something reckless. Truly reckless, to behave like this when death is imminent. Melantion sighed, shaking his head. He could not fathom why this mad dog insisted on provoking them. He may lack ability, but his temper was anything but small. He had been given a chance, but he failed to seize it, insisting on bringing their relationship to such an impasse. Wongfengi, too, was perplexed as to why that man harbored such deep-seated hatred for Shen Lang, a hint of indignation crossing her face. Shen Lang merely smiled helplessly. Du Yuesheng was absolutely right. First-class individuals possess both ability and composure. Second-class individuals have ability, but lack composure. Third-class individuals, however, lack ability, yet carry a temper. They did not discriminate against the Royal Police of Hong Kong. Rather, they detested law enforcement officers like Zhang Qiuyue, who spoke harshly. So what if he had served time? They had never provoked him. Don't be upset. You did the right thing. He deserved to learn a lesson. Wongfengi gently reassured, her fingers subtly intertwining with his palm. After finishing their meal, the two departed the restaurant. The car smoothly came to a halt in front of the Peninsula Hotel's brilliantly illuminated entrance. A well-uniformed bellboy approached with respect, promptly opening the car door. Wongfengi had been lost in the intoxicating thrill and sweetness of the restaurant, but now, dazzled by the sparkling chandelier outside, she turned to Shen Lang. Her cheeks still flushed, and asked in confusion, "What are we doing at the hotel? Are we not returning to the villa?" She had assumed it was merely a stop along the way or that Shen Lang had a sudden appointment. Shen Lang had already exited the vehicle and walked around to her side, naturally extending his hand with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Step out, beautiful." Wongfengi instinctively placed her hand in his, and he steadily guided her out of the car. The delicate heels of her shoes clicked against the polished marble floor, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. The night breeze gently caressed her, causing the hem of her knee-length skirt to flutter slightly, enveloping her long legs clad in black stockings, drawing an alluring yet graceful silhouette under the hotel's radiant lights. Her slender ankles and elegant arches momentarily felt unsteady due to her sudden rush of emotions. It wasn't until Shen Lang took her hand and led her toward the revolving glass door that she fully realized this was not just a passing visit. His intentions were unmistakably directed toward this place. Wait, she halted, leaning slightly backward, attempting to pull away. Her cheeks burned even hotter, a blush creeping to her ears. Avoiding his gaze, she whispered, "Shen Lang, can we go home? I'm not ready for this. It's too fast." Shen Lang stopped, turning to face her. Leaning close to her ear, he said, "There's no need to prepare for anything. Tonight, it's just the two of us. I want to take advantage of you. You must trust me." But Wongfengi wished to say more. "Oh, please don't." Yet Shen Lang effortlessly drew her trembling form closer, wrapping an arm around her waist. Half supporting, half holding her as they entered the revolving door. The lobby was opulent, the air filled with an elusive scent of high-end perfume. Wongfengi felt as if countless eyes were upon her, nearly wishing to hide from the world, fearful of encountering someone familiar. It was her first time being led by a man to a hotel room. Her steps in high heels faltered, and the delicate friction of her stockings added to her growing anxiety. She clung tightly to Shen Lang, relying on his support as he guided her toward the private elevator. The elevator walls shone like mirrors, reflecting her image. Tousled hair, flushed cheeks, glistening eyes, and her legs, pressed together beneath her short skirt, trembling slightly. Shen Lang stood beside her, relaxed and confident, a stark contrast to her unease. Chapter 88. The reopening of the North Shoreline. The elevator ascended. In the confined space, Wongfengi's tension peaked. She furtively glanced at him through the mirror, only to find him gazing back at her. What is there to fear? Once you've done it once, you'll become accustomed to it. Startled, she quickly averted her gaze, focusing on her fingers, which were entwined and painted with a soft hue of nail polish. The top floor arrived. Shen Lang once more took her hand and led her toward the presidential suite. Before the heavy double wooden doors, he swiped his card, and the lock emitted a soft click. The door opened a crack, warm, gentle light spilling forth, accompanied by a faint scent of roses. I want to go back. At the last moment, shyness and fear overwhelmed her, and Wongfengi spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. She even gently pulled her hand back and took half a step backward, her heels sinking slightly into the carpet. Shen Lang chuckled softly, this time refusing to indulge her retreat. His arms suddenly tightened, pulling her into his embrace while his other hand slid to the bend of her leg, effortlessly lifting her in a horizontal position amidst her startled exclamation. Shen Lang, put me down. Someone will see. Can you not respect me and refrain from doing this? She squirmed anxiously in his arms, her legs, encased in stockings, flailing helplessly in the air, while her hands instinctively clung to his shoulders to avoid falling. This position caused her short skirt to ride up, revealing more of her thighs wrapped in black stockings, breathtakingly beautiful, yet making her feel even more embarrassed. What is there to fear? No one is watching. As they reached the threshold of the room, he refrained from teasing her, fearing it would convey a lack of respect. Tonight, just give in, Shen Lang said with a mischievous smile. He embraced her and strode confidently into the suite, using his foot to close the door behind him. In an instant, the outside world was sealed away, severing her route of retreat. The suite was bathed in enchanting light, with fresh rose petals laid out in a winding path from the entrance to the bedroom. Everywhere her gaze fell, the coffee table in the living room, the vast bed at the center of the bedroom, even the wool carpet, was adorned with deep crimson and champagne-colored petals. The intoxicating fragrance in the air and the romantic scene before her captured all of Wongfengi's attention. Is this prepared for me? She wondered, as she was gently placed on the petal-strewn edge of the bed. She looked up at Shen Lang, her heart swelling with emotion that washed away some of her tension. She reached out to catch a few falling petals, feeling their delicate softness against her fingertips. What if I'm inexperienced? Will it hurt? Will it be boring for you? She asked clumsily, her embarrassment deepening. He lowered his head, kissing her forehead, then her nose, and finally tenderly pressing his lips against hers. As their lips met, he murmured, I will be as gentle as possible, and as for whether it will be meaningful, exploring you, understanding you, and guiding you through this process is the greatest significance of all. Wongfengi felt warmth welling in her eyes, and with it, her final hesitation faded away. Gathering her courage, she leaned in to deepen the kiss, responding to him with a novice's touch, fearful that he might tease her for being inexperienced at kissing. Her garments fell away like petals, revealing her skin as pure as jade. Wongfengi closed her eyes tightly, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Be gentle, she whispered, her fingertips digging into his firm back. Stifled cries caught in her throat, tears welling and dampening her lashes. Shen Lang nodded in understanding. Afterward, Wongfengi curled up in Shen Lang's embrace, covered by a soft silk quilt. Exhausted and embarrassed, she buried her flushed face in his chest, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles over his heart. You finally got what you wanted, aren't you happy and proud? Shen Lang held her close, his chin resting lightly atop her head, savoring an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and tranquility. After this night, she would wholly belong to him. At 2 a.m, on the northern coastline of Saigon, the sea was steeped in the heavy darkness of night, illuminated only by distant fishing lights and dim starlight that blurred the horizon. Over 30 modified speedboats, like awakened predators, roared to life, their engines growling as they sliced through the inky waters, dispersing in various directions. There were no bright lights, only the occasional flicker of a signal flashlight, and the white foam churned up by the boats gleaming coldly in the moonlight. In contrast to the bustling electronic shops and gaming halls, this maritime network was the true lifeline supporting Shen Lang's expansion. In the shadows of the dock, the Shah crossed his arms, his serious expression scanning the sea. Deco lowered his safety helmet, leaning against a stack of cargo crates, casually fiddling with an old walkie-talkie, ready to catch the intermittent sounds from the sea. A Chiu, accompanied by dozens of capable subordinates, patrolled the key entrances of the dock, vigilant for any signs of trouble. Jack stood slightly elevated, coordinating the overall rhythm of their operations. Aside from Mei Lantian, who remained at the hotel as a precaution, the core group was gathered here tonight. The next day at noon, at the Peninsula Hotel, the elevator doors slid open silently. Shen Lang stepped out first, then turned back, his arm securely supporting Wongfengi as she followed. Today, she wore a lilac-colored dress, topped with a cream-knitted cardigan, yet her gait betrayed a subtle stiffness and tenderness. Wongfengi paused momentarily, inhaling sharply, her delicate brows furrowed. She shot a shy, annoyed glance at Shen Lang, her small fist playfully thumping his arm. It's all your fault. How am I supposed to go home and face people now? I need to rest more. I'm in so much pain. With a smug smile playing at the corners of his lips, Shen Lang naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer as he leaned down to whisper in her ear, "You can't blame me entirely. After all, you chose to follow this rogue. 3 years in prison. And even a pig would turn into a beauty in front of you. When I woke up this morning and saw your long legs, how could I possibly resist? Not to do so would be disrespectful. You're such a bad guy," she retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson. Embarrassed, she playfully hit him a few times, though her strikes were gentle, resembling more of a caress. After resting in the room for a while and sipping some hot tea provided by room service, Wongfengi began to feel better. Taking a deep breath, with Shen Lang half supporting her, she slowly made her way to the elevator and headed downstairs. As they passed hotel staff or encountered other guests, she instinctively lowered her head, anxious about being recognized or drawing attention. Chapter 89, The Obedient Wongfengi. Upon entering the opulent lobby, Mei Lantian sprang up from the velvet sofa in the waiting area, swiftly approaching them with several strides. A knowing, radiant smile adorned his face as he called out loudly to Shen Lang, "Brother Lang, big sister, good morning." His booming voice caught the attention of nearby guests who were checking in or engaged in hushed conversations. Who was that shouting so loudly? Looks rather imposing. Could he have just been released? Wongfengi felt the weight of their gazes upon her, her ears burning with embarrassment as she wished she could sink into the floor, instinctively clutching Shen Lang's clothing. "Did you hear that? Shouting so loudly. It's as if half the peninsula knows I'm here." Shen Lang feigned anger, glaring at Mei Lantian, though his tone held little reproach. "Excited, aren't you?" Mei Lantian leaned in closer, his expression brimming with enthusiasm as he switched to a low voice audible only to the three of them. "Brother Lang, that northern line in Saigon resumed operation last night, and it went extremely smoothly. The batch of dry goods we had in the warehouse was cleared out in one go, and all the boats returned safely." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Shen Lang's eyes as he patted Mei Lantian on the shoulder, praising him. "Well done." Beside them, Wongfengi's eyes brightened at the news. While she was aware that Shen Lang had maritime dealings, it was her first time hearing Mei Lantian report concrete actions and results so directly. During the days she had spent with Shen Lang, he often subconsciously avoided discussing important matters in her presence or would vaguely steer the conversation away. Was it because her status had changed? Even Mei Lantian now referred to her as Big Sister. Clearly, she had been acknowledged. This realization sent a sweet thrill of joy coursing through her heart. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she softly inquired, "So, how much do you think we made from last night's operation?" Mei Lantian swiftly cast a glance at Shen Lang, noticing her elder brother's demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of any intent to intervene. She scratched her head and spoke in a hushed tone, tinged with a hint of pride. "A few million Hong Kong dollars is certainly attainable." "That much?" Wongfengi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as her lips parted slightly. She was aware that the business was lucrative, yet she had not anticipated such an astonishing turnover in a single transaction. In that moment, reflecting on Shen Lang's recent rapid expansion of electronic stores, gaming halls, and repair shops, everything became clear. This was, indeed, the capital for his expansion. Not particularly a large sum, Mei Lantian habitually added as an explanation. "The seas are tumultuous, expenses for tea and other arrangements are unavoidable, and at least 20% will be deducted." Wongfengi still wore a look of wonder, turning to Shen Lang with a playful tone. "Wow. You kept this from me all along. Was your resolute decision to leave the gang and establish independence motivated by the desire to keep all this profit to yourself? And what if I did?" Shen Lang straightened his back slightly and tilted his head to regard her. "Miss Wong, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Are you here to audit my accounts or impart some business wisdom?" Wongfengi immediately retracted her neck, the momentary satisfaction dissipating into a demure demeanor as she clung to his arm and gently swayed it. "I was just curious, asking casually." Her eyes sparkled with a charming, ingratiating smile. "Let us head out. I'll take you home so you can rest for a couple of days," Shen Lang said. wrapping his arm around her as they walked out of the hotel. I have a flight tonight. I need to attend to some matters in Japan. I want to go too. Wongfengi interjected eagerly, her tone pleading. I promise to behave and not disrupt your business. I just want to explore and buy a few things. Is that all right? She tilted her face upward, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang nodded in agreement. Very well. Taking you along poses no inconvenience. After all, it is delightful to have someone to share a bed with. Furthermore, there were many things she needed to learn, and guiding her through this process brought a sense of accomplishment to a man. This spontaneous adventure was the essence of a man's life. Of course, she would not be involved in the crucial aspects of transactions and profits. The charming girl would obediently follow his lead without concern for an additional female companion by his side. When Wang Fengyi returned to the Wang family estate, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, casting warm patches of light upon the polished teak floor. She intentionally softened her footsteps, almost tiptoeing, hoping to sneak upstairs unnoticed. "Afong, you're back?" Her father, Wang Dong's voice resonated from the depths of the living room. Gentle, yet causing her heart to tighten. Wang Fengyi halted abruptly, akin to a caught kitten, her neck flushing with a hint of pink. She stiffly turned around, forcing a somewhat awkward smile. "Dad, you're home." I'm a bit tired. I'll head upstairs to rest for a moment." Before she could finish, she attempted to shuffle towards the staircase. Wang Dong set down his newspaper, removed his reading glasses, and his gaze fell upon his daughter. Today, she appeared different. Her complexion seemingly imbued with a touch of allure. Her gait was also rather awkward, and a faint, suggestive mark was subtly visible at her collar. As a man who had experienced life, he was not blind to the implications. His daughter had evidently transitioned from a girl into a woman overnight. If he were to hazard a guess, the man involved was undoubtedly Shen Lang. Observing his daughter's flustered yet feigned calmness, Wang Dong's expression softened into a knowing and somewhat wistful paternal smile. "Indeed, a daughter grows up too fast. Go on, rest well," he said warmly. Refraining from further inquiries, Wang Fengyi felt a wave of relief wash over her, practically fleeing up the stairs, the wooden steps echoing a cheerful thud. Once inside her room, she closed the door and leaned against it, exhaling a long sigh, her cheeks ablaze. Almost immediately, a flicker of resentment surged within her. "It's all that scoundrel Shen Lang's fault," she thought. "He knew perfectly well how embarrassing this would be for me, but continued to shamelessly tease and take advantage of me, multiple times. Now, in front of my father, I am utterly exposed." Yet, this discontent was fleeting. She approached the dressing mirror, gazing at her reflection, her face resembling a blossoming peach, eyes glistening with unspoken emotions. Gently, her fingers brushed over the mark on her neck, and a rush of secret sweetness enveloped her heart. Shaking her head to dispel the distracting thoughts, she began to efficiently pack her belongings. She needed to bring her passport for the journey to Japan and a few elegant outfits. As her excitement about the impending trip with Shen Lang quickly overshadowed her embarrassment. "That scoundrel surely won tea let up in his teasing," she mused. "He is so mischievous. He undoubtedly will." As dinner approached, Wang Fengyi descended the stairs. The dining room was brightly lit, adorned with exquisite dishes. As she and her father sat across from each other in a subtly tense silence, Wang Fengyi focused on her meal, avoiding her father's gaze. Wang Dong casually offered her a serving of food, his tone steady as he remarked, "I've heard that Shen Lang is not without other female companions. There's one named Lon Shaai who often accompanies him." Wang Fengyi's hand faltered mid-motion. She was indeed aware of Lon Shai's presence. Having seen her accompanying Shen Lang during his store inspections, she was a gentle and graceful woman. Wang Fengyi had secretly speculated about their relationship, but Shen Lang had never mentioned it, and she had refrained from asking. It wasn't that she was indifferent, rather, her feelings for Shen Lang were too intense, and she stubbornly believed that he treated her differently and would not easily betray her. Now, with her father bringing it up, her emotions became tumultuous, prompting her to respond with a soft "I'm not trying to interfere," Wang Dong said, observing her with an earnest gaze. "You've grown up and can make your own judgments. However, this path is not easy. You must think it through and not regret it later." Chapter 90. The journey to Neon. She nodded, her tone firming up. "I've made up my mind, Dad. I have no regrets." Subsequently, she initiated a discussion about her itinerary. "I'm going to Japan with Shen Lang tonight. I'll be back in a few days." "Going with him?" Wang Dong was not taken aback. "Yes." Wang Dong fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. "I'll handle things here at the company. You needn't worry. Once you're over there, take care of yourself. I've received some intel that Shen Lang's business dealings have been closely tied with the Yamaguchi-gumi," he added, stopping short, as matters of the underworld were not something he wished to discuss with his daughter. Wang Fengyi felt a shiver run down her spine, yet she responded obediently. "I understand, Dad. I will be cautious." Shortly after dinner, The phone in the living room rang. Upon answering, she heard Shen Lang's steady voice. "I'm outside." She picked up the small suitcase she had prepared earlier and bid farewell to her father. Wang Dong stood at the entrance, patting her shoulder as he watched her leave. The black sedan was quietly parked outside the iron gate. Wongfengi opened the car door and slid inside, where Shen Lang awaited her with a smile. As the vehicle slowly departed from the Wang family estate, she suddenly recalled something, looking at Shen Lang with mock annoyance. "Why didn't you come in to greet my dad? That is quite rude." At her words, Shen Lang chuckled softly, glancing at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. "I feared that if I entered, Uncle Dong would see his precious daughter being taken care of by me and might not hesitate to chase me away with a broom." "You." Wang Fengyi instantly grasped the profound implications behind his words, her cheeks, which had just begun to lose their rosy hue, igniting anew with embarrassment. In a fit of playful indignation, she clenched her fist and lightly struck his shoulder. What a rascal! He had clearly anticipated that her father would sense something amiss, and had deliberately chosen to avoid confrontation. Shen Lang, seizing the moment, enveloped her fist within his palm, gently caressing the back of her hand with his thumb. His laughter deep and melodious. "Are you prepared to be tormented by me? We shall indulge in our little escapade for several days." With her hand held captive, Wang Fengyi felt the warmth on her cheeks rekindle as she listened to his teasing retort. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but found herself unable to do so, resorting instead to directing her mildly reproachful gaze at him. "You'd better not have another chance." I. What will you do?" Shen Lang leaned in closer, his gaze lingering on her lips, which appeared even more luscious due to her embarrassment. "I'll bite you," Wang Fengyi blurted out, immediately feeling childish, her face flushing deeper as she averted her eyes to the swiftly retreating greenery outside the window. "All right," Shen Lang chuckled softly, relenting in his teasing, yet tightening his grip on her hand just a bit more securely. An hour later, at Kai Tak Airport, the colossal Cathay Pacific Boeing 747-200, affectionately known as the Big Goose, roared to life as its 4 JT-9D engines emitted a deep, powerful rumble. Accelerating down the short runway, it lifted off the ground, piercing the slightly overcast sky above Hong Kong Island at its characteristic angle. Inside the cabin, Wang Fengyi leaned against Shen Lang's shoulder, gazing out the window, her anticipation for the journey gradually overshadowing the complex emotions tied to leaving home. Shen Lang was not traveling alone. In addition to the inseparable Mei Lantian and the composed and capable Jack, he was accompanied by over a dozen elite subordinates. Compared to the last trip, their ranks were indeed formidable. These were core brothers, meticulously chosen for their unwavering loyalty. Now scattered throughout the cabin, they shared a palpable excitement for the adventure ahead. A few hours later, the plane touched down at Narita Airport. At that moment, Narita boasted only one busy runway, the terminal retaining its original layout. Bathed in the warm glow of bygone eras, after retrieving their luggage, the group needed to board a shuttle bus to the main terminal for immigration processing, prompting Tai Baoqiu to mutter in frustration, "What s with this little escapade? An international airport still requires a shuttle bus, how bothersome." Wang Fengyi naturally linked her arm with Shen Lang's, walking ahead while sharing whispers and laughter, her eyes sparkling with affection. "The last time I came here, it was to hunt for arcade games, and it's all your fault. If you hadn't introduced the arcade, I wouldn't have come at all. Well, if you had submitted to me earlier, you could have just come on your own," he teased back. "Humph. Tell me, did you first develop feelings for me when you saw me at the company?" "Indeed, it has been many years, which is why I was so exhilarated the night before." As they continued their hushed conversation, Wang Fengyi felt her cheeks flush with warmth, playfully delivering a few light punches to Shen Lang. What she once thought of as his gentlemanly demeanor now seemed to her a facade. He was just a big rogue, having long desired to make his move on her. Mei Lantian and Jack trailed half a step behind, their vigilant gazes scanning the somewhat crowded immigration hall. Behind them was a group led by Tai Baoqiu and Xia, most of whom were visiting this locale for the first time, fascinated by everything they encountered. Tai Baoqiu stroked his chin, his eyes darting around as he leaned closer to Xia, whispering, "Hey, Xiazi, since we've come all this way, we should at least try to call in a neon girl, right? I've heard the service is exceptional, especially if you don't have to pay afterward, haha." Xia shot him a disdainful look. "Are you even human? Just for your own enjoyment? So many brothers are risking their lives alongside Lang Ge. If we're going to play, we should at least include a few more. Everyone deserves a share, no one should go empty-handed." He deliberately raised his voice a notch, drawing chuckles and agreement from the surrounding brothers, clearly in favor of the suggestion. Traveling across the ocean, they felt it was only natural to indulge in a taste of foreign charm while conducting business. Shen Lang had not informed Chao Jitsai and Chao Kai that he had arrived. As the group exited the airport in grand fashion, he had already arranged for several black sedans to await them at the entrance. The convoy made its way into the bustling heart of Tokyo, eventually halting before the Prince Park Tower Tokyo. Shen Lang and Wongfengi naturally occupied the finest suite, with Mei Lantian's room conveniently next door for their protection. Jack was responsible for settling the other brothers, distributing a wad of cash with a smile, advising, Lang Gu said tonight is a free-for-all. Everyone should seek their own enjoyment. But stay sharp and avoid causing trouble. Tomorrow we have important matters to attend to. The subordinates erupted in cheers, linking arms as they discussed their destinations, quickly disappearing into the dazzling nightscape of Tokyo. Meanwhile, in Tokyo at the Ginzashin Kira members-only restaurant, the wooden door bore no sign, merely a small red lantern, catering exclusively to familiar patrons. The night had deepened, yet the atmosphere within the intimate private room was vibrant and lively. Kusakari Kazuo's adopted son, Kusakari Ryo, was seated with his adoptive sister, Kusakari Kaikai, and several mutual friends, savoring freshly flown-in sashimi alongside warm sake. Side-sized cheeks were already tinged with the flush of intoxication, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful innocence. Suddenly, the sliding door to the room was gently drawn open, and two large, exquisitely arranged bouquets of rare, luxurious flowers were brought in, placed directly before Kusakari Kaikai. The flowers, vibrant and dripping with color, exuded a rich fragrance in the dim light. The friends were momentarily taken aback before breaking into good-natured teasing. Kaikai, too, was momentarily stunned, staring at the lavish bouquets that nearly enveloped her, her heart racing. The first figure that flashed through her mind was none other than Shen Lang, far away in Hong Kong, known for his wild antics and fondness for hearing her call him master. Instinctively, she turned around with surprise and anticipation, exclaiming, "Shinjun?" The call rang out, crisp and filled with emotion, yet it struck like a cold dagger into the heart of Kusakari Ryo, seated opposite her. The smile he struggled to maintain froze instantly, morphing into a blend of public humiliation and barely contained rage. Chapter 91. The Fury of Kusakari Ryo. Kaikai, this is a gift for you, not from that Chinese man. I simply cannot comprehend what is so special about that guy from Hong Kong that makes you think of him this way. We are Japanese. You should find someone from Japan. The room fell into an immediate silence, the previously jovial friends exchanging glances, awkwardly unsure where to direct their gazes. Upon hearing the derogatory term, Side-Sai's brow furrowed tightly, the effects of alcohol dissipating. She and Shen Lang shared a genuine connection. He had never once looked down on her for being Japanese. Observing Ryo's face twist with jealousy, Kaikai felt a surge of distaste and disappointment. Gently, she pushed the flowers back toward Ryo, her expression returning to the calm she wore when dealing with business matters. Her voice took on a tone of detachment. Ryo, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I've always regarded you as an elder brother, a significant son to my father. As for my relationship with Shen Lang, that is a matter between him and me. It does not concern you, nor is it your place to worry. Please take these flowers back and offer them to someone truly deserving. With that, she turned away, ignoring Ryo's suddenly pale face and disregarding her friend's awkward gazes. She picked up her handbag, nodded slightly as a farewell gesture, and swiftly exited the room, as if lingering for another moment would be unbearable. Kusakari Ryo stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the resolute figure of her departing back, his fists clenched beneath the table, the knuckles cracking audibly as his nails dug deep into his palms. Humiliation, fury, and a long-standing torment from unfulfilled desires gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. They had grown up together, and he had long envisioned her as his future partner. Even his father, Kusakari Ikkyo, seemed to have tacitly approved. Yet all of this was shattered by the sudden emergence of that diminutive figure from the harbor, Shen Lang. To make matters worse, even his adoptive father praised Shen Lang, regarding him as a person of remarkable skill and courage, worthy of deep collaboration. It seemed that Kusakari Kaikai had no qualms about engaging with Shen Lang, further intensifying Ryo's resentment towards him. A dark seed was deeply sown within his heart, beginning to grow wildly. He shooed away the onlookers and drowned his sorrows in solitude. One of his trusted subordinates, noticing Ryo's ashen complexion and solitary drinking, cautiously approached. This subordinate was also displeased with the increasing closeness between Shen Lang, the outsider, and the group, feeling that power and resources were being unfairly divided. In a hushed tone, he tentatively suggested, Kusakari Kuan, I've heard that Shen Lang has come with a shipment of gold to exchange for our arcade machines and subsequent channels. The value must be considerable, and traveling by sea may not be entirely secure. If we could get wind of this beforehand, we could intercept him on the way. A fleeting glimmer of malevolence flashed in Ryo's eyes. He had contemplated this notion before, but the gravity of the situation made it a perilous gamble, with catastrophic consequences should it be revealed. Yet, as his subordinate broached the subject, his dark thoughts intensified, though the remnants of reason and habitual caution compelled him to react immediately. Slap! A resounding blow struck the subordinate's face as Kusakari Ryo barked, Baka! What nonsense are you spouting? Mr. Shen Lang is an important partner within our organization, a person of significance to my father. How could I commit such an act of betrayal that would jeopardize our group's interests? Get out. The subordinate, clutching his face, bowed in fear and retreated. Yet in that moment, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. The fact that Rio had not immediately executed him spoke volumes about his stance. Meanwhile, Kusakari Kaikai had returned to the mansion, her emotions still in turmoil. She regarded Kusakari Rio solely as a brother, and his overstepping actions and words that evening had left her deeply unsettled. Just as she prepared for a bath and rest, the telephone at her bedside rang. Kaikai, are you still awake at this late hour? Upon answering, she was greeted by the familiar and steady voice of Shen Lang, instantly sweeping away her earlier vexation. Her brows arched with delight, and her tone softened unconsciously. Mr. Shen, have you arrived? I just got in tonight, and I would like your assistance in arranging a meeting with your father for tomorrow. Upon learning that Shen Lang had arrived in Tokyo and wished her to facilitate a meeting with her father, Kusakari Kaikai promptly replied, of course. Leave it to me. My father should be free tomorrow afternoon. I will confirm the details right away. Her tone was imbued with enthusiasm and joy, a stark contrast to her earlier rejection of Rio at the restaurant. Then, biting her lip, she lowered her voice further, laced with a hint of alluring seduction. Mr. Shen, where are you staying now? After your long journey, do you require my assistance in arranging some relaxing hospitality? The insinuation was unmistakable. She could help Shen Lang unwind. Having missed him during his absence, she too longed for companionship. On the other end, Shen Lang reclined in the suite of the Tokyo Prince Hotel, his arm draped around the drowsy Wongfengi, gently caressing her delicate form. He could distinctly sense the anticipation and yearning in Kusakari Tsaitsai's voice, a subtle reward she would hint at following the successful completion of their transactions. It was a unique bond that sustained their special collaborative relationship. However, Kusakari Kaikai reserved such behavior solely for him, transforming into a lovesick admirer in his presence. He chuckled softly. I have some matters to attend to tonight. I won't forget the reward I promised you. We can discuss it in more detail tomorrow. I understand. A hint of disappointment flickered through Kusakari Kaikai, but it was overshadowed by comprehension. A person of Shen Lang's stature, arriving late at night, undoubtedly had numerous arrangements to make. She must not appear too eager, as long as he remembered his promise. Being understanding and waiting for the man to require her presence was the role of a true neon woman. After hanging up, Wongfengi, nestled in Shen Lang's embrace, blinked her sleepy eyes in surprise and asked in Chinese, "You speak Japanese so well? It sounds very fluent." Shen Lang looked down at her, feigning a casual teasing tone. "The business acquaintances here are quite warm and teach me a lot. Naturally, I've picked it up." Wongfengi detected the underlying implication in his words and huffed softly. Turning her face away, a hint of jealousy creeping into her voice. "Is that so? My Japanese is quite poor, just a few simple phrases." Shen Lang chuckled mischievously. Leaning closer to her ear, "Would you like to learn? I can start with the practical stuff. Perhaps you could try teaching me." "Shen Lang, you scoundrel." Wongfengi instantly grasped his mischief, her face flushing with indignation as she turned to strike him, only to be pulled into his embrace amidst his hearty laughter. "Do you remember what you said to me on the car ride here? What? You scoundrel. How dare you think of me like that? I'll kill you." The earlier subtle atmosphere sparked by the phone call dissipated in their playful banter, leaving only the warmth that belonged to them both. The following morning, in the suite of the Tokyo Prince Hotel, Shen Lang was stirred from his slumber by the urgent ringing of the bedside phone. He glanced at the sleeping Wongfengi nestled beside him. Last night, he had indeed imparted a lesson to her. Under his assertive approach, she had found it impossible to refuse. He rose and moved to the window to answer the call. "Good morning, Mr. Shen. This is Kaikai. I've arranged everything for you. My father is free tonight at 8. Would you like me to arrange a vehicle to pick you up?" The obedient voice of Kusakari Kaikai came through the line. Morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a soft golden hue upon Shen Lang's chiseled profile as he gazed out at the awakening city, replying calmly, "No need. I will arrive on time." After hanging up, Wongfengi, stretching and rubbing her eyes, sat up, the silk sheets slipping to reveal her snow-white shoulders. Hearing Shen Lang converse in Japanese, she sleepily inquired, "Who is it? So early?" Chapter 92. Kusakari Ikkyo hosted Shen Lang with the highest regard as a business partner. Shen Lang settled back beside Wongfengi, casually lighting a cigarette. She, sensing the foreign atmosphere, eagerly wrapped her arms around his, looking up at him with a playful pout. "You don't have anything planned for today, right? Would you accompany me for a stroll? I've heard Harajuku has many adorable shops, or perhaps we could visit Sensoji." Shen Lang affectionately ruffled her hair, shaking his head. "I have matters to attend to during the day. A man cannot spend all his time revolving around a woman. I told you before I came. If you want something, I'll take you shopping in Ginza in a couple of days." Wongfengi pouted, wrapping her arms around Shen Lang, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet she did not press further. She was well aware of his nature. He could be a scoundrel when necessary, but his career always came first. It is precisely this fervor and wildness that captivates her. Breakfast is served in the hotel restaurant. Shen Lang discreetly beckons Mei Lantian to the side, whispering instructions. Tonight, accompany me to meet Kusa Gaichiyu. Bring 6 brothers along. The others will remain at the hotel, following Jack's arrangements. Mei Lantian grins widely, a glint of determination in her eyes. Understood, Brother Lang. Rest assured, the brothers relaxed last night, and today they are all in high spirits. Ensuring we won't lose face. Although the brothers who experienced the allure of neon lights last night now bear a hint of fatigue in their eyes. Their expressions radiate a sense of exhilaration and satisfaction, as if recharged. They are eager for the grand occasion that awaits them tonight. In the morning, Shen Lang departs the hotel alone. He opts not to use the vehicle arranged by the hotel, instead hailing a taxi from the street and providing the address of the warehouse. Having concluded this crucial task, Shen Lang retrieves a car from his space and returns to the hotel. By the time he arrives back in his room, it is already afternoon. Wongfengi is idly watching a Japanese television program, somewhat perplexed. Are you studying through movies? She inquires. What on earth, you're back? Upon seeing Shen Lang, she immediately rushes to greet him with uncontainable joy. Shen Lang wraps his arm around her waist, informing her, the arcade deal is finalized. We can arrange for it to be shipped back to Hong Kong in a few days. Most of the matters here are nearly wrapped up. Really? That is wonderful. Wongfengi's eyes sparkle, and she joyfully plants a kiss on his lips. Although they cannot spend the entire day together, she is genuinely happy for his success. Let us go, while there is still daylight. I'll take you to Ginza, Shen Lang suggests, glancing at the time. In the afternoon, Ginza begins to shimmer with its usual vibrancy. Wongfengi, linking arms with Shen Lang, curiously surveys the array of luxurious goods displayed in the shop windows lining the streets. Shen Lang appears quite familiar with the area, selecting a few finely crafted cashmere sweaters and a set of pearl jewelry for her, as well as a gift for Lon Shaai and Wen Shueshan. As Wongfengi tries on a necklace, he gently fastens the clasp from behind, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the delicate skin of her nape, causing her ears to flush slightly. A warm, intimate atmosphere flows between them, momentarily distancing them from the turbulence and scheming of their world. However, as the evening approaches, this tender ambience subtly shifts. Shen Lang sees Wongfengi off at the hotel, reminding Jack to keep her safe. He then changes into a more composed, darker suit. At the hotel entrance, 3 black Cedric sedans await. Mei Lantian stands beside the vehicle, accompanied by 6 brothers, all clad in matching black suits, their expressions grave and composed. Upon seeing Shen Lang emerge, they slightly bow in respect. Shen Lang nods slightly, saying little, and takes his seat in the rear of the middle car. Mei Lantian quickly occupies the front passenger seat, while the others file into the vehicles behind and in front. For a heavyweight partner like Shen Lang, involved in a transaction of 42 tons of gold, Kusa Gaichiyu extends almost the utmost courtesy reserved for esteemed guests of the organization. As dusk descends, Shen Lang's convoy arrives. The stone lanterns at the entrance of the residence are already lit, casting a warm glow upon the meticulously trimmed pines and cypresses. Kusa Gaichiyu personally awaits at the threshold with his daughter, Naoko, dressed in an elegant, flowing kimono, her hair impeccably styled, and her makeup flawless. Naoko's eyes light up upon seeing Shen Lang alight from the vehicle, yet she only offers a modest bow, mindful of her father's presence. Kusugai Ryo, also attired in formal kimono, stands half a step behind his adoptive father, wearing a polite smile and slightly bowing his head in greeting. However, beneath his lowered eyelids, his gaze is icy, and the knuckles of his clenched fist, hidden within his sleeve, are pale. Mr. Shun, welcome to my humble abode. I appreciate your efforts in coming here. Kusa Gaichiyu's voice booms, stepping forward to shake Shen Lang's hand. His grip is firm and warm, his demeanor both hospitable and authoritative. You are too kind, Mr. Kusa. I apologize for intruding, Shen Lang replies with a steady smile, returning the handshake with equal strength. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Kusa Gaichiyu gestures for Shen Lang to follow him, walking side by side along the meticulously laid gravel path toward the main residence. Their conversation filled with laughter, creating an atmosphere that seems exceedingly harmonious. Mei Lantian instructs the remaining brothers to stay vigilant outside the residence, and follows closely behind Shen Lang. Today, he too wears a well-fitted suit, yet his eyes gleam with untamed energy, and his trademark buck teeth reveal a rugged charm. He surveys the residence with keen interest, his gaze sweeping over the seemingly casual, yet vigilant guards. The banquet is set in a spacious tatami room. Kusa Gaichiyu occupies the host's seat, with Shen Lang positioned at the prestigious seat to his right. Naoko is deliberately assigned to attend to Shen Lang, the implications of which are unmistakable. Kusugai Ichiyu is well aware of the relationship between his daughter and this new tycoon from Hong Kong, and he even welcomes it. He understands that Shen Lang has not only quickly risen to prominence in the Hong Kong smuggling market, but has also managed to subdue established factions like Dongxing and Lianxing with his formidable tactics, compelling them to lay forth tables of food and drink in a bid for peace. This display of prowess, decisiveness, and rapid ascent leaves even this seasoned Yakuza leader in quiet admiration. Throughout the evening, Kusugai Ichiyu engages Shen Lang in spirited conversation, covering topics from the lively tales of Hong Kong's streets to fluctuations in international gold prices, a wide-ranging discourse. Meanwhile, Mei Lantian, feeling bored, sips sake while his gaze fixates on the geisha performing traditional dances in the center, his fingers silently tapping along to the faint rhythm of the shamisen on his knee. Across from him, Kusugai Ryo observes Mei Lantian's unrestrained and somewhat coarse demeanor, particularly the pronounced buck teeth that catch the light. A flicker of undisguised disdain crossing his eyes. Mei Lantian, keenly aware of this unfriendly gaze, instead of being offended, deliberately flashes a brilliant smile, baring his teeth at Kusugai Ryo, thinking to himself, this little life must be envious of my wild and beautiful buck teeth. In terms of masculine bravado, you are far beneath me. As the banquet progresses, Kusugai Ichiyu raises his glass, once more praising Shen Lang's accomplishments in Hong Kong. Specifically addressing Kusugai Ryo with an encouraging tone, Ryo, you must learn from Mr. Shen. A true strongman must rely not just on the support of an organization, but must carve his own path. Chapter 93. The Resentful Kusugai Ryo. Kusugai Ryo promptly lifts his glass, bowing as he responds, yes, father, your teachings are invaluable. Mr. Shen, I look forward to your guidance in the future. His face is adorned with a mask of humility, even a hint of admiration, as he drains his cup, his demeanor exceedingly subservient. Yet, in that fleeting moment of looking down, a cold smirk briefly flits across his eyes, relying on luck and showmanship. What makes him better than me? You will soon learn your place. Shen Lang observes the contrasting dynamics between this father and son, one exuding genuine warmth and enthusiasm, while the other feigns subservience. He merely offers a faint smile, raising his glass in acknowledgement. He has quietly utilized the eye of loyalty to assess the situation. Kusugai Ichiyu's value stabilizes at 70. Marking him as a reliable collaborator based on mutual benefit and respect. The piercing negativity radiating from Kusugai Ryo was no longer merely a manifestation of discontent. It brimmed with resentment, even hinting at a lurking malevolence. In a cinematic portrayal, how many virtuous characters could possibly emerge from such a visage? After a few rounds of drinks, Kusugai Ichiro cut to the chase, articulating a deeper intention for collaboration. Mr. Shen, I am contemplating entrusting you with all the smuggled goods from Shirizi to Hong Kong Island moving forward. As long as you can ensure smooth passage through Hong Kong customs, we can safely deliver the cargo to your docks via reliable shipping vessels. This proposition implied that, aside from arcade machines, a vast array of electronics, automobile parts, and even other high-profit contraband would fall into Shen Lang's hands. A surge of intrigue washed over Shen Lang. This indeed represented a substantial source of wealth. Yet, this was merely the initial step in securing their contraband. Gradually, he would position the Yamaguchi-gumi as their procurement agent. Eliminating the need for their involvement in customs and shipping, he would take charge of both sales and transportation. The advantages of this strategy were twofold. First, it would spare him from direct competition with the Yamaguchi-gumi. Second, if the Yamaguchi-gumi became their supplier, they could leverage their influence to obstruct others from importing large quantities from Shirizi, effectively choking off competitors of contraband at the source. A confident smile graced his face. Rest assured, Mr. Kusugai, I am adept at handling matters with Hong Kong customs. However, he added with a caveat, I can only accept everything except for white flour. A flicker of understanding passed through Kusugai Ichiro's eyes. Although he was perplexed by Shen Lang's outright rejection of the highly lucrative white flour business, he refrained from probing further and simply nodded in agreement. No problem. As per Mr. Shen's stipulations. He then pivoted, directing his gaze toward Kusugai Ryo. I intend for Ryo to oversee this new line of cooperation. Henceforth, let him engage more with Mr. Shen. Collaboration and exchange among the youth is essential. A barely perceptible weight settled in Shen Lang's eyes for a fleeting moment. Entrusting this hostile Kusugai Ryo to handle the liaison, this was undoubtedly laying a trap. For communication, let his daughter, Kusugai Ko, manage that. My exchanges with her have been exceedingly pleasant. Maintaining an impassive facade, he smiled at Kusugai Ryo. I look forward to your assistance, Kusugai-kun. Kusugai Ryo bowed once more. His tone increasingly earnest. Mr. Shen, you are too kind. It is I who must learn from you. In our future collaboration, please do not hesitate to give instructions. Yet, within, he was rapidly calculating. Taking over this line equated to seizing a portion of Shen Lang's lifeblood. Opportunities abound. Kusanagi Ichiro was rather pleased with his son's humble and sensible demeanor, raising his glass to Shen Lang. Mr. Shen, I hope you will take good care of him moving forward. Certainly, Shen Lang replied, a chill creeping into his heart. It seemed that after dealing with one crow on Hong Kong Island, another oblivious one had emerged from Tokyo. Very well, if he seeks his own demise, I shall provide him with the opportunity. Witnessing her father's esteem for Shen Lang filled Kusanagi Ko with joy and pride, her gaze towards Shen Lang brimming with affection. Once the geishas and other distractions had departed, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly solemn, leaving only a core group of individuals. Kusanagi Ichiro leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, finally broaching the most pivotal question. Mr. Shen, has the 42 tons of gold successfully arrived? Upon mentioning the staggering figure of 42 tons, even a seasoned figure such as Kusanagi Ichiro momentarily faltered in breath, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Beside him, Kusanagi Ryo jolted, suddenly alert. Despite having prepared himself mentally, hearing the concrete and terrifying weight of 42 tons still drew a sharp intake of breath, his heart racing. 42 tons of gold. Calculated at an average price of 381 per ounce, its value approximated 51,447,687. Over $50 million. Such wealth could drive anyone to madness. The greed and malice within him proliferated like wild grass. Just as Shen Lang was about to speak, he keenly sensed Kusanagi Ryo's previously negative loyalty plummeting again at the mention of the cargo. This scoundrel was indeed coveting the shipment of gold. In a flash, Shen Lang's thoughts raced, yet he maintained an expression of feigned resignation and caution, rephrasing. To be candid, Mr. Kusanagi, the shipment has yet to reach the port. It is likely still at sea. We must await favorable winds and sea conditions. A spark of uncontainable excitement ignited in Kusanagi Ryo's eyes. Still at sea. An opportunity. Kusanagi Ichiro's brow furrowed slightly, a mix of concern and urgency in his tone. Oh? When can we expect it to arrive? What about safety? The sheer magnitude of this gold was too great for him not to be anxious. If all goes smoothly, it should enter the designated waters within the next couple of days. Shen Lang spoke ambiguously, then added apologetically. As for specific locations and details regarding the reception, I regret that I cannot disclose them at this moment. It is a matter of great significance, and I hope you understand. Kusanagi Ichiro pondered for a moment, slowly nodding to indicate his understanding. Mr. Shen, your caution is well-founded. Such a substantial asset indeed cannot afford any carelessness. We shall await good news. Though slightly disappointed at not being able to see the gold immediately, his trust in Shen Lang only deepened due to his prudence. However, he remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing within his subservient son, where a dangerous and greedy scheme was rapidly taking shape in the shadows. Mei Lantian had been observing this Shirizi closely. Having been stationed in Stanley for a while, he had developed a keen sense for discerning character. Silently noting, this little devil is exceedingly wicked. He must be watched closely. Shen Lang set down his wine glass, lightly tapping his fingertips on the smooth lacquered table. Steering the conversation back to the crux of profit distribution. Mr. Kusanagi, you are aware of the quality of the goods. Shall we discuss the pricing? Previously, for the more than 300 kilograms of gold, Kusanagi Ichiro had readily agreed to settle at the real-time London gold price, a gesture of sincere goodwill. However now, confronted with the colossal 42 tons capable of influencing market fluctuations, adhering to the original price was evidently out of the question. Kusanagi Ichiro, upon hearing this, displayed a shrewd smile characteristic of a businessman, leaning back slightly in his chair, fingers idly toying with his wine glass. Mr. Shen, this quantity is indeed astonishing. If I were to absorb it all, both the financial pressure and the channels for procurement would pose significant challenges. Naturally, the price cannot be calculated based on the London spot price anymore. However, this is contingent upon whether this batch of goods is as pure as the samples you provided. Chapter 94, Finalizing the Deal. Shen Lang offered no immediate response, instead calmly retrieving a weighty gold bar from his suit pocket, under the slightly astonished gaze of Kusanagi Ko. Placing it with a soft thud upon the silk cloth adorning the table. Kusanagi Ko blinked, having just realized that Shen Lang was concealing something. To her surprise, it was gold. Upon closer inspection, she found there was not just one piece. Kusanagi Ryo's gaze was instantaneously ensnared by the gold bar, his breath quickening. This was genuine hard currency capable of inciting madness. Kusanagi Ichiro received the gold bar, its weight substantial in his hand. He scrutinized its luster, lightly scratching an inconspicuous area with a dagger to observe the mark. Moments later, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he gently placed the gold bar back onto the cloth. The quality is exceptional. Mr. Shen, you are indeed trustworthy. If the entire shipment meets this standard, I will take it. Nearby, Mei Lantian silently praised the impressive maneuver. The prowess of Lang Gu is truly remarkable. In such a brief span, he not only retrieves gold that lay submerged at the ocean's depths, but also transforms it into exquisite 24-karat gold. Undoubtedly, a mysterious benefactor with extensive connections is orchestrating this endeavor. Now, what is the bid from the grass-cutting team leader? Shen Lang inquired as he retracted the gold bars. Grass-cutting Ichiro squinted, his mind racing with calculations. The London spot gold price serves as the global benchmark, as long as the purity is 999. It qualifies as a standard deliverable. The black market typically charges a minimal fee, which is quite low. However, the digestion of such a massive quantity of physical gold necessitates time, channels, and an acceptance of price volatility risks. He pondered aloud. Mr. Shen, to be frank, to completely absorb this volume, I would need at least 2 to 3 months at the fastest. The capital usage and risks are substantial. Here is my proposal. He extended his right hand, making a gesture. I will base it on the London gold price at the time of the transaction, less 8. The payment method will be via Swiss bank draft. How does that sound? An 8 discount is not particularly harsh for a wholesale volume of gold on the international black market. Yet, given that this is 999 fine gold, grass-cutting Ichiro's profit should soar into the millions. The crux lies in the payment method. A Swiss bank draft is virtually the most favored hard currency for substantial transactions in the global black market. It is akin to cash, readily convertible or depositable at any branch of a Swiss bank worldwide. Funds are instantaneously laundered, entering the realm of legally protected assets under Swiss banking law, thus bypassing even the most cumbersome steps in money laundering. Shen Lang had already established an account at the Swiss bank's Hong Kong branch. Obtaining the draft would allow him to deposit it with a single trip back to Central. Why not operate in the small hours? The current circumstances do not favor such an approach. It would be far more convenient to return to Hong Kong. Even if grass-cutting Ichiro wished to provide Shen Lang with the Swiss bank draft, he would have to contact the Swiss headquarters to issue it, which cannot be done on the spot locally. It would take at least 2 to 3 days to deliver the draft to Shen Lang. Shen Lang quickly weighed his options in his mind. An 8 discount in exchange for absolutely secure, immediately available legal funds, while avoiding the hassle and risks of disposing of stolen goods, is indeed worthwhile. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, he raised his glass to signal to a pleasant collaboration. Mr. Grass-cutting can prepare the draft now. We shall exchange the draft for the goods simultaneously. Delightful. A pleasurable partnership, Mr. Shen. Grass-cutting Ichiro laughed heartily, clinking his glass with Shen Lang's, the crisp sound echoing in the room. Beside them, Mei Lantian felt his heart racing, his mind racing. 42 tons of gold. Subtracting 8 from the London gold price. His rough calculations nearly left him breathless, exceeding $47 million. This truly represents an unimaginable fortune. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, reminding himself to remain vigilant. This transaction must not encounter any missteps. The convivial banquet, at least on the surface, continued until the early hours of the morning. Even the usually hearty grass-cutting Ichiro showed signs of inebriation, his speech slightly slurred. Ultimately, he was supported by grass-cutting Rio as he staggered back to his room to rest. Shen Lang had also consumed considerable amounts, yet his mind remained clear, though his temples throbbed slightly. Grass-cutting Naoko, noticing this, promptly approached to offer her assistance, but he naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leaning against her. Naoko, let us proceed to the guest room together. I will escort Mr. Shen to the guest room for rest, Naoko instructed the attendant standing nearby in a hushed tone. Her cheeks slightly flushed. All evening, she had been waiting for an opportunity to be alone with Shen Lang, and at last, the moment had arrived. Mei Lantian, on the other hand, maintained a heightened state of alertness. He had consumed the least alcohol that night, his gaze as sharp as ever. He closely followed Shen Lang and Naoko to the adjacent guest room, conducting a meticulous inspection before taking a seat. He retrieved the walkie-talkie he always carried, switching to a secure channel, and quietly reported to the brothers stationed outside the residence. Rest assured, all is calm, but we must not let our guard down. Vigilance is essential, for the enemy is malevolent. Received. Tiangu. Mei Lantian nodded, crossing his arms as he sat, closing his eyes to conserve energy while his ears remained attuned to any hint of unusual sounds. The adjacent room was a quintessential Japanese guest room, where the tatami exuded the aroma of dried grass, and the paper sliding doors depicted delicate ink-wash landscapes, creating a serene atmosphere. However, at this moment, the air within the room was rapidly heating due to the presence of the two individuals. Grass-cutting Naoko turned, leaning against the doorframe, her earlier composure and reserve during the banquet dissipating like a molted cicada shell. She gazed at the man she had longed for, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the pent-up emotions surging forth like a spring tide. I have missed you so much, Mr. Shen. Without a hint of hesitation, and even with a touch of urgent eagerness, she stepped forward, her soft, fragrant lips pressing against his before he could utter a word. The kiss, initially imbued with the sweetness of sake and the urgency of longing, quickly transformed into a fervent demand. Her arms encircled his neck, her body pressing closely against him. Shen Lang stumbled back a half step, his back meeting the wall. Taken aback by grass-cutting Naoko's enthusiastic approach, he had intended to rest momentarily, but he had not anticipated her fervor. The delicate fabric of her elegant kimono, now slightly disheveled from their movements, revealed her smooth shoulders and exquisite collarbone. As she tilted her head to kiss him, a patch of pale skin at the nape of her neck peeked out from beneath her collar, glimmering like jade in the dim light. She wore pristine white tabi, and at that moment, one foot was slightly raised, while the knee of her other leg unceremoniously ascended to straddle Shen Lang's lap. "Master, I truly miss you," she murmured against his lips, her breath warm and laced with the intoxicating scent of sake mingled with her own fragrance. Her eyes, half closed, glimmered with moisture and unabashed allure. Her hands had already slipped inside his suit jacket, deftly unbuttoning his shirt, her cool fingertips brushing against his warm chest. Shen Lang was thoroughly ignited by her passion. He wrapped his arms around her slender yet strong waist, taking the lead, while his other hand caressed the smooth skin of her nape, his fingers entwining in her meticulously arranged hair, allowing a few dark strands to cascade down, enhancing her allure. Their garments were gradually shed in a fervent yet gentle manner. The wide sleeves of her kimono slipped from her shoulders, revealing her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbone. Chapter 95, A Frantic Thought. One of her white tabi had unknowingly come off, while the other remained loosely dangling from her slender ankle. However, the soundproofing of this traditional Japanese residence was far inferior to that of modern buildings, especially in these guest rooms. The elegant paper sliding doors and wooden lattice windows, while aesthetically pleasing, failed to completely muffle sounds. At the opposite end of the corridor, grass-cutting Ryo, having just settled the inebriated Ichiro, was returning with a stormy expression. His mood was foul, his father's praise, Shen Lang's composure, and Naoko's unmistakable gaze of admiration pierced his heart like venomous thorns. As he passed by the corridor outside Shen Lang's guest room, his footsteps abruptly halted. The dim yellow light cast shadows of indistinct figures on the paper door. Though the details were obscured, the intertwined silhouettes were enough to freeze his blood in an instant. Immediately, the woman's enticing moans pierced through the thin paper door like a needle, resounding clearly in his ears. It was the voice of Kaikai, a voice he had envisioned countless times in his fantasies, now resonating in such a manner for another man. "Master, you've had too much to drink, don't move. Let Kaikai attend to you." The fragmented and sweetly sorrowful plea sounded in Kusanagi Ryo's ears like the most vicious mockery and a blade that pierced his heart. "Master, how dare you?" A surge of furious rage, mingled with a tearing jealousy, instantly shattered his reason. Kusanagi Ryo's eyes turned crimson, his teeth clenched audibly, fists tightly balled, nails digging deep into his palms, bringing sharp pain that could not suppress the murderous intent swelling within. He could almost envision the ghastly scene unfolding inside. That was Kaikai, whom he had guarded since childhood, whom he deemed forbidden. She should belong to him. To him. That damn Chinese, Shen Lang, how dare he? He longed to storm in immediately, to kick Shen Lang aside, and claim Kaikai for himself. Just as he trembled with rage, on the verge of losing control. Lifting his foot to kick the paper door, it creaked. The door of an adjacent guest room was gently pulled open a crack. Mei Lantian, frowning, leaned out. He had seemingly heard suppressed, heavy breathing and faint movements from outside, and his alertness heightened instantly. Upon stepping out, he was confronted with the sight of Kusanagi Ryo, a visage twisted with malice, standing menacingly before Shen Lang's door. Their gazes collided suddenly in midair. Kusanagi Ryo was jolted, as if doused with cold water. The boiling rage and jealousy forcibly suppressed. His facial muscles twitched in a grotesque manner as he struggled to form a semblance of a normal expression, appearing exceedingly stiff and unnatural. "Ime-san," Kusanagi Ryo stammered dryly, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I was just passing by to see if Mr. Shen needed anything." He fumbled through his explanation, not daring to glance at the paper door reflecting a figure nor meet Mei Lantian's sharp gaze, resembling a thief caught in the act. He nodded hurriedly, nearly fleeing the scene, hastily disappearing around the corridor's corner. Mei Lantian watched his swiftly vanishing back, then cast a glance at Shen Lang's guest room. Curling his lip and muttering under his breath, "What a lunatic." He gently closed the door, returning to his seat, yet his vigilance had reached its peak. That Kusanagi Ryo's gaze just now was undoubtedly unsettling. At the other end of the corridor, Kusanagi Ryo quickened his pace, and once around the corner, confirming no one was watching, he slammed his fist violently against the cold wall. A dull thud echoed, pain immediately radiating from his knuckles. Yet it paled in comparison to the anguish and fury roiling within him. The facade of humility on his face vanished entirely, leaving only a visage twisted with resentment and frigid murderous intent. Shen Lang must die. Kai could only be his. An intimate subordinate had been waiting in a side room. Upon seeing Kusanagi Ryo emerge with a pallid countenance and unsteady breath, he hurried forward. "Kusanagi-san?" Without even glancing at him. Kusanagi Ryo squeezed out a chilling command through clenched teeth, his voice low as a viper's hiss. "Listen, for the next few days. Keep a close watch on Shen Lang and his crew. No matter where they go, whom they meet, or what they do. Even if it's just stepping out for a pack of cigarettes, I want to know every detail." "Understood." The subordinate, the same one who had suggested the robbery at the restaurant yesterday, felt a jolt of realization upon witnessing his master's demeanor. A glint of malice and excitement flashing in his eyes as he bowed deeply. "Yes, I understand. I'll ensure we know even how many times they use the restroom in a day." Kusanagi Ryo did not utter another word, his chest heaving violently. His gaze directed coldly toward the direction of Shen Lang's guest room, as frigid as the snow atop Mount Fuji in the depths of winter. A frenzied thought swelled within him, no longer able to be suppressed. The next morning, Shen Lang awoke to gentle touches and soft calls. Opening his eyes, he found Kai kneeling by the edge of the tatami mat. She had donned a simple yet elegant light-colored kimono, her hair meticulously arranged. Only the faint traces of allure at the corners of her eyes and the subtle red marks on her neck hinted at the wildness of the previous night. Upon seeing him awake, a tender smile blossomed on her face, exuding the charm of a tamed feline. Shen Lang rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, his memories somewhat hazy. All he recalled was the two of them exhaustedly embracing as they fell asleep. He reached out to tousle her hair, and Kai nuzzled into his palm. She assisted him in rising, even leading him to her room, which featured a small cypress wood bath, meticulously helping him wash. The warm water washed away his fatigue, temporarily cleansing the marks of the previous night's fervor. After changing into clean garments, Kai guided him to another room within the estate for breakfast. A delicate Japanese breakfast was prepared, the atmosphere tranquil. Kusanagi Ichiyu had also risen, appearing in good spirits, after taking his seat at the head of the table. He smiled and inquired, "Mr. Shen, did you sleep well last night? My humble abode is simple, and I apologize for any shortcomings." Shen Lang maintained a composed demeanor. Nodding. "Thank you, Kusanagi-san, for your hospitality. I slept quite soundly." He glanced at Kusanagi Ryo, who sat silently at the table, his darkened eyes betraying heavy thoughts as he quickly averted his gaze. The breakfast concluded in a somewhat subdued atmosphere. Shen Lang rose to take his leave, and Kusanagi Ichiyu personally escorted him to the entrance, reiterating a few matters regarding the gold exchange and the preparation of promissory notes, his demeanor still warm. Kai stood behind her father, watching Shen Lang depart, her eyes filled with reluctance. She longed to keep Shen Lang by her side, to serve him daily. Only in his presence could she truly understand what it meant to be a woman. The same three black sedans awaited. Shen Lang and Mei Lantian entered the middle one, driven by Tai Baoqiu, as they slowly departed from the Kusanagi estate. No sooner had the vehicle turned onto the main road than Tai Baoqiu furrowed his brow, glancing through the rearview mirror before lowering his voice. "Langji, Tianji, we have a tale." A gray Toyota Crown had followed them since they exited the alley. It had trailed them through 3 intersections, maintaining a steady distance, exhibiting a practiced stealth. Shen Lang and Mei Lantian immediately adjusted discreetly, peering through the tinted rear window. Indeed, amidst the flow of traffic, an inconspicuous gray old-model Crown kept a consistent distance. "Damn it, it's that psychotic stalker." Mei Lantian spat, his expression darkening. "I sensed something was off about his gaze last night. He stood at the door like someone whose wife was being stolen. It was evident he had been stimulated, turning love into hatred, resorting to such underhanded tactics as stalking." Chapter 96, Setting a Trap. Shen Lang leaned back against the chair, his gaze icy. Given the plummeting negative values observed by the loyal eye last night, alongside Mei Lantian's description of the peeping scenario, Kusanagi Ryo's murderous intent was indisputable. He spoke coolly. "It's not just hatred for me taking a woman. He has set his sights on our batch of gold. 42 tons. Enough to drive anyone to desperate measures, especially a twisted individual who holds himself in high regard. Should we get out and take them out?" Mei Lantian's hand was already reaching for his waist. "Not yet." Shen Lang shook his head. "He's merely stalking us now and won't act recklessly. What I seek is a decisive blow to seize the gold. The optimal moment for action inevitably coincides with what we perceive to be the safest handover, namely, the arrival of gold at the port. Could it be that this is the intent of Kazuki Karigari?" After Mei Lantian articulated her thoughts, she shook her head, suggesting otherwise. The old fox is astute enough to recognize that the benefits of a long-term partnership far outweigh the fleeting gains of a one-time betrayal. Moreover, With Miss Siko so firmly aligned with you, it seems unlikely. However, regarding Kazuki Karigari, I find his brooding demeanor reminiscent of that deranged dog crow from the island, both exhibiting signs of psychological instability. Indeed, there is a striking similarity. A cold smile crept across Shen Lang's lips. The most effective strategy for dealing with such a self-righteous and avaricious individual is not to confront him head-on, but rather to invite him into a trap. Does he not desire gold? Let us use gold as bait to lure him out willingly. Being the adopted son of Kazuki Karigari, should we directly confront him? The old man would lose face, potentially jeopardizing our collaboration. However, if he were to initiate an attack on our goods, and we were to retaliate, it would be a case of his own making, leaving Kazuki Karigari with no grounds for complaint, and perhaps even necessitating an apology from him. Mei Lantian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Brother Lang, do you have a concrete plan? Shen Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing with ideas. First, we must ascertain the purpose of his surveillance. Tai Baoqiu, take a detour, visit a few locations, and ascertain the extent of their following. Understood. Tai Baoqiu acknowledged. Deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, the vehicle not returning directly to the hotel, but instead meandering through the streets of Tokyo, occasionally passing through bustling commercial districts, at other times veering into secluded residential streets. The vehicle indeed maintained a consistent yet elusive presence, skillfully trailing us, clearly not the work of amateurs. It seems they are determined to uncover our secrets. Shen Lang smirked. Baba City. Inform Jack to select a couple of local Chinese brothers from Kaohsiung to keep a reverse watch on Kazuki Karigari and his key subordinates. I want to know every move he makes, particularly any signs of mobilizing personnel. Got it. Mei Lantian nodded. Next, we need a secure handover location, Shen Lang continued. A sensible and convenient place for them to act. Perhaps an abandoned dock or a remote warehouse area near Tokyo Bay. As for Kazuki Karigari, I will have Siko drop a hint that the shipment may arrive tomorrow night, but without divulging the specific address. As long as we feign waiting there tomorrow night, Kazuki Karigari will undoubtedly assume we are there to receive the gold and will be unable to contain his eagerness to act. Should we set up in advance? Mei Lantian inquired. Of course, Shen Lang's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. We must prepare personnel, weaponry, and an escape route. When the time comes, the boxes will not contain gold, but rather a surprise for Kazuki Karigari. When his men arrive, believing victory is assured, we will then strike. Be mindful to leave some alive, particularly Kazuki Karigari. I want him to confess before Kazuki Karigari himself. If the situation spirals out of control, he glanced at Mei Lantian. Then ensure he remains forever silent. Execute the plan cleanly, as if it were a black-on-black conflict, or suggest he intended to steal vital cargo from the organization, only to be dealt with by an enraged owner. Mei Lantian licked her parched lips, her excitement and cruelty evident in the grin that spread across her face. Understood. Brother Lang, leave this to me. I guarantee that this pervert will meet his demise, with no return. The vehicle continued to traverse the streets of Tokyo, the pursuers still relentless behind them. A counter-hunt aimed at the stalkers and a meticulously crafted lethal trap for the greedy had quietly taken shape in Shen Lang's composed mind. Moments later, Shen Lang contacted Jack, who remained at the hotel. He succinctly outlined Kazuki Karigari's peculiarities, the tracking situation, and his plan to set a trap. Jack listened in silence on the other end, responding with a simple, understood. Jack, known for his decisiveness, hung up the phone and immediately tapped into the connections he had established during his earlier days in Japan. He instructed them to keep a close watch on Kazuki Karigari and his core subordinates, documenting their every move, especially any unusual personnel or vehicle mobilizations. Subsequently, Jack left two brothers at the hotel to safeguard Wongfengi, instructing them not to leave unless absolutely necessary, with all meals provided by hotel room service. He then took the remaining brothers, splitting into two vehicles, and quietly departed the hotel, heading towards Tokyo Bay. Their objective was to find an ideal stage, one that would not only accommodate a clandestine maritime handover, but also facilitate an ambush and control of the situation. Jack meticulously surveyed several abandoned docks and warehouse areas before ultimately selecting a small, derelict dock on the outskirts of Kodo Ward, near the entrance of a canal to the sea. This location met nearly all the requirements. The aging dock facilities were structurally sound enough to accommodate small to medium vessels. Behind it lay a field overgrown with weeds, littered with discarded shipping containers, providing ample cover for personnel and vehicles. Most importantly, across the dock, approximately 150 meters away, stood an abandoned three-story concrete warehouse with an unobstructed rooftop view, perfectly suited as a sniper position, allowing for a comprehensive view of the dock and surrounding area. Moreover, this site was secluded, rarely frequented at night, and not too distant from major roadways, allowing for easy ingress and egress. It created an ideal facade of a clandestine maritime delivery, perfectly concealed for the handover. Having chosen the site, Jack contacted Shen Lang once more, detailing the dock's environment, vantage points, and his layout plan. Upon hearing Jack's thorough considerations, Shen Lang expressed his satisfaction. Let us settle on that location. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. Transform it into our stronghold. Jack then raised a practical concern. Brother Lang, what about the weapons? This time we came armed with short-range firearms, and our firepower may be insufficient. Shen Lang chuckled softly on the other end of the line. No need to exert that effort or take such risks. I have already prepared the necessary firepower. Jack, though surprised, trusted Shen Lang's unpredictable methods and refrained from further questioning. Shen Lang continued. Now drive towards the coastal area near Shinagawa, seeking a stretch of relatively deserted seaside road flanked by a small grove of trees. Let me know once you arrive. After hanging up, Shen Lang stepped out to relieve himself, but in reality, he was off floating arms. Approximately 20 minutes later, Jack followed Shen Lang's vague directions and discovered a stretch of coastal road that was relatively desolate, bordered by a breakwater and a small forest.